Good morning, Ultra fans worldwide. Welcome to the 2022 Western States 100-mile endurance run. The best day of the year, broadcasting live from the track at Placer High School in Auburn, California. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by my friend and co-host Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, good morning. We are back.
We are back. We are mildly caffeinated and ready to go.
I am extremely caffeinated, hydrated, ready to go. We are going to be sitting in these chairs for at least the next 20 to 21 hours, Corinne and myself, but we have a 31-hour broadcast here on schedule for you. So sit down, relax, and get ready for an amazing race today. Corinne, this is our second year in a row doing this incredible live stream, and it's only made possible by our incredible sponsors. So let's shout them out here at the beginning of the show. Of course, the Western States 100 is presented by Hoka, which is also our main supporter here of today's live stream. And we have plenty of other incredible sponsors here making this broadcast possible. A big thank you to everybody who does all the work, who puts this together, to Billy Yang, the team behind the broadcast. Thank you guys all so much for giving Corinne and myself the opportunity to have the privilege to bring this race to you in your living room, wherever you are around the world. Throw it to Skylar now.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Coming at you live from Palisades, Tahoe with Arlen Glick, winner of the Javelina 100 Golden Ticket. As you head up to the escarpment today.
Fun. That's number one.
What is your plan for success? Like, just between your crew and all the meetings you've had, what have you been drilling into them to make sure that they set you up to get you all the way to the track?
Oh, you're expecting success today? Okay. Yeah, you know, they know the drill. I don't have to tell them anything. They know their part. They know their role. We met in a hotel last night, went over the specifics for getting there and figuring things out. I have a crew on each side of the canyon. There are 9 people plus myself here, so I'm in good hands. I have nothing to worry about, but doing my thing. Just this is the fun part. All the work's over with. Now it's just having fun out there.
And you did qualify here from Javelina, historically a very warm race. Any tips that you've been able to take away from the 100-mile to come back here and make sure that you crush it today in the canyons?
Yeah, so coming from the east, I deal with the heat and the humidity, which is completely different. It's a lot more challenging, but I had to learn cooling strategy at Javelina, which was very, very educational, very good to have that experience. Yeah, so I'm going to take a bit of the same approach with maybe a little bit more serious mindset going into here. But we have a few stream crossings, some great stuff here to you know, play in my favor, I think. The main thing I'm worried about is just staying warm until the sun comes up.
Awesome. Well, we have full faith that you're going to make it all the way. You've been crushing 100-milers the entire past couple of years. Expect you to do it one more time. Say, I'll let you finish that muffin and get ready for today's race. Going to send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much to Skylar Hall. As Corinne mentioned, this is a new addition to our live stream this year. Skylar Hall is going to be with us throughout the day. He's going to be our on-course correspondent. And as you see here on the screen, we are just 36 minutes until the 5 a.m. start line. It was pretty funny to hear Arlen say that he's worried about staying warm this morning, going up through the high country. Maybe just give a quick intro to Arlen Glick, because I think he's a interesting character in today's field.
Yeah, so I think Arlen is probably a little bit, you know, under the radar for some folks. He got his golden ticket at Javelina 100 back in October, so ahead of the new year. But I think he's won like 500s, and I think the slowest is like 15:20 something. So he's got leg speed, and he's really good over that flat, long-distance terrain. He had a really great training block, and he spent, I think, a good 2 weeks on the course as well. So I think while we might think he's more of a Midwest flat 100 runner. I think as long as he survives the high country and is in a good position going into the back half of the race and survives the heat, like, he could have legs to threaten a good podium position by the end of the day.
He's almost like a Camille Herron. Like, if he's in contact at Michigan Bluff or Forest Hill, watch out. Arlen Glick could be dangerous. Of course, coming from Ohio, and the Midwesterners have traditionally struggled at this race, with the exception of Casey Lichtai, who pulled out a victory here one year, and many other fantastic performances. In fact, we should talk about her later. She's going for her 8th consecutive running here.
Yeah, which is interesting, too, because she's technically, I think, the only... well, besides Jim Howard, is the only returning champion in this field, right? Yep. We're missing our F1 and our M1 from last year, and so in a lot of ways, it's a wide open race today. Yep.
Just to finish the thought on Arlen Glick, I've had so many people send me his Strava account this year in the build-up to Western States. The guy was doing massive volume, no doubt. He's working hard and has big goals today. One thing we should also mention, Corinne, off the top, is that we are live on YouTube with a live chat going all day. Last year, this was one of the highlights of race day for both Corinne and myself. Get in the chat. Get active in there. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know if you have questions. We will be sitting here, like I said, for at least another 20 hours, and Corinne and I love talking about the sport, and we've got some time to fill. So if you've got questions, let us know in the chat here today. So again, big thank you to our sponsors, Hoka most notably, and I want to just run through the list of our other supporters. Strava, of course, everybody is probably familiar with this great training platform, this community platform. Strava has been one of the great tools that I've used over the course of my trail running career, and they have rolled out a bevy of incredible new features in the Strava app. Buff, of course, the versatile head wrap, and Buff, thank you so much for your support of the coverage. Thank you also to Inside Tracker and to Gooder. We will get back to all those great sponsors throughout the day. For now, let's throw it down to Schuyler Hall there with our race director, Mr. Craig Thornley.
Background. Craig, are you excited for today? Are you scared? What are your feelings with, 40 minutes to go at this point?
Oh, I'm very excited. This is one of the best days of the year, every year for me. So, yeah, 383 people get to begin their journey today, and 1,500 volunteers are going to help them hopefully achieve their goal and reaching the finish of Auburn. It's a fantastic day.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, we have a lot of volunteers out here. It's a lot of great energy here in the village. Is this a chance for you to have a sigh of relief, or when do you actually get to take your foot off the gas in terms of worrying about the operations for the day?
Actually, after the pre-race briefing, it's pretty much on autopilot. I shouldn't have to do anything other than set up a Starlink later on today. I have someone at Net Control. We call them RD2s, and they make decisions on my behalf. So if gates are locked or toilets didn't get delivered, they're solving the problem. I don't have to do that kind of detailed work today. If problems are bigger than that, then they elevate it to me. But otherwise, I just get to have fun today. So
that's the dream. And a lot of folks are going to have fun out here today. What has been the sentiment? We have a lot of international runners, a lot of first-time runners out here. What has been the energy that they've been telling you? What's sort of the statements they've been giving you of appreciation, of accolades? What are they giving you to feed you through this 30 hours?
Well, for a lot of months in preparation, I get pretty consumed by details of putting on the event. And when I start to see everybody, I'm able to zoom out, and I am totally energized by their excitement and their wonder when they get here and look up. I'm in Olympic Valley, so I'm energized by them. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to say anything to me. But
awesome. Well, you've been given a lot of energy throughout the pre-race briefing, on the live streams for the past couple of days, and the entire run-up to today. So we want you to enjoy it like we have the runners out here enjoying it. Going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Thanks for joining us, Craig.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
And we are back here in studio. Thanks so much to Schuyler. Again, my name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. We are now just over 30 minutes until the start of the 49th Western States 100-mile endurance run. Corinne and I are actually sitting on the track, just steps from where these runners will be finishing in, 15 to 16 hours for the top men, a little bit more than that for the top women. It's going to be a warm, warm day here. Corinne, let's maybe provide a little commentary on what the runners are going to be confronting out there environmentally.
Yeah, well, it's very comfortable right now. That is going to change over the course of the day. You and I both arrived in Auburn from up in Tahoe yesterday afternoon, where we were greeted to 100-degree temperatures here in town. So it's definitely going to be warm. I think the current predicted temperatures for Auburn today are somewhere between 98 and 101. So standard hot to hot for Western States here, which is going to greatly impact the runners, particularly in the canyon section once they get out of the high country.
Yes, it's going to be warm as usual. Of course, the Western States 100 is known for being a hot race. And if you come here and run it in cool temperatures, you're not really getting the full Western States experience. These 383 runners are definitely going to be enjoying it. Corinne, we just heard Skyler talk to the race director, Mr. Craig Thornley. He seemed pretty calm, cool, and collected this morning.
I know. I was surprised yesterday he turned the sound off on his phone when he talked to us. Yeah. No, he wasn't worried about being called frantically somewhere. So he seems ready to go. Hopefully just like the runners out there, right? The work is done. Now we're just waiting for the firing of the shotgun there at the start line for them to head off up the escarpment.
So true. And a big shout out to Craig Thornley, also a 9-time finisher here of the Western States 100, a race director who knows this course like the back of his hand, who spends his entire year getting this course ready. And today is about celebration. And I think maybe we should talk a little bit more about our live stream today, what people can expect. If you didn't tune in last year, again, Corinne and myself pulled this first shift. Probably 20 to 21 hours. We'll go through the top 10 women, but this is a 31-hour broadcast. We go all the way through the final finisher because that's what trail running's all about. It's not only about the champions, it's also about the people battling all the way through, chasing cutoffs the entire way.
Trying to get that belt buckle, yeah. So we'll be here all the way through golden hour. We've got a shift coming in after us and then a golden hour shift to round out our coverage tomorrow, ending on the track at 11 a.m. Pacific. So really exciting to be able to, I don't know, don't go anywhere, right? Don't do your long run. Yes. Don't go to the grocery store. Yeah. YouTube's going to be open all day. We're going to be here all day. I don't know. I feel like we have the best job.
I was just going to say, for speaking for both Corinne and myself, last year's broadcast was truly one of the highlights of my life, not only the highlights of my career. It's a true honor to be able to sit here and join you all as we all become fans of the great sport of trail running here today. And the other, I think, fun thing to maybe mention, I don't want to put anybody on the spot here from our broadcast team, but we think we've got a little bit more technological capability this year with the help of maybe some Starlinks. So, sit back, relax. We expect this to be a fantastic viewing experience for you. Corinne, maybe while we're waiting to maybe find a new guest for Skyler, let's talk a little bit about this race, this course, what makes it special in the greater context of the trail running ecosystem.
Yeah, well, it's the 49th running of the event, which I think is pretty impressive. And then, there's so many things that make it special, but I think it's mostly the history of the trail that's going to bring people from Olympic Valley and Tahoe all the way to here in Auburn. I feel like the history of that event itself is just, I don't know, it brings me all the warm and fuzzies.
We've got plenty of time to talk more about the history of the race. For now, let's kick it back to Skyler Hall down there in Olympic Valley with Camille Herron.
Just superstar when it comes to the 100-mile distance. Recently set the world record on the road back in February at Jackpot. You're back in Olympic Valley. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I feel like $1,000,000. I'm ready for this. My husband's had 2 dreams that I did very well here, so I'm just going to let the magic come out.
How are you rebounding from your performance back in February? How are the legs feeling spiritually? Where's your head at right now?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was just coming back to the race healthy. And I've had a really, really great buildup. This is probably one of the best buildups of my running career. I feel really good. I'm healthy. I'm strong. I'm prepared. I did the training camp. I did a the course and trying to connect with it. And I feel like that's the right shoe choice.
Absolutely. And in terms of the energy from the rest of the runners here, I'm sure folks have been running up to you, wanting to take photos and everything. Any tidbits that you have for them as they're going to be following you up the escarpment?
Yeah, forward is progress. That, every step that we take is, a step closer to the finish line. Got to be safe in the high country part, and then after Robinson Flat, it's pretty runnable. And, it's going to be really hot and dry, and, you got to work with the heat.
Absolutely. Well, it's something you know well based on your Javelina win this past year, and I think you're going to crush it today again. So thanks for joining us, and we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
How cool is this? I love being able to throw it down to the start line with Skylar Hall and Camille Herron. Corinne, let's talk about Camille's history here at the race. It's an interesting story.
It's her 4th attempt this year, right?
It is.
She had two races with DNS for different reasons. I think in 2019 she gave herself a concussion in the high country, which is a legitimate reason to drop out if you've, taken a tumble up there. So. But last year, I think we were all convinced that she had dropped out. I think when we left our shift to go take a nap, we thought that she was out of the race altogether. Turns out she was just taking a very long nap. And then they got her out of the aid station ahead of cutoffs, and she motored her way to the finish. And by the time I came back here at like 9 a.m., she was just getting off the stage after an interview. She had finished the race. She had gotten that belt buckle. Like that to me is like, if she can put that together today, like that's exciting.
What a moral victory, and I've already got the goosebumps going, folks. Let's go. Yeah, and Camille Herron, of course, one of the greatest ultra runners of all time, has traditionally, had her best performances on the flatter, faster races, on the roads, on the track, but she is also a great trail runner, having won races like Bandera and Black Canyon.
I mean, she's a world record holder in the 24-hour and the 100-mile on the track, on the 100-mile on a trailbed surface. Like, she has legs. If we see her come out of Robinson Flat looking good with, near the top 10, and she can keep going, and she's clearly healthy, that's scary. I love that quote of her husband having this dream. We got to interview her earlier this week of dreaming that she beat the sun to the track, and I was like, oh, chills, goosebumps.
Yes, sometimes it is all about those good omens and that good energy, and we will definitely be following Camille's progress throughout the day. And like we said, as we talked to Arlen Glick, if she and Arlen are in contact with the traditionally better mountain and trail runners, when they get to Michigan Bluff or Forest Hill, watch out, because those two do have leg speed and all the 100-mile pedigree you need to arrive here on the track in first place, or at least in podium contention. So going back to maybe the history of this race, what makes it special, what makes it unique and differentiated within the greater trail running ecosystem. Of course, Western States is the oldest 100-mile trail foot race in the world. Started way back in, I think it was 1977 or 1973. We'll look it up, by Gordy Ainsley. We'll get to that story a little bit later. It really has started a movement around the world, and trail running is the fastest growing outdoor sport right now. And it all started here on the legendary Western States Trail that traverses from Olympic Valley all the way to where we sit on the track at Placer High School.
Yeah, I love too that's traditionally a horse race, right? Like it started out as a horse race, and then it was like, oh, I think humans could maybe do that too. And suddenly you've got the horse race that still happens every year, the Western States Endurance Ride, and now you have us making our way. I think there are 385 brave souls that will be departing from Olympic Valley at Palisades Tahoe today. A little bit more than normal. We get to kind of average that out over the course of 5 years to kind of keep that number for our permits. But that to me is like, yes, we will have a top 10. Yes, we will have a brand new male and female champion this year taking home a Cougar for the first time, likely. But there will also be 385 runners that we hope that we get to welcome as many of them as possible to the track here at Placer High School.
Yep. And last year was one of the hottest years on record here at the Western States 100. We think this year is going to be in the top 10 hottest races ever. And interestingly, last year we saw tons of attrition in the men's race. The heat absolutely obliterated, especially the professional field in the men's race. But we saw an absolutely historic women's race here last year.
I mean, the second and fifth fastest times ever by Beth Pascal, who is not joining us this year due to injury, and Ruth Croft. But arguably, as we talked about yesterday with Kyle Pietari, probably the best ever performance and the second best ever performance run on this course, given the conditions. Like, those were not course record, like the conditions last year were not course record conditions. And yet the women put on an incredible show. I think there were 8 women in the top 20 overall. There were 15 women in the top 30 overall. They ran their way into the into the overall top 10. We had 3 women in the overall top 10 last year. Like, historic performances all around on the women's side. And
we had a front row seat and got to do the finish line interviews. It was truly something
to
remember.
There were tears.
Yep, and just to sort of bring up a stat I saw last night as I was just kind of going through all my notes. 3 of the top 10 fastest women's times ever run came last year. So I would put all 3 of those performances in the category as some of the best of all time here at Western States, including Beth Pascal, who unfortunately will not be joining us here for the race this year, but we think we might have her for at least some of the broadcasts. So it's going to be fun. Stick around. We hope to have last year's champion, Beth Pascal, from the UK on the broadcast at some point today.
Yeah, I think, it'll be interesting to get her take on what might happen out there. I would love to hear her predictions of the course and of the conditions, because she knows these women that are racing super well. What are you thinking, do you have a predictive time that you think might happen on the men's side or the women's side as far as when we might expect our first finishers to make it to the track?
Geez, I mean, of course, it's all speculation, but I love doing the prognostication, as you know, Corinne. I would say in the men's race now, it's gotten to the point where you have to run under 15 hours to win the race here, unless it's some anomaly year that's both hot and with a lot of snow. So I would expect the men's winner to probably come on to the track at 14 and a half hours, 14:45 maybe. And then the women, I mean, I think the women's race is going to be so interesting this year, and I think it's going to require one of those historic type performances to win. I'm saying 17 and a half.
Okay, yeah, which I think, Beth Pascal was like 17:10 last year. Yep. Ruth Croft in second was like 17:33. So I think with Ruth Croft back in the field, I think she is, head and shoulders the favorite, if there is a favorite in the field, being the returning F2. Yep. From the 2021 edition of the race. But that being said, who's going to be there to push her. Yeah. I'm really excited about that. These are images.
Looks like we've got some images from the start line here. You see we're 18 minutes from go time here. Still nice and dark, but I guess yeah, it's interesting. Corinne, you and I have both run this race. Combined, we have 5 finishes, and it looks quite dark there. And you saw Camille had her headlamp on, but virtually none of the runners will start with a headlamp. I think they time it perfectly.
Yeah, you don't need it. It turns out, right? As soon as I told Taylor Nolan that. Taylor Nolan's first Western States this weekend. She got a golden ticket at Black Canyon earlier this year, and I said, you're gonna feel like you need a headlamp when you're standing there, but within 2 minutes of the gun going off and you guys heading up the escarpment, you're not going to need it, so don't take one.
It's almost like they planned it that way.
It's almost like they planned it, and we're just past the longest day of the year. Solstice just happened only a couple days ago, so they will have lots of light to run through today.
Yep. Corinne, ever since you mentioned Ruth's name, there's some people in the chat giving her big kudos and good lucks. Let's talk about Ruth a little bit more. You guys are buddies and teammates, the great Kiwi trail runner, one of the most consistent, versatile athletes in the sport.
Yeah, I don't know what she can't do, really. We've gotten to watch. She won outright at Tarawera, but, she came to the U.S. earlier. She came to the U.S. earlier this year. She spent about a month in Flagstaff, Arizona at altitude getting ready, and then has been in California. She got out on the course with teammate Emily Hoagland, who was 7th last year and is back in the race this year. So she's been spending time over here. She's ready, and I'm just excited to see what her legs have in it today.
Yeah. One of those athletes who's dangerous at any distance on any type of terrain, but she, by her own admission, says that she's best at these more runnable trail races. So Ruth Croft, probably the women's favorite going into the race today.
With a huge chase pack.
Huge chase pack, wide open women's field. And we'll have plenty of time to go into more of the characters here if you missed our prognostication session yesterday. So lots of runners to monitor throughout the day. A couple other resources that might be fun for people to look at. Of course, the Western States 100 website is is an absolute library of incredible statistics and history. And of course, also ultralive.net. We will be referencing that a million times throughout the day.
And then the iRunFar Twitter feed, I think, is one for a follow today, because they are going to be out all over course. We utilize them as well to get intel and information from racers and from their crews as they make their way across the course today.
Absolutely. And yeah, I guess it's also worth mentioning too, we are making a little bit more of an initiative on the social media front on the Western States 100 accounts. So if you don't follow WSER on Instagram, make sure you do so. We've got a team that's going to be funneling content into that account throughout the day as well. And yeah, it's going to be no shortage of digital content for you throughout the day. Corinne, I remember last year just getting inundated with messages after our live stream just saying, I didn't expect to watch all day, but I sat there for 12, 15 hours.
I had it on in the shower. I ran around the block to not lose service. Yeah. So you don't have to go anywhere. You can stay with us all day, independent of what errands you're running, independent of where your long run might take you, maybe just loops around your house. But we're going to be on it all day, and hopefully we're going to be able to provide a little bit more in the form of getting some video from earlier on the course where we historically have not had footage in the past, just because, this is, while it doesn't feel that remote, we're sitting at a high school track right now, and the start line is at a big mountain resort. The early part of the race, even the first 100K is through pretty remote terrain. Like Michigan Bluff has 4 houses in it, basically. There's one house that has their internet on over there. So we are excited, and we are hopeful that we will have more footage earlier with some new technology this year, but it's not, there's no guarantee. But we've got all of our fingers and toes crossed.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great point, too. I mean, the remoteness of this course, I don't think is fully appreciated by a lot of the general public who have never had the privilege to run this race. But it's a 100-mile point-to-point course, and you barely step on asphalt at all over the course of that 100 miles. And let's get down to the start line.
Epicenter of ultra running in the world. Welcome to the Western States Endurance Run for 2022.
They went to the briefing. Keely, finish your warm-up. You're good. You're going to cut to the briefing. So do your thing. Hey, go crush the team.
Here at the start line, just over 13 minutes until that shotgun goes off. I think Paul Lind is going to be shooting that shotgun shell. Maybe let's relive the moment on the track where we almost burst into tears last year.
I think there were tears.
Yes.
We can't deny the fact that we were in tears last year when Cody Lind put on that incredible performance to finish M4, to be greeted by his dad, Paul Lind, at the finish line, to know that Paul was there shooting the shotgun to start the race. They did label the shotgun shell earlier this week. They write on it every single year. And then that shotgun shell was passed to you and then handed to Cody at the finish line. And I think we were all just, going to melt into puddles of tears at that point.
Goosebump City here in the studio, folks. This race is truly, truly special. It has both a feeling of a grassroots, low-key race, and also all the hubbub and conversation, analysis, and hype of a world championship level race. One of the things that makes the Western States so, so special. And we have over 2,700 people watching us live on YouTube right now. It is 4:47 a.m. Pacific time here. So welcome everybody to the 2022 Western States 100 live stream. If you're just joining us, we want to give a big thank you and shout out to Hoka, the presenting partner of the Western States 100 and the brand that had the vision and made the investment in allowing us to do this for the second year in a row. So a big thank you to Hoka. They've got a ton of great athletes in the field today. We just talked to Camille. Corinne, let's talk about Adam Peterman, another Hoka athlete in the field.
Yeah, I think Adam Peterman might be the person in the race who has the most, external expectation placed on him for this. We had got to interview him earlier this week, and I was just really impressed with his composure overall, just because, he ran his first 100K to get a ticket into this race, and every time he gets to the start line, he seems to put on a magical performance. I'm not sure what will happen out there today. We did find out that we believe that the last time that someone on the men's side, well, we'll caveat with that, on the men's side, the last person that won Western States on their first 100 was in like 1986. So it hasn't really been done on the men's side for someone to come into their debut 100 at Western States and for it to go so perfectly that they win the race. That has happened on the women's side before. So I'm just really curious to know what happens for Adam Peterman out there today once he gets past that 100K mark in particular.
Yep. So everybody at home, if you're less familiar with the professional fields, keep your eye on Adam Peterman. Add him to your favorites list on ultralive.net.
You have 10 more minutes to put in your fantasy picks if you haven't done that yet.
Get those fantasy picks in. And yes, I think, wide open field in both the men's and women's races. Again, we'll have plenty of time to go through some of the main characters that we expect to contend for that bronze Cougar trophy that's awarded to the winners of this race. I think as we get to close to 10 minutes to go, I think it'll be interesting to note that we do expect to have runners following the leaders up the entire first climb of this course. Corinne, maybe give a quick description of these opening miles.
Yeah, I mean, you start out with a run, but it quickly turns into a power hike for most of the field. There definitely will be runners that run almost the entirety of that climb. It'll be interesting. We kind of jokingly say, like, oh, you don't want to be the first one over the escarpment, but obviously someone has to be the first one over the escarpment. And when Camille's in the field, sometimes that is Camille, or Camille is pretty darn close to the front of the entire field going over the escarpment. But basically, you're going to head up out of the resort on the cat track. It's kind of a nice winding, gradual climb, but you do gain several thousand feet in just about 4 miles up to the escarpment. So it's not an easy way to start the race, but hopefully, as you can see on your screen, we've got some runners that look a little chilled this morning. We're seeing some long sleeves, some gloves, that kind of thing out there, but they will be quickly warming up as they work their way up that hill.
Yeah, I think they were expecting it to be about 50, 54 degrees at the start line this year, and we will have eventually a Strava graphic to show you the stats on this opening climb. It is the biggest climb of the day, climbing up from Olympic Valley all the way over the escarpment and dropping into the Granite Chief Wilderness for a long gradual downhill all the way to the track here. So a big shout out to Zach Marion and Justin Grunwald, who are going to be our cameramen following the lead men and women up over this climb. We expect to have some drones operating, and we expect to hopefully get you some incredible visuals of the Lake Tahoe Basin.
As the sun rises, like that is the best part. If you've not been to Western States, come some year and just go hike up the escarpment before the start of the race and be up there at the top to cheer the runners as they crest that, to kind of go into the abyss of the Granite Chief Wilderness and take in that sunrise for just a moment over the Tahoe Basin.
Yeah, great point, Corinne. Something that you guys are going to want to stick around and watch. There's sort of a tradition that at the top, even the fastest runners in the world take a minute to give each other hugs, to enjoy the view before dropping off the other side for about 97, 96 more miles of battle through the heat of the day all the way to Auburn, California.
Whenever you're ready to throw it.
And we have Skyler down at the start line, and we think we're going to be able to throw it to him. Just waiting on confirmation from our production team. I think Skyler's got Ludovic Pomeray, another interesting athlete in the field. So, guys, throw it to Skyler if you want. Otherwise, happy to keep going here. Here we go, Skyler.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Dylan. Yes, here with Ludovic at the start line here at Palisades. Sir, how are you feeling this morning?
Scared. It will be a long day, so yeah, we'll see. And scared and excited, so let's see.
Awesome. We definitely have some folks in the chat who are asking what the shoe choice is. Obviously, you're rocking the Hokas. What shoe choice are you starting with?
Tectonics, and then we'll see for the finish.
Awesome. This is going to be quite an experience for you. A lot of energy here down here at the start line. What is going to be a successful day for you? When you're coming up the escarpment as you're approaching the track, what's going to be a defining moment for you to say today was a good day?
I hope the finish line. I hope to see the finish line, and I enjoy to meet my crew again and to run with my pacers. So it's as well a family experience. So yeah, let's see.
Awesome. Well, they're starting to do the briefing, so I'll let you get to the start line. Thanks for joining us. Throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Ludo is an interesting character, right? Probably, traditionally we've had a number of Masters athletes, a bunch of Masters men, particularly in the field, who kind of act as guardian angels maybe for the men who are going to race maybe a more I don't know, kind of a gradual build into the top 10. But Ludo is kind of, it's his first Western States, but he's probably gonna, like, I'd put money on him being the top Masters athlete to come across the finish line.
I would too. That guy is so strong. I had a front row seat to witness Ludo win the Grand Raid, the Diagonal des Fous, last October. He is, I think, 48 years old now. Ludovic Pomeray, a former UTMB champion, aside from Western States, the other most important race in the world. Ludovic, just such an impressive athlete, even still at 48 years old.
Yeah, so the European contingent that is in the race and the Canadian contingent that's in the race are always very interesting too, because I feel like they bring a slightly different dynamic to the event. A lot of them, it might be their first time racing in the U.S., not the Canadians so much, but, you know, we've got like Camille Brujas, who it was second at UTMB to Courtney DeWalter in the field. That's a very interesting character. You've got Tom Owens, Britt, who's racing today. I'm super curious to know. He obviously has good leg speed, but, you know, will he handle the heat well? That's a big question mark for me. So I'm curious. Dominika from Poland, you know, she might be the first woman over the escarpment. She's so fast. She wins the Wings for Life event most years. She's incredibly talented at Road Ultra. She got her golden ticket at Black Canyon back in February, finishing second to Claire Gallagher, who is obviously a champion of this race. So, you know, there are some interesting characters in the race, and I'm really curious to know, you know, what happens early, what happens later, who's going to make those moves.
Yeah, such a great point. Yeah, I was going to say, you know, we've been working together long enough to take the words out of each other's mouths, but I think Dominika might be one of the fastest first people up to the top of the mountain, and we shall see in just a few minutes. I think we're going to go back to the start line now, so stick with us.
Yeah, we can probably pick out some runners here.
Smiles and the encouragement as you've been here at the start, going to all the events. They've been setting things up behind the scenes. They're going to be out on the course as well. All of Craig's course managers, if you could give all of them a round of applause, please. You know, we love our history here at Western States. I have to point out this as well. It's been the tradition forever. Here in 3 minutes and 40 some odd seconds, there's going to be a shotgun blast that's going to go off into the sky. For many years, Dr. Robert Lind, who was our medical director, was the person who would fire his shotgun and let the race get started that way. Dr. Lind was an amazing person. He was, without a doubt, one of the greatest people who's ever been associated with this race. He passed away a few years ago, but thankfully his family has always been involved with our race. His son, Paul, is here today, wearing his dad's jacket, wearing his dad's hat, with the family shotgun, and here in 3 minutes, he's going to send a shotgun blast into the sky. So if you wouldn't mind, if you could give the Lind family and Paul Lind a round of applause, please. Now, this moment is all about you, and we all know that. You're going to have, here in a few minutes, you're going to go off on an incredible journey. You're going to get up to the escarpment, and you're going to have a moment where you're going to look and you're going to see the lake off in one direction and you're going to see the mountains off in the other. And our women elites for years have gotten this right. What they do is a moment of sisterhood, which is just incredible. They grab each other, they hug each other, and they look out they look at that lake and they think about how far they've come. And then they look and they know they still have so far to go, but they know that they're going to make it because they have the support of so many people out there. So if you have a chance, when you get up to the escarpment, take a moment to take it all in, to understand that this is an incredible moment. And it's special because of the fact that you're not alone. There are people who love you, who are going to be out there, who are going to be crewing you, that are going to be pacing you, that are going to be supporting you. So those people that you love, if you wouldn't mind, give them a round of applause right now. And finally, 3 pieces of advice. Say thank you. Run with thanks. Run with love. Tell people that you love them today, because that's what this sport at its essence is all about, is this wonderful community that we're all a part of, that we all reach out to one another, support one another, tell each other that you're special, and this is going to be a special day. And then finally, run with an open heart. Open your heart. Let other people's race become your race. Let your race become their race. Let them know that as you run together, Today, you're going to have so many different discoveries, and you're going to find out so much about yourself and what is truly important in our lives. So if you do those 3 things, I know we're in a data-driven sport, but that's my algorithm of love and care that I think will help you all. So here in a few minutes, here in a few seconds, we're gonna count down the final seconds. So we'll count that final 10 down together, but I want to tell you all look beautiful this morning. You're all going to have a fantastic day. Thank you, Tim. All right, you guys. I want to start counting, but I'm too early here. Okay, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a fantastic journey. We'll see you all in Auburn.
Oh my goodness.
We are off. The Western States 100 of 2022 is off and running, folks. It is 5 a.m. local time here in California, and what a great speech by John Trent there at the start line. It's Goosebump City here in the studio, as it will be all day. And here they go, enjoying that journey, and I loved everything that John Trent just said.
Yes.
Just absolutely amazing. And as you all will notice on your feeds now, that countdown clock is now counting up, so you'll know where we are in the race, right? We're 40 seconds in. So keep an eye on that as we get through the day. That will help you with splits as we come through major aid stations and we track our leaders and everyone else out on course. But I love this. I love the people who are just like, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
And just like that, it's quiet in Olympic Valley again as they tiptoe up the ski hill here, folks. Do not go anywhere. This is going to be a day for the ages. The historic Western States 100 is underway, and we are here to entertain you throughout the day, to accompany you along this 100-mile journey as we witness these courageous human beings doing heroic things. It's really an incredible sport. I love John Trent's speech there. That's John Trent right there on our screen with the white hoodie. He's the guy who was just giving us that great speech as we cut to a beautiful drone shot of the leaders heading up this hill here. Corinne, you and I have both had the honor of running this race in the past. One of my funny memories is jogging up this hill in the lead group of men, and you can already feel the competitive juices. Everybody's saying like, hey, you know, I'm not thinking about racing until Forest Hill, but at the same time, everybody's looking at each other.
Oh no, yeah. As soon as that shotgun goes off, it's like all those thoughts you had in your head about running a conservative race have gone out the window because adrenaline is pumping.
Yep.
And you're like, well, we got to go now.
And you're just sizing up the competition. You're saying, you know, who's wearing what, who looks good, who looks relaxed. And there's a long way to go, but this is the pinnacle. This is championship level racing for the professional athletes. There's a lot on the line, but like John Trent said, it's about a lot more than just winning and losing for these athletes. It's about friendship. It's about personal challenge. It's about enjoying beautiful Mother Nature and the great outdoors. And it's about just accomplishing something amazing. So we are looking at the front pack here in the opening mile. We have camera on the ground here.
Those are Hoka shirts at the front right there, that blue and orange.
Looks like Hayden Hawks right here, folks. Hayden Hawks from Cedar City.
Followed by, it looks like Adam Peterman, Tim Tollefson, all in that mix as well.
And we just identified Scotty Trayer at the start line, somebody who's also a lot of people are talking about from Arizona, works for Viper Running. There's Tim Tollefson.
Running in that dress shirt, and he put in a huge training block going into this. Really excited to see how he does out there.
Yep. So to our fans at home, this is a good opportunity to ID these athletes. Here's Camille Herron, so you can see what they're wearing.
Running right next to Sep. That's Sep of France in the Solomon kit right next to her.
Yeah, we should talk about Seb here in a little bit. He's a very, very strong character that could be a potential factor for the win here, I think, today. Solomon athlete from France. But yeah, good opportunity to ID these athletes, see what they're wearing.
Arlen Glick was right in front of Camille Herron in that shot as well, so taking it out really smoothly.
We got Tim Tollefson, Adam Peterman, Hayden Hawks, Ludovic Pomeray, the Hoka train cruising up the hill
That was
here.
a Nike singlet right next to him, which I'm assuming was either, it looks like probably Drew Holman is my guess. Tyler Green likes to take a little bit more of a conservative start out of the gun. Look how bright it is already. The sun is coming up in Tahoe.
Yep, like we said, it was dark a second ago. Nobody's got their headlamps on. They're letting that alpenglow light their way up these first few miles, tiptoeing up the hill. Again, this is the biggest climb of the day. Eventually, we'll get around to showing you the whole course profile so that you can see the terrain that's ahead of these athletes. As we look at Hayden Hawks rocking that M8 bib, one of the most talented athletes.
Looking around there over his shoulder there for a second.
Who is over his shoulder there just behind him? Is that Adam Kimball?
That might be Adam Kimball. Truckee local.
Truckee local, Buff athlete. Big shout out to Buff, also one of our live stream sponsors here today.
Tahoe Rim Trail.
Yeah.
FKT holder, men's supported side. Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive runner. New dad this year, running with a lot of purpose out there. So Adam Kimball might be that gentleman there on the other side of our screen.
Yep. And that's Ludo Pomeray on the left-hand side of your screen here. As we are here with women's leader Camille Herron in the lead pack of the men as well.
With Arlen Glick right there on her side, chatting there for a second. We've got our two Midwesterners.
Yeah, it looks like this camera is just a little bit more clean, a little bit more crisp, but I think this is Zach Marion carrying the camera. And we've got Justin Grunwald ahead of him, following the lead men. So shout out to those guys.
Well, I mean, Camille is in that group. There's Tim Tollefson, there's Adam Peterman.
This is actually interesting, Corinne.
That is your lead group. Camille is in the lead group. That is your men's leader and your women's leader all together right there.
And Camille is side by side with Arlen Glick. We were saying at the beginning of our broadcast this morning, the two sort of flatter terrain 100-milers here, mixing it up with the mountain goats at the Western States 100. So both Camille Herron in the center of your screen, Arlen Glick on the right-hand side. Look out for those kits today. Two fantastic athletes, but who typically excel on the flatter courses.
Yeah, Arlen's got a lot in his pack. I wonder if he's got some water back there is what it kind of looks like, which for the high country, you know, if it's your first time running this race too, that first aid station feels like it's quite a ways away. And so wouldn't be surprised if you're like, okay, it's going to be dry, it's going to be high, I need a little extra stuff to get me going.
Yep. Next to Camille on the left, that's Vincent Fiette, another French athlete. So we cut back to Hayden Hawks. Lead male, just a few steps ahead of Camille here. And Camille, just an athlete who runs without any sense of fear, who runs with so much self-belief, not afraid to take it out with the lead men up the first climb. We were expecting to potentially see Dominika Stelmach maybe hanging with her. That was just pure speculation. We'll get to see the rest of the lead women here momentarily. But, yeah, this is the lead group here, and I can't identify, I think, you know, that line of white jerseys there on the left is Tom Owens from the UK.
Okay.
The middle is Seb Spaler, and then I wonder if that may be Drew Holman on the right with that white singlet on. Tough to tell.
It is tough to tell from this angle. It's not Tyler. It was definitely a Nike singlet, so there's Ludo up there, too. Ludo taking it out.
The 48-year-old Ludo Pomeray, UTMB champion, Grand Raid champion, running side by side with his Hoka teammate Hayden Hawks here, chit-chatting, looking at the view. Yeah, Ludo was here last year pacing Audrey Tanguay, another
so he's got
French
experience
runner.
on the course, and that is hugely important.
And I guess we should say he qualified getting a golden ticket at UTMB last year. So Ludo Pomeray here running for the first time, though does have experience pacing on the course.
That Solomon singlet, the Solomon pack and shirt next to Seb might be Jared Hazen. We got to remember that Jared Hazen will be in a Solomon kit today, not a Hoka kit. And so we'll be keeping our eyes out for Jared Hazen in that group as well.
And if you're just joining us, we've got 4,500 people watching us now on YouTube. Make sure you do get in the chat, interact with us all day. We're going to have so much fun sitting in these chairs, Corinne and myself, for the next 20-plus hours. But we have a 31-hour live stream coming at you.
Yep, so it'll be curious to know kind of what pacing plans are going to form and what pacing plans aren't going to form. right there. Looks like there's a little bit of separation. I think that is Drew Holman entering our screen right
Yeah, there's
there,
Drew.
and that white hat with the gray and black pack there.
Yeah, center of the screen there with the 2 handhelds. That's Jeff Colt, interesting athlete.
On running, yeah, and he's 11 days post testing positive for COVID.
Yeah.
He's testing negative for COVID as of earlier this week.
That's Cody Lynn there on the right there. Cody Lynn, what
Scott
a great
athlete.
story in the race this year. We've talked about him at length. His dad just shot the shotgun to send him off on the course. His partner, Brittany Peterson, has been second here. They both finished 4th here on the track. Again, just one of the most special moments of my career. Getting to interview Cody, just such a beautiful, I don't know, encapsulation of our sport here on the track, getting to interview him after the race of his life to finish 4th in last year's race. And Cody Lind has a team behind him this year. I'm so excited to see him race. Everybody says he's in even better shape, and he's got the legend, one of the best 100-milers of all time, Jeff Browning,
There's
pacing him.
Allie Mack sprinting across the front of our screen to get some more footage. That's Broken Arrows VK champion from last weekend. Allie Mack getting some footage out there. Oh, there's Tyler Green.
Portland, Oregon, Tyler Green, one of the smartest athletes in the field just in terms of his race execution. We saw Tyler Green storm through the entire field to finish
That's Ellie
second
Pell
overall.
next to Tyler Green. We don't know if this is our second woman, but that's Ellie Pell of Ithaca, New York, and on running. Jeff Colt's teammate there, running next to Tyler Green. We will try to get footage of the rest of our women's field here. We only have a couple cameras on the escarpment, so we'll be kind of jumping around a little bit. But my guess is that we will have footage of them going over the top, and that will give us a better idea. We'll also have a timing. There's a timing map there, so we'll have a better idea of kind of what that order is. But that is Ellie Pell of Ithaca, New York, with the red pack on right there. Looks
Repping
like
the Beast Coast.
That might be our second woman based. I can see Jeff Colt in that screen, so it looks like Ellie Pell is going out in second behind Camille Herron. This is her, I think it's her debut 100-miler, and she got her golden ticket back at Bandera in January.
Yep, representing the East Coast. And the composure of Tyler Green, and here's Alex Nichols. These two guys absolutely worth keeping your eye on. Two of the most consistent and just like tacticians of the sport, Tyler and Alex Nichols. Both have finished second here at the Western States 100. I'm sure
and
both
still
of them
somehow are under the radar for most. So Alex Nichols, Colorado Springs guy, collegiate coach. He finished 10th in last year's race. Excited to see if he can put together a better day this year.
Yeah, as we look down into Olympic Valley for a brief second, and we are back with men's leader Ludovic Pomeray here, cruising up this service road on the Palisades Tahoe ski area. And these athletes are going to enjoy some vistas. We're back now with Reed Coolset and Alex Nichols here. Reed Coolset, a 2-time Olympian for his home country of Canada, a 2:10 marathoner.
I was going to say, has to have the fastest marathon PR in the field. So, But I think in interviews this week, he's kind of been like, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. He's been in the sport of ultra running for probably 10, 11 months now. So, I'm excited to see what happens out there for him. But he's in for a potential vision quest today.
He is in for a special day, I think is a euphemism for what he's in for today. But Reed Coolset, yeah, just one of those fascinating characters to follow throughout the day. Make sure you do pull up your ultralive.net. Put your favorite list in there. As we cut to the top of the escarpment here, this is roughly 3.5 miles into the race as we look down at Lake Tahoe. How beautiful is this? The Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California. And this is the birthplace of 100-mile trail racing, and you guys have a front row seat. The lead men usually take, I think about 45 minutes to come over the top of the hill, so they're probably about a third of the way up there now.
Yeah, and someone brought up in the chat, there's obviously very different strategies going on here. We're seeing handhelds. We're seeing a lot of athletes are wearing belts, and in that belt, they've got a bottle, generally speaking, and they've got food tucked in there. You'll see athletes with packs on. I I personally, I don't love handhelds. I don't like how they feel. My hands always get swollen during races. So, and I like to push off my legs when I hike. So I go to a pack. But it's going to be a little bit different for everyone. That is Tom Owens in that Solomon kit. There's Tim Tolson.
I laid my eyes on Jared Hazen. He's wearing a red Solomon pack. So he's also got the white shirt on, but with a red pack. So that'll be the differentiation between the Solomon crew.
Until they pick up a new pack somewhere along the way, I'm sure. So, I mean, there are a lot of athletes going fairly minimal for the early stages of this race. You know, the aid stations aren't that close together early on, and there is some spread between those aid stations too. There's some places that are pretty exposed, and I think I had a third bottle at one point just to dump some water on myself and in the high country part of the course. That might change later for some of these athletes. Oh, there's Keely Henninger and Ruth Croft.
And Katie Asmuth. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, chit-chatting it up.
I can't identify that fourth woman in our screen right now, but that is a good women's pack. I think conversational.
I think that was Martin Cox too, right ahead of these three women. He is Beth Pascal's coach. I had the opportunity to do a long chat with him the other day. Really great to get to know him. Sort of a mountain running legend who got in with a pretty interesting way into the race through sort of like through raffle tickets, an abundance of raffle tickets that a friend sort of purchased back home in the UK. And Martin Cox, an interesting character in the race here, ahead of Ruth Croft, potentially the women's favorite. We talked about her earlier, from New Zealand. Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon in the center. Katie Asmuth from Mammoth Lakes on the far side.
Definitely three favorites in the field. We've gotten a lot of, their names have been shouted out quite a lot. They're up high on people's fantasy picks. They're up high on my fantasy picks. So to see these three women working together early makes me really excited.
Yeah, and I think in our prognostication session yesterday between myself, Kyle Pietari, Megan Hicks, and you, Corinne, we picked these three women basically to win this race today. So keep your eyes on this pack here.
Yeah, and a lot can happen out there. It'll be interesting to kind of see what shakes out over the top of the escarpment, what shakes out in the later miles of this race. You know, unfortunately, someone's day will probably go asunder. That's just normal.
Yep.
And it's 100 miles, things go wrong. But, you know, we've got our fingers crossed. And we're trying to identify. I don't have an ID on this runner. If you know.
Is that potentially the woman who finished second at Canyons, Aroa? Seo?
She finished third. She was behind Leah Yingling. I don't think so. She should be in a craft kit.
This is where we rely on the hive mind of the groupthink here on our live stream. If you can identify that woman there with the pack of Keely, Ruth, and Katie Asmuth, please do let us know in the chat so we can give her the appropriate attention. Here is Ludo, Jared Hazen.
Jared Hazen and Seb. That's a good little pack right there.
And you'll see these guys, all friends beyond being hardcore competitors. They are chatting it up here, relaxed in the opening miles before they take the gloves off.
And that is Adam Kimball for sure. That's that rabbit kit. Adam Kimball, Truckee local.
Feeling quite at home here, running in his local mountains, on his local trails. So we cut back here to sort of the chase group of women.
Yeah, so again, we've got Camille Herron and Ellie Pell in front of this group, and then we believe this is our next chase pack of 4 women headed up the escarpment.
So we've got still Cam higher up the hill here, looking down at Olympic Valley. A special place, hosted the Winter Olympics, I think back in the 60s or 70s. That's why they call it Olympic Valley, I would assume. Anyway, here we are with Jared Hazen from Flagstaff, Arizona, the second fastest person to ever run this course.
And not have a cougar.
Not have a cougar. And actually, Kyle Pietari had a brilliant observation yesterday. He's the only person in the field who's run under 16 hours in the field today.
Yeah, he's run
PR, 14 and a half.
His PR is 90 minutes faster than any other men in the race. Once again, that was, a number of years ago. Are we going to see that Jared Hazen? Like, I want to see that Jared Hazen. I hope that his training has gone well. He made some changes over the past year to try to put himself in the best position possible. He's changed sponsors. He's got a coach working with him now. So I'm really excited to see what Jared Hazen can do out there. I think a lot of us are waiting with a lot of anticipation.
He wants it. And I remember Megan Hicks also said yesterday at 27 years old, he's the veteran in the field. This is his 5th running of the race, back for revenge after dropping out last year. He was here to win last year. He said so as much to us in our pre-race interviews. Unfortunately, had to drop out of the race, but he earned his way back here at the Canyons 100K back in April. Jared Hazen, the 2nd fastest person to ever run this course. Camera on him now. Watch out for this young man today.
I think there's speculation, would Jared Hazen go over the top of the escarpment first?
Yep.
It looks like it might be setting up to be that way.
Could be. Could be. And yeah, just some comments in the chat about some lag and things like that. Guys, please do bear with us. We have an amazing crew of people working so hard on this, and it's been a year-long endeavor to bring these visuals to you as we look at Taylor Nowlin here. Nowlin, excuse me, from Spokane, Washington. But just to finish my point, Corinne, before you talk about Taylor, we are going to do everything we can to make this coverage perfect. It's crisp and clear on our feed here. We want it to be the same for you at home, but please do understand if we lose coverage here and there occasionally.
Yeah, Taylor Nowlin is, she lives in Spokane now. She's in Flagstaff for a long time, a rim-to-rim-to-rim FKT holder. She got a golden ticket this year at Black Canyon. She came up short on a golden ticket last year. She tried to make one at the Canyons 100K endurance run last April and came up quite short. Actually, or not quite short. She came up a little short behind 2 teammates. That's where Abby Hall and Emily Hoagland got their tickets last year. So excited to have Taylor Nowlin in the course, or in the field on the course this year.
Yep. Taylor Nowlin came up to Oregon, ran the Gorge Waterfalls 50K this year. She got off course a little bit. Otherwise, I think she and Keely Henninger would have had a nice battle for the win. But I think just, one of those younger, super talented athletes who's making her 100-mile debut today. So watch out for Taylor Nowlin, folks, as we look at Seb Spaler from France. And we are back now.
Oh, that is Luzia.
Mueller.
Yep. Who's been, probably the only woman in the field right now who's got, I think, 2 top 5 finishes at UTMB. Very, very solid athlete. Excited to see what she can do out here today of Switzerland.
Swiss, yep. And back here with Sebastian Spaler. So I think let's talk about him for a little bit. Very interesting character in the field, running his first 100-miler as well. He has won the North Face 50-mile championship.
He's put in a good run at Lake Sonoma 50. He's
won Templier. So that 50-mile distance for Seb, he's like one of the best ever. Definitely one of the best in the world right now. Stepping up to the 100-mile, that unknown is going to be different for him, but definitely has the tools to win today. And it looks like they've got a little separation here. Seb, Jared, and Adam Kimball, I believe, is our first 3 with Justin Grunwald on the camera.
That's interesting. I got to watch Seb win the North Face 50-miler, and he was cramping pretty bad towards the end. He put on a really aggressive race. He went out hard. Drew Holman actually was in the field, came to finish 4th. He really moved up in the field at that race. It was pretty cool to watch. But I'm curious to see once again how our rookie 100-milers do, right? Once again, a rookie 100-miler has not won Western States on the men's side since 1986. That goes for Seb. That goes for Adam Peterman, right? These guys who are coming in without a 100-mile finish under their belt.
Great point, Corinne. Another story within the story here today as the chase pack now tiptoes up the hill. Here's Ludo Pomeray in the Hoka kit. Again, the 48-year-old champion.
Lucky number 13 on Ludo today.
Yeah, good observation. Hayden Hawks, Tom Owens, Adam Peterman, Tim Tollefson. The Hoka train coming through here. Still can't ID this guy behind Tim, but we should have a visual here soon.
Yeah, it's a clean white singlet.
Let's talk about Tim.
Man, we love Tim. We're gonna try not to be biased, okay? We're gonna try really hard not to be biased. There's Camille Herron. Oh, okay, so we got Camille Herron here. She's still in that lead group of men. Arlen Glick looks to have settled in right behind her. I don't know what we
is that Dominique? Is that Dominica?
I couldn't get an ID on that runner.
No.
No, Dominica has very bright blonde hair.
Yeah, okay.
And a distinctive calf tattoo. So I think we'll be able to pick her out when we see her. I think a lot of people are rooting for Tim for the win. He had an emotional day last year. He almost dropped out. He spent 45 minutes in an aid station where the medical person there refused to cut off his wristband. And
What
said,
a
hey,
great story.
Let's get some food in you. Let's get you out of here. He rallied back to hold on to a 5th place in last year's race. I think, while it was not the race he wanted, it was the race that he got last year, and I'm really, really hoping he can put together something special today.
Yeah. He was ripping like sub 6-minute pace on the track. And then in our finish line interview, I remember Corinne, him saying that even though it was an unsatisfactory performance, it was one of his proudest moments, not quitting. And a big shout out to the group of volunteers at the Cal 2 aid station who made him sit there, compose himself, and not quit last year. Tim, back here again as one of the favorites.
We just saw Tyler Green go past your screen, followed by Ellie Pell. We believe Ellie Pell is currently running as F2 right now. So right now, Camille Herron leading your women's race, followed by Ellie Pell. And then we'll be looking for that chase pack, we believe, of a couple of women here, which looked like Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger, a woman that we could not identify. There's Dominica. Dominica is in 3rd, it looks like, right now, running behind Ellie Pell. There's Azores and Emily Hawgood.
And Camille Bruyas there. And there's the Keely.
Okay, we got the whole pack. And then this woman in the blue Nathan top, whose number I can't pick out. If any of you pick out her number, put it in the chat. Okay, we're going to try to ID that woman who is hanging out right behind Katie Asmuth, Keely Henninger, and Ruth Croft. That's a good women's top 10 pack coming that's going to be working their way over the escarpment. There'll be some movement throughout the day, but excited to see how that all shakes out.
All the characters in the mix here. As we cut back to Sebastian Spaler, we are just about 25 minutes elapsed into the Western States 100 here. They come up to this sort of flatter plateau section on the ski resort before the final kick up to the summit. We probably have, what do you think, Corinne? 10 to 15 minutes, I think, before we'll see Seb Spaler hit the apex here of the escarpment, drop into the Granite Chief Wilderness, and hit that beautiful ribbon of single track, the Western States Trail that takes them all the way to where we sit now. Corinne, I finally had an opportunity to look around ourselves this morning as we get a little bit of daybreak here in Auburn. It's a beautiful day. It's going to get hot.
Oh, there's Tessa Chesser on your screen. Tessa Chesser earned her golden ticket at Javelina this fall. I think she's coming into this race with a little bit of an injury, so I don't know that we're going to see what we want from Tessa Chesser today, but she'll be back. I got to see her in the village this week, and she'll definitely be coming back to Western States no matter what happens today.
Yep. Back with Seb Spaler, the men's leader from France. Adam Kimball. People in the chat reminding everybody that Adam Kimball knows this place like the back of his hand. The FKT holder for the TRT, just like my co-host Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, maybe just give a brief description of what that even means.
Yeah, so Adam Kimball and I and a number of other individuals went after the Tahoe Rim Trail back in 2020, all individually, and took down a bunch of records. It's 171 miles. It circumnavigates Lake Tahoe. Kilian Jornet had the record before Adam Kimball. That is a pretty impressive record to break if you're breaking a long-held record by the GOAT himself.
Yeah.
So Adam Kimball has ultra chomps, and he is a new dad, and I think he told me it better get hot. I want it to be a really, really hot year. So Adam Kimball, leading over the escarpment here with Seb, wanting a hot day. So I think it's going to deliver for him.
He's going to get it. And what a great point, Corinne. You break a Kilian Jornet held record. That means you're a good athlete.
Yeah, it turns out that should be a that is a threshold, and Adam Kimball has surpassed that. So excited to see what he can do out there. He knows this course well. He is a local guy on local trails. He just bought a house in Truckee. They got to move from South Lake, I believe, over to Truckee. Really excited to see what he can do today.
And what a great guy he is. I also got a chance to chat with him yesterday while we were doing our pre-race live interview shows. Adam Kimball here, the local favorite. I'm sure we'll have a lot of friends and family out along the course as we cut back to the top of the escarpment with all
looks
these.
Chilly up there this morning.
Look how many people made this climb up this morning. What a beautiful day. What a great place to just witness the majesty not only of Mother Nature and the Tahoe Lake Basin, but also the majesty of human beings putting everything they have on the line, courageously competing over a 100-mile foot race through the Sierra Nevada.
Yeah, and the first, while the escarpment is not an aid station, it is, kind of a popular split on the course. So I believe they'll be coming through there in kind of for the 45-ish minute time frame, generally speaking. But then the first aid station is, 10 miles out onto course. So it takes a while for us to get kind of those long-term splits. Iron Farr will be out there. They bring out the sat phone. They get us those splits from those aid stations. Is this Lucy on our screen right now?
Looks like Lucy Bartholomew.
Getting some
fan
shots
favorite
of Lucy. Give Lucy a big shout out in the chat. We know that we've got a lot of Aussies, in there. Wishing her the best of luck today.
Remember back in 2018, Lucy Bartholomew, at 22 years young, led the race for much of the event before Courtney DeWalter and Caitlin Gerben ultimately surpassed her to take the first and second spot. But Lucy made it here to the track for a third-place finish in her 100-mile debut, and she is back after a deferral because of the COVID and lockdown situation that she was experiencing in her home country of Australia. Lucy Bartholomew back with so many fans in the chat behind her. Adam Kimball, big smile on his face as we approach 30 minutes deep into this year's race.
Yeah, it's going to be, we'll get a split here in just a second, and I'm trying to pull up some splits from last year, as well as course record splits, original course record splits for women, which is Ellie Greenwood's time back in 2012. We don't think it's going to be a course record day. It's going to be fairly warm out there, but there isn't snow in the high country. The footing is going to be wet in the high country. Things are melting. Things have melted out. That we got some rain, so it's going to be, I think we're going to have some wet feet early in the race, which can come back. Little things can come back to bite you. Right? Turns out when your entire foot's a blister, it's hard to run. When you don't hydrate or fuel, it's hard to run. So there's little mistakes that add up for these runners, that add up for anyone over the course of 100 miles, that take time, out of you towards the end of the race.
I pulled up on my computer here the graphic of this Strava segment that we're going to be running. Again, big thank you to Strava for making our live stream possible here today. If you don't use Strava, what are you doing? You got to go sign up. Anyway, the distance of this first climb, 3.28 miles, elevation gain of 2,312 feet, an average grade of 13.28%. Looks like, the fastest time for men. The KOM, the CR on Strava for this segment is about 40 minutes. Women's about 42.5 minutes. As we cut looking west now, as we pan back looking east towards Lake Tahoe. Gosh, what is that, 100 people up there?
That's a big pack. I would like to be up there. No, I'm okay being here, but there is something special about being up the escarpment, about being at Forest Hill. That stuff is really, really special.
So true, so true. And what a
breeze
gift
here on the track this morning. It's really comfortable right now. We're not going to feel this good later.
I think the universe is just sending us the vibes, Corinne. A nice little breeze this morning saying, hey, you guys, we got your back today.
We're gonna take care of you. We're gonna keep you safe. Yeah, things will slowly be warming up for us here on the track. I'm sure we will be sweating just like everyone else. We'll probably be tired up there. I don't have a historic split for the escarpment. I do have Lion Ridge, which will be that first aid station. Lion Ridge will probably expect to see our men coming through there in about 1:42-ish elapsed time. So we've got a ways until we really truly get our first splits, but we'll be able to tell you kind of what the order is looking like coming over the escarpment.
And once we kind of get up over the top here, we probably won't have visual of the runners for a little while, so we'll have an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about the course, show you the course profile, show you where the aid stations are, where the various checkpoints are, and give you a little bit more of a download on the course. But this is the high point roughly 8,700 feet of altitude up here. Corinne, one of the things that we talked about yesterday in our prognostication session is that a lot of times people don't think about Western States as an altitude race and underestimate this high country section, but this is really an average elevation in the first 30 miles of about 7,000 feet. So those who live and train at altitude are definitely at an advantage.
Yeah, everything gets ramped up when you're unfamiliar with that. Your metabolism's ramped up, your heart rate is ramped up. I think we're gonna throw the Strava segment up while we have a moment before our lead runners get up there.
And here we are. A big thank you to Strava. This is the start to Emigrant Pass, the climb up the ski resort where we just watched the lead athletes cruise up that service road, up to that plateau section, cutting through the meadow, up all the way to the top of the escarpment and Emigrant Pass. Again, 3.28 miles, 2,300 feet of climbing. And we would probably, those CRs, I think, would indicate the fastest ever time run up the hill, not necessarily the fastest time in the race. I think we'll see the lead men come up over the top at about 45 minutes or so, maybe less, actually. Here's Adam Kimball. Looks like race leader right now, cruising through the little meadow section. Bumped into Jason Koop right here during a run this week. Really a beautiful section of the course here. And yeah, I'd say Adam Kimball is about 10 minutes from the top, maybe even less. So if you are just joining us now, we are 34 minutes into the 2022 Western States 100. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. We are presented by Hoka. This is the second year that we've done this live stream broadcast coverage of the Western States 100, the oldest and most important 100-mile foot race in North America. One of the most legendary and coolest events in the world, if you ask me, as we cut to Erica Hoagland here. Corinne?
Erica Hoagland, we'll have a feature story on her. Erica is part of the pregnancy deferral program that Western States runs due to injury and pregnancy deferral and the pandemic. This is kind of a long time deferral coming. She's finished 10th in this race before. Excited to see Erica make her way through the course today. I coach Erica, so I'm a little bit biased.
I guess I didn't realize that.
She's amazing. She's got a 4.5-year-old now, and she runs a cookie operation. She makes the world's best sugar cookies. They're beautiful.
Yep, and she and her husband, Carl Hoagland. Carl is the publisher of Ultra Running Magazine. So two people who give back, invest so much in our sport. Great to see Erica here. Maybe talk about the pregnancy deferral a little bit more.
Yeah, so Western States does this really great thing where it's kind of a multi-year, I think it's a 3-year pregnancy deferral. It allows women to move their spot. Oh, Megan Canfield is on the screen. Megan Canfield, legend, the queen. We have to give her a shout out. Yes. She is going not only for the women's masters record, but the overall masters record today. And she'll be paced later by her coach and dear friend, Pat Reagan. So really excited to see what Meg can do. She has finished this race. Is this her 13th?
She's going for number 13. I think she's been top 10 like 11 times or something like that. They call her the queen for a reason. Anyway, Corinne, we cut back to Adam Kimball here. Finish your thought on the pregnancy deferral.
Yeah, I feel like Western States is kind of trying to lead the way there. Pregnancy is a big barrier to entry for women in the sport when it comes to keeping your tickets alive in the lottery, when it comes to giving up that spot and maybe having to start all over again. And so Western States put this in place in order to kind of protect those tickets, protect that spot in the lottery for those women who might be trying to start their family. And so I think it's a really cool initiative, and we're seeing other races take that on. Broken Arrow's taken that on. A number of, I think High Lonesome has taken that on. That's really exciting, I think.
Here's Carly Kerner here, cruising up the hill.
Looks happy.
Yes, gotta have that love. I guess it's important to just state the obvious. Only 383 runners in the field today. There are thousands and thousands of people in the world who want to do this race. When you get into the Western States 100, it is a sacred, sacred opportunity, something that we all are so glad and grateful to be able to do when we have that opportunity. Corinne and myself, like I mentioned earlier, have 5 combined finishes between the two of us. Some of the greatest days of my life spent on this course, suffering, and now we get to sit here and bring this wonderful race to the world.
I know, it makes me a little antsy. There's definitely, I think, a part of both of us who, while we enjoy this side of things, I don't know. Every time I sit here, I'm like, okay, when do we go back? When do we run this? So the footage we're seeing from the very top of this is not an aid station. This is just the top of the escarpment. It does sound like Hoka actually organized a hike up there this morning, so they had a ton of people come out for it. The first actual aid station, though, is 10.3 miles into the race over on Lion Ridge. So it's going to be a while for our lead men and women to get there. I think Jim came through there in just over 140. Last year it was 141 and change, and so we'd expect our lead men to kind of get there in about the same time.
Cool.
So we've got a ways to go, which is interesting though when you see athletes with different strategies for how much fluid and fuel they're carrying. They have 10 miles to go. They've got almost 2 hours or more than 2 hours of running to go to get to that aid station. And so trying to be selective of, it's a cool start. Yes, maybe you've just had some breakfast and just had some fuel and just had some hydration, but you don't want to get behind on hydration and nutrition early in 100. And so different strategies will be employed by different athletes out there. But yes, they have 10.3 miles from the start line to get up over the escarpment all the way out to Lion Ridge.
Yes, it is important to stay on top of that hydration early in the race. We've got some questions in the chat about the weather forecast, so we might as well repeat what we said earlier, Corinne. We expect this to be one of the top 10 hottest days ever. I looked at the forecast this morning. It looked like a forecast about 100 to 101 here where we sit in Auburn. I thought it was about the same at the river crossing at Rucky Chucky. That's about mile 78. And then it was about low 90s, 91, 92 in Forest Hill, which is 100K, is about 60 miles into the race here. We are back with race leader Adam Kimball. He's back on the ski service road here. In just a second, you're going to see him crouch down into hike mode as he starts to make his way up to the escarpment. There's a quick little technical stretch of steep single track here. Yep, here it is here.
Yep, there's some great photos that come out of this section of the course every year.
Yep.
Because you get that shot of these runners. Like if you shoot at them, you get to see, all the way out to the lake. It's really, really beautiful. So we're following our lead man, Adam Kimball, Truckee local, up this climb as they make their way up to the escarpment. But yes, it's gonna be hot. As Kyle Pietari said, there are hot years or normal years, which are hot, and there are hot years, and there are cool years. And historically, generally, it's a hot year. It's gonna be a hot year. It's maybe not. I don't think we're gonna be quite as hot as 2021, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be warm out there, and the Easy Bake Oven has been turned on in the canyon section of the course. You're gonna feel that heat coming up out of the ground at you. There's no wind in the trees out there. It's pretty stagnant. So people are going to be getting warm through the canyon section today.
Yep, not a course record day. When Jim Walmsley set his record, it was one of those anomaly cool years. I remember Kim Gaylord texting me from Michigan Bluff that year saying it's actually kind of chilly if you're standing in the shade. This year, it's not going to be chilly whatsoever. And I think it's worth mentioning, we don't need to talk about it now, but eventually we should get around to talking about this being the 10th year, the 10-year anniversary of when Ellie Greenwood set the fantastic women's course record that nobody has come close to in those 10 years, under 17 hours back in 2012, the year that Timothy Olson broke the men's course record, which has since been lowered, I think, 3 separate times by Jim Walmsley.
Yeah, 16:47.19. Ellie Greenwood finished 14th overall that year, and
that was a cool year.
It was a cool year. The men ran really fast as well. That was where Timothy Olson set that original course record of 14:46 that Jim has since lowered, that Jared Hazen has since run under. So it's not going to be a cool year out there. Things are going to be heating up.
Not course record conditions. Corinne and myself were speculating on finishing times this morning. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2022 Western States 100. Over 5,000 people watching us now. We are 40 minutes into our broadcast. That means we have 30 hours to go here on the track, so don't go anywhere. Corinne and myself pulling this first shift. We do expect the winning male will finish in probably 14 and a half hours or so. Winning female, probably 17 and a half hours or so. That's, of course, a total guess, a shot in the dark. As we cut back to Adam Kimball here, your early race leader. I think it's fair to say a surprise to see Adam Kimball taking it out.
Yeah, I think I think yes, that is an accurate statement. I'm not sure if I don't think I was actually going to conflict you there at all. Well, Adam Kimball knows the course well, and he knows how to run a race like this, and he knows how to run the distance. But I do think we were all anticipating that someone like Jared Hazen or Hayden Hawks would be leading the men's charge over the top of the escarpment. But maybe that means that those men are doing something I didn't think they could, and are just reining it in a little bit. Because I don't know that Adam Kimball is necessarily blitzing the field by any means, but we're so used to seeing someone like Jim Walmsley taking it out over the escarpment, leading that charge, and so it might just be that the rest of the men are kind of holding their cards a little tighter.
Yeah, like I described earlier, they're all looking at each other, assessing who looks strong and efficient and fit. Nobody wanting to really assert themselves too early in today's race. A lot of them have learned the hard way, including Hayden Hawks, who took it out with Jim Walmsley for the first 40 miles of last year's race before ultimately having a little bit of an implosion at about mile 90. Ultimately was able to make his way to the track to earn a ticket back to Western States where he'll have an opportunity to try again. But it's good to see Hayden Hawks not out in the front this year.
Yep, I think we all hoped that he was going to run, my concern was that he'd run a really good 90 miles. I really hope that he runs a really good 100 miles today, but that's going to take some tactics. That's going to take some being thoughtful early on. So very curious to see how that pans out. Very curious to see, Camille Herron is leading that charge. We believe that Ellie Pell is in second behind her. While I think that Ellie Pell, she was my dark horse, one of my dark horse picks for the race, see what happens there, right? That
Yep.
might be a little hot out of the gate. We'll kind of have to wait and see what happens out there.
And here we are. If we maybe want to cut back to that camera at the top, we'll have a little bit better, crisper visual here. And look at that crew at the top of the escarpment here, Emigrant Pass, before they drop into the Granite Chief Wilderness. And maybe once we see Adam Kimball come over the top here, we can talk about a little course alteration that's going to be taking place here over the next couple of years. That's going to, I think, be a big improvement of the course. Look at this beautiful sunrise. This is what it's all about here, folks. It's the competition is one thing. Every one of these athletes wants to get the best out of themselves, but this is why we do it, man. Mother Nature, the majesty.
I said 45 minutes. I think I was pretty spot on for this. Male leader coming over the escarpment, 44:25. I think that's right where I think that's pretty average.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Adam Kimball.
Kimball, the hometown hero, throwing peace signs to the Lake Tahoe Basin. High fives galore. And how great is this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Soaking it up,
Yes.
Adam Kimball.
It's like a baseball player who's just hit a
Ludo,
home run. Yes, Ludovic Pomeray, the Frenchman here running for the first time, a UTMB champion, a Grand Raid champion, up over the top of the hill in second place. And they've got a little bit of a gap here.
They really do. It's not, one of these things, I don't know that really makes the hugest difference in the long run today to have, a gap form at the top of the escarpment. But, we're going to see kind of a chain, a train of men come through here. And I imagine that Camille will not be far off that pack.
Yeah. Corinne, we should go ahead and address the elephant in the room here today. This men's race is not highlighted for the first time in forever by the great Jim Walmsley. His absence is felt. It's opening an opportunity for many of these other athletes.
Hayden
Hawks comes over the top here, one of our favorites in today's race. But Jim Walmsley not here after three-peating the fastest man to ever run this course. The person who's built specifically for Western States, it seems one of the best of all time, not here. But maybe we could get him to call into the live stream. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's Tom Owens coming over the top.
Jared Hazen. This will be Adam Peterman, I believe.
Peterman.
And Tim Tollefson.
The Hoka train is out in force.
I think that's John Rea, bib 23. I believe that's John Rea, Boulder guy, my dark horse pick. I think he can go sub 16 hours. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, wow. And
there was Alex Nichols, Cody Lind, Drew Holman.
And John, I think it's John Ray. I think it's Ray is his last name.
In my head, I say Rea.
Yeah,
so someone
it's
correct
spelled
us.
Ray. It's spelled Rea. Anyway, he just beat Drew Holman at the Quad Rock 50 miler. Yep. Scott Trayer is wearing his patented button-down short sleeve, so keep your eye out for him throughout the day. Got Arlen Glick here. Going with Cody Lynn, last year's 4th place finisher. There's Reed Coolset. And now we got the train coming, folks. The lead men's pack.
Colt.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'll be expecting our first female in Camille Herron, Ellie Pell. There's Tyler Green.
Outside the top 10, probably just where he wants to be. Camille Herron, again, unsurprisingly, in the lead over the top of the mountain, going into the section of the course where she has struggled mightily over the years. But look at her, all smiles today. Soak it in, Camille.
Yeah.
One of the greatest ultra runners of all time, the 100-mile world record holder, 24-hour world record holder, Comrades marathon champion. Camille Herron back, hoping to improve on 3 tough Western states here, has everything it takes to win this race. Ooh, but you see,
yeah, this will be telling, right? She needs to get through the high country safely, and if she can get through the high country safely and soundly and in one piece, I would not be surprised if Ellie Pell, who's going to be coming over the top right now, Ellie Pell
wow,
at Ithaca, New York, I would not be surprised if Ellie Pell closes, catches, or passes Camille Herron in the high country, just because she'll be more comfortable in that terrain. But if Camille Herron can get to Robinson Flat in one piece and get to the fire roads, she'll be able to move. There's Dominika.
Yeah, Dominika Stelmach.
And that she's part of the Adidas Run Club out of Poland, a sponsored road runner in their program, repping that Adidas Terex kit this weekend.
Yeah, let's get a visual of this. Yes!
There they are.
This is it, the
Katie
trifecta.
Asmuth.
Yes. Oh, that's Marianne Hogan, another somebody who, I mean, people just absolutely love Canadian athlete who's flying under the radar a little bit, but I have gotten no shortage of DMs from the Canadian ultra fans saying, Marianne Hogan, look out for her.
Yep, Katie Asmuth was in that field. Keely Henninger was in that group too. And we still don't have an ID on that woman in the blue Nathan vest. I feel like it's a 200-something number, so if someone can do that, that'd be great. That's Camille Bruas.
We will definitely figure out who she is by the time there's Emily Hoagland. What a great interview we had with her. Let's talk about her in a little bit. But we'll definitely get an ID on that mystery woman at the Lion Ridge aid station once we get our first split of the day.
That is very true.
So, and here we are. We are well underway, folks. The top of the biggest climb of the day has been conquered by our lead men and women. And what a spectacular experience for all these ultra fans up here. It seems like every year more and more people make this pilgrimage to the top of the mountain,
which I think is really, really special. It's possible that Iron Farm might have a person on the escarpment. They've got some images coming in from up there, so it's possible that we might get a name from our mystery gal ahead of that. We'll be keeping an eye on that. There's a lot of people that come through the escarpment very quickly, and so sometimes it's hard to get IDs as people come through there. But it must be like that. To me means it's a lottery entry, which is very exciting. I came in off the lottery. I had a 200-something, I had a 300-something bib number when I ran Western States in 2018. So just because you got a high bib number, you don't have an F or an M on your bib, doesn't mean that you can't have a great day out there.
Yep. So true, so true. And there's Luzia Buehler, the Swiss runner we've just talked about.
Yep, and as people are asking, how are we following these runners? Are there runners following the runners? Are there e-bikes following the runners? They're runners. All of our volunteers today are running. We've got some still cameras out there, but it's going to be runners with gimbals basically that are going to be providing so much of the footage out there today.
Yep. And if you're just joining us, I think it's worth mentioning that we give a big shout out to our entire production team behind the scenes. We do expect this year's broadcast to be better than last year's, if that's even possible. Again, Corinne and myself, probably one of the best days of our lives and careers getting to do this last year, and we hope to make it even better, enhance that live viewing experience for our fans at home. So do not go anywhere. We are going into a section of the course where we do not expect to see the lead athletes for a little while, but we have some starlings out there.
Yeah, that was Tessa Chesser in that group that just came through.
Is this Brittany Peterson?
That is Brittany Peterson there, taking it out easy. I hope that she's feeling okay this morning. That's part of their plan. That was
Yep.
Brittany Peterson coming up behind Tessa Chesser, and that was Alan Wheat as well, of Australia, bib 54 that came through with Tessa Chesser. So we got a bunch of Aussies. I think we had a bunch of Aussie deferrals from last year because they couldn't travel in to the U.S. to race.
Tons of Aussies. And the Aussies always bring good cheer, good vibes with them. So big shout out to our Australian viewers.
It's Lindsay Hagen. Someone put that in the chat as well. We do have escarpment checkpoints over on ultralive.net. So Lindsay Hagen so we'll give you a top 10 rundown of our men and women at the escarpment. Camille Herron, we saw lead over the escarpment, followed by Ellie Pell, Keely Henninger, Dominika Stelmach, Katie Asmuth, Marianne Hogan, Lindsay Hagen, Camille Bruas, Emily Hoggood, and Louisa Buehler were the top 10 women that we have splits from in that group. So I think that is all accurate. Ruth Croft is in that group though too. So we're missing Ruth Croft off of that split. That she should have been in that split group too. We saw footage of her coming through there. That looks like Zoe maybe. And who is Zoe next to? Zoe's next to Leah Yingling.
Oh, yes. Okay, this is great. So Zoe Rome, the editor-in-chief of Trail Runner Magazine, one of the great journalists and storytellers in the sport. We had an awesome interview with her yesterday.
And Leah Yingling.
Leah is somebody who I think the world of. I think she's going to have an amazing day, the type of runner who will likely be in the back half or even outside the top 10, at least through halfway.
I 100% anticipate them being out to the top 10 and then working their way up there. So we're trying to get splits from our top. Oh, and we just saw Anne-Marie Madden as well go over the top. So we got some smart runners back there. Oftentimes, I think women can do really, really well in their first ever Western States, in part because there's a little bit of conservative racing that goes on, and in a hot year, you can earn those minutes back really easily in the back 40 miles.
No doubt, no doubt. It is a full 100-mile effort. It's a full 100-mile race. It doesn't matter who gets to the top of the mountain first. It matters who gets here to the track in first place. So you'll see runners executing different strategies here. Some who like to be front runners, Camille Herron being a great example of that. Some people who like to come from behind. Again, Leah Yingling being a good example of that from Salt Lake City, Utah. Keep your eyes on her. Corinne, I've just pulled up Lindsay Hagen's results here.
We're also hearing that it could be Karen Holland as well. So I'm just trying to get confirmation of that. It could be a 200 bib number, which would be Kara Holland. So trying to figure that out. But do you have Lindsay?
Either way, yeah, Lindsay Hagen or Hagen it looks like probably a Pacific Northwesterner. Most of her results are from the Oregon area. So big shout out to the Pacific Northwest trail runners here watching. Looks like her most recent result was a second place at the Smith Rock Ascent 50K just outside Bend, Oregon back in May. Nice. So shout out to Lindsay Hagen. Looks like she is off to a good start here. And look at all these people. What a great vibe at the top as we make our way into sort of the start of the mid-pack. And there are going to be people of all different skills and ability levels, not only the greats like, the Jared Hazens and the Camille Herrons, but there's going to be people chasing the cutoffs all the way. 30 hours is the threshold under which these runners need to arrive here in Auburn.
Yep, and just to remind people too, if you're trying to find a runner, you're going to want to go over to ultralive.net. They've got live timing going throughout the day. That's where you're going to be able to see, you can search for your runner, you can track them, you can track by aid station, you can track by name, you can track by bib number. That's going to be your best way to find your runner that you're looking for. Our cameras are going to be following our top 10 men and top 10 women for much of the day. We'll be getting some footage of the mid-pack and backpack kind of later in the day, kind of going backwards to some of those aid stations and some of those still cams. And then obviously we'll be able to see hopefully almost every single person finish with finish line coverage going all the way through golden hour, which will finish up tomorrow, hour 29 to 30 on the track at 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow.
So we are just under 1 hour into the Western States 100 here. Thank you to everyone who is joining us live. This is going to be a day for the ages. again, a quick reminder to the 5,200 people watching us right now. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. Please do get in the chat. Let us know what you're up to. Let us know if you have questions. Corinne and myself are going to do our best to leave no stone unturned in this coverage, to make sure that we deliver all the most valuable information to you throughout the course of our 20-plus hour shift here at the desk.
Yeah, we'll be slowly melting into our seats as the day warms up. It's now light on the track here in Auburn. I love getting this footage of these runners making their way up the escarpment to start their day.
Yep. And if we can pull these numbers off these bibs, we'll try and get some names to give proper recognition as we wait for my wife, Harmony, to wake up and come bring us some more Java here on the track. Corinne and myself only need a little bit of extra motivation to properly bring the energy this morning.
That's a Boulder athlete that just hiked her way through the screen. Elise,
how many athletes do you have running the race?
I only have one athlete, but my coaching group has 16 athletes in the race. So I only get to cheer for Erica, but then I've got 3 teammates in the race with Ruth Croft, Emily Hoagland, and Taylor Nowlin in the race. So I've got lots of people to cheer for. Plus, co-host of the Trail Society podcast, Keely Henninger, fan favorite. Really excited to cheer her on. I'm friends with all these guys and gals, and so it's, race day is hard for me. I want everyone to have a good day.
I know. Isn't that one of the hardest things here, Corinne? I can remember last year when the men's field started to splinter, and my heart just sank for some of these guys who are dear, dear friends of mine, wanting to see them achieve everything, but also knowing that this is part of the game. You put everything on the line. You train for months, and sometimes you just don't have it. Sometimes you make mistakes, but then you come back and you learn, and every once in a while it goes perfectly, and those moments are peak life experiences, and we hope a lot of our friends get to experience that today.
Yeah, it's going to be, you say you experience an entire, a lifetime, basically,
Yep.
Life in a day out there. And that truer words cannot be spoken. It's one of those things where you get to the track and it's like, it feels like you just started the race. And at the same time, it feels like the start of the race was, weeks ago. I'm sure we'll feel like that come midnight or 1 a.m. while we're melting into our chairs, losing our minds. So it's, ultras are pretty magical, and Western States, I think, we've got a huge spot for Western States in both of our hearts, and so getting to be part of your race day, getting to watch these runners experience that whole day is really something special.
How many times have you been here at Western States, Corinne?
I started coming to Western States in 2017. I came out to crew Sarah Kai's. I was living up in Bellingham, Washington at the time. Made the drive down. Went completely loopy. I think we sat in the Green Gate aid station for 4 or 5 hours. That was the horrible year where there was snow in the high country and it was incredibly hot.
Yep.
And everyone had trench foot. Everyone's feet were destroyed.
Slow year that year.
Super, super slow year. People were just sat at aid. Everyone fell apart. Elites in particular, I think, fell apart that year. And we sat at Green Gate for 4 or 5 hours, and then we got her up, and I said, I'll walk to the car with you, or I'll walk down the trail with you. What do you want?
Yeah.
And we walked every step of the last 20 miles, and we got her to the track just ahead of golden hour.
Yes. Wow. How beautiful is that? I ran my first Western States 10 years ago. It's crazy to think. 2012, I was just a 25-year-old young buck getting into the sport, completely obsessed with everything about it. Still am to this day. Luckily have 3 finishes myself, and just happy, honored, proud, grateful to be here every year. Now with my role evolving to be your co-host, Corinne, and we have such a fun time working together.
Yeah, and it's cool. We've got runners from all over the world. People in the chat are shouting them out. We've got Africans in the race. I think, maybe led by Emily Hoagland. In that sense, we've got people from all over Europe, from Australia, from New Zealand, from all over the continental U.S.
Indonesian runner?
Yeah, met the first Indonesian runner of the race the other day during our kind of live interview show. Got to say hi to him. So really, really cool to see, people, of the 383 or 385, however many starters we got off the start line today, we have runners from all over the place, from all walks of life, young and old. It's pretty cool to witness.
No question about it. So Here we are, folks, a little over an hour into this year's race. Again, just want to give a big thank you to our coverage sponsors making this broadcast possible. First and foremost, Hoka, the brand that has really shaped this generation in trail running, I feel like, to a large degree. Corinne, Hoka, not only the title sponsor of the race, but the title sponsor of today's web broadcast. A big thank you to Strava. We talked about this, I guess, Strava segment, this section of the course here, climbing up over the escarpment. If you don't use Strava, you absolutely should. Visit strava.com. Get yourself a subscription. It's such a great training tool. Buff, the versatile head wrap that you can use to keep yourself cool, to keep the sun off your forehead or neck, to wrap around your wrists, to keep yourself cool. We'll see a lot of people using buffs throughout the day. Big thanks to Inside Tracker. We're going to have Jonathan Levitt in studio with us at some point. There's Casey Lichtai.
So you got to remember, everyone watching at home, Casey had hamstring surgery, big, huge hamstring surgery. In a lot of ways, I think getting to the start line, it was a win for Casey. I think that, her goal is to get to the track. Casey's taking it in. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Goosebump City again here in the studio. Casey Lichtai going for 8 in a row, which is insane.
Yep.
8 in a row for Casey Lichtai. The champion back in, 16? I think Casey Lichtai won the race, coming from Nebraska.
Our Pixie Ninja, our Midwesterner, our Nebraskan. Really a wonderful human and a wonderful athlete. And yeah, you got to remember she had that big hamstring surgery. She was devastated. She wasn't sure if she was going to be able to make it to the race, and she's put some training together. She feels good. She's going to be out here. So really, really excited to see Casey, make it off the start line, and can't wait to see her make it to the track here in Auburn.
Yes. And eventually we got to get around to the story about Get in the Boat from Casey. In fact, we may as well just tell it now. We've got the time.
With Steph Case, that was the best. There's actually a photo when you come into Auburn. There's a set of photos when are turning into town, and one is of Steph Case and Casey Lichtai at the finish of Western States that year. Pretty dramatic, wanting to drop out is the main gist of that story. And they weren't crossing the river on foot that year, and Steph Case turned to Casey and said, "Get in the bleeping boat.
Just get in the boat.
Just get in the boat.
Yeah.
Just get across the river.
You don't have to make it to the finish line. Just get in the boat. Take one more step."
And that worked.
And it worked. She made it all the way to the track here. And what a great encapsulation of our community. What a great just illustration of the people within our sport. We get to these finish lines with the help of not only our friends and family, but also of our competitors sometimes.
Yep, and I think as we watch these runners come over the escarpment, we're going to throw to a preview of the high country section that is brought to you by our lead sponsor here, Hoka.
Yeah.
Once you get up and over Immigrant Pass, you are treated with the beauty of the high country. I absolutely love this section of the course. Most of all, the majestic, really rough and remote terrain of the Granite Chief Wilderness. When I run in the high country, I like to keep reminding myself that it's still really early in the race, and you need to stay on top of your hydration, and you need to continue to fuel. We are coming up on your first major aid station, Robertson Flat. And you also get to see your crew, who will be taking care of you and sending you off to the canyons. This is also a really great time to reflect and connect with the land that you're running on. So many of legendary runners have finished this race. Brave people have held the lines. And most of all, indigenous peoples have called this land their home.
And what a great little spot there. Not sure if we are live here, but we are back. Okay, we are back here at the top of the mountain. Thanks so much to Magda Boulay for that great course preview of the opening miles. what we call the high country section of this course. Corinne, maybe let's talk about the course a little bit. We did this in our prognostication session yesterday, but this course can really be thought of as 3 distinct sections. Maybe let's start with the high country.
Yeah, so the high country section, right, that's from the start line basically to Robinson Flat is how I like to think about it. About 50K of the race. You're at an average of about 7,000 feet of elevation that entire time. So, you know, you're not low. You're quite high. It's a little bit cooler generally speaking, but it can heat up. It's exposed. A lot of that area has burned in the past, and so you do get a lot of sun exposure up there. You get that solar up at that higher elevation. So while the temperature might be a little bit cooler, it doesn't necessarily feel cooler. And on snow years, that's where you're going to encounter snow out there. There isn't going to be much snow on the course this year, if any. But I have been told that it is wet out there. Additionally, there's a big funding grant came through that will be helping to put some good time and effort into raising part of that trail a little bit to kind of keep it from washing out continually, to keep it from being so wet every spring, which I think will improve the course conditions. This is truly the, quote unquote, the worst part of the course as far as conditions go. It's seldom used. A lot of it doesn't see much in the way of traffic at all outside of the race every year. We do a ton of coursework on that section every year to cut out blowdowns every single spring because tons of trees come down back there. We do think there's probably 1 tree down because it was on the race director section of the course to clear, and it came down this past week. So we do think there is one tree hurdle out there for the runners. But
that's okay. Yeah.
But it's a really beautiful section of the course. It's if you're out here for training camp or for your own personal training camp, it's the one section of course that you generally don't see.
Yep.
So maybe you've seen the other 70 miles of the race, but you haven't seen the first 30 or so. And so it's really, I think it's a truly special part of the race, but it's not easy. And you can expend a lot of extra energy out there if you're not careful.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if maybe our production crew can share my screen here because we can give a nice little visual of what Corinne is just articulating here, the high country. We'll work on that for you. But as I mentioned earlier, Corinne, I think a lot of people underestimate the high country section of the course. It is the early miles of the race and therefore the time when you're most fresh. But it's at an average elevation, like I said, of about 7,000 feet. It is loose and rocky and often dusty, and it's the least trafficked section of the course. We talked about this with Craig Thornley. I was also talking about it earlier in the week with Topher Gaylord. And I think it's just important to note that it's very remote. A lot of people just don't use this trail, and a big thank you is due for all the people who are part of the trail crews who come out on the Western States course. There are so many people that are part of this Western States community who really take it upon themselves to do the hard work to put this course together so these runners can have one of the best days of their lives.
Yep, and there's several aid stations that the runners will meet in the high country. They're first going to Lion Ridge, which is 10.3 miles into the race. 5 or so miles later, we'll get them at Red Star Ridge. Almost like 9-ish miles later. That's the section that I think a lot of runners can mess up, is between Red Star Ridge and Duncan Canyon. It's almost 9 miles. It's not the fastest 9 miles you're going to run. It can be hot. It can start to feel hot and exposed up there. That's 24.4. And then they kind of descend and then climb again into Robinson Flat at mile 30.3. And we expect course record pace, okay? And I don't think we're going to expect anyone to be under course record pace today. But course record pace through Robinson Flat would be 9:26 a.m. So just under 4.5 hours into the race, just about 10 a.m. for the women. So we expect to see them in a number of hours still to get to Robinson Flat, which is basically the 50K mark for these runners.
Yep. So again, we are an hour and 10 minutes now. Corinne, I think you said it would be about an hour and 40 till that next split at Lions Ridge. So about 30 minutes. We would expect to see the lead men come through there.
Yep. I think that historically, Jim came through there last year in 1:41. They didn't go out screaming fast into Lion Ridge, but that is what we are anticipating. I think course record split there is technically 6:39 a.m., so just under an hour 40. So I imagine we'll be seeing our lead men's pack come through there between 6:40 and 6:45. Our women are going to be coming through there, honestly, 6:45, 6:50. So we should be seeing we'll be getting splits from that Lion Ridge aid station, that 10.3 mile mark, and not all that long.
So if you are just joining us, welcome to the 2022 Western States 100-mile endurance run live broadcast. My name is Dylan Bowman with Corinne Malcolm. Just like last year, we will be here for the duration, for the entire 30 hours of the stream. Corinne and myself will be here at least through the top 10 women. Then we get to take a little break. But
yeah, we tag off to Sally McRae actually at 1 a.m., which I'm really excited about. You guys.
And I think Zach Marion joins Sally here in the studio.
Good so, you know, once we leave you, you will have good overnight guardian angels taking you through until the 7 o'clock hour. So we're really happy to have Zach Marion and Sally McRae pulling that long overnight shift.
And then after that, I think we've got Billy Yang, our fearless leader of the broadcast operation, Topher Gaylord, and maybe Corinne and myself might make a little appearance in the golden hour section. But
if they relinquish the mics back to us, I think we might have to fight them to get back on the stage.
Let them take the stage for that. It's a very special time of the race, and nobody's going to want to miss the golden hour. Aside from the top finishers, I think it's the most important thing for people to experience in person or digitally. It's such a special thing to see those final finishers chasing the cutoffs, accomplishing something great, getting down here to the track. So thanks everybody for being here. We're an hour and 12 minutes deep. We are going to throw it to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here in studio.
I mean, my God, it was so inspiring. We all loved the Tevis Cup ride, all of the endurance riders. We were crazy about it. But then I saw running was on the rise. You know, Runner's World magazine was coming up. But trail running, you know, out on the trails. I mean, that's like a human car wash out there. You know, you just go through there. It cleanses your soul to be out on the trail. That's what we were feeling. And I thought, why not for them too? Why not for the runners? I love it. They're going to love it too. All of this stems out of the 100-mile ride. That means riding horses over long distances, over rough terrain at high speeds. So Gordy Ainsley, he heard about this race in Auburn, the Tevis Cup ride, rode his horse on that a couple of times. And because he was such a big guy, he would get off his horse and run along. And he just became known as the guy that was running along with his floppy hair and jeans in 1973. His horse had gone lame. He wasn't going to be able to ride the Tevis Cup ride. So Drusilla Barner was Wendell Roby's secretary, and she was very instrumental to this whole scene. And one day, Drusilla Barner was out watering her garden, and up the trail came a dejected Gordy Ainsley. And she, Drusilla Barner, is the person that said to Gordy, we all know you're going to run the whole thing on foot one day. Why don't you just leave the horse at home and tackle it on foot?
He'd been kind of thinking about that, I think, over time, and that it's just a perfect opportunity for his horse to go lame and then let him jump in.
And he put in a lot of time in advance. He went out on his little mini bike and stashed Gatorade and water out on the trail, sort of creating his own aid station.
Because he was running with the horses, so he was one runner with 250 horses probably. And then even then, you know, there was so little known about how to do that. How do you run 100 miles in a day? What do you need to eat? What do you need to drink? How do you train?
The day I picked to do it, the temperature was 107. You know, I mean, it was so hot that day that I couldn't even focus on the ground. I got to the point where I just said, you know, I can't do this. And then I just decided, well, you know, the alternative was quitting, and I really hate quitting. And so I kept going.
Coming through Michigan Bluff with the veterinarians, checking them out with their stethoscope.
Gordy was just strong enough and stubborn enough to make it. You know, that was kind of the match that lit the sport on fire. It caught on. You know, the word was out. There's this event following this famous horse ride, you know, probably one of the most famous horse rides in the world. and built up, 14 runners, then, 100. And before they knew it, they had a real event, a second event, not the Tevis Cup. And then from there, it just took off. And it's kind of been fun to watch that evolve over the years from what's this little itty bitty race out in the middle of the weeds to what, is a very recognizable world-class sporting event. Gordy was that fuse that got the whole sport going.
That's somebody that can believe in what you want to do and did it when nobody else thought you could. We all are here because of him.
And welcome back to the 2022 Western States 100 live stream broadcast presented by Hoka. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. How awesome was that historical perspective of Gordy Ainsley and the genesis of this amazing race?
Gordy's amazing. The early footage too. Those images, those pictures are, I mean, just giving me all the feels this morning.
And then just Tim Tweetmeyer, one of the absolute legends of this race.
Finisher, and he runs some of the fastest splits in the back 20 miles of this course. Like, if you want to execute this race well, it's the afterburners that need to go on at Green Gate, and Tim, I feel like, pioneered that style of running Western States.
I feel like the thing that I respect most in other people is consistency, longevity over time. Tim Tweetmeyer might be the best physical manifestation of that, a 25-time finisher here at Western States. And importantly, all 25 of those finishes were under 24 hours. And of those 25 finishes, 5 were victories. Tim Tweetmeyer, an absolute legend of the race.
What a guy. I mean, I think, can you imagine being Gordy and being like, you know what, I think I can run this thing. The horses can do the Tevis Cup. I'm pretty sure I can run it. That to me is quite the idea of getting that going.
Unbelievable. What a visionary and pioneer, and we are all better for it. All of us who've had the opportunity to cover 100 miles on foot, whether here or at Western States or at any number of the incredible trail races in the world. We all know it's a life-changing experience, and it all started here at Western States.
And that was number 212 we just saw on our screen, kind of giving a wave to the sunrise. Karen Lozano of Modesto, California, 63 years young, running her Western States. I think running her first Western States. Very cool to see her out there. What I can tell on my end is how many Western States finishes you have to your name. And so I'm assuming this is her first Western States. So really cool to see her taking that moment on the top of the escarpment.
Yeah, very, very cool. As we see the middle and back of the pack runners coming up over the top here. Still have a big crowd to greet them. And I guess maybe now, Corinne, we could talk about, we've talked about how this section of the course is quite remote, and I think we do have the capability to share screen now. So maybe to our production team, if we could share my screen, I've got a cool visual of the elevation profile here, so you can get a good understanding of what Corinne and I are talking about. And once the runners leave here, we've got it sort of centered on the screen here. This is my browser with lots of tabs open for all the things that I'm following throughout the day. But if you can see my cursor here, runners started in Olympic Valley. You'll see this is the biggest climb of the day. That high point there is where we saw them crest the top of the escarpment, dropping into the high country section of the course that the great Magdalena Boulay just gave us a little visual into. And then this just rolling, terrain up here is a lot more difficult and technical than it appears here on the elevation profile. You're at 7,000 feet. And these runners then have crews that can meet them first and foremost at Duncan Canyon, then at Robinson Flat. And this place, Robinson Flat, is mile 30, and this kind of marks the end of what we think of as the high country section. And this climb that you see from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat traditionally is where we start to see some of the separation in the professional fields. But from right here in Olympic Valley to Robinson Flat, that's what we call the high country section of the course.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, it averages, you're probably at or above 7,000 feet for so much of that. Besides, once you drop down to Duncan Canyon, they're quite a ways out there. All the crews had to leave the start, drive down to Auburn, and then head out past Forest Hill to Robinson Flat, or to go to the backside. We kind of call them the A side or the B side, because crew can go into Duncan Canyon and Dusty Corners. Otherwise, runners won't see their crew until Robinson Flat at that 50K mark. That's kind of the first really big aid station. It's where most runners see their crew for the very first time.
And we're hoping to have Starlink there. No promises. Don't want to set any too high of expectations, but Robinson Flat should be a really great place for us to get a visual of the front runners. And here, before we stop this screen share, I just want to show you guys what this looks like on this beautiful sort of semi-topographic map. Again, starting in Olympic Valley, Corinne and myself are sitting right here at Placer High School in the bottom left-hand corner, and we expect to get the next update here from Lion Ridge here in probably 10, 15, 20 minutes for the lead men. And you'll see Duncan Canyon, as Corinne said, will be the first opportunity that runners will see their crews. And then they take kind of a hard right turn, drop into Duncan Canyon, which you can see here topographically. You can see that sort of depression there. And then it's that nice long climb up to Robinson Flat, which is really the first major aid station on the course, about 30 miles in. So thanks to the production staff for letting us do that quick screen share here. We will be constantly updating our ultralive.net results, getting you all that info that we can. We'll be updating iRunFar's Twitter feed. If you don't follow them, please go follow them. Obviously a world-class, have pioneered race coverage in our sport, so thanks to iRunFar. And Corinne and myself also have our texts and DMs available here, so if you have inside info out on the course, if you get any intel, please do send us a note. We would love to hear from you all as we now eclipse an hour 23 into this year's race.
Yep, and what we have, we're going to actually pull up that, we've got a Strava segment that we're going to talk over here in a second. It's going to be the Lion Ridge to Red Star animation. Our crew is going to pull that up for us now.
And so again, this is a very remote section of the course, Lion Ridge to Red Star Ridge. Corinne mentioned this earlier, but much of this section has experienced fires. So you can see on the map here, it looks like sometimes you're in the shade, but actually this is one of the most exposed sections of the course. So when it gets warm early, it's a section where runners really want to be on top of their hydration, like Magdalena said. 5.64 miles, about 1,300 feet of climbing. And it's just sort of a traverse along a ridge, a lot of up and downs.
Yeah, it rolls. There's no consistent kind of up, climbing or descending there. It rolls a lot in that section. And historically, too, there's going to be a lot of snow in that section. There will not be snow for the runners this year. And then again, if you are looking for your runner, if you're looking for a specific runner, because we will not be able to find everyone, you can go over to ultralive.net. That is where you're going to be able to find live timing updates from the race. That's going to have live results for you. You can search by bib number. You can search by name. You can search by aid station. It's not perfect. There are times where we miss runners. There are times where things don't read quite right, but that should give you a pretty good idea of where your runner is if you are looking for someone specifically, your hometown hero, your loved one, whoever that might be. Ultralive.net is where you're going to find all that information today.
So here we are back in studio.
You can see the track behind us now.
So we are back here on the track. Now that the sun is up, you can see where we are. Yes, this is the finish line. It's going to be set up just over my shoulder here, just behind Corinne and myself. I remember sitting here, Corinne, as the day was just flying by last year, and all of a sudden, looking here on our monitor, seeing the finish line being set up behind us, and we thought,
yeah, we'll get to see it. You guys will get to see at some point the finish line being built behind us. That will be constructed today during the day, which is kind of wild to watch that arch go up behind us, and then to watch it start to mill in ahead of our top male finisher, ahead of sunset. But for right now, we've lost our runners for the time being. And by lost them, I mean we just don't have footage of them for a while. Once again, that section of the course that they are on is very, very remote. So it's going to be a while before we're going to have them back on our screens for you. But we will be getting live timing updates from Lion Ridge. And then we're hoping to pick them up just a little bit, further down the trail, hopefully at a few more sections than where we were able to find them last year. Dylan, do you want to talk about the men that came through the escarpment? Do you have that pulled up on your screen?
I think this is a great time to just go ahead and do a quick reset here of the top. Let's go even a little deeper than top 10. Why don't we go top 25? Well, maybe, yeah, we'll see how far we want to go here. But, yeah, interestingly, and I think surprisingly to a lot of people, we had Truckey's own Adam Kimball leading the race up over the top of the escarpment. Adam Kimball, like we mentioned, the Tahoe Rim Trail FKT holder. He came over the top in 39:02 elapsed. Behind him, Ludovic Pomeray, not far back, the 46-year-old Frenchman, UTMB champion, and also Diagonal Day Food champion, Ludovic Pomeray, here at Western States for the first time in second place. Then Hayden Hawks from Cedar City, Utah, the incredible Hayden Hawks, who's really, aside from Jim Walmsley, sort of helped to usher in a new generation of trail runners here. Such a talented athlete. Sebastian Spaler from France, 34 years old, in fourth place. Jared Hazen, the running for the fifth time here, the second fastest male ever on this course.
That makes him the veteran of this field, going for his fifth run of the race here.
Yep, still only 27 years old and a grizzled veteran here at Western States. Tom Owens, another Brit here at the race. We'll see how he deals with the hot conditions. It's not necessarily like his home country, but Tom Owens has been an institution on the scene for a long time here at Western States, followed by Tim Tollefson, fan favorite from Mammoth Lakes, California. Adam Peterman, one of the most exciting characters to come into the sport in recent memory, has all the talent of the Hayden Hawkses and Jim Walmsleys. He seems to have a really solid head on his shoulders, coming in with a humble attitude, even with all the talent that he has. Jonathan Ray, an interesting athlete. You were picking him as one of your dark horses here today. Came over the top in 9th place, followed by Alex Nichols. Again, one of the most consistent runners in the sport, a former second place finisher here at Western States 100. So that's your top 10. Just outside the top 10, some other favorites here. Drew Holman, last year's third place finisher in 12th. Rod Farvard in 3rd. Scott Trayer in 14th. A lot of people have been talking about Scott Trayer. Arlen
He's got
Glick
that button-down shirt, he stands out. Scott Trayer stands out on the start line in his button-down shirt. We've got, the women that we've seen come through in your top 10 over the escarpment were Camille Herron, followed by Ellie Pell and Dominika Stelmach of Poland. So kind of cool to see our first international woman up in that top group. Keely Henninger, Katie Asmuth, Marianne Hogan were in that group. We believe Ruth Croft was in that group as well, though she's not coming up on ultralive.net for that section. Followed by Lindsay Hagen, Camille Bruas, Emily Hawgood, and Louisa Bueller. I think the women that we saw kind of in that next group would have been Anne-Marie Madden, Zoe Rome, and Leah Yingling were kind of in that next group of gals coming through there.
You could probably go a little deeper in the results here. I think one thing that's important to mention, Tyler Green, 25th place over the top of the mountain.
Oh, he came ahead just in front of Camille Herron.
Yeah, second place finisher last year. Tyler Green, keep your eye on this guy. He knows how to surgically execute a 100-mile race. Last year's performance here was just a thing of beauty, something that belongs in the Smithsonian on display as to how to run a 100-mile race. Tyler Green from Portland, Oregon.
And we're going to see that number creep up. We're going to see him,
No
by
doubt.
creep up, I mean creep, like he'll be, all of a sudden he's going to be 15th and then 14th. And then, he was
8th and
he
then
was
3rd,
14th at Forest Hill last year and finished second. So we'll see what happens in the men's field. We'll see what happens in the women's field. But your position over the escarpment does not guarantee a win, does not guarantee a top 10. This race generally rewards smart, thoughtful racing, and Tyler Green, that's how he executed that last year. He was really, really thoughtful. We saw him put that ice vest on. We saw him run a very methodical race. The guy likes a good spreadsheet. The guy puts a lot of thought into the details that go behind this race. It'll be weird to not see. I don't know, actually, is Rachel going to run him to the finish line from Roby Point? Maybe.
Yep.
Wouldn't surprise me. So really, really cool. We got to talk to him. I think we were all brought to tears. Rachel was in tears about Tyler, you know, running for the both of them. His wife, Rachel, is pregnant right now, expecting their first child. So I don't know. We're talking obviously a lot about Tyler Green. We're maybe a little bit biased here. We'll try not to be too biased as the day goes on.
I think just thinking about things that stood out from our pre-race interview show, of course, Tyler Green and Drew Holman both coming back to Western States as podium
second
finishers.
and third from last year, right?
And both just like have this peace about them, don't they? Like both of them clearly running with the right intentions. Tyler, like you said, expecting his first child here. Coming up, I think, in September, they're due. Drew Holman, just with so much gratitude for the opportunity to be here, the gratitude for the community, for his crew that's going to be taking care of him here today. And both of them not thinking about the result. I remember Tyler saying, you know, if I think about the result, the only way I could improve is to win the race. And that's a tough expectation to set on yourself. So instead, thinking about the process, thinking about what he can control. And what he said was, I run best when I'm present. And what a great lesson that is for everybody at home watching this year's race. Keep your eye on Tyler Green. Zen, presence. Could be another podium for him today.
It's hard for everything to go right. You know, it's 100 miles. Things go wrong. And that was brought up over and over again in these pre-race interviews about, you know, things weren't perfect last year. They probably won't be perfect this year, but they can make little improvements. And if those little improvements happen, I think we're going to slowly see these men. I hope more than anything that we see a tighter men's top 10 this year as they execute on that.
And we have a cool video about our man Tyler Green, who we were just talking about. Let's throw it to that video now.
My cross-country coach in high school, he said, Tyler, I'm sorry, we just don't have a race long enough for you. And it's been a journey of moving up. I did one marathon, I did some 50Ks, and then just kept moving up, and I finally found that 100-mile distance and said, this is the one that I love. My name's Tyler Green. I come from Portland, Oregon, born and raised, and live here now. And I'm a professional trail runner, as well as a PE teacher and a running coach. It seems like everything within the United States, all ultra running like funnels into Western States. When I first ran the Mackenzie River 50K, my first ultra marathon, a mile into the race, people were talking about running Western States. And so everything seems to be funneling towards that. All of the races are built, like people are training for golden ticket races. The golden ticket races are these big moments that culminate in Western States as well. And then just the unique challenge of adding the heat in, adding in the high level of competition just really creates a lot of intrigue within the race. And I like that there's more of it feels like there's an art to it.
I think Tyler's more prepared this year just in that he's had more experience at this race, more experience at other 100-mile races. He's also just been kind of optimizing and tinkering with his training and his cooling and his fueling. And I think all those things together are gonna be a really cool recipe for a great day.
It's simple to just put 2021 into the bucket of like a great success. But rather than looking at anything as success and failure, I'm just looking at it as part of my learning process as a runner and as a 100-mile runner specifically. And so I look at it as a foundation that is super strong and also has many opportunities for improvement. Yeah, this year's field creates all sorts of a unique, who knows what, it changes everything to, I will just say it, like, Jim isn't there, right? And that creates a whole new intrigue to someone will win a Cougar this year. And there's still just as much talent. And that means that I have an opportunity to bring the best out of myself. Because when there's competition like that, I know that my body and mind will rise to that occasion. There's a lot of different ways to go about it, and I want to kind of bring my own sort of flair into it as well.
And we are back here in studio again. Welcome back to the Western States 100 live stream brought to you by Hoka. My name is Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. Tyler Green, what a guy.
What a guy. And I think, you know, we'll start to get splits from that Lion Ridge aid station in about 5 or 6 minutes is my guess when those guys start rolling through there. We'll kind of see how, you know, the first, I guess, you know, since we last saw them, the next 6 miles or so has shaken out. But, you know, I wanted more Teddy in that video. Teddy is their dog. We could have put a little bit more Teddy in that video, guys. That would have been great. But really excited to see how Tyler does this year. Really excited to see how Drew Holman does this year. A really interesting thing that came out of all of our pre-race interviews was also this idea of, like, it's a different year. It's a new race. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, I was second, or yeah, I was third, or yeah, I was fifth, or whatever last year. But that doesn't guarantee anything this year. It's a great field. It's a new race. It's a new day. And, like, we don't know what's going to happen until we get out there and we start going.
Yep. And like we were just saying earlier, it's athletes who come in with that attitude who typically perform better, right? It's the people who come in here thinking like, I need to win at all costs, or thinking about that end goal or the result itself instead of the process of just chipping away at the 100 miles, being present, taking care of yourself, controlling what you can control. When you have that attitude, it's much easier to actually enjoy this 100-mile journey to Auburn as well. And Tyler has always been a very solid 100-mile runner, somebody who comes in with that attitude. And like we said, was in 25th place over the top of the mountain. We would expect him to improve on that position throughout the day.
Yep, and I think that was probably about what was going on last year, too. I know that he came up the escarpment behind the lead women, so this seems to be Tyler's preferred pacing strategy. I'm excited to see, you know, what that means for him as the day goes on. If the rest of the men hang in there a little bit better. There was a lot of attrition in the men's race last year. There was a lot less attrition in the women's race. I was talking to teammate Abby Hall earlier this week, who finished just outside the top 10. And she was like, oh, you know, I got to Forest Hill in 11th or 12th. And I was like, oh, well, a couple women will probably drop in the next 40 miles. Like, that's great. I'm going to move up. One dropped. Addie Bracey, I think, was the, or maybe it was a Michigan Bluff. You know, Addie Bracey was the only drop out of that top 10 women's group last year, which meant all of a sudden there wasn't a lot of attrition. Yes, there was movement within the women's top 10,
shockingly little attrition,
but no attrition, which honestly trends for the whole field for women generally. Historically, if we look at data from other races, generally speaking, men on average are more likely to pull themselves off the course, and women are much more likely to have to be pulled from the course. That means they get timed out, or they've got or it's medical or whatnot. And so I think that while we see that happen on average over the entire field, I think we can probably say, you know, that might be more likely in the men's pro field as well. So the women raced incredibly smart last year. They raced in really horrendously tough conditions, and they still put on, you know, many of the fastest times ever.
I think it was the fastest cumulative top 10 ever for the women.
I think outside of the cold year. I think in 2012, the 10th place finisher, I can actually pull this up. It's on my computer.
While you're pulling that up, that'll be a fun stat to reference. But I think just to reinforce your point, the toughness and maturity that the women's field showed last year was just so impressive. I think one of the stories of the year in ultra running last year was the women's race here at Western States, where 15 of the top 30 overall finishers were women. Beth Pascal running 17:10, the second fastest time
3 women
ever.
in the top 10 last year. Like, that is wild. That does not happen. It had been years since we had that many women. I think we had 3 women in the top 10 before, but it was
2006.
Yeah, something like that. Early 2000s since the last time that had happened. So, I mean, the women put on a crash course in how to run Western States last year. And it's like, okay, guys, be ready for 2022.
Right. But I think just also it's important to be honest about these things, right? And the men last year, this is a great thing to talk about too, Corinne. You made a great observation yesterday, is that there's a difference between people who are racing for the win and those racing for the top 10. I thought that was a brilliant thing that you said yesterday. Some people come in just really wanting to win this race. There's people like Tim Tollefson, Hayden Hawks, Adam Peterman, who come in here with all the talent in the world, who really want that Cougar trophy and who have all the pedigree to do so. And then you've got a huge number of men who just want to get in the top 10, who want to get one of those M1 through 10 bibs and punch their ticket back to the race next year, build experience over time. And it's typically those people who are just going for the top 10 who race with a little bit more of a conservative strategy, who perform better or who are less likely to drop out of the race.
Yeah, which I think it's harder to I think it's harder to win from that position. I think you can probably end up on the podium, as we saw last year in the men's race anyway, with Tyler Green and Drew Holman. But I think it's hard to walk with the Cougar if you go into that top 10 mindset. I think if you want to end up in that 2nd through 10th spot, though, it's a pretty decent mindset to take into the race. And so it does end up paying off. Those little things you do, those things that feel conservative, those things that feel like you're wasting or taking time to change your shoes to get off the trail into the giant creek. Those things take a little bit of time, but they pay dividends over the back half of the race. And I think that's what's really, really important.
You could sacrifice 30 seconds to a minute getting yourself wet, but that 30 seconds to a minute could turn into tens of minutes later in the race if you do take care of yourself. When it's 100 degrees out, any of those small little self-care exercises do pay dividends in this race. As we continue to hit refresh on our screen trying to get an update from the Lion Ridge aid station, we will keep everybody posted about that here momentarily.
we should have our first runners coming through Lion Ridge any second now. I was trying to pull up this year's and last year's results. I do know that Megan Canfield, who we've mentioned many times, who is going for the Masters overall record this year, she was 10th in 2012 in that record-setting year that Ellie ran, and she ran 19:45. So I believe the top 10 women's times were almost spot on for last year, which is insane because 2012 was a historically cool year, and 2021 was, you know, in the top 10 hottest temps ever year. So for the top 10 women to run that fast in those conditions speaks volumes for how good the women's field has gotten.
No doubt, no doubt.
Without doing disservice to the women who have run this race for the past 49 years, you know, all incredible athletes. But to see the women's field get to the point where even in horrendous conditions, they're putting together just these absolutely insane performances. You know, historically, I've run the race both times in exactly 20 hours, which is kind of frustrating. Before 2018, that could have been 3rd place.
Yeah.
And that was 9th and 10th both years that I ran it. And so the women are getting faster and faster, and it's so impressive to watch.
Yes, and what a great storyline it's been throughout the entirety of our sport for the last couple of years. The increasing depth and density of competition in the women's races, a lot of times the outperformance of the men's races. Thinking back to earlier this year when Camille Herron broke the world record at 100 miles and simultaneously won the USATF 100-mile championship overall at the Jackpot 100-miler in the Las Vegas area. I think that was back in February or March. So keep your eyes on the ladies out there today. We could see another 3 in the top 10. Who knows? It's going to be exciting to see.
It's going to be epic. So I did find last year's times. 10th place was 19 hours and 47 minutes, so about 2 minutes slower than the coolest year on record when Ellie Greenwood's record was set. So to do that last year with over 100-degree temps in Auburn, I think is just kind of mind-boggling, honestly.
It was astounding. I mean, it was sort of mysterious too, right? Because the men's top 10 was so slow and the women's top 10 was so fast historically. It was, I think, the only can be attributed to just intelligent execution from the front of the women's race. And I think also a great observation by Kyle Pietari yesterday about Beth Pascal's victory last year. Again, 17 hours and 10 minutes, I think it was. Still 23 minutes back from Ellie Greenwood's course record in 2012, which we should talk about here in a second. But Kyle said he thinks that is one of the best performances ever in ultra running, not just here at Western States.
And
I tend to agree.
She was ahead of Ellie Greenwood's course record splits early in the day. Ellie is, I mean, she's an amazing ultra runner, but she's also extremely talented over like the 100K road distance, right? Like that is kind of her bread and butter. She's here this weekend, pacing and crewing Anne-Marie Madden, another Canadian athlete in the race. And so I think over the back part of the course last year, where someone like Ellie Greenwood has those insane road legs, the Comrades legs, the 100K Road World Championship legs, that's a little bit different than maybe some of these other trail and mountain running athletes like Beth Pascal. Beth still exceptionally fast, but I think that's where we saw that split happen. The heat is a huge factor there, but also Ellie's leg speed over those last 20 miles is hard to match.
Right. Yep. So Very, very interesting. And I think, yeah, this is a fun also thing to monitor throughout the day. Of course, people's crews and pacers are instrumental in our success or failure, especially at the professional level. Having somebody like Ellie Greenwood on Team Anne-Marie Madden this year, again, that Canadian duo. Ellie, I'm sure, will provide a great assist to Anne-Marie, not only with her knowledge and experience of the course, but also just the energy of a past champion and a course record holder.
That's a lucky pacer.
Absolutely. And then similarly, I mentioned this earlier, but I bumped into Jeff Browning in Olympic Valley yesterday. For those who don't know, Jeff Browning in his 50s now, one of the best 100-mile runners of all time and still operating at the top of his game in his 50s. He's on Team Cody Lind this year along with Luke Nelson, those two grizzled veterans of the race. I was just thinking to myself, like, wow, Cody Lind, everybody is saying he came back after a 4th place finish last year, the best performance of his career, coming back apparently in better shape with Luke Nelson and Jeff Browning on his team.
That's
he
a
could do
great
better.
crew.
I know.
That's a really, really great crew to have. We joke too, Alex Varner, Bay Area guy, is here again to pace and crew Ruth Croft. And, you know, he paced Magda. So, you know, it's kind of maybe not a bad person to have on your team if you're known for maybe getting that helping someone get that cougar is kind of the big thing.
Yes.
So we're waiting for splits right now from the Lion Ridge aid station. We believe that our lead runners are likely have come through there or are coming through there actively. We're going to be kind of refreshing everything just like everyone else is. Remember, that's a really remote aid station. They use sat phones to get information out to the internet. They use, honestly, a lot of our aid stations are run by ham radio operators as well. So it's, you know, it's not all data. It's not all high tech out there. So we're going to be waiting to get splits out of the Lion Ridge aid station, which is 10.3 miles into the race. And at this point, our lead men should be coming through there along with our front women as well.
Refresh, refresh, refresh is the name of the game here. I just refreshed the iRunFar Twitter feed. Speaking of which, we've got an update from Robinson Flat. Of course, the runners are still a long ways from arriving in Robinson Flat, which is about mile 30 on today's course. But iRunFar reporting that it's already a balmy 71 degrees in Forest Hill at 6:47 a.m. local time. It's heating up, folks. It's going to be a warm one out there today. And just a reminder, Robinson Flat is at, I think, about 7,000 feet of altitude. I'll double check on that.
They descend down Duncan Canyon and then climb. It's a long climb back up to that Robinson Flat aid station. Crews see their runners at a lot of places where they've just come up a huge hill. So I've been telling crews all week, like, look, your runners are going to seem kind of disgruntled, maybe unhappy, maybe really tired. It's because they've just climbed a huge hill to get to you. And so you just got to get them out of the aid station because there'll be a downhill waiting for them. But it happens at Robinson Flat, it happens at Michigan Bluff, it happens at Forest Hill. So runners are they kind of look worked when we see them, I feel like, throughout the race, and it's just because they've had a massive climb to get there.
Absolutely. And at 7,000 feet, when it's 71 degrees at 6:45 in the morning, being at altitude with those temperatures in the exposed sunlight, it feels even warmer than that. And I think also, just to reinforce your point here, Corinne, also one of the challenges when you get to Robinson Flat, you think you're at the top of the hill, but you still have a little bit of climbing to go.
You have to climb out of there, and then you have a really, really nice buff fire road descent, but you do have to climb out of there, and it's kind of always like, do I run out of here? Do I kind of joggle out of here? I'm not sure. But then you do have a really nice, long, fairly fast descent that runners can really open it up on, which, you know, it's starting, you're easing into that race mode. You really, you know, they say the race starts at Forest Hill. And they mean that because the back 40 miles of this course are so runnable, are so fast. You have to get there with legs. But that being said, you know, Kyle Pietari had a great point on our show yesterday saying, you know, when it's hot, you got to kind of be cognizant of those climbs. You got to keep it, you got to rein it in a little bit. You got to keep it a little bit easy, and then you can kind of push the descents a little bit more than you might usually because you get a breeze. It helps cool you down a little bit. And so I think we'll see some runners taking that tactic into the canyons today. Hopefully being mindful of the uphills and pushing the downhills in order to kind of maintain speed through that section of the course.
Yep. We'll talk a lot more about that section of the course. Corinne and I were just talking a little bit earlier about how the Western States 100 can be thought of in 3 distinct sections. The runners are in what we call the high country now. The middle section we call the canyons, and we'll get to that as to why that is in a little bit. An infamous, notorious section of the course. And then from Forest Hill to the finish, I don't know what we call that, but we call that sort of the running home maybe, but all 3 sections of the course have their own challenges, and we can't wait to tell you all about that here later on in our conversation. Maybe we'll call that the foothill section of the course.
Yeah, you know, it is. It's kind of, you're in the foothills of the Sierra at that point. You're kind of on that downward, hopefully not trajectory. That doesn't sound good. That sounds like someone's falling apart out there. But it is kind of, it's this place where, maybe you've picked up that pacer, that second pacer, and it's their job to kind of, move you down along the course. It's really, there isn't hiking at that point. Besides maybe the final climb up to Roby Point is definitely a little kick in the pants. It definitely doesn't feel good, particularly when you're trying to beat, you're chasing someone down or you're being chased. It's a little bit of snails passing snails at that point in a weird way, but it's really when you come out of the Sierra, when you come into the foothills, you got to be ready to run that section. It is a fast, flat, smooth, relatively speaking, right? It all rolls, but you got to be ready to run that section.
Absolutely, and one of the characters in the field who we saw coming over the top of the escarpment, I believe in second place, representing the East Coast, was Ellie Pell from Ithaca, New York. We want to tell you guys a little bit more about Ellie Pell. Check out this little feature.
I am a relatively new, I don't have a deep-ish pedigree in running, and so I've been running for about, 8 years now. I started when I was 22, and I'm 30. So, but I've known about this race, since I did my first ultra. It's just the stories, and then you watch all the coverage, you see the videos. Actually, I watch Life in a Day a lot, before really important races, just because watching incredible women do awesome things. I just like watching that. I watch sports because I just like watching people do, love what they're doing and also perform and just have a ball. And so you can't really, even on the East, you can't really get into the sport for that long without knowing about this race, because also it's just the hardest thing to get into. And so I think that I watch it every year, and I think it's awesome, but I also had the acceptance of I'm so new, there's a chance I might never run it, and that's okay. You can volunteer, you can do other things. But when the chance was finally realized, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to Western States, it was just this whole it's actually a real thing, and I get to go do it.
And there you have it, folks. That is Ellie Pell from Ithaca, New York, representing the East Coast. We had a lot of people shouting out the Beast Coast in the chat. It's a civilized 9:53 a.m., so I bet all her fans back there in New York State are rooting for Ellie Pell. You talked about her earlier. Maybe just give her another shout out.
Yeah, she's from Ithaca. She's part of the Trail Collective. She helps run the Trail Collective, which is a really cool East Coast kind of trail hub media center. She's out here with Ian Golden, who is a brilliant East Coast race director. I've actually gone out and run the Cayuga 50 mile in Ithaca that he helps put on. So it's really exciting.
Great race. Yeah.
Phenomenal race out in Ithaca, New York. So excited to see the East Coast represented there and the young and talented Ellie Pell making her, debut at Western States. It's going to be really exceptional. For those of you who are watching, who just joined us, just a quick reminder, our runners are out in the middle of nowhere right now. They're in the wilderness. They're in the Granite Chief Wilderness. So no drones are out there. We're going to be getting some footage as they kind of make their way out. We've invested in technology this year to try to get you footage earlier in the race. But remember, it's really remote. There is no cell coverage. There is no data out there. So you have to bear with us as the runners, kind of run out of the high country into the canyons and get closer and closer to town, closer and closer to us here on the Placer High School track. We're going to get better footage because we're going to be in cell range again. So bear with us. You're going to have to listen to us talk. You're going to have to watch videos of runners that we think are really cool and are going to be out there trying to get the best out of themselves. But that is kind of what we're going to be dealing with throughout the day as we can get into service and get better cell coverage for everyone.
Yes. It's going to be a great day, and I've just got Ellie Pell's results from this year. She has been busy already leading into Western States 100 miler. Ellie Pell really starting to put her mark on the sport, finishing second at the Bandera 100K down there outside San Antonio, Texas. That's where she punched her golden ticket. She then won the Naked Bavarian 20-miler in Pennsylvania, finished 5th at Chuckanut out in Bellingham, Washington. Came out to Oregon a few weeks later, finished 3rd at the Gorge Waterfalls 100K, and then won a 25K in New Jersey. So Ellie Pell has been busy on the racing scene this spring. She's clearly in great shape there up in the lead pack.
And then the smaller screen you see, that's our camera set up at Red Star Ridge. We're excited to have a camera out there this year. That's mile 15.8. So we do not expect to see our runners there until probably for another 35 or so minutes. Course record pace is 7:28 through there. I don't think we're going to be running under course record paces, at least not, you know, maybe. You know, course record pace, you can stay on it kind of early, but even Jim Walmsley was behind course record pace early last year. So I would say that we should be expecting to see runners in that little screen there. We'll make it big when they come through, probably closer to about 7:30, so another 35 or so minutes before we can get footage of our lead men and women coming through Red Star Ridge. We're still trying to find splits through the Lion Ridge aid station. Those are not yet up, it seems, anywhere. As those come up, you'll let us know and we'll let you know. But that is what we're looking at right now. Remember, over the top of the escarpment, Adam Kimball was leading. Over the top of the escarpment, Camille Herron was leading. But, you know, we're getting into the high country. It's rocky. It's rooty. It winds. There's a lot of climbing. So we'll be curious to see kind of how things are starting to shake out as we get, you know, either data coming in from our runners at Lion Ridge or footage of them coming through Red Star Ridge.
A lot of people in the chat asking about our attire, our uniforms here on set. Corinne and myself rocking these Hawaiian shirts. It's a Western States tradition. I'm not entirely sure what the story is.
It's a Tropical John thing, right? Tropical John. So I feel like there's a year and a color. You'll see it at the finish line. I feel like these are where we came in we got brought into the fold last year. All the board members have them as well. When we got brought into the fold, this was the color. I feel like when I see Craig at the finish line, he's got a different color. I feel like there's a year iteration going on here. But yeah, this is a Tropical John inspired ensemble that's part of the Western States kind of tradition at this point.
Yeah, I think basically all the Western States officials and board members are out there rocking their Hawaiian shirts today. So Corinne and myself get to do it in solidarity with them. But it does add an interesting flavor for us here in studio. Hope everybody at home is enjoying it. Just to reset, as we come up to 2 hours elapsed in this year's Western States 100, if you're just joining us, I'm Dylan Bowman from Portland, Oregon. Corinne Malcolm to my right from Seattle, Washington. Happy to be here in the warm sunshine of the Western States 100. Our live stream broadcast is brought to you not only by an army of awesome people working so hard behind the scenes, but it's also made possible by some great sponsors, most notably Hoka. Thank you so much to Hoka for their great support. Of course, they've been instrumental in this last era in the sport of trail running. They've been experiencing exponential growth as a company, as the sport is sort of experiencing the same thing. A big thank you to Strava, Buff, Inside Tracker, and Gooder as well for making this live stream possible, for helping us to make these investments that are making our sport a little more advanced and hopefully taking our coverage to the next level this year. Also, a quick reminder, get in the chat if you're watching us on YouTube. Looks like we've got over 5,000 people online watching us right now. A big hello to you, a warm welcome if you are just joining us, and we hope you'll stick around all day and night. This live stream is going to go all the way till the last finisher at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning here on the chat on the track.
A whole new day. The golden hour will be brought, will be rung in true, I don't know. I think it's my favorite part of the race. Yes, I love seeing our top finishers come through, but golden hour brings a tear to my eye every single year. Generally, it's because I'm sleep deprived as well, but I do think it's very, very special, and our live coverage will go all the way through golden hour Sunday morning. It'll be 10 to 11 a.m. here in the Pacific time zone in California. But right now we're still waiting on some splits from our runners out on course that we're going to hopefully be able to bring to you shortly as we get them. I don't think anyone has them yet. I feel like it's a constant battle of all of us refreshing things, and then someone will chime in that things have loaded, things have been launched. But once again, that smaller box that you see on our screen right now, that is the 15.8-ish mile aid station of Red Star Ridge. We're waiting to get our first runners through there, and I don't know who it's going to be, and that's very exciting.
Yep. So maybe, Corinne, let's just talk about some of the international flavor in the race this year on the professional fields. Maybe let's start with our neighbors to the north, a few very interesting athletes. We were just talking about Anne-Marie Madden, such a consistent top performer, punching her ticket at Black Canyon earlier this year. Also, oh, we've got an update. Let's get back to that in a sec.
Yep. So we're gonna what we have up so far from Lion Ridge. Again, that's that 10.3 mile aid station. It looks like it was. It looks like Ludo is leading the race. It looks like Ludo Pomeray is leading the race. Came through about 6:45, about 15 minutes ago, followed by a group of Adam Kimball and Seb Spaler. They came through just a couple minutes behind him, and then Tim Tollefson and Hayden Hawks were together just a couple minutes behind them. I'm showing five people through the Lion Ridge aid station, but obviously there's a delay, right? That's 9 or 10 minutes ago. My guess is that there's a few more people in there, but things are slow to refresh out there because they are in the middle of nowhere. They're in the middle of the wilderness. So it does look like Ludo is leading by a couple minutes over Adam Kimball and Seb.
Yeah, and actually to our production staff, if you guys could share my screen, it might be helpful for our viewers to see this. And interestingly, Corinne, Ludo's got a bit of a lead. I mean, 3 minutes ahead of Sebastian Spaler and Adam Kimball. It looks like if these splits are accurate, Ludo, again, from France, coming through in 1:45 elapsed. 3 minutes behind already is Seb Spaler and Adam Kimball. That means that Ludo put 3 minutes into those athletes in roughly a 7-mile stretch of trail. And then just behind them, we've only got 5 people's updates so far. So 4th and 5th would be the Hoka duo of Hayden Hawks and Tim Tollefson, 2 of the favorites in this year's race, but they're a full 6 minutes behind Ludovic Pomeray at this point if these splits are accurate. So we will continue to hit refresh. You guys can unshare my screen. I'll let you know when we're ready to do that again. But we're getting updates.
We're slowly getting updates from the course, and we think that those are probably a little bit delayed. I mean, maybe there is, but I kind of doubt that there's a 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 minute gap from Hayden and Tim to the next man. So we'll be waiting for some updates on our lead runners through Lion Ridge. It sounds like they came through there about 15 minutes ago or so. And so I imagine that most of that lead men's pack is kind of making their way through there, along with someone like Camille Herron, Ellie Pell, Dominique, or anyone else in that women's chase pack that really were all together at the escarpment, basically.
I've just received a text message from the race director,
Oh,
Mr. Craig Conley. I think he's probably there with the camera operator. And what he says is we are short of the Red Star aid station about mile 15, about 3/4 of a mile short of the aid station.
That's where the best service is. I also believe that I Run Far generally is in that zone as well, ahead of the aid station, because you've got some service in that zone that they have this satellite phone at. So exciting to see. This will be once we get runners into this zone where the race director and our camera guy, our gal, are set up right now, is going to be just short of the Red Star Ridge aid station, about 15 miles into the race.
Okay, so bear with us, folks. Don't go anywhere. We've got updates that are going to be coming fast and furious now, because I'm sure, as Corinne mentioned, there are many people through that aid station, though ultralive.net has not been fully updated yet. My guess is we have at least a couple of our women's leaders through the Lion Ridge aid station, roughly mile 10 1/4. So we are 10% through today's 100-mile race. Things are off to the races. We are making progress.
Hopefully the runners aren't thinking that way, right? I think it's really hard if you have to think about all 100 miles, 1 mile at a time. You got to take it in sections, right? I think Adam Peterman was given that advice. He was like, I can't comprehend running 100 miles, so I'm going to think about running this section, and then I'm going to think about running that section. And I think that's a really smart strategy. I think it's really hard to be like, I still have to run 90 miles or 70 miles. Like, that is a lot to process when you're out there on the course, and you really have to take it chunk by chunk, aid station by aid station. That is really, really important, I think, in order to make it to the race in one piece, to make it to the race feeling good, to not kind of get yourself into that low or that trap of being like, I'm going to be out here for forever, because it can feel like that at times, because it's running 100 miles. The likelihood of it feeling good the entire time is not high. Like, people are going to have lows out there for sure.
Has it ever happened that you felt good for an entirety of a 100-mile race, Corinne?
I don't think so. I definitely have questioned my decision.
No way.
I think when I ran my first 100-mile race at Leadville, I told one of my really good friends afterwards that I thought about quitting the sport a couple times during the race, and he said, that sounds about right. Like, I think you're doing it right.
You're doing it correctly.
Yeah.
A few questions about Trueheart Brown in the chat. I think this is an important thing to address here during our live coverage. Trueheart came out of nowhere at the Black Canyon 100K earlier this year in February, a race that's held outside Phoenix, Arizona, and really the kickoff to the ultra season in a lot of ways. A very exciting, deep competition, going for those golden tickets to have a chance to race here at Western States. And Trueheart Brown came out of nowhere to win that race. We were all very excited to see Trueheart line up here this year, and unfortunately he had to pull out of the race due to the fact that he is a wildland firefighter living in Flagstaff, Arizona. So a big thank you and gratitude to Trueheart Brown, who is out there on the front lines fighting fires in his hometown of Flagstaff, Arizona. And as a result, he was unable to come and race here at Western States. Again, it's one of those, I think, just illustrations of the type of people that we have in the sport. Trueheart knew what his priorities were, knew that he had more important things to do, and that was to help battle these wildland fires in Arizona that are getting increasingly scary, it seems like. And we miss Trueheart Brown here this year. We hope he can get back in next year so that he can compete here on the biggest stage.
Yep, and it looks like we have updates of our top 10 or so men, maybe more. Lots of updates coming in through the Lion Ridge aid station. We mentioned that Hayden Hawks and Tim Tollefson were together. It looks like just about a minute behind them was Jared Hazen, a minute behind Jared Hazen. So Jared Hazen in 6th. A minute behind him was Arlen Glick. He's, basically right with Adam Peterman. Tyler Fox, we've not mentioned Tyler Fox. Tyler Fox is a very talented runner. I am excited to see what Tyler Fox can do here today. That will be really, really interesting to see. I don't think he's on a lot of people's radar. He could surprise some people. John Ray in 10th. Tyler Green has moved to 11th. Okay, Tyler Green has moved from 25th to 11th in 7 miles. So that is kind of exciting to see Tyler Green move up. Brandon Benefield in 12th. Tom Owens 13th. Vincent Viette in 14th. Rod Farvard, who got a golden ticket at Canyons not that long ago, 15th. Cody Lind, 16th. Trevor Fuchs in 17th. Dominica in 18th. So right now our lead women are together, basically. They're a second apart. Dominica has closed the gap on Camille Herron. They're running in 18th and 19th overall. Marie-Anne Hogan, who we thought might be in this position, is running just a couple minutes behind them. No, a couple seconds behind them, with a matter of seconds. So right now it looks like, and Keely Henninger is also in that group. So right now it looks like Dominica, Camille Herron, Marie-Anne Hogan, and Keely Henninger are all within the span of about 10 seconds through Lion Star Ridge aid station, all running within the top 25 overall in the race thus far.
And looking down at the bottom of that top 25, we have Drew Holman in 23rd and Alex Nichols in 25th. Again, just like Tyler Green, those guys, biding their time early in this race, running conservatively, and we'll see if that pays off for them later in the race. But Ludovic Pomeray is your men's leader, and he is now, it looks like, a full 9 minutes ahead of Alex Nichols back there in 25th place. And I think going back to what I was saying earlier before the Lion Ridge updates started coming in, Corinne, there is a lot of international flavor here in the race. And if we're looking at the top 3 women, of course, we do have an American, that being Camille Herron, but we have a Polish athlete, Dominika Stelmach, and a Canadian, Marie-Anne Hogan, somebody who a lot of people have been speaking very highly of.
Yeah, and it looks like we have 14 women through the Lion Ridge aid station with a spread of 4 minutes from Dominica back to Elsa McDonald, the Canadian, in 14th. So all the big names are in that group. You got Dominica, Camille, Marie-Anne Hogan, Keely Henninger, Emily Hoagland, Katie Asmuth, Ellie Pell, Ruth Croft, Taylor Nowlin, Louisa Bueller, Brittany Peterson. So Brittany's moved up quite a bit.
Yep.
Lindsay Hagen, who is a new name to us that was brought to our attention at the top of the escarpment. Camille Bruas and Elsa McDonald are all through the Lion Ridge aid station with about a 4-minute spread between the top 14 women. So, basically, they're all right in there.
Yep, 4-minute spread between the top 15 women, a 9-minute spread between the top 15 men. So going back to what we were saying earlier, the depth and density of the women's race here is going to be quite exciting. All of those 15 women are clearly still in contention to win.
You've got like women that have not yet come through that I would still say are going to, be in that group. You've got Arroyo, the craft Spanish athlete, Zoe Rome, Leah Yingling, Anne-Marie Madden, Lucy Bartholomew. You've got women, Allison Baca, who's back after pregnancy. You've got a bunch of women in there who I would not be surprised to see them move up over, even over the next 20 miles. So very, very exciting to have those splits come to the Lion Ridge aid station, and I can't wait till we get footage of our athletes again back at the Red Star Ridge aid station, which is going to be, about 4 miles from that split. I imagine that they will be there in about the next 20-25 minutes.
Going back to what we were saying about the international flavor here, I think if I'm counting correctly, of the top 15 women, 6 are international athletes. We have from Poland, Dominika Stelmach, Marianne Hogan, Canadian, Emily Hoagland from Zimbabwe, Ruth Croft from New Zealand, Lucia Bueller from Switzerland, Camille Bruas from France, and Elsa McDonald also from Canada. So a lot of international flavor here at the front of the women's race.
Yep, and a lot of things can change, right? I'm thinking back to when Lucy led the race for a very long time before ultimately finishing third. I'm thinking back to, who was it? We've had a lot of international athletes, I feel like, who have come through. Andrea Hauser a number of years ago was in this field, and I think it was 2017, she led through Robinson Flat, was flying through Robinson Flat, and ultimately, I believe, finished in the top 10, but was not in that podium position.
Yep.
So a lot can change on a hot day in particular. A lot can change, and so I'm hoping that athletes, they're keeping their cards close. They're playing, they're waiting to make the right moves later in the day, but you're right. There will be carnage out there. To what extent, we do not yet know. A lot of these athletes, we do have a lot of returning athletes from last year. We do have a lot of brand new athletes to either the 100-mile distance or Western States just in general. And those things will be very interesting to see how they play out, because those will influence race tactics, how conservative they're being, what mistakes they might make, because there just are things that you don't know until you get out there and you experience it.
Yep, some people giving Brandon Benefield a shout out here in our chat. I'm doing my work to look up this athlete, and this is one of the fun things about our sport. It seems like at every race now there's somebody new who pops on our radar. Last weekend, Corinne and I had the great privilege of also doing the live stream coverage for the Broken Arrow Sky Race, where we were introduced to Sophia Lockley, I think was her name, who came out of nowhere to smash the 26K. And my point is that there's just so many interesting people here in the sport now, so many great athletes coming into the sport from different sporting backgrounds. And I'm just looking up Brandon Benefield here, who is also sitting here near the front of the men's race. Looks like he may be from the Pacific Northwest. This year, winning the Sun Mountain 50-miler back in May here at Western States for what I believe is his first running.
Yeah, and Sun Mountain's a great training race for this. It's oftentimes a little bit warmer. It's on the east side of the Cascades. The balsam root, the flowers are out. It's a really great event. So that can be a great tune-up for a race like Western States. So we'll see what happens out there.
So if you are just joining us, we continue to smash the refresh button, but we are now 2 hours and 13 minutes elapsed into this year's Western States 100. My name is Dylan Bowman. We're here with Corinne Malcolm, and we are going to be pulling this first shift here in studio on the track. You'll see probably in an hour or two, they're going to start putting the actual finishing arch up directly behind where we sit here. But we are officially on hallowed grounds here at the birthplace of trail 100-mile racing. And this is going to be a special, special day just 2 hours in now to our 31-hour live stream. So thanks so much to everybody who's here. It looks like almost 5,200 people watching us live. Big thanks to everybody for joining us. Hope everybody's having a beautiful Saturday and enjoying this coverage.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for our runners to come through Red Star Ridge, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with you.
3, 2, 1. Left foot, right foot. One breath, one stretch. On Strava, the only rule is to let it all out. It's not always pretty. But here, there's no judgment. No, really. That walk around the block is a win. And your next activity might be your next best adventure. So, are you ready to join? Make your move.
Okay, we are back in studio. Welcome to the 2022 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. Corinne, let's start doing a little bit more updating from the Lion Ridge aid station. Maybe power us through the top 10 men, and I'll take us through the top 10 women.
Yeah, give me 1 second to pull that up. So our top 10 men, well, you know, there are many more have come through since then. We've got international athlete, masters athlete, 46 years old. Ludo Pomeray is leading the men's race by a couple minutes over local trucky guy Adam Kimball, and Seb, another international athlete out of France, who we've mentioned earlier, has had good performances historically, though, on U.S. soil, running the Lake Sonoma 50-miler and winning the North Face 50-miler in 2019. Got to watch him run that. Just behind him is Hayden Hawks and Tim Tollefson running together. Honestly, I think that's a pretty good strategy. Hopefully they're just kind of, you know, biding their time. Behind them is Jared Hazen and Arlen Glick, followed by Adam Peterman, kind of, I think, who we're waiting for to see what's going to happen. Tyler Fox and John Ray. We'll give honorable mention to Tyler Green and Brandon Benefield, who are sitting just outside. I mean, truly, they're all together. And Tom Owens. So you got Tyler Fox, John Ray, Tyler Green, Brandon Benefield, and Tom Owens all together. So 9th through 13th coming through there kind of in one big pack. So really a very, you know, not that much of a spread at just mile 10.3 of the race.
Which is to be expected. As I mentioned earlier when we were looking at the elevation profile, typically, at least in the men's race, the separation starts to occur after Duncan Canyon as they climb up to the Robinson Flat aid station at mile 30. So not surprising to see packs of runners still together here just 10 miles into this year's race. Just to do a quick update from the women's field, we've got Dominika Stelmach from Poland out front, but also, as Corinne was saying, basically running together in a pack with Camille Herron and Marianne Hogan. And then just behind them, we've got Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon, Emily Hawgood, originally from Zimbabwe, now living here in California, Katie Asmuth from Mammoth Lakes, California, Ellie Pell representing Ithaca, New York, Ruth Croft from New Zealand in 8th, Taylor Nowlin in 9th, from Spokane, Washington in 10th, Luzia Bueller from Switzerland. And then, yes, more honorable mentions, Brittany Peterson, rocking F4. She's also one of the fastest women ever on this course, finishing 2nd in 2019 in one of the greatest battles of all time here at the race against Claire Gallagher in 11th. And then we've got Lindsay Hagen and Camille Bruyas and Ailsa McDonald in that sort of 12th through 14th position. So the action is underway. All the sort of main characters are still in contention here as we make our way through the high country here on the Western States 100 course. The next update we will expect will be from the Red Star Ridge aid station. You see in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen here, that is a live shot, compliments of not only our race director, but a big crew of people who are working very hard behind the scenes to bring live footage of runners to you throughout the day. This is just outside the Red Star Ridge aid station, roughly mile 15. My guess is we'll see them soon, Corinne.
Yeah, I do think so. I think our update out of Lion Ridge was pretty delayed. They came through about 6:45. There was a question, of what was our anticipation of those times? Were they too slow coming through there? I mean, historically, that is actually when, 6:45 is technically women's course record pace. That's Ellie Greenwood pace through that aid station. Is there snow on courses? Is that what is making this so much slower? There isn't a lot of consistent snow on course, but I have been heard that the trail is just in rough conditions, that it might not be snowy, but that it could be very wet, that it's seen a lot of down trees. It's seen a lot of kind of it's just not in the best condition per se. So that could be contributing to it, but they're also just, maybe they're just not taking it out quite as hard. We won't know until they get here at the track and they get to tell us all about it. Everything that we say at this point is speculation, but we should be seeing our lead men coming through the Red Star Ridge aid station, or ahead of the Red Star Ridge aid station soon.
So this is kind of interesting here. I'm on the Western States 100 website, wser.org, and I'm looking at the fastest splits ever to the Red Star Ridge aid station. It looks like Tim Ball, way back in 1989, ran 2 hours and 19 minutes here. Yep, here we got a screen share here. So 2 hours and 19 minutes would be right now if the runners were on that record pace. And then it looks like Hal Kerner and Dave Mackey came through in 2:23 together in 2009. Craig Thornley said that our live camera feed is 3/4 of a mile ahead of the aid station. So really we should cut to that Red Star Ridge camera now, because I would expect we will see runners coming through there, our lead men, any second now.
Yep, because this again is about 3/4 of a mile down from the Red Star Ridge aid station, or where this camera is placed for you all. So hopefully we'll be seeing our lead men coming through here shortly, followed by our lead women.
And this beautiful trail, as we were talking about earlier, this is the section of the course that is trafficked the least of the entire 100 miles between Olympic Valley and Auburn, California. This section of trail is the responsibility of none other than Craig Thornley himself, the race director and 9-time finisher of Western States. And they put so much time and effort into making this trail.
Oh, they have to go out there and pull so much stuff. A lot of this is burned. And so white thorn grows really quickly in this area. It's a really nasty plant. So they've been going out there pulling out white thorn, helping to make the trail more passable, helping to make the trail more runnable. And they have these volunteers, and Craig is one of those guys who has a section of the course that he is supposed to take care of. And he did say a tree came down in his section of the course this past week, and that might still be down there for the runners. So there might have been a small hurdle out there to overcome, but yes, it's a lot of work to maintain this section of trail, because really outside of this race it's not used a whole lot. Some of the stuff coming up on the race course before they get to Robinson Flat is used by dirt bikers, and so it's seeing a little bit more traffic, but generally speaking this race is really what sees this upper section of the course.
You know what's going to be interesting here, Corinne, as we fast forward to start to think about the lead women coming through here. If Camille Herron is still in contact here at Red Star Ridge,
that's a good
it'd
sign.
Be very interesting. Yeah.
That would be a really good sign, I think. Dominica was the gal I said I thought was going to be out early, so she's making that move. She historically is a very, very quick runner. I don't actually know if she has a 100-mile finish to her name. I think generally she trends towards more that 50-mile to 100K distance. That's where I've seen her race. That's where I've raced with her in the past at IAU Trail Worlds and that kind of thing. So, it'll be curious to see kind of how the back part of this race goes for her, while I'm not surprised to see her out early.
Yep. So we think the temperature up here where our camera is sitting is already in the 70s here at 7:23 a.m. And this is, again, the most exposed section of the course. And on hot years, like we expect today to be, it's a section where if you don't take care of yourself appropriately, if you're not really emphasizing your fueling and hydration, that can really come back to bite you later on in the race. As we see here, a little bit of an exposed section. This trail just rolls along the top of the ridge for several miles.
Yeah, it truly does. I think the next section is kind of the section of the course that can sneak up on people, just because it's about a 9-mile section after this. And you're right, it's already in the 70s up there. The next section has actively burned. You are in the burned section for a bit. So there is no shade out there. I believe this is where Casey Lichtag told me a number of years ago to pick up, to have a third bottle for, because it was worth it to be able to put water on myself, to get my buff wet, to kind of get my head wet, to stay cool during that section. So things will start to heat up for these runners, although hopefully they've been feeling pretty comfortable up to this point.
So really any second now we would expect to see the lead men to start trotting across our screen here. So don't go anywhere, folks. We are now probably almost 15 miles into today's race for our lead runners.
Yeah, if they're running closer to Ellie's splits, if that's accurate, that Ludo came through Lion Ridge at 6:45, which is Ellie Greenwood's split from the course record in 2012, that historically cool year. She came through Red Star Ridge at 7:41.
Oh, I thought I saw somebody, but it was
it's the photographer.
Photographer out there.
Oh, anticipation, Dylan, don't jump the gun. But yes, so if we're thinking okay, maybe it's more that 7:41 into the aid station, it could be a couple minutes yet to see those guys start to roll through here. But once again, we're about a mile out of the aid station at this point, so we should be getting ready to see those runners come through here in just a couple of minutes. And we're gonna try to hold on this screen so that we don't miss them, because it's cool to get to see these athletes come through this zone. Do you have any predictions of what you anticipate to see through this zone? Any more separation?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Again, just going back to our updates from the Lion Ridge aid station, where Ludovic Pomeray, it looked like, if the splits were accurate, had a 3-minute lead. Again, the Frenchmen like to race in an aggressive style, traditionally, if I could speak in generalities, so it'll be interesting to see if Ludovic still has a bit of a cushion, or if the characters like Tim Tollefson and Hayden Hawks are going to, and Seb Spaler, et cetera, are going to try and close that window a little bit on our leader, Mr. Ludovic Pomeray, 46 years young. I think another interesting storyline to follow throughout the day. Corinne Ludo, again, 46. Adam Peterman is 26. So in our top 10 men, there is a 20-year spread in age.
That's impressive. We saw that last weekend, too, at Broken Arrow. We had a 20-year spread between the young 22-year-olds at the front of that race and Max King, also in that race at 42. So it's pretty cool to see that wide of a spread. And then I'm going to be curious to kind of keep my eye on Megan Canfield, see where she's creeping up in the race. If anyone knows how to run this race, it's someone like Megan. So we'll be keeping an eye out there as she kind of, I imagine, eats her way through people later in this race.
Yes, and we have to remember to continually go back and check in on Megan Canfield, the one they call the Queen of Western States, as we have another photographer making his way down the trail here. Megan Canfield going for her 13th finish here. An incredible person, an incredible athlete. I was chatting with her coach, Pat Reagan, himself a great athlete and multiple Western States finisher here. Well, actually back in Olympic Valley a few days ago, and he's saying that she is ready. So Megan Canfield in her 60s now, going after Diana Fitzpatrick's 60-plus age group record.
And going for the overall, I think, 60-plus age group record as well.
And Diana Fitzpatrick, we should mention, is also the president of the board of the Western States 100. So the organization, they live the sport too. Craig Thornley, 9 finishes. Diana Fitzpatrick, I think, probably has 4 or 5 to her name, including the 60-plus age group record, which she set, I think, 3 or 4 years ago now. So many just interesting characters as part of the Western States community beyond just these big names, these pro athletes that we continue to talk about this morning.
Yep, so here's that update from the Lion Ridge aid station of our lead women. We had, that seems like there's something wrong with that a little bit there, but we've got Dominika Stelmach of Poland, Camille Herron, Marianne Hogan in that group as well. Keely Henninger in that group. Interesting to see what's going to be happening when we get our runners through here, which should be any minute now.
Yep, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen anybody yet here from the men's race. So.
But again, once again, this is about a mile out of that aid station. If they came through on Ellie's splits, it's possible that it's still going to be just a couple more minutes for them to get to us at this point. Since Ellie's splits through this aid station are 7:41, 7:41 being, you know, another about 10 minutes down the road. So my guess is that we'll see them in the next couple of minutes, though, for sure. Again, your top 5 women on your screen right now: Dominika Stelmach of Poland, Camille Herron, trying to make it, you know, do it right this year. She did it right by getting to the finish last year. She's trying to put it all together this year in what could be, you know, a breakthrough performance here at Western States.
Yep. It's going to be fun to see where the breakthroughs come from. One thing is for certain is that there will be breakthroughs here today, as there are every year. Thinking back to last year, Cody Lynn finishing 4th place, a huge breakthrough for him. One person who I think could present a breakthrough opportunity, who we had such a fun time chatting with in our pre-race interviews, is Emily Hoagland, a friend and teammate of yours. Maybe give us a little color on her.
I mean, I'm so excited to see her race this year without having to have raced 3 golden ticket races to get into Western States. Yep. She really, really, really wanted to run this race last year, so much so that she went to Bandera and then went to Black Canyon and then went to Canyons 100K and finally secured that golden ticket at Canyons 100K last year before getting on the start line for Western States, where she ultimately finished 7th. Her mom got to come over this year, so her mom made it in from Zimbabwe. She'll be out here cheering for Emily. It's really exciting to get to have her family out here. She's been living in the States for a long time. She got to go back over to home in the fall and stay kind of through the Christmas time period, but you know, I think getting to share the Western States experience with her mom has to feel particularly special this year, and I'm hoping that she, you know, can finish in a better position than that F7 bib that she's wearing this year.
Yes, it was so fun to chat with her, and I remember back on last year's live stream, we did have a lot of that African pride in the chat. A lot of people shouting out Zimbabwe. A really interesting athlete, Emily Hoagland, coming back with that F7 bib, hoping to improve upon that. And here we go. It looks like we have our lead runner here on screen coming from the left into the center. It looks like this is Ludovic Pomeray, our 46-year-old Frenchman here at Western States racing for the first time. He is a UTMB champion, a Grand Raid champion. If he could add a bronze cougar and a Western States championship to his trophy shelf, it would be a proud, proud achievement. And this looks like Hoka athlete Ludovic Pomeray in the lead here at the 2022 Western States 100. Corinne, how great is it to have this camera?
It's so good. We did not, I don't know if you guys remember, I don't think we had footage till well after Robinson Flat last year. So to have this footage is absolutely insane. So we anticipate that Ludo probably has a couple-minute lead still over our second place male if that same split holds true from what we saw at the Lion Ridge aid station. So it might be a couple minutes before we get our next guys through.
And Ludo went through in 2:31.45, folks. So if you see that time elapsed in the top left-hand corner of your screen, we can all get an accurate split back to the chase pack here in just a couple of minutes. This is getting interesting, folks. Ludovic Pomeray out to a hot start in the lead, running alone. And Corinne, maybe as we start to see this chase pack come into view, it'll be interesting to kind of talk about the psychological difference between running alone at the front of this race versus running in a group, and how that oftentimes can be a benefit. Although for certain individuals, thinking of people like Jim Walmsley, they thrive as front runners, but running in a pack can have its benefits as well.
Yeah, I think it totally depends on the runner. It's, you know, sometimes some people like to be chased. Some people like to be the chaser. You know, it's like the hunted versus the hunter mentality. At the same time, all these runners that we've talked to all week say, you know, like, oh, I'm confident this year that I know how it feels. I know how it feels to run my own race. It's really important to feel like you're in the, you know, that you're running in the right place. A lot of people on their first Western States are looking for, you know, support almost from the runners around them of like, is this the right pace? Am I where I'm supposed to be? I'm hoping a lot of those runners like Keely Henninger and Ruth Croft have that confidence after last year to know that where they are is where they're supposed to be out there. The pack is nice. The pack takes the mental pressure off of you a little bit, as long as you're feeling good and you don't feel like you're hanging on, that you're trying to run uncomfortably to stay with a pack. I think that can be really hard and really stressful for a runner, as opposed to kind of going at your own speed, even if it's only slightly slower than that pack, kind of staying in your flow state, your flow zone there. But I do think that I mean, there's pretty good science on the fact that pacers don't matter so much in running from an aerodynamic standpoint, but it lessens the psychological load for the athletes. And so getting in that train, getting to shut your brain off and kind of just follow along can be super beneficial.
Yes, very, very nice. I'm definitely not the type of runner who thrives out in the lead. It comes with a lot of self-doubt. Am I going too hard? Is this stupid? But rather, it's nice to settle into a groove with other runners, let somebody else dictate the pace a little bit, share the load, have some chit-chats. But Ludovic Pomeray now coming up on 3 minutes since we've seen him. Again, he came through our camera angle here at 2:31:45. So we are now at 3 minutes since Ludo has come through. He had a 3-minute lead at the Lion Ridge aid station, so we should start to see our chase pack here any second. Do not go anywhere.
Yep, and again, this is just ahead of the Red Star Ridge aid station. About, according to Craig, it's about a half mile or 3/4 of a mile. This looks like to be our second person coming into view now. Our second male coming into view. You want to say that's Seb?
We've got 2 Frenchmen out front. It looks like to me. Again, Sebastian Spaler. Really, really interesting athlete in the field this year. And the Frenchmen, I mean, we have got to give them kudos if this is indeed Seb. It appears to be.
I believe it is white
Yes.
Solomon top, gloves, arm sleeves helping for the cold early and then helping to keep the sun off of you later, helping to get wet and get ice in there later.
So just under 4 minutes behind race leader Ludovic Pomeray. We have 2 Frenchmen in the lead here at Western States with 3rd place coming through here behind Sebastian. Not long behind, maybe a minute or so, but Sebastian Spaler running his first 100-miler here at Western States.
This is probably Adam Kimball coming into frame now, our 3rd place male runner. He led over the escarpment, Truckee local Tahoe Rim Trail FKT holder. Once again, took that from Killian Jornet himself.
Yep.
So
a buff athlete joined us in studio here at the live stream last year. He seemed to be in a great frame of mind this week when we talked to him. Good man.
Just good man. How are you? Chatting it up with Craig, who's out with the Starlink and the camera.
4 minutes 40 seconds behind Ludovic is our 3rd place runner, Adam Kimball, the local. Surprising people, I would say. It's fair to say.
Yeah, I imagine he's probably in on a sponsor spot this year, excited to get to be in this race, in this field. So we'll see how he does as the day goes on, but he's off to a strong start thus far.
This is so cool, Corinne. We can't emphasize enough just how remote this is. This is in the middle of nowhere.
No, so last year, for those of you who tuned in, right, we didn't get Robinson Flat footage until way later in the day because we'd sent Ryan Thrower, good friend of ours, out onto course. He got all that footage. He came back here, edited it in the truck, and we put it on live, or put it on kind of delayed live, basically. So to get footage from before Robinson Flat, you all don't understand how huge that is.
Yes.
So we are so abundantly grateful for the crew that is responsible for getting us any images of the race in the first 100K of it, basically.
Big gratitude from Corinne, myself, and I'm sure our 6,000 viewers right now getting a front row seat to the action at North America's most important ultra marathon. And Ludovic is on the gas, Corinne. We are 6 minutes since we've seen Ludo. We still have not seen some of our top contenders.
Like
I'm thinking
Tim Tollefson,
Hayden, Jared.
But, you know, that will be interesting. I'm really curious to know what's going to be happening, you know, as the race plays out.
Again, there's more than one way to approach these efforts. I know some people talk about they want to maybe push a little bit harder in the morning when it's cooler. I have never been a fan of that strategy, but maybe that's what Ludo is doing here today. But I think it's also not controversial to say that in general, Europeans tend to race a little bit more aggressively early in these 100-mile races. And with the internationalization of the sport, it's something that you can sort of observe across all these sort of championship level races. Looks like we've got a little bit of a train here. Looks like Hayden Hawks to me.
That's a Hoka top for sure. Is that 2 Hoka shirts?
Looks like, yeah, Tim Tollefson to me behind Hayden Hawks. Now more than 7 minutes behind race leader Ludovic Pomeray here just outside the Red Star Ridge aid station.
You know, honestly, I would say this is a smart strategy. I hope that Hayden feels good. I hope that this is him running a really collected race because, you know, he fought hard in the early stages of the race and then, you know, had a spiritual moment, I think, at mile 90 last year when he was laying on the side of the trail. So there's Tim Tollefson.
Mammoth Lakes, California.
Fan favorite.
Both looking good.
That M5 bib.
Looks like a train of 3 now coming up the hill behind the duo of Hayden Hawks and Tim Tollefson. Let's see who this is here. So this will be our 6th, 7th, and 8th place runners coming up the hill here. It looks like Jared Hazen, Adam Peterman, and that... Is this maybe Arlen Glick? I believe that's Arlen Glick running with Adam Peterman and Jared Hazen.
Yeah, blue top, red pack. I believe that is Arlen Glick representing the Midwest there. Jared Hazen, Adam Peterman, Arlen Glick. That's a good train. That's a train that I'd want to be on, I think. Those are some smart runners right there putting that together.
A lot of Arlen Glick fans in the chat here today. Representing the Midwest. Of course, our sport oftentimes is thought of as something that's centralized in the Mountain West, in the West Coast. So good to see people like Ellie Pell, Arlen Glick, Camille Herron, all coming from different geographical regions, in addition to our international athletes here competing on this legendary course in the Sierra Nevada foothills.
Yep, so we're going to be, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I guess our women we saw, they were 18th and 19th overall at that Lion Ridge split. So we still have a little bit of time, I think, before we're going to see Dominica, Camille, Ellie Pell not faded. She's just kind of moved back a little bit in that group. Keely Henninger, Katie Asmith are up in that group. So curious to see how tight that women's pack is going to be coming through here. It didn't seem like there was quite so much separation in the women's field at Lion Ridge. Curious to see where they are, but again, they were running in like the 18th, 19th, 22nd kind of overall in the field, so it'll be just a little bit more time before we get footage of our women coming through our camera frame here. And again, our camera frame is ahead of the Red Star Ridge aid station. So the Red Star Ridge aid station is technically 15.8 miles into the race, and we're about 3/4 of a mile down the hill from that aid station. So we'll see what we're gonna, I don't know, I feel like we're all just staring at the same little screen right now, hoping that someone comes across it.
We should be through the top 8 men. So again, we saw Ludovic Pomeray come through now more than 10 minutes ago. And here we've got our 9th place runner coming up the hill. We'll be able to identify that runner here shortly.
It's probably Tyler Fox or Jonathan Ray is my guess. Or Tyler Green, though all those, or Brandon Benefield or Tom Owens, all those guys were right together.
Here comes the train. Here
there
comes the
we
train,
go,
folks. Okay, so this is going to be good for everybody to see here. Gives us an opportunity to see who the players are here at the beginning of this race. Who's looking good?
Is this
Still
Vincent?
early. This looks like Vincent Viette, another Frenchman here in the top 10. That's 3 Frenchmen here so far. Here 15 miles into today's race. And there's Tyler Green, Drew Holman. I think
Jonathan Ray is leading that group there.
Yep. And then I think that's Tyler Green for sure behind Jonathan Ray. Yeah, it looks like Drew Holman to me. 2 Nike athletes here.
Running together.
Again, both those gentlemen finished on the podium here last year. This might be our guy Benefield.
Hard to see the number there on his side. So I'm assuming one of those gentlemen is Tyler Fox and one of those gentlemen is Brandon Benefield.
Okay, yeah.
Because both those gentlemen came through Lion Ridge basically in this same pack.
This is Tom Owens. So
Tom Owens is in that pack too. Yep. Our Brit who actually, it was very interesting. At UTMB this past year, he went blind. he got that ultra blindness and had to drop, but he was at Courmayeur with Holly Page crewing him, and he was like, Holly, I can't see. She's like, no, like the sun's gonna come up, you're gonna be fine. Like, what? Like, is your headlamp dying? Like, what do you mean you can't see? And he's like, no, I can't see anything.
Yep.
And he was going like, so he had to drop at Courmayeur last year, but he was 4th at UTMB in 2019, so has quite the running resume. But yeah, he it happens in some of these night races at kind of higher elevation with dry conditions. We've got 2 more men, it looks like, coming across our screen here, and then we should be seeing our first women, honestly, and not that long.
This is Cody Lind here.
And Alex Nichols.
Yes, okay.
So Cody Lind and Alex Nichols on the hunt, 2 Scott athletes making their way into the Red Star Ridge aid station.
And just, again, 2 of the guys who really know how to run 100 miles, who have put it together, who've proven that they know how to race intelligently. And again, going back to a point that Corinne made very astutely yesterday, there's a difference between those who are racing for the win versus those racing for the top 10. And we're starting to see those who are likely going to be racing for those top 10 positions. And it's great to see some of these tacticians now coming into our screen a full 14 minutes behind our race leader, Ludovic Pomeray, the Frenchman, who came through here at 2:31:45 elapsed. Now well past our top 10 men, working our way towards the lead women.
Here's another Hoka kit making its way across our screen. Number 44 is the leg number there. I'll get that up for us. That was Cole Watson coming across our screen.
Yes.
Excited to see how he does here at his first Western States. Dominika, we got our first female coming across our screen. This is Dominika from Poland in that Adidas Terex kit. She's part of the Adidas Run Club in Poland.
And there's Scott
Super
Treyer.
solid athlete. Scott Treyer, fan favorite Scott Treyer.
So,
Dominika.
Dominika Stelmach coming through at 2:46:12-ish elapsed. Let's see what the gap is back to the chase pack of women. But again, Corinne, we sort of made the prediction that Dominika Stelmach was going to go out hot early. She wasn't far back of race leader Camille Herron at the top.
This might be Marianne Hogan and
this
Camille
looks like
Herron.
Keely here. This looks like
that's Keely Henniger
yeah.
and Camille Herron. Okay.
So just a minute back, maybe. Keely Henninger, Jeff Colt there. And Camille Herron still in contact.
That's honestly, this is huge for Camille Herron to still be in contact going in to Red Star Ridge. So your first 3 women have come past our cameras here on their way to Red Star Ridge aid station, which is 15.8 miles in. Again, that's Dominika, followed by Keely Henninger, followed by Camille Herron.
So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll take you through at least the top 10 women through here, the Red Star Ridge aid station, before we take a quick break. But we are now 2 hours 47 minutes into this year's Western States 100. Again, just like last year, it starts to go by so quickly. Wherever you're joining us from, big thank you for being here. Jump in the chat, come interact with us here today. See Corinne doing some moderation there in the chat right now as we await. Looks like Marianne Hogan coming up the hill here to me.
Yep, super solid.
In 4th place now, Marianne Hogan from Canada, fan favorite. So many people messaging me about Marianne Hogan.
Yeah, not really a dark horse. It looks like we've got a chase pack, though, here. Women, I'm seeing some ponytails bobbing on our screen. I imagine that looks to be Katie
This is
Asmith.
Ellie Pell in 5th.
Ellie Pell, and then is that Emily Hoggood?
Hoggood.
In the red shorts?
In 6th, it looks like.
Nice, Ellie. Good work,
All right.
Emily
Yes. Saying hello to the race director.
Honestly, Emily and Ellie together, it's a pretty good duo. They're both maybe some of the happiest runners out there. Maybe Katie Asmith might be the only person who can outshine them in their happiness and enthusiasm. So hopefully they'll have that carry them down the way.
I'm now forgetting at what split Dominika came through here, but it was probably 2.5 or 3 minutes ago. We'll get a full update on that here soon.
2:46 something, and I think the top that looks like that's That's not Ruth Croft yet. No, Ruth Croft is in that group. Yep, Ruth Croft is tucked in there. And Katie Asmuth.
Yep.
Perfect.
So this is 7th and 8th. Katie Asmuth from Mammoth Lakes, California, pumping her hands. Ruth Croft from New Zealand, last year's 2nd place finisher, the 5th fastest woman ever on the Western States course in one of the hardest and hottest years ever. Ruth Croft off to what looks like another smooth, controlled start here at Western States.
Yep, and it's official. We have splits from our Red Star Ridge aid station with Ludo and Seb through there with about a 4-minute gap between them. 3:45, if we're being super technical, is what it looks like. So our first 2 men are Ludo Pomeray and Seb. Two French guys off the front right now. Adam Kimball should be 3rd. So we'll wait to get an update from the Red Star Ridge aid station.
Just thinking back to the only other race in the world that rivals Western States in its importance is the Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc. Happens every year in August in Chamonix, France. Just thinking of our 2 Frenchmen leading the race here today. The top 5 men at UTMB last year were Frenchmen. The depth of the French level of professional runners in the sport right now is truly, truly deep. And here we have some more runners. It looks like 289, number 289. And I think that's Kyle Curtin rocking the M8.
You're right. Yep.
Another Canadian, I think, Kyle Curtin in the race.
Yeah, a solid bunch of Canadians coming through here. One of the next Canadians we'd be looking for would be Anne-Marie Madden to come through here. We're also looking for Zoe Rome and Leah Yingling. We expect to come through here shortly.
Oh, here's Ailsa McDonald, also Canadian.
Ailsa
McDonald.
Spends most of her winters in Arizona. Super, super solid. Has been here twice before. Has gotten golden tickets in twice before. Is an incredibly talented runner.
And it's a beautiful day here, 15 miles into the Western States.
Here is our
100.
Swiss woman, Louisa, coming across the screen there. Recognizable. You can pick her out from her tattoos. I've gotten to run a bit of the UTMB course with her in the past. She is super solid. I believe she's been top 5 at UTMB twice. Excited to see how she does in the heat here today.
So we must be through the top 10. I've lost track now of where we are in the women's race.
Yep, we'll have a little bit more of an update as those time checks truly come through at the Red Star Ridge aid station.
Camille Bruyas, speaking of the French runners, speaking of UTMB, Camille Bruyas, 2nd place at last year's UTMB, earning her golden ticket here to the Western States 100. A very interesting athlete to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how she does. She's incredibly fast. I think she's got great leg speed. She's not unfamiliar to the 100-mile distance with that UTMB finish. This looks to be, is that Taylor?
Taylor, yep.
Super solid start to her day. It'll be her debut 100, which has to be a little bit daunting, but she knows she's in good company.
All the usual suspects, Corinne. I don't think there's any major surprises right now. I did see in the chat, I'm not sure where the report had come from, but that Tessa Chesser had indeed pulled out. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but you mentioned that she was dealing with injury.
Yep, she's on her way back from injury, and so I know training hasn't been ideal going into this, but she really wanted to be here and she really wanted to get out on the course. So I think she was going to kind of see what her body had and how far she could go without re-injuring herself. But so it sounds like it's possible that she's dropped at this point, and we know that she's doing exactly what she needs to do so that hopefully she can be back here healthy next year.
And a big apology for a small mistake by me. I identified Kyle Curtin as being from Canada. He is from Durango.
Oh,
the Canada of Colorado, we'll call it.
Yeah. Colorado. It's got a Canadian attitude. Yeah, similar, but different for sure. There's a breeze on the track right now.
How good does that feel?
That feels really, really nice. We were complaining about being cold last weekend, and we know that's going to change rapidly, and we're going to complain about being hot later today.
All right, folks, we are going to take a quick commercial break here in studio. We'll be back in just a second to give you more updates and accurate splits from this Red Star Ridge aid station. Do not go anywhere.
you're back with us. This is our camera out on course, out ahead of the Red Star Ridge aid station. And perfect timing, because I believe this is Brittany Peterson coming across our screen right now, wearing that F4 bib from last year, working her way into the field.
Looking solid.
Yeah, honestly, looks like she's moving really well. And this, I believe, is that mystery woman we couldn't identify earlier. Lindsay Hagen, I believe is her name. So still running a really good race right now. Obviously, we're early in the race. We're 15 miles in. This camera shot brought to you for the first time ever to have camera before, I think, Robinson Flat, is just ahead of the Red Star Ridge aid station. And the Red Star Ridge aid station is 15.8 miles in. And at this point, we have seen, you know, probably close to 40 men come through, and we've got to be well into the teens for women coming through at this point. So as we get those updates into the Red Star Ridge aid station, which is 3/4 of a mile past our camera angle here, we're going to update you as far as like what those splits are looking like.
I've got a few of them here, Corinne. So it looks like I've just got the top 6 men with official splits through Red Star Ridge. Of course, many more are actually through, but let me give you the top 6. Actually, we could screen share if we wanted to, but if not, I'll just go ahead and blast through it here again. Ludovic Pomeray, the 46-year-old Frenchman, off to a fast early start. He had a 4-minute gap on another Frenchman, Seb Spaler, running in second place. Behind him from Cedar City, Utah, Hayden Hawks coming through roughly 8 minutes behind race leader Ludovic Pomeray. Another Frenchman, 3 Frenchmen in the top 4, Vincent Viette coming through. It looks like 7:47 elapsed. Or I'm sorry, 2:47 elapsed, 7:47 a.m., followed in 5th and 6th place by last year's podium finishers Tyler Green and Drew Holman, running together in about 2:48 elapsed.
Okay. Things are moving well. Yep, that's what you're seeing on your screen right there. Honestly, a little bit of spread, particularly between 1, 2, and 3. But then what we really saw come through our screen was, you know, 3, 4, 5. They're going to all start to pack together. Some of the ways you see some of these, the live timing that comes through, it's not very high tech. Oftentimes these things are manually entered. So one person might be a minute different than another person. It oftentimes is a difference between when you enter an aid station versus when you leave an aid station. So there'll be slight subtle variations to that we'll pick up on kind of as the race plays out a little bit more. But our men, you know, the 2 French guys off the front is kind of the big story there with a good train of, I think, a lot of the race favorites not that far behind for where we are in the race.
One thing that I think is really maybe interesting to point out at this point is where Adam Peterman is. Potentially the most talented runner in the field here today. Also the youngest runner in the top 10, maybe the least experienced of these gentlemen in the race. And I'd love to see him racing within himself here, running in the top 10, but not hot off the front. For him, an athlete of his caliber, he is running well within himself. He could easily be on the gas pedal a little bit more. I'd love to see him sort of tucked in there with some of the race veterans, learning a little bit, taking a moderate approach here in the early miles. Let's see if he starts to accelerate here as we move through the high country.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see him making all the right decisions thus far in the race. But the thing with your first ever 100, right? Like you remember that time.
Yep.
It's you don't know what your body's gonna do after the 62-mile mark, because you've never done it before. And so I think he can make all the right decisions and still have something happen late in the race, but I'm really happy to see him putting his best foot forward by running within himself, by putting himself in a good spot in the field, by not taking any big risks right now. That being said, it's still 100 miles, and as I tell any of my athletes, like, you don't know what's going to happen, right? Like, it's still 100 miles. The likelihood of everything going right is not high. So I think we're all waiting with bated breath to see what happens with Adam Peterman in the field. But, you know, there's a lot of young talent. Jared Hazen's 27 and is technically the veteran of this field, which is insane.
Corinne, we've got a bunch of updates here. And in fact, to our production staff, if you want to share my screen here, we can go through some of the other characters here at the front of the Western States 100 as we approach 3 hours elapsed. Well, it looks like we'll just pick up where we left off. Here we go. So, as I said, looks like we sort of left off, I believe. Well, let's just go through them all. Again, Ludovic Pomeray at the front, followed by another Frenchman, Seb Spaler, Adam Kimball in third, the local runner from Truckee, Hayden Hawks in fourth, Tim Tallis in fifth, Jared Hazen in sixth. All those guys were together, along with Adam Peterman in seventh. Then we had Arlen Glick in eighth, Vincent Viette in ninth, Jonathan Ray in 10th, and then we had Tyler Green, Drew Holman in 11th and 12th. So that's 12 minutes separating the top 12 in the men's race. I think the women's race is going to be much closer. Corinne, maybe do you want to power us through? Well, we don't have as many updates here from the women's field yet. Those are getting manually entered now.
Yeah, and then talking to the audience there a little bit. Someone brought up that Ludo is a veteran. Yes, Ludo is kind of the old guard of this race, but we don't have our traditional guardian angels of the race. I'm thinking the Ian Sharmans, the Jeff Brownings, those people who have done this, you know, for
Mark Hammond,
Eliza LaPierre,
yeah.
the people who have, you know, they're on their 6th, 7th, 8th Western States. You know, they're going for their 6th top. Camilla Mayfield, even at this point,
Yep.
you know, having run the last so many editions of the race. That's what I mean when I talk about a veteran at this race. Jared Hazen being the veteran at this race means that he's going for it. He's 27, and this is his 5th Western States.
Yep.
That's what I mean there. Yes, Ludo obviously has a ton of experience. Is a very, very talented ultra runner, but no one has more experience in Western States in the men's field than Jared Hazen, which is kind of exceptional at the young age of 27 years old.
Yep. And again, just to repeat something that Kyle Pietari said on our prognostication session yesterday in our live interview show, Jared Hazen is by far the fastest person in the field, having run roughly 14.5 hours in this race back in 2019 in an epic battle with his fellow Arizonan, Jim Walmsley. Jared Hazen running the 2nd fastest time ever and having to settle for 2nd place. Nobody else in this field has run under 16 hours. Jared Hazen has run under 15 hours, so look out for the young but maturing 27-year-old Jared Hazen here for the 5th time.
Yeah, and once again, as was brought up in our kind of prognostication show yesterday, brilliantly by Kyle Pietari, was the fact that Jared Hazen's PR at this race is 90 minutes faster than any other man in the field. Like that is a huge stat for this race. What does that mean? We're not sure yet. Are we going to see that version of Jared Hazen? We don't know yet, but we're excited to watch and excited to find out.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing a comment in the chat here from Ricard Erickson saying Ludo can handle the heat, and it makes me think back to a time when I witnessed this personally firsthand last October at the Grand Raid at the Diagonal des Fous. It was a ridiculously hot day, and Ludovic Pomeray, only 6 weeks after finishing in the top 10 at the UTMB, doubled back and won the Grand Raid, one of the hardest races in the world, also insanely hot. So Ludovic Pomeray, it should be said, can handle the heat as well, which he will have to handle today if he is going to plan to keep his lead all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, obviously, once again, everything is speculation at this point. All of these athletes are incredibly talented. They are all fast. They all have wins to their names. But what happens over the course of this race is hard to know. And I think that historically, I think predominantly in the men's race more than anything, is that experience reigns supreme over the course of the day, that it takes some time to get it right, that it's hard to win it on your first go. So I'm curious to kind of just see how that plays out. You know, what have they prepared for? Are they prepared to mitigate the heat, right? Is that, you know, are they prepared to utilize ice? I feel like that's a big difference between some of the racing in North America versus the racing in Europe.
Yep.
Is that, you know, there are 82 pounds of ice per runner on course right now. Like, are the Europeans going to utilize that?
Yep.
And will they utilize it effectively, as opposed to some of the athletes that have been here before or who have experienced these hot stateside races?
Yep. And Ludovic Pomeray, our race leader, was here last year pacing his countrywoman Audrey Tenge. So he does have experience on the course. He knows the heat. I think he did the full 40-mile stretch from Forest Hill all the way to the finish line last year. So Ludovic Pomeray out to an early lead here as these runners come through the Red Star Ridge aid station. If you're just joining us, we are now more than 3 hours into this year's Western States 100. This live stream broadcast is brought to you by Hoka and a plethora of other generous sponsors who are really investing in our sport, and we are so appreciative of that investment. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined in studio by Corinne Malcolm. We will be here all day and into the night, and this live broadcast will not end until 11 a.m. tomorrow. We are going to be waiting here at the finish line for all 30 hours, celebrating each and every runner over the finish line.
I love that you can hear the runners kind of greeting Craig there by the camera feed. That's pretty awesome.
From Iowa.
Yes.
From Iowa.
That's exciting to see. I think that was bib number 249. I caught a glimpse of it there. So very, very cool to see all these runners coming to this area. The next section that we're going to see, so the next split is actually, it's quite a long stretch of trail. It's a 9-mile section of trail, or just a little over 9 miles between here and that next aid station. And again, it goes directly through that burn scar. And so it's incredibly exposed. They're going to work their way to Duncan Canyon. They've got some climbing in this section too, but the nice thing is that aid, there is aid there, but there's crew aid there. And so for some of these athletes, they might be getting to see their people, their crew, their support team for the first time at Duncan Canyon, and that can be a real pick-me-up before they see maybe their bigger crew at Robinson Flat. So we've got about 9 miles to go from Red Star Ridge to the Duncan Canyon aid station, and that'll be our next real split that we can get from course today.
And then after Duncan Canyon, like we talked about earlier, that's when the action starts to happen. We've got, especially in the women's race, a concentration of the favorites. The men's race, oh, there's Anne-Marie Madden, surprisingly further back.
You know, this I think is her first 100-mile race, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's going into this a little bit scared. And going into this scared is not a bad thing, okay? That's definitely not a bad thing, but it is, you know, if you're not sure what's going to happen after mile 60 or mile 80, which, to be honest, do we ever know?
Yep.
That can definitely temper your energy early in the race. Anne-Marie Madden's
She was smiling.
Probably one of the fastest 10K PRs in the women's field. She's exceptionally fast. Maybe Ruth Croft could rival her on that front, but she's a very, very fast runner. But I've got to imagine that stepping up to your first 100 mile could make you pause for a second and really try to keep that energy checked in. She's also from sea level. She lives in Vancouver.
Oh, right, yep.
She's an anesthesiologist. This is the highest part of the course for her, for sure. And so I can see her being, you know, really thoughtful to get to that section, feeling safe and smooth. And she could be a surprise, moving well into the, you know, well through the field and into the top 10 later in the race.
And remind her who she has on her team, 10 years removed from her course record performance.
Ellie Greenwood is going to be crewing and pacing Miss Anne-Marie Madden. I'm really excited to see that duo hopefully soak up some carnage after the Forest Hill aid station.
And how great is this? As we move into the middle of the pack here today, these runners out for a nice casual hike along the ridge here.
Is it casual?
That's Stu McConaughey. He is the race director of the Ultra Trail Cape Town. A big shout out to our South African viewers. Stuart, such a great guy.
Emily Hawgood and him kind of duked it out at UTMB this past year, and I said, are you guys gonna have to duke it out again at Western States? And she said, it took him many hours to catch me at UTMB, so hopefully I get a head start again today.
Yeah. So, just to reset here, we are now 3 hours, 8 minutes elapsed. We'll do a deep update here just as soon as we get some really accurate splits through the Red Star Ridge aid station. As I hit the refresh button now, we are about 15 miles into today's 100-mile race, traversing through the section of the course that we call the high country, an average elevation of about 7,000 feet for these first 30 miles, a challenging remote section of trail that is not often used. It's a little rugged, a little technical, a little dusty at times.
Oh, it can be very, very dusty at times. I think while we wait for that Red Star Ridge aid station update for our top kind of 10 women, hopefully to have come through there, we're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back to give you an update of the women through Red Star Ridge.
$25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important. No, go back. Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at gooder.com.
And we are back in studio here. A big thank you to Gooder for their support of our live stream coverage here today. Some awesome, stylish, and affordable performance eyewear. Help you look stylish out on the trails and protect you from these powerful California rays. It's a sunny, beautiful day here along this Red Star Ridge section of the course. As we make our way into the middle of the pack here. So cool to have a live camera here in this very remote section of the course. I've just hit refresh again, and I've got at least the top 8 women through Red Star Ridge here with official splits. Again, Dominika Stelmach from Poland here in the lead of the Western States 100 in the opening miles. Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon in second place, just about a minute back. Now, this isn't accurate. I'm going to wait until we get something a little bit more accurate because this is showing Ruth Croft in third place, but Ruth was probably closer to 8th or 9th right now. So
yeah, and
bear with us.
It'd be one thing if people were sitting down at that aid station, but it's a pretty quick moving aid station. Even if you have a drop bag there, they call it out ahead of you, and you can make a really quick pack swap if you need. So my guess is that, remember, a lot of these live updates from out on the course are manually entered in by ham radio operators. And so sometimes we don't get the information. Sometimes you'll get missed at an aid station. Sometimes you won't quite get that information at an aid station. So we're gonna pause on that front. But I think you might be able to assume that some of the other updates in that thread are accurate, potentially. But we expect that Keely Henninger is in that group.
Yep.
Based on where we saw her on camera.
Keely Henninger, great athlete from Portland, Oregon. She's actually coached by Tyler Green. You saw that little vignette about Tyler a little earlier in our coverage. We talked to them about, well, at least we talked to Keely about their coach-athlete relationship. Tyler, of course, a very well-respected athlete in his own right, a great coach, providing some guidance to Keely Henninger here for her second time at the Western States 100, running near the front.
Nope, I'll take this chair. It's all you.
We definitely have, we have an athlete vignette on Keely as well. So I think this would be a good time to tell Keely's story just a little bit as well. We'll be back in just a second with more updates.
So the 100-mile distance is really special to me because I've only done it once. And it was something that was really, really fun because I had no clue what to expect. My name is Keely Henninger, and I am currently from Portland, Oregon, but originally from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And I'm currently just a professional runner, so I get to do this full time. It's pretty exciting. So I raced Western States back in 2021 as my first 100-miler and my first go at Western States, and it was just quite the learning experience. So the race went pretty well for my first 100, but I learned that my opinion at mile 80 doesn't matter because I was being really stubborn with my crew and not really fueling very well and just thought that I was the one who should be making these decisions. I have a lot more fueling options this year, and I've given my crew a lot more specific tasks. So someone's gonna be in charge of giving me the fueling I want, somebody's gonna be in charge of my hydration, and so I'll be going in and I'll be knowingly relying on certain people for certain things. And I also didn't have that good of downhill training going in, and so coming into mile 50 at Western States last year, my quads were already toasted because I hadn't gotten good training in due to some ankle injuries and stuff before. And so this year, me and my coach have been really nailing the longer runs, the longer downhill efforts, and I've gotten a lot more downhill in and have done some runs with a ton of descending that have left my quads feeling totally fine. So coming into this race, I feel a lot more prepared physically, as well as just have a better game plan going into the race for my crew and for all my fueling and stuff like that.
Keely's really like high drive. Like she is always like doing something. She doesn't really like staying idle. So whether that's like working on projects around the house or studying OChem or researching some like athletic performance thing, like biomechanics thing, she's just always doing something.
So it seems like every year I'm running, the fields for races continue to get bigger and bigger. And so going into the 2022 Western States race, obviously the field is stacked. And so that gets me super, super excited because I'm a competitor at heart. So going in, racing against some of my best friends in the sport is something that fills me with a lot of joy and also gets me really excited for pushing my own limits and also seeing the future of trail and how trail is growing. Going into this year, I've learned to love it even more because you go in knowing that you can push yourself to run 100 miles, but also knowing that there are certain things you can't control, and that's kind of what makes it special. And so Western States 100 is definitely my 100 mile of choice and only 100 mile that I have ran so far.
And there you have it, folks. We are back here in studio. Welcome back to the 2022 Western States 100. What a great little story about Keely Henninger, one of the favorites in today's race from Portland, Oregon. Just like Tyler Green, who we heard from earlier, her coach and often training partner. Actually, the three of us, along with some other friends, have a great training group in Portland that we call the Walsh Wallabies. We go to the gym every Tuesday night to throw the iron around, get strong and fit and mobile as trail runners. It's great to see Keely out here off to a great start.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think we're all waiting for her to have a breakthrough here. She ran her first 100-miler here at Western States last year, finishing in 9th place. I think that she can definitely better that.
Yep.
This year, she was on a tear earlier in her career, kind of that 2017, 2018 timeframe, and honestly, you know, kind of wore herself out. Had a number of injuries, kind of had to go back to the drawing board, had to adjust training, had to kind of reevaluate, you know, her body and make sure that she was taking good care of it. And you know, had a really solid year last year, and I'm so excited to see her, you know, here healthy, here fit, here ready to like just absolutely, you know, trust herself. I don't think she trusted herself last year for the distance, for the women that she was racing around, and to be back here knowing how she feels when she's running, I think is really, really critical for her. And so she can trust that she's not pushing too hard. She can trust that she's where she's supposed to be. And I will be in tears if she's on the podium. But I think the community in general is ready to see Keely have a breakthrough.
Yep, absolutely. Finishing 9th place last year, knowing that she can do better here, coming in with high expectations, and by all reports, a great training block. And I think it's also important to note that Keely has sort of gone all in as a runner, running for a new sponsor, that being Ultra. She has left her job, now being a professional trail and ultra runner, going all in her approach to the Western States 100 this year. Though, as you saw in that little highlight video of her, she is not somebody who likes being idle. She likes to study organic chemistry and other scientific things.
She's prepping to take the MCAT and apply to medical school. She's kind of gone back and forth on that for a very long time. So took a step back from her career at Nike, switched sponsors, and has gone all in to kind of on the running while she studies and preps to apply to medical school, which you know, she's the doctor I want in my corner down the road. So excited to see whatever she decides to take on in the future. But you're right. She came out here for a 2-week training camp. Last year, she utilized her PTO to go to Park City, to go to altitude ahead of Western States. Like, she's been very thoughtful in trying to really commit herself.
Professional.
To show up here and compete to the very best of her ability.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to hit that refresh button here again, see if we can get some accurate splits of the women's race through Red Star Ridge.
Yeah, and shout out where you're watching from right now, right? There's a whole lot of us hanging out on here on the YouTube channel, in the chat room. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're cheering for. I think many of us are watching someone. We are briefly live on your screen there for a second. We're in the chat. Okay, so let us know, where are you watching from? You're not calling in, but where are you cheering from today? Are you taking us on your long run? I think last weekend at Broken Arrow, we had people that took us into the shower, so they didn't miss any of the action during the 26K. So let us know kind of what you're waiting for out there.
So we are now 3 hours, 19 minutes elapsed here. It is 8:19 a.m. Corinne and I arrived here at 3:30 a.m. this morning. We went live at 4:15 a.m. today, and we are just getting warmed up for our 20 to 21 hour shift. Corinne and myself will be joining you through the top 10 women here at the Western States 100. We are now stationed at roughly mile 15, just outside the Red Star Ridge aid station. We are now well into the middle of the pack here. A lot of great athletes celebrating the day on the Western States course. So we're going to try and pull some of these bib numbers and give them proper recognition. But our lead runners are now well past this camera position, making their way to the next checkpoint, which we anticipate will be at the Duncan Canyon aid station, roughly mile 23.
Yep, and right now for everyone, if you're just tuning in, international runners are at the front of this race, and two Frenchmen led by Ludo Pomeray. And then on the women's side, Dominika Stalamek of Poland is leading the women's race, having an absolutely fantastic go thus far. I'm pretty sure it's her 100-mile debut. If any of you know, let us know. I've run with her at IAU Trail Worlds in the past. She is exceptionally talented, and she's really good at the 50-mile to 100K distance. So excited to see what's going to happen for her later in the race.
So I've just hit refresh again, and I'm starting to think that some of these splits are inaccurate. Conspicuously missing from the ultra sign-up splits is Camille Herron, who we saw still in contact, running basically with Keeley, just behind.
In second and third. So it seems like those two were missed in the Red Star Ridge update. So I would just kind of factor them in as 2 and 3.
Well, Keeley's there, but Camille Herron is not. But it has Ruth Croft in third. She was definitely a little further back. It also has Camille Bruyas in sixth, but she was a little bit further back than that as well.
Yeah, we're missing Ellie Pell in that, so we don't think this is an accurate update of the Red Star Ridge aid station for the women's race.
Let's see if I Run Far's got it. Good split screen action here. Okay, yeah, I've got some updates from I Run Far here, so give me a second.
Hopefully some better splits
for
our leaders.
Yeah, so I've got some updates here. I'm just going to rattle through them here if you don't mind. Corinne, leading at mile 15 is Dominika Stelmach from Poland, 2 hours, 47 minutes elapsed. Behind her, Keely Henninger in second. She is just a minute behind race leader. Camille Herron is full of smiles at mile 15, running in third place, 2 minutes back, so just a minute back of Keely. Marianne Hogan, Ellie Pell, and Emily Hawgood are 4th through 6th women at mile 15, running close together, 2 minutes back of the lead. 7th and 8th at mile 15 are Ruth Croft and Katie Asmuth, 3 minutes back. Then Elsa McDonald and Lucia Bueller, 9th and 10th at mile 15. The race is still very tight on the women's side, only a 5-minute spread between those top 10.
Yeah, that is tighter than the men's side, because remember, Ludo has a 4-minute lead on second right now.
Yep.
That's Ludo Pomeray leading the men's race. So honestly, I think it's playing out about as we expected. There's no big surprises yet. I think it's going to be one of those things where, you know, a lot can change over the course of the day. We've seen people have phenomenal races early on and fall apart in the heat. We've seen people run really steady and run off the front. Beth Pascal last year put on a master's class in running Western States and basically led wire to wire. And so, you know, it's hard to say one way or another what's going to happen today. I think that's the beauty of running 100 miles, is that a whole lot can go down over the span of, you know, 14, 17, 24, 30 hours. So bear with us. join us, make predictions, let us know what you think might transpire over the course of the next couple hours. But
Whatever you do, don't log off.
yeah, don't leave us. Just stay with us all day long.
Stick around. This is one of the most special days of the entire year in the trail running world. One of the truly great sporting competitions in the world, if you ask me. The Western States 100, starting way back in 1974, when the brave Gordy Ainsley decided to, instead of riding the Tevis Cup on his horse, to do it on his own 2 feet. We saw a little highlight video of that story a little earlier in our broadcast. That pioneering effort by Gordy Ainsley has transformed into the world's most important 100-mile race here from Olympic Valley to Auburn, California, a point-to-point net downhill traverse of the Sierra Nevada foothills all the way to where Corinne and I sit here on the Placer High School track. It's a beautiful day warming up here. Beautiful sunshine as usual.
Yeah, at some point you'll start to see us sweat, I imagine. We've got shade, we've got pretty good coverage, but I distinctly remember starting to melt at some point last year, and I'm sure our runners will be experiencing that same thing. Loss is going to be happening. Attrition, I feel like, doesn't really start to hit this field until really like Forest Hill. Michigan Bluff on particularly hot years, I think we can start to see, you know, the zombie-esque stares in the eyes of these runners coming through Michigan Bluff, but I feel like Forest Hill is really where we see that attrition point. We'll see runners sit down there with their crew and sometimes not come out of the aid station. So we've got time before, you know, that's that 100K mark, but before we really start to see that big attrition, particularly at the front of the field. But I don't think anyone needs to be worried about Ludo being 4 minutes off the front. I don't think Jared Hazen is worried. I don't think Hayden Hawks is worried. I don't think Tim Tollefson is worried.
Oh,
I think they're very much comfortable running where they are at. They know how fit they are, and it's just a matter of kind of, you have to do your own thing.
Yeah, and Ludo, it should be said, is very much a mountain runner. You know, as somebody who has won UTMB, who's won the Diagonal des Fous, those are entirely different courses than the Western States course, and he probably feels most comfortable in this mountain high country section. And I actually think this would be a good time to share my screen again, because I can show you exactly what these runners will be confronting once they leave this Red Star Ridge aid station, because I think we will probably start to get updates from the men at Duncan Canyon here shortly. So if you can see my cursor here, this is the Red Star Ridge aid station. That's where our camera has been positioned now for, you know, the past hour or so. And then, Corinne, as you remember, I'm sure, very vividly, from there it's a pretty long, though occasionally rolling downhill all the way to Duncan Canyon. This section of trail can be a little rough, but overall it's pretty quick.
Yep, overall people move pretty smoothly through there. I think the big thing is that it's 9 miles between those aid stations. Yes, it's downhill, but you are in that exposed burn scar. And then I think it's really hard for runners. I know I felt this way during the race, being like, trying to register if I was working hard enough or too hard, just being like, it feels really easy. Am I not, like, should I push?
Yeah.
Like, is it worth risking it type of thing? And I always, my style of racing, I always kind of erred on the side of caution. But I think that, you know, once again, if you're racing for the win versus racing for the top 10, you kind of have to make some of those calculated decisions out there, which, you know, high risk, high reward is kind of what it comes down to at the end of the day.
No doubt. So we expect our leaders to be in this section here right now. I bet the lead men are starting to get towards this steeper descent into Duncan Canyon. And just to repeat something that I'm sure we'll say a couple more times, this section right here is really where we start to see a lot of separation in the professional fields. Where the contenders start to separate themselves is on this climb up to Robinson Flat, a critical aid station here on the course.
Yep, and but that's still so early, right? Like, I think of the, like, climb up to Devil's Thumb or the climb out of El Dorado Canyon up to Michigan Bluff as being those, like, really cruxy moments of the race, just because it's like you're far enough along that 12-minute mile is a lot different than a 30-minute mile type of sensation.
Yep.
So I don't like, while that climb to Robinson Flat is long and prominent and you feel it, I don't think it's gonna, like, that's not a deciding factor in the day. If you're struggling at that point, you got to be ready to get to Robinson Flat and start troubleshooting, because it's early to be really kind of feeling too rough at that point. You're only going into the 50K mark. But that being said, I think, you know, you have to be methodical, right? There's water at the bottom of that climb.
Yep.
You get down past Duncan Canyon, there's water before you hit that big climb to go up to Robinson Flat, and I think you got to utilize that, right? I got stung in the eyeball after that water crossing.
By a bee?
By a bee. And
That's mean.
It was horrible. I was panicking, and the guy in front of me didn't want to help look to see if I had been stung or not. And I made it to the aid station just fine, and was fine. But it's a nice long climb, but it does that, like it is starting to heat up at that point, and you are in the direct sun most of that climb up into Robinson Flat as well.
Yep. And there's a question in the chat of how big that climb is. It's a detail that I should have mentioned. It's roughly a 1,500-foot climb. So it's long enough to really make you grind. You are exposed in the sunshine, like Corinne mentioned just a second ago. You're starting to feel the heat of the day. And really, it's where the race starts to heat up. You start to feel like you're making some progress along the course. You're starting to want to assert yourself if you're feeling good. If you're starting to struggle, you start to falter. Just like when you watch a cycling race like the Tour de France or something, it's always those climbs where the separation happens. Similarly here at the Western States 100.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised to see some separation. And then how people pit stop in the Robinson Flat aid station can be kind of critical too, right? You want to be efficient at these aid stations, but at the same time, like, that might be a pack change. That might be a shoe change. If your feet got really wet and dirty in the high country, because it's a combination of being dusty and loose with a combination of being wet and snowy and muddy and that kind of situation, you know, it might be worth taking a minute or two and getting dry socks on and getting into new shoes, because that can go a long way in protecting your feet over the course of the day that are going to get wetter, that are going to get more beat up. So I think you got to make those choices, though, going into that aid station of how quick you're going to be, what you need to get done there. I always left that aid station with quite a bit of ice packed on me at that point because, you know, it's 11. It's going on 11 a.m., that kind of time frame, and it's starting to heat up. So you have to be ready to start cooling yourself down at that point in a really like mindful manner.
Let's actually, do you have the splits pulled up for Duncan Canyon? Because then we can give our audience a quick estimate as to how long we think it'll be until the leaders start to come through there.
Yeah, let me pull up my aid station splits. Okay, so we're going to keep going off of course record pace into Robinson Flat. So Duncan Canyon will be our next split point, and we should be seeing Duncan Canyon splits, honestly, very shortly. Men's course record pace is right around now, 8:31 a.m. Women's course record pace is 8:52. Our guys are kind of splitting the difference right now, so my guess is we're about 10 minutes out from a split from Duncan Canyon. That would be kind of in between those two locations, so we should be getting a split from Duncan Canyon, and then our men will be coming into Robinson Flat around 9:30, and our women probably around 10 a.m. So we're making our way towards that 50K mark, towards getting to see their crews. Again, I know that runners that have an A team and a B team for pacers will get to see their crew for their first time at Duncan Canyon, and that can be a big energy boost for lots of people. But I think we're going to be splitting the difference there, and so my guesstimate is that we're probably, let's say, about 8 to 10 minutes out maybe from getting a split out of Duncan Canyon for our lead men. But we'll keep refreshing just like all of you.
We will keep refreshing all day and night, that is for sure.
So one step at a time, runners making their way into the Red Star Ridge aid station. Again, Craig Thornley's got this camera set up out there for us to get footage to you. We might not have footage again until Robinson Flat. It's kind of hard to tell what we'll be able to get out of Duncan Canyon. It's fairly remote. It's a long drive. I think it's a 3-hour drive for crews to get back there. It's kind of on some fun little dirt roads. Yeah. So it really is, you know, it's on the back side of that course. So I'm not sure if we're going to get too much in the way of video footage out of Duncan Canyon. We'll kind of have to wait and see. But again, we are expecting our first men to be through there in about the next 8 to 10 minutes, and women kind of following there and after.
We could share my screen again, and we can give another visual of the course here. This description that Corinne and I are trying to paint the picture for of the section between Red Star Ridge and Duncan Canyon, and then that climb up to Robinson Flat. If we want to share my screen, we can explain the strategy of how athletes approach their crew transitions here and where they actually send crews. So you can see here now on the big screen, runners are exiting the Red Star Ridge aid station. As Corinne just mentioned, we expect to get updates here from Duncan Canyon, roughly mile 23 here very shortly. And Corinne has mentioned a couple of times that you can have an A crew and a B crew. So effectively what runners do is they may send a crew here to Duncan Canyon, but if they do so, that same crew cannot make it to Robinson Flat in time to greet their athlete. Instead, they'll have one crew who will come to Duncan Canyon here. That crew, once they see their athlete through the aid station transition, will then drive to this Dusty Corners aid station and crew the athlete again. Meanwhile, the B crew goes to Robinson Flat, and this is a big, beautiful oasis on the course, one of the most important aid stations.
People camp out there overnight.
Yep.
There's a big crew that camped out there last night, which some year, Dylan, if we're not racing and we're not doing commentary, maybe we'll...
I've done it.
I've
done it. It's fantastic.
I want to do it. I'll be put out to pasture maybe by that point, by the time I get to camp out there. But I know that people are out there last night. I think the Gaylords were out there. Topher and Kim. I think Jason Coop was out there getting ready to support athletes today. So I think it's one of those things where it's like, I want to be out there. I want to go camp at Robinson Flat at some point. So really, you run into, you can hear the noise. It's an aid it's one of the first aid stations where you can hear on your way into it. And that is like really exciting because you've been out there, you know, kind of just out in the woods by yourself potentially for a little while. So it is really fun running into Robinson Flat aid station, getting to hear the commotion and hear the celebration as you are approaching it.
So again, a big shout out to our sponsors here today. This live stream broadcast coverage is brought to you by Hoka, the great footwear and apparel company based in Santa Barbara, California. Though it was started in France near the Alps, it has been core to the trail running community for a long time. Big thank you to Hoka for making our live stream possible here today. A big thank you also to Strava. We're going to have lots of great animations of the course here today that will be, I guess, illustrated with Strava data. We'll be able to give you a lot of our personal knowledge of the course with visuals presented by Strava. A big thank you to Inside Tracker. I think Corinne and myself have both gotten a lot of personal value out of using the Inside Tracker product. They are also a big supporter of our live stream today. Again, Buff, who one of their athletes, Adam Kimball, is having an incredible race here, running in the top 3 so far at the Western States 100 this morning. Big thank you to Buff for their support of the show. And finally, Gooder, that stylish sunglass company whose commercial you saw a little while ago. Our coverage would not be possible without these incredible sponsors. Big thank you to them and their investment in our sport. Hitting the refresh.
Yeah, we're looking for splits as they come in. We don't have anything quite yet for you, but we should be getting it very shortly. Again, the men's splits have been a little bit behind last year's splits, and I think we're kind of threading the needle there between men's course record time and women's course record time. Again, men's course record time being Jim Walmsley and women's course record time being held by Ellie Greenwood, who is out crewing and pacing Anne-Marie Madden this year. So we believe we're still, I would say, 5 or so minutes away from getting a split from that next aid station being Duncan Canyon. We'll see if we can get that for you all as it comes up. But we imagine that it will probably be similar to what we saw at Red Star Ridge, given that it's kind of a rolling downhill to that point. I distinctly remember there being lots and lots and lots of pine cones all over this section.
Whoa, what do we have here, Corinne?
This looks like Duncan Canyon.
Could this be Duncan Canyon, folks? We are awaiting confirmation. This looks like that is Duncan Canyon for sure.
Looks like we have a cell phone out at Duncan Canyon, which is bonkers and wild to us. We'll see if the signal will hold for everyone. Bear with us. It's definitely technologically challenging to get footage from this spot on the course. So we're hopeful that it will hold, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to ID runners coming through here. But look at that. There's quite a bit of crew out there right now.
And this is a kind of a strange aid station because you come barreling down the hill into this aid station.
And then you barrel out of it, too. It's literally in the middle of a downhill. It is super awkward.
It's like perched on this small little platform. It's like just a tiny little flat area, and you come just barreling down into it. You have to identify your crew somehow. with the competitive juices flowing.
But they do have ice here, and I distinctly, there's Adidas teammates, Abby, I think Abby and Cordis Hall were both in that shot. That's an Arlen Glick team member. I recognize the back of their, the emblem that he wears on his shirt. I just saw 2 of them.
I think I just saw Mario Fraioli on team Tim Tollefson. I could be wrong about that, but it looked like that to me. And here we go. Yes, our camera person at Duncan Canyon. Corinne, is this not the coolest thing in Western States history?
We've
got a camera
from Duncan Canyon.
So, folks, if you're just joining us, do not go anywhere. We expect race leader Ludovic Pomeray, the Frenchman, to probably be coming into this aid station here very soon. And then it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the split is back to the chase pack. Again, when we saw them at Red Star Ridge, it was about a 4-minute gap between Ludovic Pomeray and the many dozens of talented men just behind him. So let's see if Ludovic Pomeray has been able to sustain his lead or potentially grow it on a beautiful California day. Looking west now.
Yep, and again, this is that Duncan Canyon aid station. It's where you can see crew for the first time if you send someone out there. It is 24.4 miles into the race, about 9 miles, probably 10 miles actually from that last camera angle that we had for you all, because technically the last camera was before the Red Star Ridge aid station. So they've traversed about 10 more miles since the last time we saw them on camera. And again, as Dylan mentioned, yes, you come screaming down this downhill and you're kind of on a big bend in which the aid station is perched, and then you scream again out of that aid station. But there's ice here. It's a good time to start putting ice in your clothing, in your pack, if you're wearing a pack. That was my preference, but to each their own. Some people don't like the extra material on them. So I'll be very curious to see if Ludo is in fact going to be our first guy to come down this hill. We can probably pick him out by color a little bit, because Ludo should be in that blue and orange. There he is.
Ludovic Pomeray, folks, and just in the nick of time, our technology started working. Ludovic Pomeray, the 46-year-old Frenchman, coming into Duncan Canyon, 3:40 elapsed. Let's see if we can see his aid transition here, thanks to the hustle of our cameraman here at the Duncan Canyon aid station.
Yeah, I am blown away that we have access to any type of footage from Duncan Canyon, because it is hard to get to this spot. It is hard to have coverage out there. Yep, gonna get some ice in that ice bandana. Nice work, Ludo. Very smart, getting that crew. Scanning the bib. Okay, so we should get a fairly accurate split from this aid station, because they are, kind of using the barcode scanner to scan these runners.
Billy Yang giving us the big arms above the head. We're so proud of our team behind the scenes giving us these visuals. Ludovic Pomeray out of the aid station, 3:41.
Fairly quick there, so pretty good turnaround. Got some ice in that ice bandana, and it's a steep little downhill out of there. It's a little bit rutted, a little bit rocky, and then on this next downhill, I'm not kidding you guys, there are pine cones that are as long as my forearm all over the trail. People laugh when I say that, but you got to watch your ankles on this next section. There's no sense in rolling your ankle on a giant pine cone between here and Robinson Flat, but you can boogie on this downhill, get in the water at the bottom of this canyon, and then climb into Robinson Flat. So what was the time split you had on Ludo there?
I just wrote down the time split, 3:41.11 out of the aid station. So he was probably about a minute in the aid station. So we'll see let's start to keep our eyes on the time out for these other contenders in the field here. And just to reemphasize this a number of times, guys, keep this in the back of your head. This part of the race is really critical, even though it is still technically early in the race. This is where we start to get a feel of who's feeling good, of who the real contenders are here today. We start to get a sense of if somebody's having a bad day. We'll start to see people fading around here at Duncan Canyon, and especially the next time we see these runners at Robinson Flat at mile 30. So again, last time we saw Ludo, he had a 4-minute lead. Let's see how far back this chase pack is now.
And he was moving. Sally McRae validating me. She has also fallen out, coming out of the aid station thanks to giant pine cones. Thank you, Sally. I don't feel crazy. So excited to see what this time split is back to our next guy, and we believe it should be Seb. It should be a second Frenchman out in front. They had a pretty decent gap back to third, and then third through, let's call it 14th in the men's race. Should all be fairly close together. I don't imagine any big separation will happen there. And then we'll be waiting for our top women to come through. And again, we believe Dominika is still leading that race, followed closely by Keely Henninger and Camille Herron. I think this next section of the race will probably be the most challenging for Camille, just because the footing is going to be pretty uncomfortable. I think for her, it's not going to suit her style quite so well, but if she can make it through the section smoothly, not tweaking a hamstring, not tweaking, I know she's struggled with her MCL in the past, getting to Robinson Flat in one piece within the top 10, feeling good and having not tweaked anything would be amazing for Camille Herron.
Really, really good point, Corinne. As we have said a number of times this week, if Camille Herron can get through this high country section in one piece, or at least closer in contact with the lead women who spend more of their time and seasons racing and training on the trails. Again, Camille also races a lot, trains a lot on the roads. So this high country section is where she is vulnerable. It's where she's struggled in the past. If she can get through this high country section in close contact with the trail athletes here in the field, watch out, because that last 40 miles is Camille terrain.
Oh, even when she took a 4-hour or 5-hour long nap last year, I mean, her time split on the back 20 miles was probably pretty quick, you know, because I feel like when she slows down, she doesn't slow down that much. Her pace stays really consistent. It's just a matter of her staying healthy, not injuring anything, not tweaking anything, staying on her feet, I think, more than anything when it comes to these long races. And I think she's learned the pacing a lot better over the last couple of years. And I'm excited to just see her have the confidence to continue to stick it out and fight it out in the high country. And to watch her get that finish last year, honestly, I thought was super impressive. So we'll see kind of if she can take that experience forward today.
So to just tell the story of her race last year very briefly, Camille Herron, we thought she had dropped out of the race for most of the day.
We were convinced she had dropped out of the race.
Ultimately, here we go. Second place, it looks like. A little pixelated, but this is Sebastian Spaler, another Frenchman, running in second place here behind fellow Frenchman Ludovic Pomeray, still about 4 minutes back as our gimbal operator turns around to get us some footage from inside the aid station here.
We'll see how fast he can make it out of this aid station.
These gimbals can be a little tricky, so bear with us here. Looks like Sebastian does have crew here at Duncan Canyon taking a seat. Pretty early to be taking a seat. This could be very intelligent because he still looks strong. It doesn't look like he's struggling. It looks like he's using this time to cool off. And again, as we've talked about,
sunscreen. Yep. Honestly, not a bad idea.
And it's sometimes that these extra seconds here pay dividends later on in the race. Take your time, cool off, and then you're able to move a little bit more quickly when you're on your feet and back on the trail. We've seen a lot of people use this strategy, Corinne, recently. I remember last year Ruth Croft at the Forest Hill aid station when they just had these cold towels that they draped over their runners.
Yep,
I think a really, really smart thing to do.
It's a cheap ice vest, essentially. It kind of comes out of, I've talked to Trent Stellingworth about this out of the Canadian Sports Institute that does all the Canadian athletics. Seb's taking some time to cool down here. This is conservative. Like, this is him being conservative. This is him being really smart. They just drenched that hat down that they're about to put on him. This might cost him some minutes, and we might see third before he gets out of here. But that might pay off in a big way climbing into Robinson Flat, because he's going to go in there a little bit cooler, a little bit more sustained, hopefully at a more sustainable body temperature. But the whole dunking a towel in like an icy, cold water cooler is basically an ice vest. It's a whole heck of a lot cheaper. You don't have to buy a $300 ice vest, and you can use a hand towel, and it goes a long way in these races to just get that over your shoulders, get that over your core. It's going to put some water on you, which you can utilize for evaporative cooling when you leave. When you leave your crew and you leave your aid station, you got to leave that towel behind. But that can go a long way in helping to create that temperature gradient between your core temperature and your skin temperature, which allows you to dissipate heat better into the environment. So it's going to allow you to stay cooler longer.
Yep. Sebastian Spaler in second place, chilling out literally and figuratively here at the Duncan Canyon aid station. And we are now more than 6 minutes elapsed since race leader Ludovic Pomeray has been out of this aid station, so he has continued to build his lead over the chase pack of men. We would expect to see a cast of characters such as Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, Jared Hazen, and other incredible athletes storming into this aid station fast and furious here in just a minute or two, any second really, so don't go anywhere. And a big thank you to our coverage operation. This truly is next level. Certainly blows everything away that we did last year. Corinne and I are having the morning of our careers here in the booth. This is so
I think
fun.
we're overwhelmed a little bit. I think there's probably drinking games being created about our level of excitement. But yeah, we're gonna be looking for Adam Kimball, Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson.
That's Tim.
That looks to be Tim Tollefson there. I think there might have been a runner right behind him. Yes.
There's Hayden.
Hayden and Adam.
Peterman.
Is that Adam Peterman?
The Hoka squad.
That is huge. So we don't have sight of Adam Kimball yet, who was third at the last aid station, but we have the trio of Hoka athletes in Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, and Adam Peterman.
And there's Mario Fraioli, Tim's coach and crew there in the water.
I imagine we should be seeing, Arlen Glick! Oh my gosh, Arlen Glick has stuck with that group making moves. I think Hayden's going to get out of there, it looks like.
So look at this.
Peterman?
Okay, this is interesting. Tim came into the aid station with a vest, left without a vest, but with ice tied around his neck and some bottles. So pay attention to how these athletes execute their aid station transitions. At this level, it's so important how you do the aid stations, okay? It's not necessarily who gets in and out fastest, it's who's as efficient with their systems. Clearly, Tim put a lot of consideration into it.
Well, he talked about not drinking enough last year, so I imagine that pack got him better nutrition and better hydration through the high country, through that last 9-10 mile section without any aid. So he was really, really smart there to be conservative in that sense, to carry a little bit more. Arlen Glick's going to leave with ice around his neck. It looks like with Adam Peterman, that's a good duo to leave together. I think Hayden got out just ahead of them, just behind Tim Tollefson.
Prediction. Winner comes from this group. Prediction.
Honestly, I think that's a very, very sound prediction, and the Arlen fans in the chat would be very happy to see that come to fruition. There's Adam Kimball in that too, so honestly, still very much within that group. I think Adam would be thrilled if he was able to maintain a top 10 position throughout today.
Looks like Jared Hazen here just behind Adam Kimball. Yep. Also a veteran, such a savvy racer here for the 5th time, getting very wet, cooling down, spending a little extra time.
A lot of sponge back there. I think that's very, very smart. He knows that it's going to heat up on him out there, talking to some crew. I think that's Tim Ferricks. Looks like Tim Ferricks is crewing him. He's got a craft hat on. I think that is Flagstaff friend, nurse extraordinaire, Tim Ferricks, helping his bud Jared Hazen out, getting him back into that pack.
And again, a wardrobe change. He was wearing the red pack, now the black pack, just so you can all identify these athletes back at home. This is Jared Hazen from Flagstaff.
I'm assuming Seb got out in that group somewhere ahead of Tim Tollefson. We did not get footage of Seb leaving that aid station, but we believe that Seb.
Look at that ice.
Yeah. No dabbing the neck with ice. You got to put a lot of ice on you. You want that to melt over time. You want to utilize that evaporative cooling. You want to actually get cool. I'm so sick and tired of watching men dab themselves with ice and hoping and praying that it works. Use your systems effectively. They're there for a reason.
I was talking to Harmony about this yesterday. We got down here to Auburn at about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and it was blazing hot. I still hadn't got out for a jog, so I ran backwards on the course through Roby Point and down to No Hands Bridge, and we soaked in the river down there a little bit. And I was just saying to her, I never really cooled myself effectively at this race. It's one of the regrets that I have, because you have to be a little bit tough, Corinne. You know that it's not fun to have that shock cold,
Yep.
But you do have to have that quick bit of inconvenience in order for your core temperature to truly cool. And when your core temperature can truly cool, man, you can move so much faster.
Well, it also means you can eat. It means that your stomach isn't going to go south as quickly, because you can actually put. That is John Ray. Yeah, there we go, buddy. He is my dark horse pick. He's coached. Okay, I'm a little biased. He's coached by my coach Adam St. Pierre.
Okay.
Boulder guy, has had a great spring. Had an okay run rabbit last fall. I don't think it was the performance he wanted that he was hoping for, but he could put together something really special today if he's taking care of himself.
Yes, Jonathan Ray, everybody, a dark horse from Boulder, one of Corinne's special factors here in the race, running solidly and intelligently now. We're more than 11 minutes since we saw race leader Ludovic Pomeray, but these guys are all running sort of like a solid pace or what we would expect here this time of the day.
I'm so impressed to see the men taking much better care of themselves than last year. I think that's the comment coming into the chat as well, is that the men are taking care of themselves. They're not taking as many quote unquote risks, I feel like, and going skimpy on ice, going skimpy on getting themselves soaked down. I think it's really important to utilize those cooling strategies. We're under 4 hours into the race. We haven't crested the noon hour yet. We have not crested the hottest heat they're going to get all day out there. But it's really important for these guys to take really good care of themselves, because that is what's going to factor into attrition
Tyler Green here
later in the day.
Tyler Green here with a
cold
towel on his back.
I think that's Drew. Is that Drew there too?
Yeah, there's Drew. So these two guys both on the podium here last year, outside the top 10 probably at this point, but do not count these guys out. Just like last year, we would expect them to, as the race
Tyler
starts
Green's
to
getting out of there, getting a sponge before he goes, making some moves.
Tyler Green last year was sort of tucking his ice underneath his T-shirt, which I thought was kind of an interesting strategy. It didn't look like he was crazy iced down, though. I couldn't get a great picture of it.
Like part of that tucking into, there's Vincent. I think part of that tucking in kept the ice from bouncing quite as much. It's really uncomfortable to have that much ice, I think, tied around my neck. The boys, I think, switched to not using a pack in part because it probably feels a lot nicer to just be in a T-shirt. I'm sure it feels a lot nicer to just be in a T-shirt, but I do the Drew Holman thing here where I put that vest on and then see that he's got that pocket on the back. I would be shoving ice down that pocket. There's no reason to not have a bunch of ice in there. You leave heavy, but you've got all that cold water on your court. That is Tyler Fox in the blue shirt that we just saw come in, the blue shirt and arm sleeves. That is
Where's Tyler from?
He is he was a Boulder guy. I do think that they've moved. I will pull that up. Someone will probably correct us in the chat pretty quickly. They were in Boulder. He and his wife, though, I believe, are in Wyoming now. But I just want to confirm that before I say before someone, I claim that he's from somewhere he's not. But they were in the Boulder community for a very long time. But I think they live in Wyoming now.
One thing I mentioned, or I noticed in the chat that I thought was kind of astute, was that Hayden Hawks left without looking very icy. So my hope is that Hayden Hawks is going to be taking his cooling a little bit more seriously this year. It is, I think, important to note that there is still a competitive anxiety that's coursing through these athletes' veins when they come into this aid station.
They feel really rushed here. You get into it, and it's a lot of commotion because all your aid stations before this have been really quiet and calm, and then you get to this aid station, and you feel that pressure to get out of there as quickly as possible. And just so people know, Tyler Fox is Lander. Someone did say that, and Alex Collins said in the chat too. So wasn't Boulder for a long time, but they're in Lander, Wyoming. I think they have like 5 dogs. They're great. They were living in a van for a while. They seem really, really cool. Tyler Fox seems like a really rad individual, and I would be thrilled for him to have a good day here too. I don't think it'll surprise any of his friends or any of his community. He is a coach. I've met some of his athletes, but I do think that it will surprise the wider ultra running audience just because his name wasn't thrown around a lot in the predictions. We didn't throw it around a lot in the predictions, but he's a super solid runner. So we're gonna, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get Dominica soon.
Okay, I've got some what looks like official splits here out of Duncan Canyon. Don't share my screen because we still have action here. Maybe Corinne, keep your eye on the screen. And
I'll
tell me to shut up.
Glued to the monitor here.
Yeah. Okay. So in first place, coming through Duncan Canyon, roughly mile 24.4 was Ludovic Pomeray. It looks like 3:40:38 elapsed out of the aid station. I said 3:41:11. There's some discrepancy between our clock on the screen and this official clock. So, but it's only a minor detail. Either way, it looks like he's got roughly a 5-minute lead on Sebastian Spaler, fellow Frenchman, into Duncan Canyon aid station. For some reason, it's showing Katie Asmith in third place. That's definitely not accurate.
We've got some issues here with some bibs that have been scanned in, but Well, I think we just keep moving on from that
Yeah,
point.
yeah. So these bibs are getting scanned manually. They're not running over a timing mat, so that's why they may be showing up differently than what they appeared to be running in terms of their order. For example, Adam Peterman is showing up in 4th, but really, in 3rd place because Katie Asmuth certainly hasn't come through this aid station yet. But Adam Peterman, Hayden Hawks, Arlen Glick, and Tim Tollefson all came through together roughly 3:48:45. We had Adam Kimball there, hot on their heels. Jared Hazen, just a minute back or so, 3:49.
Here's Alex Nichols and Cody Lind coming through. And Cole Watson is the Hoka athlete in the tank top as opposed to the T-shirt. Another decision athletes have to make based on their comfort level. I always went for the T-shirt because if I burnt my shoulders, I knew I wouldn't thermoregulate quite as well. And the likelihood of me getting sunscreen on me was not always the priority out there, it turned out. So I like to cover up a little bit. But getting some that looked like a wet, cold buff getting put on that athlete. Cole Watson's getting the full pitcher of cold water poured on him.
And all 3 of these runners, here's Scott Trayer, somebody who, and Jeff Colt, also from Carbondale, Colorado.
Nice. Jeff Colt, if Jeff Colt can survive the high country, given that he's like 2 weeks removed from COVID and his lungs, I don't think feel perfect yet, that would be I think that would be a good day for him.
Both these guys qualified for Western States at the Black Canyon 100K. They were second
Nichols
and
is
third
out.
place.
Nichols just left the aid station. Alex Nichols is on his way down the hill.
Alex Nichols, again, remember everybody, he finished 2nd place in one of the hardest years on record. It was 2017, the year that Ryan Sands, the South African legend, won the race. A year Jim Walmsley dropped out. Alex Nichols finished 2nd that year. It was one of the slowest years in recent memory, if not the slowest year in the modern era. So Alex Nichols, one of the most consistent, high-performing athletes in the sport over the last dozen years, here running, looks like well in control of himself. A little outside the top 10 here at Duncan Canyon. I noticed Tom Owens in the aid station as Scott Trayer departs. The action, it's happening. Don't go anywhere. I bet Dominika Stelmach is going to come charging into this aid station any second now. We are 18 minutes beyond when men's leader Ludovic Pomeray came through here a short time ago.
I feel like someone just put in the chat that Tyler Fox might be a new dad. I'm trying to find it. Tyler Fox also has a newborn. So they've welcomed a new baby into their family. That's very, very exciting. So Tyler Fox bringing that new dad energy into his Western States performance today. That's super exciting.
Shout out to the dads. I'm going to be a soon-to-be dad here pretty soon, Corinne.
I know.
So hopefully I can, bring that
Harmony
dad
slept
strength.
in a little bit and brought us coffee. We are forever grateful for Harmony taking care of us today.
Even we need a crew sometimes, don't we?
Yeah, I
Yes.
did. I met a really nice guy yesterday up in Tahoe. His wife is running today. It was him and their baby getting some coffee while his wife stayed off her feet. And I said, "Oh, are you crewing the baby tomorrow? Or are you crewing your wife tomorrow?" And he goes, "Oh, Grandma's crewing the baby, so I can crew her." And pretty excited to see those families out there.
Some mothers in the race as well, thinking about Katie Asmuth, the mother of 2, running sort of, I think, in or near the top 5 right now. Finished in the top 5 last year as we watched Tom Owens depart this aid station here. We are just past 4 hours deep, folks. It's 9 a.m. here Pacific time, a beautiful bluebird day in California, though it's starting to get hot, hot, hot.
It's heating up out there, and we should be seeing our first women coming through Duncan Canyon I'm going to start mixing up all the names and start saying Dusty Corners. Duncan Canyon. We should be looking for our first female. That might be Dominika. That might be Keely Henninger. That might be, I don't think it's going to be Camille Herron, though I hope that Camille Herron is within contact, because if she can stay within contact, that is a very scary proposition for the rest of the field. I don't think I'd want Camille Herron chasing me leaving Forest Hill.
Exactly, and this is going to be something to pay attention to. Of course, what we were talking about at the last checkpoint at Red Star Ridge about 8 or 9 miles ago was just the density of the women's top 10. They were so close together, only separated by 5 minutes or so. Again, this is where we start to see a little bit more separation. I think this is actually kind of where Beth Pascal started to assert herself last year before running one of the best races in Western States history. So it'll be very interesting to see who comes through here in the lead of the women's race, what they look like in the aid station, and what strategy they apply as they make that transition.
Yep, and I hope so. I never sent crew here because the aid station volunteers are so good, and that's what a lot of those people were that were working with those crews. There were some people's personal crews out there, but the volunteers are so good at these aid stations. They'll put ice down your sports bra for you. They'll put ice down your pack. They'll get you soaked down. I think it's really important to have that. Who is that?
That's a female. That's Marianne
Hogan.
Hogan.
That's Marianne Hogan.
Oh my goodness, folks, we have race leader Marianne Hogan, the proud
exciting.
Canadian in the field. A lot of fans of Marianne Hogan here in the chat. Let's see if we can get a close-up of this transition. Again, can't emphasize enough just how important these moments are in the race.
That is Marianne Hogan from Quebec. In her build-up here, she got her golden ticket back at Bandera, where there is Dominica, 1 and 2 in the aid station together. This is where they feel that pressure, where you feel that like, I got to get out of here, I got to get out of here, but you need to take your time to take care of yourself.
Okay, I'm making a note of our splits here just so we can all follow along together.
I bet third is going to come through here. Yep, Emily Hoggood. Oh my goodness. Sorry, people's eardrums. So we have Marianne Hogan, we have Emily Hoggood, we have whom else? We have
Reed Coolset just came in, another
Coolset
Canadian.
Came out. Emily Hoggood is leaving the aid station. Is Emily Hoggood leaving in first right now?
Unless that's Dominica. It looked like Emily to me though. There's Keely.
They'll both be in Tarek's pack, so we're gonna have to be careful there a little bit. But it looks like Keely's in the aid. Is that Reed in the chair there? That's always a good sign. Marianne Hogue is leaving. So I think Dominica or Emily Hoggood left in first. Keely getting some good ice on her. They need to spray her down a little bit, get some water on her. She's taking time to drink out of a separate bottle, not one that she's going to take with her on course. I think that's a really good idea to get a little extra fluid in, maybe something with a little bit of calories in it to kind of settle the stomach. Get ahead if she's a little bit behind on that last section. The Ultra team taking care of her out there. My guess is JT will probably meet her.
That's her partner, JT Lehman. This is a Portland, Oregon contingent here. Keely Henninger taking,
There's
that's Dominica.
So Emily Hoggood is currently our race leader on the women's side. Emily Hoggood of Zimbabwe. Her mom is here to cheer her on this year.
Yes.
This is huge. We are so excited.
Unbelievable. Emily Hoggood, one of my favorite pre-race interviews that we did on Thursday afternoon. There's Ruth Croft, the Kiwi sensation.
They just tried to hose her down as she ran away from them, I'm pretty sure. So right now, leaving the aid station, we know is Emily Hoggood, Marianne Hogan, Dominica, and Ruth Croft.
And again, I mean, it just bears mentioning the density of the top 5, top 10 women right now is quite something. Typically the men are, here's Camille. Oh my goodness.
She's still there, and that is so critical. This next section is not going to be easy for her. This downhill is not going to be easy for her, but if she can get into Robinson Flat, again.
Elsa McDonald here too. My goodness. We've got the top 10 women almost in the aid station at the same time at Duncan Canyon. This has never happened before, folks. And we have a camera there to capture it. Best day ever. This is incredible.
Yeah, this is bonkers. Yes, we're only 24.4 miles into the race. Yes, a lot can happen still, right? We've seen big implosions going into Michigan Bluff. We've seen implosions after Forest Hill.
There's Katie Asmuth. Yeah.
But
so I took just a rudimentary split. I didn't get anything accurate, but it looked to me like Emily Hoggood left at 4:04 flat a lap. So about 2:15, 2:20 ago now.
We have like 10 women within let's call it 3 or 4 minutes. That will leave the aid station within 3 or 4 minutes of each other. That is huge. That is also a huge ice bandana being tied around Katie Asmuth's neck right now. Looks like she's going with a white hat this year instead of a black hat. We're going to say that's probably
Camille.
a good idea.
There goes Camille, folks. Oh my goodness, the action. This is so incredible. A big shout out to our production team for making this all possible. A big thank you to our sponsors, especially Hoka, for bringing us these incredible visuals from a particularly remote section of the Western
I can't
States
believe
course.
we have footage of this. This is so unbelievably exciting.
And the best part is, Corinne, that we're going to start getting updates from the men at Robinson Flat here pretty soon, too. So don't go anywhere, folks. We got a text, we should say, from Topher Gaylord up there at Robinson Flat, just saying, amazing night they camped out up there. He said, amazing night at Robinson Flat. Run this morning with Jason Coop and past champion Stephanie Howe. Now to crew Tim Tollefson up
Just
at Robinson.
bragging at this point.
Yeah. And we are here for it. So we are going to hit these refresh buttons here. We'll start to try and get accurate splits of these front runners through Duncan Canyon. And as you see in the top left corner, we are 4 hours and 7 minutes into today's race, but we are 25% into the course now here in a 100-mile traverse through the Sierra Nevada. We are making progress now, and the action is really heating up along with the weather.
Yep, things are going to start to get warm. The climb into Robinson Flat, I cannot state this enough, is warm. You're going to feel hot in there, and it's kind of a long grinder. It's a little steeper near the bottom, and then it doesn't pitter out by any means, but that is
Lucia Bueller.
Yep, of Switzerland. This women's race is going to be insane. We're going to say this, I don't know how many, like a million times, but they're doing, all the women that came through there, I think did a pretty good job of getting soaked down. Ruth Croft was the one person who I didn't see spend a ton of time there, but honestly, I feel like
she's savvy though.
She likes
Yeah.
the heat too, you know?
And last year, I just remember her, it was such great execution, and obviously, like, no two races are the same, and it doesn't mean that she'll be intelligent this time around, but I would expect Ruth Croft. I mean, she's so talented. It seems like she's running well within herself right now, coming in as what we have sort of deemed the slight favorite in the women's field, though what Corinne and I have been talking about all week is that the women's race is so wide open, and that is really manifesting itself here today with the top 10, top 15 at this point, all separated by
any of them
5
could
minutes.
win.
Yeah.
And honestly, and you still have threats of Leah Yingling, of Anne-Marie Madden, of other people who, if any of these women make a misstep for a second, those women are going to continue to move up through the pack over the course of the day. And so I would not sleep on any of them there either. But I feel like, you know, to be like any of these 15 women could win is in my mind, feels like a crazy statement. But is not at all.
So incredible. All right, I think we might have some good splits here. For some reason, Katie Asmuth is still showing like she came through in first. She did come through, though not in first place. So I'm going to go through some of these women's splits here. Maybe, Corinne, keep your eye on the screen in case we miss anybody.
Yep.
So we saw Marianne Hogan come in first, followed closely by Dominika Stelmach. Emily Hawgood came in third, but left in first. Hot on their heels was Keely Henninger. Then we had Ruth Croft. It looks like Ellie Pell was in there. We didn't see Ellie.
Okay.
Elsa McDonald we did see. Camille Herron we saw. Lucia Bueller we saw. And then it looks like...
I hope Ellie Pell took enough time to cool down. It surprises me a little that we completely missed her in there, and so I hope that she didn't blitz through there too quickly.
Yeah, you know who we're looking for is Camille Bruyas.
Camille Bruyas and Brittany Peterson, I feel like, are two women that we'd love to see come through here.
And combine that duo with the trifecta of Anne-Marie Madden. Those three, I mean, seriously strong runners who could storm through the field in the second half.
100%. Honestly, that's kind of what we saw last year too, right? We had Katie Asmuth and Keely Henninger and Addie Bracey, and a number of these women kind of all work, and Ruth Croft, honestly, was in that group as well, all working together really well early in the early miles last year. And someone from a group like that can move really far up the field.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Maybe, Corinne, do you have the splits up so we could check to see when we might expect to see Ludovic in the front of the men's race through Robinson?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
So here we are, folks, 4 hours, 11 minutes elapsed. We are starting to get probably into the top. Oh, there's Camille Bruyas and Taylor Nowlin coming into the aid station together.
Perfect.
From France and Spokane, Washington, respectively. Camille Bruyas, again, second place finisher at the UTMB behind the great Courtney DeWalter last year in 2021.
Yeah, so not Devil's Thumb, I'm way ahead. Robinson Flat splits, we'd be looking at Probably about 9:30 or so, 20-ish minutes from now is my best guess. At the earliest, we will see our men coming through there, and about 10 a.m., 10:05, maybe a little bit later than that, 10:10 even for the women to come through there. So probably an hour out from our lead women getting to Robinson Flat, and about, let's call it 25 minutes from our lead men getting to Robinson Flat.
So, and from this point forward, we're going to start to get tons of updates going back and forth along the course. You know, going forward to Robinson from the men's race, going backwards to Duncan for the women's race. We'll kind of go yo-yo back and forth like that for the rest of the day. So I hope you all don't have anything to do today, or if you do, you've got a mobile phone with the YouTube app on it that you can take us with you for whatever your activities or obligations are today, as we see Camille Brias and Taylor Nowlin exit Duncan Canyon looking smooth.
Yeah, and I don't think the angle does this justice. It's a pretty steep downhill out of there. Like, you don't think that, like, the camera angle really, like, captures that completely. Like, it's a pretty, like, winding downhill into this aid station, and then it's a fairly steep downhill out of this aid station. You know, it's kind of a weird little pit stop there in the middle, and then they've got to safely navigate that. It's a fast downhill down to the very bottom of that canyon, get in that creek, get wet, and then the goal will be to turn it around and get up that climb all the way to Robinson Flat, to see the rest of your crew, hopefully, before everyone kind of recongregates again at Forest Hill at around the 100-kilometer mark.
Yep. And this is really the first of the infamous canyons on the course, although we still kind of consider this the high country section of the Western States 100. Dropping into Duncan Canyon is really the deepest of all the canyons, honestly. Pretty runnable climb up to Robinson Flat. And shockingly, I guess at least a little bit, though, also unsurprisingly at the same time, Jim Walmsley has come through there, and I think, you know, closer to 4 hours, maybe 4:15 is his fastest split through Robinson Flat. We expect to see the lead men today closer to 4:30 or so. So about 15 minutes from now. This is a really important section of the Western States 100 as they start to dip in and out of the canyons.
Getting some water down there into those buffs, and then those volunteers working the sponge buckets essentially have been doing a really great job of soaking people down as they lead the aid station. That's pretty great to see. We're going to take a quick break to hear a message from one of our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you. Back to the aid station here. That looks like Amelia Boone, Kylie Van Horn, Jonathan Levitt. That is Zoe Rome's crew waiting for her in that aid station. We're getting lots of footage of the crews here piling up, waiting for their runners to make it in here. The volunteers are sunscreening up. That's important. Those are those quintessential, really critical is what I'll say, cold sponge bucket volunteers. It's so nice. It is a shock to the system when they ring that sponge over you, and you get that gasp for a second, but really it's so important. One, that coolness that you experience is really important, but the evaporative cooling that you're going to utilize as that water slowly evaporates into the environment around you is your most effective way to cool down truly out there. And so Zoe Rome told me after we got done with her interview yesterday that her team motto is stay wet. And she wasn't sure if that was appropriate to say during our interview yesterday, so I'm outing her here on the live stream. And that's their goal, is to keep their athletes really, really soaked down out there, because that's going to be their best way to stay cool as temperatures creep up all day long. It was kind of nice and pleasant and maybe even a little chilly here this morning, and that is slowly changing. While we have
I was
shade,
just going to say, I started to feel warm just a second ago.
While we are in the shade here on the track, it is definitely heating up in the sun, and they've got a lot of solar that is also effective. While the air temperature might be one thing, the ambient air temperature is affected dramatically by the environment. And so the solar radiation from the sun is a huge factor. The landscape around you holding on to that heat that it's been soaking up that day or earlier in the day or all this past week affects ambient air temperature. That's why like big city marathons can feel extra hot because buildings hold on to so much heat. The American River Canyon does the exact same thing. It holds on to heat. So runners are going to get warm.
So this is a estimate, but I think a fun stat that we can think about now in the difference between the men's race and the women's race as it's materializing so far. Ludovic Pomeroy had roughly like a 5-6 minute lead on second place. Meanwhile, the women's top 10 is separated by less than 6 minutes between what was Marianne Hogan coming through in the lead and Luzia Bueller coming through in 10th. They are only separated by 5.5 minutes in the top 10 of the women's race, with Camille Bruyas and Taylor Nowlin in 11th and 12th. Only 8:45 off the lead so far. So the women's race, this is as intense as it's ever been. I mean, at least in my history with the race, which has been now over 10 years. This is something truly special for the women's side of the trail running sport. This could turn into a very, very special day, backing up last year, which was a historic day for the women already.
Yeah, I am constantly impressed by these athletes, and to have, I mean, while Beth kind of put on a show all day, and we were kind of tracking that progress, the women's race behind her was exciting the entire time, and it really feels like the women's race is going to be exciting all the way to the finish line today as well. We'll be curious to see what is happening in the men's race. I feel like they all did a really good job of stopping and icing themselves down. It did not seem like Hazen got a lot of ice on him or a lot of moisture on him, and that is concerning for us. Our ears, perked up when we heard and when we saw that, and so we want to be cognizant of how he's looking and feeling as he moves into these, the middle miles of the race, kind of heading towards the canyons where it really does get very, very warm. But I'll be curious to know. They will do a bigger pit stop in Robinson Flat. I can't quite see that runner's bib number.
That's
Brittany Peterson. And yep, that was that F4 bib. Brittany Peterson coming into that aid station. Curious to know how she's feeling. What about her run right now. Yep. By no means, I don't think we've seen Leah Yingling or Zoe Rome come through here yet. I don't think we've seen Anne-Marie Madden come through here yet. So while Brittany might not be at the front of this race where she probably wants to be, she's doing what she can and she's running her race, and that can still put her in a really good position in the later miles where we know she has leg speed.
Yep. And in just a second, I'm going to ask, once we sort of have a little bit of a break in the action, I want to share some of the photos that iRunFar got out in the field. So we will get to that in just a second.
It
in the
looks
meantime,
like our smaller camera too is going to be. Is that just another angle? What's happening here? Nope, that's Robinson Flat. Am I right? The smaller screen?
It sure looks like it, yeah. So they always rope that off there.
Yep, so we've got a camera set up at Robinson Flat as well. We'll be waiting for our lead men to come through there. And honestly, not all that long. Maybe the next 15 to 20 minutes. At most, we'd expect Ludo to arrive there, but they should have a longer pit stop there. I wouldn't, you'll see people sit down. I've changed my shoes there before coming out of the high country. One, because you might want to be in a different shoe because the next bit of terrain is a little bit easier as far as what is underfoot. Maybe you're in a more aggressive shoe for the high country and you want to be in something that's going to be a little bit faster feeling for this next section, or you're worried about blister management, so you're going to change your shoes in that regard. Maybe you're dropping a pack, reapplying sunscreen, getting a lot of ice on you. Lots of good things are going to happen at these aid stations, but Robinson Flat is that first really big aid station where you might take a second to sit down, throw back some mashed potatoes.
Look at, we got a drone going at Robinson Flat. Oh my goodness, it keeps getting better and better as we see Brittany Peterson tiptoeing out of Duncan Canyon. It bears mentioning Brittany Peterson has run the 6th fastest time ever on this Western States course. She has finished 2nd and 4th place in the women's race the past 2 runnings of this race. So even though she's probably in 15th position or so now, do not count her out. And we go to the big screen here at Robinson Flat. So this is a little bit outside the aid station. Oh, yeah. So this is after you run through the campground here. We start to see the crews setting up behind the yellow tape here, just a little bit uphill. And again, this is a theme that Corinne and I talked about earlier. A lot of these aid stations are positioned what feels like the top of climbs. Thinking about
are
Robinson
the top of
Flat.
climbs.
Well, but also like when you leave Robinson Flat, you feel like you're at the top of the climb, but you still have 10 minutes to go.
You're true.
Same
you're
with
true.
Michigan
You're
Bluff.
not completely at the top of the climb,
Yeah.
but you have been going up a large climb is how I'll phrase it.
Yeah.
And so it is, you come into that aid station to your crew and you look, sometimes you look a little lost.
Yep. And this is so cool, guys.
To have drone footage at Robinson Flat is very impressive, and to have aid station footage at Robinson Flat is very impressive. If you remember last year, we didn't get to show you Robinson Flat aid station until later in the day when we were able to bring footage back from this part of the course. So it is incredibly exciting that we're not just rambling at you to I Run Far Twitter feed pulled up on our computer monitors. So very exciting stuff.
So speaking of the I Run Far Twitter feed, maybe if our production crew could give us the small screen of my desktop here, I could blast through a few photos that I Run Far got back at Duncan Canyon. Let's see if we can do that while we wait for race leaders to come through Robinson Flat. See if we can share that screen on the small split here as we look at this great drone action. So give us just a second here, folks. But this gives you a great idea of the Robinson Flat aid station here. And here we've got a little quick screen share. So I'm just going to flick through some of these I Run Far photos. Here's women's race leader Marianne Hogan, followed by Dominika Stelmach of Poland here.
And
we got Emily Hoggett, all smiles.
And Emily Hoggett left the aid station in first, which is huge.
Behind her, Keely, also with a big smile on her face. Keely from Portland, Oregon. Ellie Pell representing the Beast Coast, Ithaca, New York, ripping through in 5th place. Then we've got Ruth Croft, 2nd place finisher last year from New Zealand, also with a big smile. Ailsa McDonald keeping the smile streak going in 7th. Camille, biggest smile of the day maybe, in 8th. Also only 2.5 minutes back. Katie Asmuth, huge smile. In 9th, 3:15 off the lead. This is incredible with Luzia Bueller rounding out the top 10. Another big smile in 10th. Camille, Taylor Nellin, 11th and 12th. So that's a quick update from the I Run Far Twitter feed. Make sure you go give them a follow. They have been such important resources in our sport for years and years, and they do such great coverage on Twitter.
Yep, they're out here. You know, Brian and Megan are out here, but otherwise it's a completely volunteer effort to have people stationed out in these aid stations. I have volunteered for them before at UTMB and at Hard Rock, getting coverage for them.
They work so hard. Brian sent me a text last night just saying like, hey, I hadn't bumped into you yet this week, but just want to say good luck tomorrow. I said, likewise, man. We're both pulling ultramarathon shifts, and he and Megan have been doing that for years, and we've all benefited as a result. So here we are. We're back at Robinson Flat Aid Station, and at the risk of being a broken record, we'll just repeat that this is a very, very important part of the course. It's a landmark in Western States history. It's where we really start to see the separation between the contenders and the rest of the field. And it's where the runners exit what we call the high country section of the course and head into the middle miles, better known as the canyons, infamously, notoriously known as the canyons. This also doubles as a, probably not very popular, but really cool campground. It's very remote.
It's beautiful up there. It hasn't directly burned, but there's been burns around it. Well, we are no strangers to wildland forest fires out here in the West. California did not have a great snow year this year. So Robinson Flat can be hard to get to on high snow years. It can actually be very snowy still through this section. In 2019, there's definitely photos of me from my crew in this section running across snow to get into the aid station. So it can be very, very snowy out here, but it is bone dry, it looks like right now. So
and it looks warm, doesn't it?
Fast conditions as far as what's underfoot, but it's going to be heating up, and runners have really got to take care of themselves as far as getting cool. Or in the case of Zoe Rome's crew, staying wet.
Yes. So just to reset here as we approach 4.5 hours into the 2022 Western States 100. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. We are brought to you by Hoka, the presenting sponsor of the Western States 100 and of our live stream operation here today. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. We are awaiting men's leader Ludovic Pomeray from France coming in to the Robinson Flat aid station. Oh, here we go, Corinne. This is a great animation here of the descent and then ensuing climb from Duncan Canyon, crossing the river, and then this long, runnable 1,500-foot or so climb. We'll get the exact stats here momentarily, all the way up to Robinson Flat, where, again, you see your crew. Yeah, so about 6 miles, 5.9 miles, 1,700 feet of climbing, average grade about 3%.
So that's because you got that downhill to start, and then that big uphill. Someone asked in the aid station. Someone asked, we kind of are an aid station. Someone asked in the live chat how easy it is, just to stay on course. Is it easy to get lost? And truthfully, it's really well marked.
Yep.
Even at night, because most runners will experience some form of darkness on the course, and some people will experience a new sunrise on course as well. It's really well marked. It's marked with a reflective ribbon for the back part of the course, in which runners will experience it in the dark, including for runners that leave Michigan Bluff in the dark. There are runners that will have to do the Michigan Bluff to Forest Hill section as it gets dark as well. So they do a really good job of making sure it's very, very well marked. I've never found an issue with that. I feel like sometimes it's when your head's down and you're not paying attention at all that can become an issue. But if you're paying attention, if you're looking up, if you're paying attention to your surroundings, it's really hard to get lost out there.
Sure is. And you also just kind of stay on the Western States Trail the entire way. It's just a beautiful ribbon of single track. We mentioned this earlier, but in a state like California, which you think of as just this densely populated, mostly urban kind of place, especially this section of the course is very remote. And what I think is just so unique about the course is that in these 100-mile point-to-point course, you barely touch asphalt the entire time until you hit Roby Point in the last mile down to the track where we sit now. There's a little bit of asphalt in both Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill, but aside from that, you are on dirt the entire way. Truly a spectacular race that everybody, I hope, will have the good fortune to experience themselves, whether it's racers, pacers, crewers, spectators, live stream observators. It's just a special, special event. We're so grateful to be part of it. As we wait race leader Ludovic Pomeray, we expect to be coming into Robinson Flat here any minute now.
Yeah, my guess is we have a little bit of time. The course record pace is 9:26, so just 3 minutes ago. So I think we probably have about 5 minutes is my guess before we see Ludo at the earliest, but it should be shortly. He looked like he was moving well. He took time to get iced down, but he got out of there really efficiently at the last aid station. So we're going to take a quick break for a very short commercial break before our lead men get to Robinson Flat.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just going to keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
スカイランニングって比較的新しいスポーツで、究極その山と向き合うっていうところって自分と向き合うというか、まず自分自身と競争してそれを達成する。この道のりを辛いと思うのも楽しいと思うのも結局自分次第。
この東山で多分峯岸のことを知らないっていう人はいないっていうぐらい、彼自身ほぼ毎日登ってますし。
人生をより豊かに生きるためにこのランニングっていうのは僕にとってすごい重要な要素だったな。
And we're back once again. We're looking at the Robinson Flat aid station, waiting for our lead men to join us here momentarily, and then we'll be keeping our eye out for one of the lead women. We're not sure who it's going to be. We keep getting a shuffle from them, but Emily Hoagland, Dominika Stelmach, and Marianne Hogan were the first 3 to make it out of the last aid station. We expect to see them coming through here probably pretty closely together is my guess, unless someone starts to crack a little bit on that climb. And right now we're looking for Ludo Pomeroy to be our first, more than likely our first male runner to be coming into Robinson Flat. His countryman, Seb, took a little bit more time at that aid station. We don't actually know what position he left in, if he left in second or if he left after the Tim Tollefson, Hayden Hawks group. Peterman train. So and Arlen Glick was in that group too. So we're not quite sure who is going to be our second guy, if Seb was ahead of those gentlemen or if he'll be coming in with them. But we expect Ludo Pomeroy to be our first male runner to be greeted at Robinson Flat, and there will be a lot of yelling, I believe, at that aid station as he rolls in there.
And if Ludo has managed to extend his lead even more here at Robinson Flat, it's sort of one of those look out below type things, because I mean, he's sort of slowly built up his lead here, and if he can start to take control of this race heading into the canyon section of the course, I mean, obviously you got athletes like Hayden, Tim, and Adam Peterman and Arlen Glick who could work together to bridge back up. But Ludo knows how to run a 100-mile race. You know, he's won UTMB. He's won Diagonal Des Fous. Here he is at 46 years old, taking it out in the lead at the Western States 100. One of the great 100-milers in the world right now, even at 46 years old. Ludovic Pomeroy here at Western States, racing for the first time and putting on a show so far. I've got updates a little bit further back from Duncan Canyon here. We saw Brittany Peterson leave. And then we have Aroa Sio, I think Spanish athlete who came out for the Canyons 100K in April. It looks like she left behind Brittany Peterson in 14th. Still not seeing Marianne Hogan. I'm sorry, Anne-Marie Madden, excuse me, I'm getting my Canadians mixed up. We're not seeing Lindsay Hagen yet, who was one of the early leaders. We haven't seen Leah Yingling yet. So we will continue to keep you updated from the women's race back at Duncan Canyon as we await men's leader Ludovic Pomeroy here at Robinson Flat. As usual, goes without saying, but very important that we will definitely continue to keep equal coverage of the men's and women's races. Super entertaining, close, competitive battles in both fields. And then whenever we get an opportunity, we'll go back and check in on other people from the middle and the back of the pack. People like Megan Canfield, I'm really excited to hear about. I don't know if we've mentioned Jim Howard yet. The 1981 and 1983 champion here at Western States is back in the field. So a lot of interesting stories from the middle and the back of the pack as well. And again, we will be on air here through the final finisher. So even though we're focused mostly on the professionals now, a lot of opportunity to tell these amazing stories of all the athletes in today's race.
That looks like Howie there with the camera on our screen and Mael on camera as well. Maybe. Maybe not. It's
definitely Howie Stern. I haven't checked his Instagram yet today, but Howie Stern Photo, I think, is his handle. One of the great ultra running photographers. He's been around the game for a long time now. I wonder if he's been uploading stuff this morning. Make sure you go check out Howie Stern on Instagram. And a quick reminder to everybody who's watching us live, we do have a live chat going on. I think Corinne's been a lot more active than I've been in there. I can't take my eyes off the screen.
Yeah,
but
Dylan, it's okay. I'm a better multitasker than you. So I will come chat with me in the live chat on YouTube. People are throwing in some really great questions into there. So send us your questions. Let us know what you're wondering about. We try to answer as many as we can. We're waiting for Ludo Pomeroy to be our first runner, we believe, into Robinson Flat, probably in the next 5 minutes or so. We've been about 10 minutes behind, I think, kind of predictive course record pace, which makes sense for today, I think. Given the field, given the predicted temperatures, I don't think anyone was going to make it.
Given the fact that Jim Walmsley isn't here this year to pull everybody along with him.
I think that definitely does accelerate the front of the field, but I think it also just, we've got different tactics on display today, and I'm really excited to see what that means at mile 80.
You know, this is interesting, Corinne, because potentially one of the contributing factors to the carnage and attrition that we saw in the men's race last year was the fact that we had Jim Walmsley in the field, the greatest to ever run this race, and somebody who loves to front run, who loves to put pressure on the field. And when the competitive juices are flowing, he pulls the rest of the men's professional field along with him, potentially burying many of them last year. And so it'll be interesting to see if we see reduced attrition in the men's race specifically this year with the absence of Jim Walmsley.
Yeah, I think that'll be very interesting. They did seem to be, I was really impressed. I was really not impressed last year with the men's cooling tactics.
Yeah.
Much more impressed with what I just saw at Duncan Canyon, the 24.4 mile aid station. I think every single guy, besides maybe Hayden it seemed, took some good time there to get iced down, which was really, really important. The women did the same. We saw a lot of really heavy looking ice bandanas leaving there. So right now we think Ludo's leading the men's race and Emily Hoggett is leading the women's race. We will know a lot more as they come into the Robinson Flat aid station after kind of a long descent and a long climb to get in there.
If the women come through Robinson Flat equally concentrated as they were at Duncan Canyon, I might have a conniption here in studio. It's going to be so wild, so entertaining. So if you're just joining us, don't go anywhere. We expect race leader Ludovic Pomeray here at Robinson Flat, a critical aid station on the Western States course here any second. And then there'll be a train of some of the best runners in the world charging in after him.
Yeah, someone asked a really great question about what the athletes have been doing for heat training. Most of them utilize a sauna if they have a dry sauna available to them. They've been going for their runs and then immediately post-run or pretty close to it, getting into a sauna and sitting there for about 30 minutes or so because they've pre-elevated their core body temperature by going for that exercise right before getting in the sauna. Some runners who don't have access to a sauna can use a hot water bath. So a hot tub, you've got to sit in there all the way up to your neck, though. No arms hanging out to help mitigate heat.
Yeah.
Tim Tollefson has done that in the past. That's what he did last year in prep for this because he didn't have access to a sauna, so he went with the hot water bath for that. So yes, basically to utilize heat acclimation, these athletes spend a kind of, a 7 to 10 day block of everyday heat exposure, and then they can go to every third day or so all the way to the race. Our Airbnb in Tahoe this weekend had a sauna for that reason, so our athletes could get in the sauna on Monday and Tuesday ahead of the race this weekend. It's pretty exhaustive, so the athletes have to be careful that they're not taking too much out of themselves. But yeah, most athletes here have been doing some sort of heat acclimation to get ready for this race, be it a dry sauna, be it a hot tub. Some athletes do a lot of overdressing where they go and layer up.
Run in the heat of the day.
So running the heat of the day is great. A lot of athletes went to Phoenix, for example, or they've been down in Auburn for a little while, or towards Sacramento, places where it's been 100 degrees every single day for weeks now. So there is some of that, but I try to, have athletes not have to sacrifice their training quality by overdressing or by running when it's 105 degrees and instead utilize something like a hot tub or a passive sauna. But for the mental aspect of it, yeah, getting out in that heat is so important just to get the sensation, but it's hard to do quality sessions in that every day without kind of overcooking yourself.
I hope our viewing audience just took notes. Corinne Malcolm taking us all to school here as the great coach and mind in the sport of trail runner that she is. Heat acclimatization here at Western States is a critical part of success. It's actually funny, and remember, Corinne, last year we had Rob Carr on the live stream coverage, and he took a different tact, and I always found it fascinating. And I remember him saying in an I Run Far interview years ago that he didn't do any heat training. Instead, what he did was heat management. He says, I don't do heat training, I do heat management, meaning he was religious about his ice usage throughout the day here at Western States. So, there's more than one strategy to do everything. I took the sauna strategy myself at the direction of my coach, Jason Coop. He always recommended that I get in after I do a run to sort of extend that stimulus that I was getting from my workout and then get the heat training immediately afterwards. And like I said, I don't think I ever did the heat management part of it effectively, but I definitely did the heat training.
Yep, and honestly, heat training is the best heat management strategy because it sets you up really well to then effectively use heat mitigation tactics during the race. That being said, someone asked if we're using the ice coffins that you saw at like Badwater for Scott Jurek, and it's kind of hard to carry them into these aid stations. But at Badwater in a couple weeks, oh heck yeah, those will be employed because you got to get cold there.
What did you say? 80 pounds of ice per runner
82,
in the field.
Yeah, 80, Craig Thornley told us yesterday that there are 82 pounds of ice per runner in the field. So, you know, those will be at all the aid stations. Runners and their crews and their pacers have access to that to ice their runners down, get them nice and cold, get it in their ice bandana, get it in their pack. However, you're going to be carrying that ice, get it in your hat. For example, is another really good way to do that. We've seen that famously with like Ryan Sands and Courtney DeWalter.
Yep.
Courtney was another athlete who hates heat acclimation work. She said the sauna made her feel really bad, so she just didn't do it, and famously has done okay in the heat despite that. So, you know, something different works for everyone.
I'm sensing some action here, folks. Maybe misinterpreting body language. It's a little bit tough to tell. Our feed is a little herky-jerky. Again, this is a very remote section of the course, a place where there's not any cell reception. I think we are boosting some Starlink Wi-Fi out here at Robinson Flat. Yes, we do have action. Ludovic Pomeray.
We got drone footage.
Look at him. Coming into the Robinson Flat Campground and Aid Station, Ludovic Pomeray, your leader of the Western States 100 here, a 50K into the race, roughly 30 miles. The 46-year-old Frenchman continues to storm along this course. Looking strong. Got the split screen here, the close-up and the drone shot. How cool is this?
It's so nice to have footage of this section. We've never had that before.
Stone-faced Ludovic Pomeray looking fully composed and in control here. Walking into the aid station. I saw his wife at Duncan Canyon, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's got a B crew here.
Oh, interesting. I'd imagine someone. I thought I heard someone in the chat earlier. Yeah, someone from Hoka or someone else who's here to crew like him and Seb to crew the French guys maybe. I mean, he's in a Hoka tent, so that makes sense right now.
Fly, human, fly, they say. Hoka athlete Ludovic Pomeray, one of a number of their professional team here at the Western States 100. Looks like that's a little bit hard to tell, but Ludovic Pomeray cruising out of the aid station here. And just up the road, I think, is where the crew access point is. Oh no, he's out. He's cruising up the dirt road here. So from the aid station, Ludo's gonna have probably 3/4 of a mile to a mile, probably 7 to 10 minutes of climbing uphill before he hits the top of the climb and proceeds to drop into what we call the downhill half marathon. And Corinne and I will tell you all about that here shortly. But Western States is known as a downhiller's course, and Ludovic is about to learn exactly what that means once he crests the top of the hill. Corinne, I didn't get an accurate split, but I'm guessing roughly 4:44 elapsed or so.
Yeah,
Ludovic out of the
he
eight.
did not spend much time there at all. So we'll see if he's got what he needs on him. You got a little bit of uphill, downhill, and there's a pretty good aid station once you get down that first bit of the descent. It's not that far away.
Yeah.
So
Miller's Defeat is the next one. Roughly 35, I think, is the next aid station.
yeah,
And then after that is
34.4. So it's like
Dusty.
4 miles away. So that's pretty nice. And then it looks like he will have crew at Dusty since we saw his wife at Duncan Canyon, and that's another, 4
Hayden
miles.
Hawks, okay, the gap has been reduced significantly.
That's wild.
Here is Hayden Hawks coming in. He has made up probably 4 or 5 minutes on that last section of the course. Again, this, like I said a second ago, is where the race really starts to materialize. Hayden Hawks, we were worried, didn't take a lot of ice at the last aid station. It's a little bit hard to tell these aid station transitions. The feed isn't perfect here, but we are doing our best. Either way, Hayden Hawks, another Hoka athlete, coming through in second place, making up a huge, huge margin on race leader Ludovic Pomeray. between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat.
Yeah, that's a big move by Hayden Hawks. He seemed to run a really smart first 20 miles and to be coming in only a couple minutes. I mean, a very much a reduced, because he was probably, what, 6 or 7 minutes behind Ludo at the last aid station.
Yep.
So he's made up, what, 3 or 4 minutes, maybe more at this point. So that's a good sign for Hayden Hawks to be kind of slowly working his way forward.
Yep. Hayden Hawks, an absolute competitor. Makes it no secret that he's here to win. Anything less for him would be below his ambition level. Hayden Hawks coming back after a tough but proud 8th place finish last year, running with the leader Jim Walmsley through the first 30 to 40 miles at Western States 2021 before suffering mightily in the heat of the day in the back half of the course as we hear some cheering for our other runners coming into Robinson Flat.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get, I think, fairly accurate splits from this aid station as they come through. So you just have to give us a second between iRunFar and ultralive.net. We should have pretty decent splits.
I think I just heard somebody say Adam. This looks like
Adam
Peterman in 3rd place, the 26-year-old from Missoula, Montana. This kid has been on an absolute heater recently, only coming into the sport a couple of years ago, running one of the fastest times in JFK 50-mile history last fall, starting his year by smashing the course record at Chuckanut 50K in Bellingham, Washington, following it up with a win, punching his golden ticket to the Western States 100 and the Canyons 100K. Truly one of the most talented athletes in the sport, only 26 years old, here running in 3rd place.
Yeah, this is a good spot, I think, for Adam Peterman to find himself, looking smooth and controlled. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the the next several hours, but that's not a bad spot for Adam Peterman to find himself behind his teammate Hayden Hawks, behind Ludo. So we're missing Seb, the other Frenchman that was running at the front of this field. We're looking for Tim Tollefson. We're looking for Arlen Glick. So we're looking
for Hazen.
We're looking for Jared Hazen, Tyler Fox, Jonathan Ray. So we're looking for a good handful of runners here that we should be seeing shortly.
So story within the story here, the Arlen Glick, Camille Herron trifecta, the two people who smash it in the road 100 miles in the road ultras here. Can they stay within contention through the high country? Because if they do, look out, folks. Arlen Glick and Camille Herron have everything it takes to win here and would certainly make all those non-West Coasters, non-Mountain West dwelling trail runners super duper proud, along with people like Ellie Pell from the East Coast. Some geographical diversity here. It looks like this drone footage is of maybe Adam Peterman tiptoeing out of the aid station here, cruising up the hill. Looks like he is probably roughly 5 minutes behind race leader Ludovic Pomeray. Maybe 3 minutes behind Hayden Hawks. We'll get more accurate splits ASAP. Oh, we're getting, somebody's saying that Seb is already in and out in the chat. We'll confirm that as soon as we can. Here's Arlen Glick here in the small screen. Arlen Glick, fan favorite in the chat. I mentioned this early this morning, but dozens of people I feel like have sent me a link to Arlen Glick's Strava profile showing me all the crazy volume and training that he has done in his preparation for Western States. Shout out to Arlen Glick.
Someone was calling Arlen's fans Arlen's Darlings.
I love that.
That came from another race he ran earlier this year, and I kind of love a little Arlen's Darlings.
Love that.
So someone is saying that the footage they believe in the aerial shot is Seb, but that looks like a Hoka kit to me, so I don't think we've seen Seb yet. We'll try to get confirmation of that. But right now, the people that we've gotten visuals on are Ludo, our Hayden, our Adam Peterman, our Arlen Glick.
And we just have a tweet coming up from iRunFar here, so we'll get boots on the ground reports from iRunFar here pretty soon. I'm sure they're in the process of uploading those tweets now. Bear with us here. Either way, Ludovic Pomeray still in the lead of the Western States 100. Came through, according to Iron Far, through 30.3 Robinson Flat Aid Station in 4:42 elapsed. And look at all that ice on Arlen Glick.
Nice work. Look how you can see how well they've done soaking him down. That is going to work wonders for him as he leaves here on that climb and then that descent towards Miller's defeat.
I would not be surprised if we have missed a runner or two here now. Feels like we are conspicuously absent people like Tim Tollefson, Sebastian Spaler, Jared Hazen. But we shall see. Clearly some movement happening. Howie Stern's got his camera out.
Yeah,
Universal indication somebody's approaching.
We don't have splits yet of those guys at Robinson Flat. We only have splits still at Robinson Flat of Ludo Pomeray and Hayden Hawks. So we are waiting to, got to find them basically. So Iron Far will probably be one of our best bets to get those accurate splits, and we'll keep our eyes on the screen looking for those guys and gals to be coming through this aid station.
This looks like Seb. Oh,
no,
Jared.
that's Jared Hazen, black pack, red shorts. That is Jared Hazen coming through the aid station here.
So my rudimentary split is that Jared Hazen is about 8 minutes back. Okay, so Hayden Hawks, according to Iron Far, was 2 and change behind race leader Ludovic Pomeray. I'll continue to hit refresh here. So I think that would indicate that we have not seen, or we did not miss Seb Spaler, but we will confirm that here shortly.
Yeah, I would say Iron Far does not generally miss anyone because they've got a pretty straightforward job out there.
Yeah.
And so I'd imagine that they are in the right thus far, and that it is Ludo, Hayden, Adam Peterman.
Oh, there's Coach Jason Coop there with his athlete Jared Hazen.
Giving him some thoughtful words, I'm sure.
Did you hear that? It looks like the announcer said that we have Drew Holman and Vincent Viette approaching. So if this is the case, if we have not missed people, we are definitely wondering where people like Sebastian Spaler and Tim Tollefson are.
Because we have not yet seen them, and they're not coming up on our Iron Far feed or on our Ultra Runner Live. That there is.
That's Jonathan Ray.
Yep, looking smooth.
He's
my dark horse pick.
Good call, Corinne.
We'll see how that pans out for him.
There's Jared leaving, looking like a 1990s linebacker with a neck roll on there. Jared Hazen knows how to run this race. The second fastest man in history for his 5th running here at the Western States, making his way towards the downhill half marathon.
Yeah, someone is saying that they have the split as Seb being within like 3 seconds of Adam Peterman. So we'll see what we actually get up.
Okay, here I've got some splits, and it shows Tim Tollefson through also. Okay, so bear with us again, folks. We're doing our best to get accurate information for you here, but either way, we do have Ludovic Pomeray and Hayden Hawks in 1st and 2nd, separated by about 2 minutes. Adam Peterman about 2 minutes behind Hayden in 3rd. Sebastian Spaler, it looks like pretty much with Adam Peterman, so we missed him, followed by Tim Tollefson only a minute back. So the characters are all still here as we look at Drew Holman.
And then we will have Arlen Glick, Vincent Viette. Well, I guess before that, Jonathan Ray, Jared Hazen, Vincent Viette, Drew Holman.
Corinne, my goodness, it's already 5 hours deep.
How have we been here for 5 hours?
This not the best job in the world as we look at Drew Holman, my friend from Boulder, Colorado, the collegiate ultimate Frisbee player. I've gotten the privilege of watching this athlete develop since his earliest days as a trail runner in the San Francisco Bay Area there with his partner, Sasha. They live in Boulder now. Drew Holman returning as a 3rd place finisher, rocking that M3 bib. Drew Holman, I can't say enough how highly I think of this kid as a person and as an athlete, running what looks to be a very smooth and controlled race.
From the Montana crew that's rooting hard for Drew Holman as well, so people are excited for him all over the place. He's got San Francisco Pacers and Patty O'Leary, and maybe, I don't know if Fernando's back again, so he's got his Bay Area Pacers, he's got his Boulder cheer squad, he's got his Montana cheer squad.
There's Ryan.
There's Ryan Thrower getting the shots out on course.
And the vibe there at Robinson Flat looks pretty awesome. Again, a lot of people camp up there the night before the race, get their own runs in while they await the lead athletes coming through here. We were just about 5 hours elapsed, cruising through the top 10 men. Looks like we got a little frozen action of our camera here. We'll cut back to it just as soon as we can. Then once we get a few more updates through here, we'll give you a sense of what the course is like as the athletes exit this aid station, because we really do exit what we call the high country part of the course, which Corinne and I talked about in detail earlier in our broadcast, and enter the middle section, which is in a lot of ways the crux section of the course, where all the notorious canyons are located. So stick with us. We'll tell you more about that here pretty soon.
Yep, we're kind of keeping an eye on everything. We'll be waiting for our first women to come through here. And then honestly, when the women come through here, it's going to be absolute chaos. I feel like there will likely have been an order change. There'll likely still be like 10 to 14 women within 6 minutes of each other. It's going to be absolute chaos. There's Adam Kimball on your screen there. We're getting a shot of that run, that running rabbit kit coming through. Getting some cheers as he leaves the aid station. Remember, we normally do not have footage out here at all, so having any footage, frozen, pixelated, I don't care. It's nice to see these images from this aid station.
No
Is that Tyler
doubt.
Green under the towel there?
That's definitely Tyler Green in the towel. Tyler Green, a tactician, always has all the details dialed. Every strategy, top to bottom, is considered for this great athlete from Portland, Oregon. Your returning second place finisher here. You'll see him rocking an ice vest probably later on in the day. He's got this freezing cold towel. His wife, Rachel Drake, there, also a phenomenal athlete in her own right. You know, probably 25 or 30 weeks pregnant at this point. Tyler and Rachel expecting a child later on this year. Tyler racing with purpose here today. Seems to be in a great frame of mind. Going back to our interview with him on Thursday, Corinne. Tyler Green, look out, folks. Still very much in contention, though, probably now 15 minutes back of the lead. But he is somebody who definitely feels comfortable. He's not somebody who gets caught up in the antics, in the testosterone of the race here in the early miles. He's the type of athlete that cleans up the wreckage in the back half. We approach.
I love it. You can hear that announcer.
Yep.
Cole Watson's making his way to the aid station. California guy. Lots of racing left for all these guys. Sometimes these moments feel very, you know, like they are deciding the fate of these runners, but a lot's going to happen between here and Forest Hill. A lot's going to happen between Forest Hill and the river, and so on all the way to the Auburn track.
Yep. Starting to feel warm on the track here, isn't it, Corinne?
My computer is warm, too.
Remember last year, Corinne, there was a moment when everything up here on the stage died. We will do our best to avoid that this year. So far, all the technology has worked as flawlessly as you could ever expect it. This is so much fun. So we see this is Tyler Fox coming in representing Wyoming. Tyler Fox, sort of like Jonathan Ray, one of the unsung heroes here, or at least athletes flying under the radar, in great contention for a solid top 10 performance or better here at Western States.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know where these guys end up. You know, early season golden ticket guys. You know, I feel like it'll be very interesting to know what they were able to do out there to kind of stay in contention throughout the course of the day? Are they taking good care of themselves? Are they running within themselves? It's kind of nice to not have pressure on you and kind of go in as an underdog or as you know, what they would call a sleeper, potentially someone that we might not have picked out in any of the previews. So very curious to see where they end up. On our screen right now is Cole Watson.
It's kind of the situation that both Tyler and Drew Holman found themselves in last year, you know, like they weren't the type of athletes. There were people who were desperately trying to do pre-race interviews with them, but just executed flawless races, ended up on the podium. Wouldn't be surprised to see something similar from guys like Jonathan Ray, Tyler Fox, Cole Watson. Again, there's a breakthrough for some athlete every single year at every single race. Always a surprise.
Yeah, we become a new favorite, or we find a new favorite every year. Someone that we didn't know existed. We become the biggest fans of, like Katie Asmuth last year, where all of a sudden we were like, we love this person. We're following them on Instagram right now. So I think that there's always someone that comes onto the scene at this race. This race truly, I feel like, you know, changes someone's life a little bit every year somewhere in the field, right? And that will happen again this year.
Exactly. Well said, Corinne. As we see Cole Watson exiting the Robinson Flat Aid Station, probably roughly around 15th or so. We'll get accurate place and split updates here in just a second. We don't want to miss any of this action, though.
Number 29 is coming up the hill. 29.
Number 29 coming up the hill. We'll see who that is. Scott Traer. I see Ryan Thrower on the screen here as Scott Traer is approaching. I think it's an appropriate time to say that nobody has been singing this guy's praises more than Ryan Thrower, and a lot of people have been talking about Scott Traer as a potential one of these breakthrough athletes. Also a Masters athlete in his 40s, qualified for the Western States 100 at Black Canyon. I see Alex Nichols in the aid station here. We've sung his praises already, but Scott Traer, an interesting character in the field, ran an excellent second-place performance at Black Canyon in February. Punched his ticket to Western States. Here he is, you know, somewhere around the top 15 or so.
Looking like we're getting a little bit of foot care for Alex Nichols there at Robinson Flat. Honestly, it takes a second to get it done, but it can make a huge difference when you need to run every step for mile 80. You got big old blisters. It's not going to work very well when you're in pain every single step. Someone asked about aid station captains out there. It's the people that are working these aid stations they've volunteered at them for 10, 15, 20 years. They are incredibly experienced. Many of them have raced at one point in time here. Each aid station gets a spot in the race every year that they kind of have a mini lottery within their team. So there's so much experience out there to help you out as a runner.
Here we have Scotty Traer.
Run Fasta.
Run Fasta. I think he's from the Massachusetts area, hence the Run Fasta tagline. I think that's his Instagram handle too. He posted earlier this week he shaved shake and bake into the two sides of his head.
I love that.
Clearly a character too. He's got the sense of humor. He actually works for Aeroviper Running, Jamil Curry's crew out there in Arizona, who puts on a million excellent events, including the Black Canyon 100K, where Scott Traer qualified for this race.
And it sounds like he's running exactly how he had planned. We got a comment in the chat that says Traer ran a slow, in quotes, first half at Black Canyons. And said, or Black Canyon, excuse me. Jamil would like me to correct that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And said that to look for him around 20th at Forest Hill. So I would not.
Probably right about there.
I would not be surprised if that's exactly his pace strategy.
Who do we have here? Oh, that's still Traer, it looks like. Yeah, that's still Traer with his patented button-down shirt.
Getting an ice bandana on.
Looks like he put that naked vest on.
Gonna take a little bit more stuff with him here. I joke with a lot of guys that it's so nice to be a woman because you get to put you got a sports bra on, you can put ice down it.
Yep.
Honestly, that naked vest fits like a sports bra, so not only could he carry some hydration in there, but they might be packing some ice in there too, which would be really effective for helping to keep him cool.
Sports bra for dudes.
It looks like the front is full of ice right now, honestly.
Yeah, it
so
really does.
I think they're trying to keep his core body temperature down by keeping some ice way closer to his core by getting it in that pack. And it looks like he's going to tuck that ice bandana in a little bit to keep it from bouncing too much. Honestly, a very smart move on his behalf to try to stay cool early in this race.
Well said, Corinne. And I think going back to the Duncan Canyon aid station, I think Dominica was around 20th to 25th overall. I'm sorry, Marianne Hogan and that Dominica crew. Dominica came in second behind Marianne Hogan. But what I'm trying to say is that we should expect to start seeing our lead women here in not too long. So stick around, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we'll be looking for someone, be it Marianne Hogan, be it Emily Hawgood, be it Dominica. Someone's going to be coming in here very shortly.
Another runner coming in here. Cody Lind coming through here. Last year's 4th place finisher, Cody Lind. Multi-generational Western States 100 family. His father, Paul Lind, sent these runners off on the course today with his trademark shotgun, which his father, Dr. Lind, the former medical director here at the race, used to do for much of the race's history.
Look at that,
so
that Gauge 20 crew around him. They've got a lot of family that come out for this every year. It truly is a family event. I'm sure those are cousins giving him a hand out there. I know that there were cousins that helped Paul make sure that the shotgun worked earlier in this week, getting to fire it off for a test shot. Normally Cody does that with him, but Cody was already in Auburn, and so one of the cousins got to do it this year. So I believe that is who is out there helping him out with his dad Paul there in the green hat.
Yep. Worth mentioning too that Cody's partner Brittany Peterson, also 4th place finisher in the women's race last year, is also on the course. So this is truly a family affair for the Lind Peterson contingent. And it was also funny in our pre-race interview show when we talked to Cody. He's 27 years old. I said, well, how many times have you been to Western States? I think his answer was 22.
Yeah, he said, this is my 23rd time, I'm pretty sure. He's been coming here since he was a little kid to hang out with his grandpa, who was the medical director of this race for a very long time, who historically would fire the shotgun to get the race started. That responsibility has now fallen to Paul Lind, Cody's father, who's out here with a number of athletes. Paul Lind coaches Emily Hawgood, so part of that strong Gauge 20 running group. So Paul's out there, and Paul honestly gives advice to everyone out there. Ruth Croft has mentioned that getting to have Paul give her some advice or give her a pep talk out there has been hugely beneficial in the past. So Paul is a fixture of this ultra running community, and it's been a real pleasure to get to know him more over the last couple of years.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think he's like a 5-time finisher himself. Something like that. Anyway, 3 generations of Linds have been here at the Western States 100. Cody Lind exiting here, running an intelligent race, much like he did last year. One of those athletes who we would expect to see starting to make up ground here in the middle section of the course.
There, looks like we're going to do a quick commercial break.
Quick commercial break. Be right back.
Devil's Thumb climb. We have just descended about 2,000 feet and we're about to climb 1,500 feet. 1.5 miles to the top of Devil's Thumb. Pacing up the steep climb is key to your future success. Once you commit to navigating the canyons, heat management is the game you need to play. Drinking something that's really cold with ice will lower the perceived effort. Drink a slushie or a popsicle. That's also a great way to lower the perceived effort and really enjoy the hard sections ahead of you. We are about to reach the Michigan Bluff aid station. This is definitely still a pretty hot time of the day.
And we are back here, folks, at the 2022 Western States 100-mile endurance run as we get back to the Robinson Flat aid station, roughly mile 30 on the course here. And it looks like I can't tell, but this may be some of our race leaders in the women's race approaching the aid station here. Hang with us here, folks.
I do think those
I
are.
think this is Emily and Ruth, maybe.
It looks like it could be Emily and Ruth, and if that's the case, we're going to see an eruption from the neon green and red Adidas contingency in this.
Oh my goodness, it is! Zimbabwe and New Zealand represented at the front of the women's race here at the 2022
Ruth has
Western
made
States
moves
100.
in that field because she was not up in that very, very, very lead group in that last aid station. So Ruth is on a roll with teammate Emily Hoagland right there with her. Last year's F2 and F7 making moves together. The Adidas team is about to get busy trying to get these women put together and out of there. They were both, Cordis and Abby Hall went to the backside of the course to crew for them over there. They've got other crew over here. Paul Lynn's going to be busy. He just, you know, put Cody back on course not that long ago, and now Emily is here in the aid station.
This is phenomenal, folks, and I just need to remind you that the last time we had an update, the women's top 10 was separated by just about 5 minutes. So if you're thinking about going anywhere right now, I would urge you to reconsider. It's about to get dramatic in the women's race.
It sounds like that we have possibly missed a few women. We're trying to get accurate splits on them, but it's possible that we are also looking for Marianne Hogan and Dominica. I can't confirm that, and maybe Keely Henninger might be in that mix as well. This is a big, long aid station with crews kind of scattered about it, so the runners kind of run in and scatter to their individual crews, so it can be kind of hard to figure out exactly where everyone is. It looks like Martin is helping to get Ruth put back together and get her back out on course, but we're gonna try to get an accurate split of women's times through this aid station as Ruth gets an ice bandana put on her. Looks like some fresh water bottles in that pack, and she's putting a hat on as well.
Last year's second place finisher, Ruth Croft from New Zealand. As we see on the right-hand side, Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon, coming into the aid station here. So just like Duncan Canyon, the women's race is tightly packed together. Still anyone's game out there.
Yeah, so trying to get some splits from where Keely looks like she's got quite a bit of ice on her, so my guess is her crew is towards the beginning of the aid station, and now she's working her way out because she's got fresh ice, and that ice bandana is what it looks like. So we'll try to get some live splits from this aid station to figure out exactly where they are.
Here's Keely here on our big screen from Portland, Oregon. There with some of her friends and crew. Can ID Yassine Daboon, a legend here in the ultra running game, also from Portland, Oregon there, supporting his friend and neighbor Keely Henninger. Yassine is here also supporting Tyler Green, the other Portlander in the field, both of whom very much contenders in today's race. Bear with us while we try and get these cameras connected to the satellite internet here in this very remote section of the course.
Yeah, we normally don't have footage from here at all, so trying to get some footage might take a second from this aid station as we kind of come in and out of service. But once again, we're trying to get accurate splits for you all on the order of our women coming through. And then I guess leaving is really the crucial thing at Robinson Flat, because you can come through in first and leave in seventh all of a sudden based on how quickly some of these people move through the aid station, how tightly packed they come in together. So we'll be looking for an accurate split coming out of there, and then we'll start to pick this stuff up from Miller's defeat and from Dusty Corners.
There's Dominika Stelmach here. So I don't know. I suspect Emily and Ruth are in the lead, but could be wrong, of course.
And we're looking for Marianne Hogan in that mix as well. It's the other person that we expect to be in this group. And supposedly Ellie Pell as well. And how did Camille Herron do in that last section? That is information that we're trying to figure out.
Here's Elsa McDonald, Canadian. Let's see if we can find Marianne Hogan, Katie Asmuth, Ellie Pell, Camille Herron. Man, if we see Camille Herron come through here in the next minute or two.
If she can even be within that top 10 group coming through here, I think that's a really great position for her heading into the next bit of the course, which will be much better for her than the last 6-mile stretch.
So again, we are 5 hours, 16 minutes elapsed here at the Western States 100. Men's leader Ludovic Pomeray came through here roughly 4:42 elapsed. So I guess that was about 38 minutes ago. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that is accurate.
34 minutes ago. Don't do public math, especially on a live stream with 6,400 people watching you. Anyway,
Yeah.
my name is Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. Having a great time stationed here on the track. This is the first time you guys have seen us in a little bit here on your live stream. We are sitting here at the finish line of the Western States 100, getting footage beamed to us through the miracle of modern technology. Looking at Robinson Flat, 70 miles away from us on the Western States course. Having an absolute ball here, sharing the story of this race with all our friends at home.
Yeah, according to iRunFar, it looks like Ruth Croft and Emily Hoggett are leading the women's race at Robinson Flat in 5:11 elapsed. That would have been 6 minutes ago. So we do not, I don't know that we have confirmation on Marianne Hogan in that group yet. My guess is that she's in that mix, but we do not have official confirmation. Someone was saying that they thought she came through in 20th overall, but we don't have official confirmation of that.
There's Katie Asmuth there from Mammoth Lakes, California, the mother of two. Katie Asmuth, one of the stories of last year's race, finished 5th place in the women's race last year. Was at one point running as high as 3rd, I think, on Cal Street. She was telling me about how she
could
passed
Ragna. Taste the podium, and then suddenly
there's Camille, folks. Oh my goodness!
I think this is a good spot for her to be, and being with Katie Asmuth at this point is a good spot to be.
So Arlen Glick, Camille Herron, the story within the story. They are both still in contact. The two runners who traditionally perform best on the faster, flatter, runnable terrain have made it through the high country, the section of the course that doesn't suit their wheelhouse or their strengths. They are still in contact, which means they will be a threat here today.
And it looks like from further out on the course, we have an official split from Miller's defeat of Ludo and Hayden Hawks coming through there. It looks like they're about a minute apart based on what we're getting from that aid station. Right, those are going to be very rough. They're going to be rough times because once again they're being entered manually.
Marianne Hogan
is Marianne Hogan, so we do have a sighting officially of Marianne Hogan. So we do have our first two men through the next aid station 4 miles away at Miller's defeat, and again that is Ludo Pomeray and Hayden Hawks, approximately a minute apart on that rough estimate because I imagine those are being manually updated there. So we'll be getting kind of slow splits out of Miller's defeat before they head to Dusty Corners. A pretty exciting race, and this is where our jobs are going to get even harder.
Exciting. This is ridiculous.
This is where our jobs are going to get really hard, though, because we're going to be like looking at 3 aid stations at the same time all of a sudden, trying to find splits for people and trying to find cameras on people. So
I'm curious, Corinne, since you have the splits up, how Ruth and Emily's 5:11 split through Robinson Flat compares to some of the fastest times on the course.
I mean, 5:11 through Robinson is about 12 minutes off of course record pace.
Okay.
So not fast, but not slow.
In line with the conditions, yeah.
Yep, in line with the conditions for sure. So, I mean, historically, I think we were estimating, 17:30 to 18 hours for the top women currently being 11, 12 minutes off that course record pace, which is 16:47 for the women. I think we're probably pretty spot on for our predicted finishing time.
Yep.
But cool to see teammates leading the race. That is a great position for Ruth and Emily Hoggett to be in.
Yeah, Dominica not far back, also rocking that Adidas kit. But the women's race, this is easily the most exciting women's race I've ever seen through the 30-mile checkpoint at Robinson Flat here at the Western States 100.
Yeah, so official splits thus far through Robinson Flat. It's not completely updated. It's a little bit delayed. Our Ruth Croft and Emily Hoggett running in 18th and 19th overall came through at 5:11:30 running time. They came in together. They were followed by actually Rod Farvard, if people are looking for him, and Tom Owens. Keely Henninger and Dominica came in about 20 seconds apart, running in 22nd and 23rd overall. Followed another like a minute and a half behind them was Elsa McDonald. 30 seconds later was Ellie Pell. Let's call it a minute and a half later was Camille Herron and Katie Asmuth. Not a bad little women's pack right there, all within the top 30.
So right now we've got updates, official splits of 1 through 8 in the women's race, separated by a total of less than 6 minutes. Less than 6 minutes separates the top 8 women here through 30 miles.
They're all very much still in it. And then technically, we know that Marie-Anne Hoagland is also in that group.
Yep.
And we just haven't gotten a Robinson Flat update, but she's with that Camille Herron, Katie Asmuth group, kind of at the back of our top 10 thus far.
This is so exciting. Both races really starting to materialize. Hayden Hawks making up big ground on early race leader Ludovic Pomeray. The women's race as close as it's ever been this far into the course. Like Corinne said, we are going to start getting ridiculous volumes of updates for you.
Dusty, it looks like Dusty Corners is in our small box now. So once again, that is about 8 miles from Robinson Flat. Louisa of Switzerland is coming through the Robinson Flat aid station. We believe she's our 10th place female in the big window.
Updates here from Miller's defeat. Back at mile 34.4, Corinne just told you Ludovic Pomeray came through at 10:14 a.m. So that's 5:14 elapsed. 1 minute behind him was Hayden Hawks in 5:15 elapsed. Tim Tollefson in third, 5:19 elapsed. So 5 minutes back. Looks like with Seb Spaler still, also at 5:19 elapsed. Adam Peterman in fifth, just a minute back of them.
Nice.
So Adam Peterman, a total of 6 minutes back of Ludovic Pomeray, your race leader in 5th place.
Yeah, and we expect our women to come through there in about 30 minutes or so. That'd be approximately 10 minutes behind course record pace. The men, you know, what was Ludo and Hayden's split? What was their time split through Miller's when they come?
5:14.
Yeah, so they're running about the same, probably 15 or so minutes off of 15 to 20 minutes, honestly, off of course record pace.
2-hour production crew, if we could maybe share my screen, I think it'd be a great time to start talking about this section of the course, to educate our viewing audience about what makes this middle section of Western States so darn difficult. Maybe in the bottom right corner, we could throw my computer screen. Bear with us just a second here, folks. The Canyons, middle section of the Western States course, notorious for being a place where dreams go to die or where dreams are realized. So give us a second while we try and get my screen shared up here so you guys can look at it with me. We just heard Magdalena Boulay talk about this middle section of the course, if we can.
Yeah, so again, at the front of the race is Ludo and Hayden, separated by only a minute. Leading the women's field out of Robinson Flat were teammates Ruth Croft and Emily Hawgood from the Adidas Terex team. So very interesting front of both the men's and women's races. The top 8 women were only separated by 6 minutes. The 9th and 10th were not far behind in that front. Men's race is doing honestly pretty similar in that sense. A little bit of spread, but honestly big movement with someone like Hayden Hawks closing the gap basically to the early leader, Ludo Pomeray.
Here's Camille Bruyas coming in. Another French athlete. The French representing very proudly here. Camille Bruyas, second place at UTMB last year behind the legendary Courtney Dauwalter. Still very much in contention here. So again, what Corinne just mentioned, our bottom right-hand screen is from Dusty Corners. We wouldn't expect our lead men to be coming through there for probably another 20 to 30 minutes.
Yep, I think we're ready. It sounds like we can pull your screen up. We're gonna put that in the big window for a second,
okay,
so that we can talk through this next part of the course. It sounds like we're good to go there. While our computers all slowly overheat.
Hang tight, everybody. Here we go. All right, so here we are, folks. This is my desktop. Wanted to give you a quick visual of what the athletes are going to be confronting as they lead the Robinson Flat aid station, where we have been stationed for the last, I don't know, 40 minutes or so, that aid station is positioned here at 30 miles along the course. Like Corinne and I were talking about, you feel like you're at the top of the climb, but once you exit the aid station, you have this quick but tough extra couple hundred feet of climbing before you enter the section of the course affectionately known as the downhill half marathon. It's also appropriately named the downhill half marathon because, as you can see, it's a screaming, fast, non-technical shred all the way from there through Miller's Defeat, through Dusty Corners, through the Last Chance aid station, and all the way in to Deadwood Canyon. So roughly from the Robinson Flat aid station here to the Forest Hill aid station here, this section of the course, the middle section, is what we call the canyons. It is because we have Deadwood Canyon here, followed by El Dorado Canyon here, Volcano Canyon here, 3 of the toughest, hottest, most difficult climbs on the Western States course. This is really a critical 30-mile stretch of the Western States race, and once you get here to Forest Hill, I mean, it doesn't get any easier. It does get a little bit faster, but this really is a critical section of the Western States 100. So just wanted everybody to be aware of what the athletes are going to be experiencing here as they exit Robinson Flat.
Yeah, it is. This next section, I feel like, starts to make or break a lot of people. Yes, there's obviously like a lot of running that happens on the Cal Street section, kind of down to the river, and obviously you have to have legs for the final 20, but I feel like this next 50K or so on their way to Forest Hill really starts to set up what's going to happen at the very front of the race in a pretty profound way. I feel like there's big movement. How hard do they push up to Devil's Thumb? How hard do they push up to Michigan Bluff? I feel like you'll see it in the runners' eyes when they come into Michigan Bluff if things are going the right direction or not. I mean, we've definitely seen runners come back at that point. We've seen runners implode at that point. But I feel like that is a section where things become really critical.
So true. Corinne, any highlights from your experience running the canyon section of the course from your years here at Western States?
So I will say that when I first heard about the canyons, and I'm going to use quotes, the canyons, I was under this assumption that it was like Utah. Like, yes, I thought of like big rocky canyons, and then I got out here to run the Canyons 100K in April before my own race at Western States in 2018, and suddenly I recognized that it was not that type of canyon, that it was a totally different type of canyon. It holds onto the heat. I've said that once, I'll say it again. It's the American River Canyon has all these pine trees. This is, you know, we're going back, this is Dusty Corners. It kind of looks very similar to this throughout, where it's big pine trees. There isn't a lot of air movement. It gets very, very hot and stagnant in there. It's hard to cool down. You've got some big, long downhills. As Kyle Pietari mentioned yesterday, it's really important to maybe go a little easier on the climb so that you can push the descent some. And I think that's where that notion of it being a downhiller's course really comes true, is that you're not surviving the downhills. It's because you need to utilize the downhills to move forward in the race, because if you overcook the uphills at that point, it's going to be really, really hard to run well in the back 40 miles of the course.
Yep. And it is known as a downhill course, but those climbs out of Deadwood, El Dorado, and Volcano Canyon are critical moments, and the people who can climb best really set themselves up for great performances.
Yeah, it is warm in there, but there's water. There's lots of water on that section of the course, and it's your opportunity between seeing your crew to get wet, to get into the creek, to get into the little pools of water, because you have to cool down, and you have to cool down actively. Otherwise, you're in for a world of hurt.
Two more runners coming in here to Robinson Flat. 5:30 elapsed. Small screen, like Corinne said, is Dusty Corners, mile 38. Another crew station. So to repeat something I said earlier, the crews that go to the Duncan Canyon aid station also come to this aid station in the bottom right, the Dusty Corners aid station. So they go from mile 23 to mile 38.
Yeah, people are losing it about the women's race altogether. It's really, really incredible. Yep. They are here to throw down once again, and it'll be very curious to see what kind of attrition, if any, happens. Right there, you used to be able to almost guarantee there'd be some form of attrition that kind of helped you move up in the field. I know I totally benefited from that in both my Western States appearances, but that's not always the case. There was very little attrition in the women's race last year, and we might be looking at the same thing this year, in which we have very little attrition out there.
And that will only contribute to enhancing the drama. It looks like we do have leaders through the 12th place female through Robinson Flat, and it looks like only 13 minutes separating first and 12th. First being Emily Hoagland, Ruth Croft, and 12th being Camille Bruyas. So still only 13 minutes separating them. Women's race is as exciting as it's ever been.
People are commenting that they can't believe how good the women look in the I Run Far photos, which is great. But like what we mean by that is that you'll start to see it in the runners' eyes. Like they just start to look really like kind of zombie-esque, kind of ghostly, kind of like there's nothing behind their eyes. And the women seem to look really solid coming into Robinson Flat, which is pretty darn exciting. That speaks volumes, I think, of how well they're going to move through this next section of the course, hopefully. Seems like we have another French runner coming into the Robinson Flat aid station. It's pretty cool that we've got a very international race, both on the professional and elite side of things, but all the way through the rest of the field as well.
Some great photographs of the women's leaders coming into Robinson Flat over on their Twitter profile. Go check out @IRunFar on Twitter. See some of these great images from Brian Powell, Megan Hicks, and team.
Yeah, and if you were looking, again, if you were looking for one of your runners out there, the best way to do that is to go over to ultralive.net, where you can search for your runner by name and by bib number. That's going to be your best way to locate someone that you're hoping to find out there, be it a loved one, be it a friend, be it a training partner, be it one of your own athletes. That's your best way to find your person out on the course. So this is Dusty Corners, and actually the gentleman in the sheriff's hat, he's been the aid station captain for this aid station for a long, long time, and it is his last year.
Really?
Captaining that aid station, which is just so incredible. He's got a sheriff badge on for the theme for that thing. Honestly, he looks warm to me. Maybe he's not warm, but I Run Far gave him a shout out because he's been the champion of this aid station for a very long time, and he will be turning that over after this edition of the race. His name's it's aid station captain Doug White is who's on your screen right now, and it is his final year leading the team at Dusty Corners, and he's been there for a long, long time. Captain Doug's there to take care of all the runners out there, be at the very front of the pack to the very back of the pack. He will be there making sure they all make it through his aid station safely and smoothly.
All right, folks, while we have a quick break in the action, we are going to take a quick break ourselves. Do not go anywhere. As soon as we get back, there's going to be a lot more action to behold. See you soon.
Western States is ultra running history, the most competitive 100-miler in the world, and it's kind of the pinnacle of American and international trail running. Training for and running the Western States 100 has been a long-time dream of mine. I've just always been attracted to the race because it is such a celebration of that specific distance, of that specific discipline within trail running. Over the course of years with Inside Tracker, my iron levels have gone up a little bit, my vitamin B levels have gone up a little bit, but there's still just a little bit left on the table. Particularly when you want to go for something like Western States, you just want to know that you've given yourself every shot at showing up as your best self. And you can't always know what's going on without that specific granular information that a blood test like Inside Tracker can give you. And so it gives you a little bit more confidence in your training, and it helps you see where maybe those like 1% marginal gains are to be made.
We're trying to get some runners back up on our screen. We're going to try to find our lead men, hopefully coming through the Dusty Corners aid station soon. We had footage of Doug White, Captain Doug White, who's been the champion, the lead of that aid station for quite some time now. So we're going to try to get those back up on our feed, because we're going to be, we think that our lead men should be coming through there shortly. Once again, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors. While Hoka is our lead presenting sponsor, we could not do it without the support of people like Strava and Buff. We actually have a new Buff in our studio audience here. We'll show you that a little bit later, as well as Inside Tracker for helping us out, making this live coverage possible. Zoe Rome is the editor-in-chief of Trail Runner Magazine. That was just who was on your screen. She's running her first Western States this weekend, and we're very excited to see how she does out there. We're still at the Robinson Flat aid station watching runners come through there, but we are hoping that we're soon going to get some updates from our Dusty Corners aid station. Again, that's going to be mile 38. We should have women coming through Miller's Defeat as well at 34.4 here shortly, but let's see if we can pull some of that up for you guys while we wait. Dusty Corners, we expect our men to be through there, honestly, momentarily. That is a hard aid station for us to get footage from due to the fact that it's so remote. There's just not very good cell service there still. We'll get much better cell service as we come towards Michigan Bluff, for example. I do think we'll be able to get some footage, hopefully, from Devil's Thumb in that area as well. So we're going to be looking for our runners out there, but we lost service, I think, to Dusty Corners. Hopefully we won't miss the men. We might miss our lead men there, but we'll give you an update just as soon as we can. Speaking of Buff, that's what's above me now. It's over there. Brand new Buff for this edition, the brand new neck gaiter for this edition of the race. That looks to be
we're back at Dusty here.
Corners. Hopefully we didn't miss our lead men come through there when we lost service temporarily, but we will have an update for you very shortly on that. I can smell my computer, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like everything smells warm now.
Mine feels fine. Yeah, awaiting more updates from the Miller's Defeat aid station too, just up the trail from Dusty Corners here. We saw the lead men come through there.
Yeah, we're waiting for Arlen Glick and Jared Hazen, Jonathan Ray, Vincent Viet, Drew Holman, Tyler Fox, Cole Watson to come through there yet. So we haven't gotten that update, but we imagine they will be there shortly.
Looks like they missed Tyler Green at Robinson Flat too, but for the Tyler Green fans in the audience, he is very much still in the ball game here.
Yep, we had some issues with that earlier. There's an aid station that missed Katie Asmith as well. So we can't take the live tracking to be 100% all the time, but it's kind of nice that we have a mixture of that live tracking information and what we're seeing on our cameras to actually confirm where humans are this year. But our cameras currently are at Dusty Corners, and I think they're still awaiting the lead men there. So that'll be interesting to see. They are definitely well behind course record pace at this point, but I'd imagine that we'd expect Hayden to come in first there, if not with Ludo at that point, based on how much he had closed down on him in just the 4 miles from Robinson Flat to Miller's Defeat. So we're waiting for confirmation of our lead men at Dusty Corners, where our camera currently is, and we'll continue to update as our men and women come through Miller's Defeat as well, which was 4 miles from Robinson Flat.
So, just to reset here again, we are 5:40 elapsed into the 2022 Western States 100. We are looking at mile 38 here. Runners are starting to make great progress along the course. Corinne and myself are stationed here at the finish line at Placer High School in Auburn, where we expect the men's champion to probably be entering the stadium about 9 hours from now. Women probably 10 and a half, 11 hours. Probably more like 11 hours from now or more. And The action is truly underway here. It's starting to feel quite warm in our amazing, beautiful, shaded, comfortable studio.
We're shaded but under lights at the same time, so it's quite the experience. I love that Captain Doug is having a good time at his aid station. It seems to have a sheriff's theme here. They've got some bones set up and a good sign, so. Is that a runner?
Come on.
Did I hear runner,
They shouted runner. I think that was Megan Hicks there with her camera there.
That's what it looked like.
I Run Far managing editor. Is this Hayden Hawks or Ludovic Pomeray?
Our footage is going to be a little bit blurry from this zone, guys, just because of the service that we have out there.
The suspense, Corinne. Who is it? Oh, bear with us here, folks. What?
What? Are we getting audio from two different places?
Let the ball near you, please. Runners, do not reach into that bowl of food.
Okay, I feel like we're getting Robinson Flat volume in our Dusty Corners. Are we at, because we're at Dusty Corners.
It looked like that was very confusing.
We're very confused because that.
Oh yeah, here's Ludo. So that could have. Yeah, that's Ludo. So maybe we just missed Hayden in that little bit of a fuzzy, pixelated feed that we had there.
But yeah, because the announcing voice that we got sounded like Robinson Flat, where they're talking about Chris Thoburn coming through, who's an Oakland guy.
Yeah.
And that he's definitely not at Dusty Corners yet. So that's Arlen Glick's crew right there. That's Ludo and his crew right
Hayden
there.
Hawks officially comes through in the lead here at Dusty Corners, just ahead of Frenchman and Hoka teammate Ludovic Pomeray. Hayden Hawks getting doused with water. He's got the ice bandana around his neck. About halfway through the downhill half marathon at this point. He will exit Dusty Corners and then start shredding what they call the pucker point section of the course. He'll come off this dirt road, hang a hard right, and then start cruising through this windy single track in the pine trees. One of the things that, Corinne, maybe we could talk about in a little bit is this section, while it is incredibly hot, as you can see here, as Ludo gets doused with ice, runners are in the shade for the vast majority of this section of the canyons.
They're not
part of the course.
They're not under that direct solar heat, but it's still just really warm in there. There's no airflow, and it holds on to that heat. It feels like you're in a little bit of a convection oven, is what it is. So you're right. You don't have that blaring solar, which is miserable in that, like in the earlier section of the race, but the air itself is very, very warm in the canyon is the big thing there.
Ludovic Pomeray taking his time here, now in second place, the early race leader there with his wife and his French compatriots who I met this week. Those poor guys had their luggage lost for days on end. I'm not sure it ever even arrived, and they're due to have pacing responsibilities later in the day.
Oh,
Ludovic Pomeray now out of Dusty Corners.
And that looks like
we see Sebastian Spaler
either
coming in or leaving. We should confirm that here momentarily.
Oh, there he is. He's looking for his crew. Hi there, please crew me. Okay, so we've got, he's going to sit down. He's going to get a lot of ice on him. They've got a cool, so they dunked that towel in icy cold water. They're putting that over him. Get some cold water on him. Looks like he just set a timer on his watch, the crew chief there, to make sure that he got him, that he gets him out of here quickly. So ice on the head, ice on the torso. Fresh ice bandana getting put together for Seb here, trying to stay cool. We definitely have Hayden out in front, followed closely by Ludo, with Seb, the third male, sitting in the Dusty Corners aid station, getting in some liquid and getting some ice and cold towels on his body to try to aid in cooling out there.
Here's Mario Fraioli and Kim Gaylord, the crew for Tim Tollefson. So we are now, they look to be in anxious anticipation of their runner from Mammoth, California, Mr. Tim Tollefson, winning the Way Too Cool 50K and the American River 50 this year. Here is Tim Tollefson cruising in now in fourth place.
That's a good spot for him to be, and I imagine Arlen Glick will be one of the next people we see coming through. getting a bunch of ice on him. This makes me so happy. I didn't think that Tim put enough ice on him last year, so I'm happy that they're getting some ice and some cold water on him, really soaking him down. They want that shirt. That shirt should be saturated when he leaves here because that's what's going to help him stay cooler for a little bit longer.
These two crew captains for Tim Tollefson have been around the game for a long time. On the right, his coach, Mario Fraioli, one of the great content creators and minds in the sport of running.
Tim's
hosts
coach.
the trail running, or I'm sorry, he hosts the podcast, The Morning Shakeout, also a newsletter by the same name, and then Kim Gaylord, an absolute legend in the scene, who's been around this race for decades, has crewed a number of times, including for Tim Tollefson here last year. Her husband, Topher, has, I think, 7 finishes and is on the board of the Western States 100. It's a great team to have together, in line with the theme we've been talking about all day. Tim is out before Seb Spaler, important to note.
That's quick moves, and we'll see if that pays off for him or not. Seb is really being very conservative here, trying to take a lot of time to cool down at these aid stations. We saw him do the same thing at Duncan Canyon earlier, and that was really important to help him cool down.
So we should see Adam Peterman any second if he's not in this aid station already. So right now we've got 3 Hoka athletes out front. Hayden Hawks, followed by Ludovic Pomeray and Tim Tollefson, with Sebastian Spaler coming into the aid station in 3rd, likely going to be leaving in 4th. We'll see if we can get another visual on him as he gets out of that chair and back onto the trail.
Yeah, those are Arlen. Arlen's crew. He's wearing that UR Ultra logo is kind of what his crew's got going on.
Seb is really taking his time here.
Yeah, this is, I wonder, akin to like someone like Anne-Marie Madden, if we're just being really cognizant of the heat, maybe he's really worried about it, which honestly, to be fair, isn't an unrealistic thing to worry about or isn't an unrational thing to worry about. And so he's really taking his time to reset here. He did the same thing earlier when we saw a lot of guys move quickly through that aid station. So while it might be too conservative even, which is hard to say, right? Like maybe these minutes will pay back later.
One thing you can say about Seb is that he's very consistent, very, very consistent top performer. So it doesn't seem his body language would indicate any vulnerability here or that he's really suffering too badly. Sebastian Spaler finishing 2nd to Jim Walmsley at the Ultra Trail Cape Town at the end of 2021. He's a past champion of the North Face 50-mile championship, one of the great races that no longer exists, unfortunately, here in North America. He's been 2nd, I believe, at the Lake Sonoma 50-miler. He's won the Templier 75K or so, so over 50 to 100K. Sebastian Spaler, one of the best in the world and ultra consistent here, running 100 miles for his first time, representing his home country of France. Let's see if he can get out of that chair pretty soon.
Yeah, it's one of those things. There's a lot of concern in the chat as well. Like hopefully he's okay and just being conservative. Seb's really taking his time out there, which is interesting, right? I've seen this in other races play out where it's like some of that being conservative can pay off later, but at the same time, maybe that's the difference between like, is Seb racing for the win versus Seb racing for a top 10?
Yep.
And being conservative is going to keep him in contention because he's taking care of himself. There's that risk-reward proposition that we've talked to Tim about, we've talked to Hayden about, where they've made that mistake before. Hayden mentioned that he only brought 1 bottle from Forest Hill with him last year because he wanted to stay light so he could try to catch Jim. That didn't pan out for him. He got severely dehydrated. Someone else mentioned, I think it was Katie Asmuth, that she had 2 bottles, but she used most of that water to dunk on her instead of drinking it. And so all of a sudden it was like dehydration became a factor, and that can really catch up with you late into the race where you can be moving really, really well, and then, the curtain comes down at mile 80 or mile 90. So maybe that will work out for him. Maybe that will pay off in the long run, and it's like only time will tell, and we get to sit here and watch it unfold.
Some great images up on the iRunFar Twitter feed if you want to check out the lead men through dusty corners, as we are back now at Robinson Flat, looking at probably some of the crews from the middle of the pack runners.
Yeah,
we could get back to
that's 33 there. That was bib 33. I can pull that up. But yeah, we can I think we can more or less hover at dusty corners to try to get some more of that footage there. That was Oh yeah, bib 33 is Arroyo. That's the Spanish runner from Kraft, who got a golden ticket at Canyon's 100K in April. So making her way through that Robinson Flat aid station.
There's Tommy Rivs. Looks like we've lost the feed. Again, intermittent coverage from Dusty Corners. We're going to get back to that as soon as we can, folks. Looks like we're back now. It's a bit pixelated, but you all understand, I'm sure. This truly is in the middle of nowhere. It's probably in the 90s already. Not necessarily conducive to technological success, but we are doing our best. I'm going to hit refresh on the iRunFar Twitter feed. We'll see if we missed Adam Peterman, Arlen, Glick, and or Jared Hazen. Looks like Adam Peterman was 5th behind Tim Tollefson, so we did miss him coming through, but only 4.5 minutes off the lead. This is crazy, Corinne. So now top 5 men separated by less than 5 minutes through 38 miles. We had the top 8 women separated by less than 6 minutes at Robinson Flat. Tight, dramatic racing here, 30-plus miles into the race.
Yes, we're having issues at Dusty Corners. What's happening is they keep putting F5 instead of M5.
For Tim.
For Tim. So Katie Asmuth is rocking the F5 bib, and when they manually enter it, instead of putting M5, they're putting F5, and that's why Katie Asmuth's name keeps coming up on accident.
Well, remember when I made that faux pas in our interview yesterday?
You did this.
I did this.
This is all your fault. Dylan and I sat down with Katie Asmuth yesterday to talk to her about her race last year and what she was thinking about for this year, and he literally called, said, how nice is it to be rocking that M5 bib? And she said, excuse me.
It's F5.
It's F5. And that is also happening out on course right now. So if you are all following along on ultralive.net, that's what's happening when we see Katie Asmuth's name bump way up to the top of the men's field. It's because Tim Tollefson shares a bib number, but he is M5, not F5, and so Katie is accidentally clearing aid stations really fast out there.
Yeah, representing, of course, their 5th
They're
place
both
finishes.
Mammoth people too, so it's kind of extra funny that they have that double duo issue going on there.
Yeah, and this is Vincent Viette, another Frenchman here.
Vincent Viette I think he lives in Annecy. He had a friend in the chat chime in. Seems like a great guy. He's running really well. They're hoping for a top 10 finish, which would be I think for Vincent would probably be a really great day.
Okay, more updates here. So last I said, Adam Peterman was 4.5 minutes off the lead in 5th place. Back in 6th place, only 6.5 minutes back of the lead is Arlen Glick. Arlen's darlings are psyched, I'm sure, in the chat in 7th. Also, only 6.5 minutes back is our man, Mr. Jared Hazen, the 2nd fastest man ever, as we see Drew Holman dropping into the Dusty Corners aid station. We'll get an idea of his exact placement here for both Vincent and Drew here momentarily.
And for those of you following along, you probably remember some of this from last year, but basically our runners run into service periodically and then run away from service. So while we will get good footage of them coming through Forest Hill and running down Cal Street before they take that turn onto the trail, once they dive down to Cal Street, there's no service between there and Greengate, basically. We will be able to pick them up at the river, but you kind of dive into a black hole as far as data goes. And so it's one of those things where, it's not easy to follow. Our runners do dive in and out of service throughout the entirety of the race, really.
So quick rudimentary public math here. When we saw Ludovic Pomeray in the lead at Duncan Canyon, he had roughly 5 to 6 minute lead at mile 23. Here we are at mile 38. And Hayden Hawks came through with a 30-second lead. That means that Hayden Hawks has made up 5.5 to 6 minutes on Ludovic Pomeray in just the course of 14 miles, folks. So Hayden Hawks on the gas pedal, now in the lead of the Western States 100 here, 38 miles into the course, and he is probably starting his drop down into Deadwood Canyon as we speak, or I guess making his way towards Last Chance before dropping in at this point.
That looks like Drew Holman leaving Dusty Corners.
Yeah, that's Drew.
Looks like Drew. Tyler's a little bit taller. I feel like that's my go-to.
Yeah.
Like Tyler's taller, got a beard.
But yeah, they're definitely both rocking those white Nike tees and the hat. Who we got here? Is this Ray?
I couldn't get a good... They're soaking him down really well.
Yeah, that's John Ray.
Jonathan having a great run. They did just put arm sleeves on him, which I think is really smart. They've got arm sleeves with some ice and cold water in them to try to keep him cool. Try to keep the sun off him too, which is really, really important as he moves into the canyon section, is that, you know, while it is shaded, keeping sun off of you kind of helps that thermoregulation process. So he's got a huge, huge ball of ice in that ice bandana.
Unbelievable.
They just soaked down his arm sleeves. They got those on. They put ice in there. They're going to continue to
More
soak
ice
them
in
down
the
more.
sleeves,
Good
yep.
work. So they've taken a aggressive approach here, and I think it could pay off for someone like Jonathan Ray.
Yep. Jonathan Ray from Boulder, Colorado, burst onto the scene. Didn't he win Bandera this year, or was he second?
Yep,
Won Bandera.
Where his golden ticket came from.
And then he won the Quad Rock 50 miler in Fort Collins, Colorado, edging out his fellow Boulderite Drew Holman, who we just saw exit the aid station.
Yeah, they're running pretty close together, so I think that's a great sign for both of them.
Yeah.
You know, they are probably very comparable in abilities here.
I was just about to say, I think your pick as Jonathan Ray being your big dark horse is gonna manifest itself. He's right in contention. He's doing
hope
all
so.
those
That
little
or I'm
things.
cursing him, and I always get this fear that I'm cursing people when I call them out in support. But interestingly, he was having pacer issues. He had pacers going to weddings. He had pacers that were injured. He had pacers that were racing this weekend. That's Tyler Green. And so we rounded up a pacer for him. Elon Liebner is going to be picking him up, who you ran Miwok with. He's going to be picking him up at Forest Hill and running with him as far as he can, be it the track, be it Pointed Rocks. Elon's going to try to pace him for just as long as he physically can, and we'll see if Jonathan drops him or not along the way. We're hoping that they stay cool and they can run all the way to the track together.
Tyler Green here. We've sung his praises throughout the day. It looks like he's got a miniature bottle of Coca-Cola there. The elixir of ultramarathons. Tyler Green getting doused with some ice cold water. Got that cold towel on his shoulders. Tyler, like we mentioned earlier, an absolute tactician. Somebody who considers every minute detail of his race performance and execution. He's got JT there next to him. That's Keely Henninger's partner.
Oh,
the
they must
Portland
be
crew.
sharing the B squad crew on the
Oh.
backside of the course. That makes a lot of sense to kind of double dip.
Keely mentioned that in our interview. She didn't go into detail, but she said that Tyler was having had a little bit of a crew
snafu.
Yep.
Well, we've got his crew snafu covered. Wow, that's a front and back.
Yeah, here
That
now
is
he does the
huge-
tuck.
That's an ice collar situation going on there. That is a lot of ice that Tyler's putting on him. He is a tactician, as you mentioned. When it comes to trying to survive the heat out there, he ran such a smart and thoughtful race last year, and we're getting to witness that really on screen right now. The hunchback here, Tyler Green, getting the ice packed in there. Hat back on, JT there making sure everything looks good. Getting some more water on him. Soaking him down.
Oh, man. Hard not to get personal here, but man, I have so much respect for this guy, Tyler Green. We get to go to the gym together quite often. Portlander, 38 years old, soon to be father, just a great, great human being. Great to see Tyler out here having an awesome race here again, coming back as last year's second place finisher, looking just as much or just as strong as he did here last year.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see how he does over the course of the day.
Let's see if we can get some updates here as we approach 6 hours elapsed. Corinne, it feels like we just started. We're almost 7 hours elapsed for us here on the live stream. So, okay, so it was Jonathan Ray rounded out the top 10, 12 minutes back of the lead. Drew Holman was in 9th, 11.5 minutes. Kind of going in reverse order here, but we'll round everything out. Vincent Viette in 8th, 10.5 minutes back. So pretty exciting stuff here as the lead men now leave dusty corners, take a hard right onto the single track off the dirt road, cruise through Pucker Point, which is a cool little viewpoint on the Western States course, and make their way towards Last Chance, which sits on the precipice of Deadwood Canyon before you start that steep descent down to the swinging bridge.
Yep, and while we have a moment, while we wait for our women to kind of come through these next aid stations, we're going to take a quick commercial break and kind of keep that split screen up for you as well.
And welcome back, everybody. A big thank you to Buff for their support of the live stream coverage there. Quick commercial as we get back to Dusty Corners, just over 6 hours elapsed.
And we do have our top women through Miller's defeat. And are you ready for it?
Yes.
Keely Henninger is currently listed as our first female through Miller's defeat in 5:43 elapsed, followed by Emily Hoggett and Ruth Croft running together, 1 minute behind her in 5:44 elapsed. 3 minutes back from them is Dominika Stelmach. 2 minutes behind her, Katie Asmuth running with Elsa McDonald, which is funny because Katie's crew, I think, are all Canadians, and now she's running with Elsa McDonald, one of the other Canadians in the race. There might be some plots unfolding. It looks like Camille Herron is hanging on to 7th, 2 minutes behind Elsa and Katie, followed closely by Ellie Pell and Marianne Hogan, who I think are running together in 8th and 9th. We're waiting for 10th, which should be Louisa Bueller.
So that means 9 minutes now separate 1st through 9th in the women's race. It's starting to spread out a little bit, but still very much any person's race as Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon assumes the lead here at the 2022 Western States 100. And it's something that, I mean, you and I both know Keely very well personally, but a lot of people think very highly of Keely as an athlete, but also a lot of people talking about her preparation for this race, her increased experience after coming off a 9th place finish here last year.
Got Cole Watson coming through Dusty Corners now, meeting his crew. Going to be moving through here, getting a high five from an Adidas Terex human. I just recognize the hat. We got the bold colors going on is what's happening there. But yeah, so right now in the women's race, it looks like Keely is leading Emily Hoggett and Ruth Croft. They're virtually running together. It looks like Keely might have about a minute of separation, which makes sense. That long downhill section would suit Keely really, really well. Honestly, though, I think Keely, Emily Hoggett, and Ruth Croft all have a very similar running style as far as what they excel at. And so that is very interesting as far as, like, it's not like, oh, once we get into flat country, one of them is far better than the others. They all have really good flat ground speed. They all are really good over the back half of this race. And so that will be very interesting to see how it plays out. It's not, you know, as cut and dry as someone else who might be, oh, this person's a true mountain person, etc. Those three women have very similar running styles. They've all run Western States before. Western States last year was both Ruth and Keely's first 100-miler. It was not Emily Hoggett's first 100-miler. I think it was her second 100-miler. So they all have relatively similar experience levels as well and have done well at similar races. So that's very exciting, I think.
Very good point about the strengths of the three lead females in our race. Keely Henninger, Emily Hoggett, and Ruth Croft, all very versatile athletes, but I think they would all agree that they excel on races like the Western States course, hilly but runnable. All three incredible athletes. Things are getting very, very interesting for this women's podium. And they should be making their way down into Dusty Corners. Let's see, what, 15 or 20 minutes from now? Yep, they went through Miller's defeat about 17. Well, they went through Miller's defeat about 21 minutes ago. My guess is that'll be a 30 to 35-minute section for them. So
Yeah.
10 minutes or so until lead women will come through Dusty Corners.
My guess is it's probably 15 or so. Course record pace is 10 minutes from now.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that they suddenly accelerated and caught 10 or 12 minutes back on Ellie Greenwood in that last section. So my guess, best guess at Dusty Corners is that they're going to come through at about 11:20 or so, about 15 minutes from now.
So we just lost our feet at Dusty Corners, so you're stuck with us here for a second. I'm Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm, and you can see just behind us, they are now setting up the finish line here of the Western States 100-mile endurance run. We have the best seat in the house, and we are so happy to have each and every one of you here with us. Just to reset, please do get in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. I know there's a lot of activity going on in there now. I know the Arlen's Darlings are in there cheering on Arlen Glick. We got lots of ultra trail fans out there. Maybe give yourselves some names based on who you're rooting for. Like, I remember the Crarbarians back in the day for Mr. Rob Crar. And it is really starting to heat up here in Auburn. Corinne and myself in a beautiful shaded studio, surrounded by screens and information, doing our best to funnel and filter all that stuff into your guys' live feed. We've got, oh, here we go. Camera back at Dusty Corners. Let's see who we've got here. That looks like Tyler Fox.
That does look like Tyler Fox. Maybe a shirt change, but looks like Tyler Fox otherwise. I feel like his shirt was blue before, but now it looks a little green, but that could also be our footage. That looks like Jeff Colt. I saw an On kit getting waved in there. Yep, that is Jeff Colt of On, and I think Tyler Fox, both in Dusty Corners together. That's a good spot for them to be. They're going to be getting reset and getting out, trying to get some cold water and some ice on them before they usher them quickly out of this aid station, kind of keep them rolling on this next section. People are asking, any eyes on Jeff Colt? Yes, right now, eyes were on Jeff Colt. So, let's follow.
Got to be the Roaring Fork Valley contingent. Jeff Colt from Carbondale, Colorado, place near and dear to my heart. Jeff Colt finishing 3rd place at the Black Canyon 100K to earn his spot here. Was one of those runs where nobody was talking about True Hart Brown, Scott Traer, and Jeff Colt, and all 3 of them punched their ticket to Western States. Unfortunately, True Hart Brown couldn't make it. He's too busy doing more important things, fighting wildland fires back home in Arizona. We wish True Hart was here. I hope he can catch at least some of the coverage here today to give him inspiration to get back here. But Jeff Colt coming through Dusty Corners, putting himself in great position to secure a top 10.
And for
that was Cody Lynn that just came through.
Oh,
Keep going.
wonderful. I was gonna say notes from kind of the chat talking about like are the times on ultralive.net in or out of aid stations, and honestly it really depends on the aid station. Sometimes they're scanning you on the way in, sometimes they're scanning you on the way out. Also, some aid stations have crew pre-aid, some have crew post-aid, some have crew on either side. And so there have been years where I've you know, my splits at Forest Hill look dramatically different because my first year I crewed post-aid and my second year I crewed pre-aid, and then my crew ran with me. They met me on the other side of the aid station, ran down Cal Street. We just had better shade pre-aid. And so that dramatically changes those splits because I took my 4 or 5 minutes before even entering the aid station before they scanned me. So it really is dependent on the aid station and where crew is set up as well. So some of those split times get a little bit funky on that regard.
Okay, hey, this could be pretty interesting here, folks. I think I just saw Cody Lind come into the aid station. We definitely just saw Jeff Colt. So back at Miller's defeat, Jeff Colt was in 16th. Cody Lind was in 18th. Guess who was in 19th? Keely Henninger.
No
What I'm trying to
way.
say is that we could start to see our lead women come in here to Dusty Corners in not too long. So do not go anywhere.
Yeah, we should be seeing our lead women, and honestly, right on Keely's heels should be Adidas Terex teammates Emily Hawgood and Ruth Croft running virtually step by step, side by side. Has to feel pretty good for them to be like, this is my teammate. I can run with them all day. They put together some training days on the course since Ruth got to California a couple weeks ago. There's Scott Traer with his naked pack there, where he's been shoveling some ice into that to try to keep cool. Hopefully that he's feeling like that's working. They're going back with some more ice in there. So I feel like Scott Traer's moved, kind of like latched back on maybe to this group right in front of him. I felt like he was a little bit further behind at the last aid. So curious to kind of know if he's moved, if that time's moved up a little bit, and if his cooling strategy is helping in any way move on those sections. Because here's Tyler Fox just about to leave the aid station, so he spent a chunk of time there, getting some ice, getting drenched, getting soaked down, so that he could leave that aid station.
So if these splits are indeed accurate, our men's leader Hayden Hawks exited, or at least maybe got to Dusty Corners 31 minutes ago at 5:41 elapsed. At 10:41 a.m. My computer now says 11:10 a.m. Oh, so I guess that would be more like 29 minutes ago. So we are about 30 minutes removed from the men's leader here at the Dusty Corners aid station, within the top 20 men, as we look at Scott Trayer here from Arizona.
Run Fasta is what's happening in the chat. Trying to get Scotty Trayer out on course. Run Fasta, Scotty Trayer.
There's a very annoying car alarm going off here at the track here.
I feel like it's been going
hearing it for like an hour.
It's probably like one of our cars.
Can't distract us.
Wouldn't that be hilarious if it was one of our vehicles?
Anyway, so we are again stationed here at the Dusty Corners aid station, mile 38 on the Western States course, awaiting the lead female athletes. We expect a trio to be coming in very close together. Keely Henninger from Portland, Oregon, Emily Hawgood from Zimbabwe by way of California, and Ruth Croft from New Zealand. So don't go anywhere. They should be here momentarily. Let's refresh the iRun Far feeds, see if we've got any more boots on the ground reporting. Any more?
I think the car alarm stopped.
There it goes.
Oh, that's nice. That's been going on for a while.
Stand by a little bit later, folks. We do expect to be able to cut back to Skylar Hall. Those who joined us in the early morning hours before the start of the race will know that Skylar Hall was doing some start line reporting for us, and we expect to have him at some of the critical aid stations in the back half of the course so he can give us his interpretation of how the athletes are looking. He can talk to various crew members, do on-course correspondent work and interviews from the field. Another new addition that we've implemented into the broadcast this year, another new team member for the broadcast team, Skylar Hall. We just saw him here at the track. My guess is he is being dispatched out to Michigan Bluff or Forest Hill.
It looked like he got refreshed. He looked warm, maybe warmer than us as we sit in the shade here, but I think he'll be going back out to Forest Hill where we can throw it to him. Hopefully get some information from the crews that are out there. I think that would be really interesting. Hopefully pick up the atmosphere as people come through Forest Hill, which truly feels like just an eruption of noise and excitement when you come through there. I've definitely yelled back at a lot of people yelling at me and scared some friends' kids coming through Forest Hill just in a blur of excitement.
What was aid captain's name again?
Doug White, I believe. Captain Doug.
Captain Doug put his hands above his head. It's hard to interpret body language, but that seems to be the universal sign that somebody's coming.
Which we all get excited about.
And
sure
at this
hope
point,
so.
we should be anticipating our lead female athletes here pretty soon.
Yeah, I believe we're right on course record pace right now. Like this is course record pace, 11:14 in, 6:14 a lap. So my guess is that we're probably 5 or so minutes away.
MG Corinne. Who is this coming down the hill here?
This would be bonkers.
If we get higher resolution, could this be Keely?
I would lose my mind if this is Keely. Doug's arms are above his head.
It's a duo.
Is it Emily
It's
Hawgood
the
and Ruth
Emily
Croft?
combo coming in on course record pace?
No way.
Oh my goodness.
How have they done this? They've run a supremely brilliant last section of this race, if that is the case.
It could be that they're working together. Misery loves company, as they say. Two great athletes, steel sharpens steel. Emily Hawgood, originally from Zimbabwe here. Corinne's Adidas teammate, along with their mutual teammate Ruth Croft, who is out of picture now, but who is
rocking that F2 and F7 bib from last year. Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland have made it to Dusty Corners about a minute off of course record pace, basically.
Oh my goodness. If she runs straight out of here, it's going to be insane. Doing the crew transition in the sun like that, in and out, oh my goodness, seems like a little bit rushed. We've seen so many people stop here for several minutes to ice up.
But I feel like I've seen Emily run like this. She's just, it's kind of like a blur. She just moves. That is Abby Hall right now, and Cordis Hall getting some water on Ruth Croft. Look how much ice Ruth has on her. Emily did not have that much ice on her, so we'll see how this pans out down the road. But we have seen our first two women in Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft just bomb out of this aid station.
Looking as good as anybody who's come in and out of this aid station since we've been sitting here.
So our question is, where is Keely Henninger, and is she right behind them? I'd imagine so. Let's see if we can find her in a second. I don't think we missed her. I'm pretty sure Doug's exclamation arms had to be for those two gals. So we are looking for, that is Dominika.
Okay.
That is Dominika. So we now have
the triple Adidas starting off here. Dominika Stelmach from Poland, second place at the Black Canyon 100K in February, where she went off to a hot start.
She had a brilliant 50 miles there and then kind of faded, but held onto that second place performance. We've got continued support and crewing here. I met her back at the let's call it the 2016 IAU Trail World Championships in Portugal. Got to chase her for quite some time there. She is a super solid runner, and the back half of this course fits her better than the first half of this course, as long as she can hold it together for the final 40 miles when she gets past Forest Hill.
Unbelievable progress here. Dominika not far back from the race leaders, and therefore not far back from course record pace on a hot day. Could it be that 2022 outshadows the 2021 women's race? Dominika Stelmach looking over her shoulder. We would expect to see.
This is where Beth Pascal was doing that same thing last year, I think. This is where they were ahead or at or gaining on Ellie. And I wonder if part of that, too, is that Ellie really shines in that back. She'll tell us.
Yeah.
We'll ask her when she gets to the finish line with Anne-Marie Madden at some point in time.
Keely.
Keely is also in the aid station getting a big old ice collar put on there. That is a very Tyler Green looking ice collar, getting that over her head and try to tuck it into her tank top. We're getting fed something. Nope, didn't want the second one. But she's got her crew here getting her taken care of. Her partner JT is there with her. They're gonna bundle her up. I feel like every time we see Keely, our camera freezes, so this is just maybe par for the course today.
Keely Henninger also looking cool, calm, and collected here in the aid station, taking more time than race leaders. Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland, the Portland contingent, acting as the pit crew here, taking care of Tyler Green probably 40 minutes ago. Here they are taking care of Keely Henninger. We should also reemphasize that Tyler Green is Keely's coach, in addition to being one of the contenders here today. It looks like she's adopted his ice collar approach. The student becomes the teacher, as they say.
Yeah, super excited to see what happens as the race progresses here. You know, as we've said before, as we'll say again, you know, quote unquote, the race starts at Forest Hill. But this women's field is impressive, and it'll be so interesting to see how that pans out over the back 40 miles. They still have to make it through the canyons. They're not through the canyons yet, and we know that those canyons can eat people up, you know, chew them up and spit them out. So that is the thing that we're watching for that could be happening over the next 20 miles.
So if you're just joining us, welcome back to the studio. I am Dylan Bowman here with Corinne Malcolm. As the finish line gets built right behind us, you can see our cool props here. Good opportunity to
for a train to come by.
The train's coming through. The Whistle Stop Tour, you see our great partners here behind us. Hoka, the footwear there, Inside Tracker, Buff, Gooder, Strava. A big thank you to all our brand partners who are making this live stream possible this year. The second time we've done this broadcast, going back to our feed here at Dusty Corners as we see Ailsa McDonald, the Canadian, coming in probably in 5th place unless we missed anybody
Which
here.
means she's steadily moved up so far in the race. It looks like there's a number of, it looks like we've got a number of crew going on there. I can't quite, is that Katie Asmith? Yeah. That is Katie Asmith. So Ailsa McDonald and Katie Asmith are in here together. They came through Miller's Defeat together, so that makes a whole lot of sense. Katie Asmith just can't keep away from her Canadian friends. She's going to be crewed by who? 2 more Canadians, 2 more stellar.
Alyssa St. Laurent is one of her crew and pacers, a great Canadian athlete. Not sure who else.
And I think we've got, it looks like she's got a bladder going maybe in this pack, or no, that's just a little extra food there. I'm hoping that this pack's got a bunch of ice in that back pocket that's keeping her nice and cold. They're putting more water on her, getting stuff under her hat, throwing that hat back on her. Katie Asmith is going to try to boogie out of this aid station, hopefully boogieing right alongside Ailsa McDonald, who has been running a very, very good 2022 Western States.
There goes Katie, classic, positively animated, good attitude. Katie Asmith.
Jenny Quilty, that's the other Canadian. I knew that. Thank you. Thank you, the Ginger Runner. Thank you, Ethan. I knew Jenny Quilty. She's phenomenal. She's been really great. She feeds us all sorts of intel for Trail Society on what's happening in women's running and women's racing. Those will be great, great crew members for Katie Asmith to get her to the finish line when they pick her up in Forest Hill.
So just looking at the official splits here, it looks like Dominika Stelmach, I've only got 3 deep right now, but it looks like Dominika Stelmach was about 1 minute and 45 seconds behind race leaders Emily Hoggood and Ruth Croft. We'll get you a split back to Keely Henninger just as soon as we can.
Yeah, because we know that she was right there with them, and my guess is that was taken right at the beginning of that aid station based on where that volunteer has been walking around since we arrived at Dusty Corners. Try to find you some more intel from our teams on the ground there that are making it happen. For those of you who are unfamiliar with how some of this happens, I Run Far being out there on the ground, we actually send that information back to someone who's working with steady internet, and then they put that information on course. Camille Herron looking good. Not out of contact. She's still very much in this race. This is very exciting. Like we said, if she can get to Forest Hill, if she can get through the high country, make it through these canyons in good position, that's not someone I would want chasing me leaving Forest Hill.
Truly one of the great ultra runners of all time. Camille Herron has struggled here at the Western States 100. I think it's very fair to say that she is off to her best start in her 4 attempts on this course. Exchanging words with her husband there, Connor, also her coach.
Yeah, so I think official splits from Dusty Corners were Emily Hoggood and Ruth Croft came in together in 6:13:45 a laps, which is right around that course record pace, technically maybe 15 seconds under course record pace. About 1:45 back from them was Dominika Stelmach of Poland. 3 Adidas kits leading the front of this race, and then Keely Henninger looks to be about 45 seconds behind Dominika entering the aid station. I'm not sure what that was at leaving the aid station. And then official time back to Ailsa McDonald and Katie Asmith was about 5 minutes back of the lead ultimately at that point. So we've got 6 women 5 minutes apart. That's a pretty good place to be. Camille Herron now part of that mix. We're waiting to see. I feel like Ellie Pell would be in this mix as well. That's someone else that we should be keeping our eyes on for this section. Who do we have there?
So we just saw Camille Herron. There's Marianne Hogan here, Canadian athlete. But I just wanted to say, so Camille Herron, ever since her tough 27.5-hour finish here at Western States last year, she has been on an absolute heater. She won the Javelina 100-miler back in October, finishing 4th overall. She then set another incredible, I think, 100-mile American record at Desert Solstice at the end of 2021 before winning outright and setting a new world record at the 100-mile distance at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in February of this year, and then winning and I believe setting a new course record at the very old 40-mile race known as Strolling Jim down in Tennessee. So Camille Herron has been like Steph Curry from three-point range ever since this race last year. Camille Herron has not lost. In fact, she's been setting and breaking records right and left. Here she is at Western States running her best race so far. And this is Ellie Pell of Ithaca, New York, representing the Beast Coast. Ellie Pell punched her ticket at Bandera earlier this year. She was third in the 100K at Gorge Waterfalls in Oregon this year. I think she was fifth at Chuckanut. Really coming into her own as an athlete. Ellie Pell here in the aid station at Dusty Corners.
You know, early kind of up front person, but hanging on here. I'm hoping that they're just doing a good job of getting enough ice on her, trying to keep her cool, getting some fresh water in there. It looks like she's relying on aid station volunteers here, which is what I have done historically at this part of the race too.
Hayden Hawks through last chance at 11:20 elapsed. Hayden Hawks maintains his lead as he drops into Deadwood Canyon now. OMG, Hayden Hawks through last chance 6 minutes ago. Let's see where Ludo is. I wonder now if Hayden's going to start to hit the gas. So
try to create some daylight, create some distance between him and the chasers. Honestly, would not be a bad idea.
Little inside baseball here. I went for a run with Hayden Hawks' coach, Robbie Britton, who is here to support Hayden. And he alluded to the fact that Hayden and Jim had spoken on the phone or gone on a run recently. And we talked about this in our interview where Jim had bestowed some wisdom upon Hayden. And Robbie had suggested that Jim told Hayden to start to push in the canyons. So
interesting.
It could be that we start to see Hayden hit the gas pedal here as he drops into Deadwood Canyon and try to take control of this race. I'll hit refresh to see if we've got any splits. We do not.
Yep. So I'm gonna cover one question in the chat here for people who may be unfamiliar with Western States, and then it sounds like we might have last year's female champion Beth Pascal waiting to talk to us via Zoom. So we're gonna give that a try in just a second. But first, for those of you who are watching and wondering what M1, M2, F5, F4. The top 10 from last year get to come back to this race. And when they come back to this race, the title, the bib number they are given is their finishing position from last year. So Emily Hoagland last year was 7th female, so her bib is F7. Ruth Croft was the 2nd female last year, so her bib is F2. Katie Asmuth is F5. Tim Tollefson is M5, etc., and so on. So it signifies returning top 10 and what their place was last year. Low bib numbers outside of that are going to be golden tickets or former Ultra Trail World Tour positions that were given out for the 2020 edition of the race that rolled over to this year. So it's kind of interesting to see that. One more thing to note, Ellie Pell has taken her time here in this aid station. Seems like maybe she's a little bit warm. She's got good volunteers around her trying to get some food in her, it looks like, trying to keep her cool.
So we would love to speak with 2021 champion Beth Pascal as soon as we can. Oh, 1 second, folks. Bear with us. You do not want to go anywhere. One of the great performances in Western history. Beth Pascal, unfortunately, could not join us this year, at least in person, but was kind enough to call into the live stream, so hang tight. We're hoping to dial her up soon.
Yeah, so just bear with us. That'll be such a fun guest to have, even for a little bit. We love some good special guests.
All right, while we wait on that, I'm going to hit refresh. Let's see if we got a Ludo update here. No Ludo update. Let's see if we can get a split through the top 10 women at Dusty Corners. All right, I've got a split through number 9 through Dusty Corners. Looks like 8.5 minutes, 8:45 separating first through 9th place through Dusty Corners. Still a very, very tight race. Of course, we saw Emily Hoagland, Ruth Croft in the lead, followed closely by Dominika Stelmach, Keely Henninger, hot on the heels, then Ailsa McDonald, Katie Asmuth, Camille Herron, Marianne Hogan, and Ellie Pell, who we're still looking at here in the aid station.
According to iRunFar, Ellie Pell is 9 minutes off the lead and is definitely in a little bit of a rough patch at the moment. But you can reset at this point. You just got to take some time to get cool, to get some liquid in, to get some calories in, and it's going to be okay. You're going to roll out from here. You're going to hike the uphills. You're going to get in the water. You're You're going to roll the next downhill. It can feel awful, but you got to just kind of keep gradually working your way out there. Also in the aid station, we can see Louisa right there, getting some help from the aid station folks there.
I'm pretty sure Lucia Bueller is coached by Ellie Greenwood, the two-time champion and course record holder. Lucia Bueller, again, Swiss athlete here. I think you said, Corinne, hasn't she been top 5 twice at UTMB?
I'm fairly certain. Yeah, she is incredibly talented, and I feel like flies under the radar, even in European races.
So she's going to be moving from 10th into 9th, it looks like, passing Ellie Pell in the aid station in all likelihood. So we are through the top 10 women now at Dusty Corners. Let's see who this is coming in. Still no update from
I think
Ludo.
that's Taylor Nowlin right there. You got the Adidas crew welcoming her in there. So she's currently probably in that, kind of the 11th position. But you've got someone in front of her like Ellie Pell who's having a bit of a struggle. Taylor's going to sit down, maybe get some stuff reset, readjust, get some cold water on her. Looks like they're messing with her shoes. I don't know if this is a big shoe change location from her, if she's having some foot issues right now, but she's got a good crew around her there getting her soaked down, taking care of her before they send her back out on course. Oh, we're doing a full pack switch here, so they've got a plan in place. We got some good multitasking going on there.
Furiously refreshing to see if we can get an update from Last Chance, where Hayden Hawks went through as the race leader 11 minutes ago. Still no update from the 2nd through 10th men. My guess is most of them are through. We'll get now to an interview with the great Beth Pascal before we come back with more updates. So, and there she is, Beth Pascal. Can you hear us?
Hi. I can, yeah. How you doing, guys?
Oh, it's so good to see you, Beth. We're so sad you're not here in person with us.
Oh, me too. But I'm in a nice place. I'm in the Dolomites in a hotel room at the moment.
So tell us, I heard a rumor that you were going to be competing at one of the Lavaredo races this weekend in your build back from injury. Did you race this weekend? And if so, let us know how it went.
Sorts, yeah. Things were going really well, and I was out here to race the 80K. And I had a bit of a setback in the last week. So I did start the race, but I stopped fairly. But it's been a great few weeks out here, and I've enjoyed the mountains and the sunshine. Hopefully I can continue to build the races later in the season, and this is just a minor setback.
Yeah, well, we're sorry to hear that, and sorry that you have been dealing with injury since, I guess, the end of last year. Maybe give us a little update in terms of, or tell us what you've been dealing with and how you've been progressing with your rehab.
So after the last year, I got a problem with my pelvis, so it's called osteitis pubis, which I think Corinne is familiar with herself.
Oh, yeah.
And I had probably 6 or 7 months where I could really do very little at all, and not even walking or cycling very much, and started a bit better, and so I've been gradually building up my running. And things, as I said, were going really well until the last week, and I don't know if this problem I have now is related to that or something else, and maybe I'm being overcautious by taking some time off again, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, as we all know, recovery is not often linear when we're returning from injury, but it's great that you could join us. We really all wish you were here in person with us at Western States. I think our audience would love to hear from you with 12 months of perspective after putting down what was one of the most brilliant performances in Western States history, if not ultra running history. What are your fondest memories from being here last year and your amazing victory?
It's difficult to single like particular memories because it was really just a perfect day, and I enjoyed like every second of my on the course, and really just ran off a great couple of months out in the US. So yeah, those memories will always linger, and whether I ever win the race or not, it'll be something I remember for the rest of my life for sure.
Have you been watching any of the broadcasts today? Have you caught up on the women's race? Because it's one for the ages right now.
Yeah, I to you guys, and I've been on the live tracker, ultra live for the duration of the race. So it's going to be really difficult to go to tonight, and wake up and or whether the race will be over by then. I don't know. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Beth, I think it would be also interesting to hear what you think maybe contributed to such a brilliant performance last year in such tough conditions. We have another hot year this year. We expect temperatures around 100 degrees Fahrenheit. What do you think you did so well, or maybe what did the women's field in general do so well last year that contributed to such incredible racing here?
I mean, for me, I just had a perfect build-up. I don't think I did anything particularly special on race day. Race day was well, relatively easy, I suppose, because everything had gone so well in training and things. Spending some time running, spending some time at altitude, and just having a really consistent with no big setbacks, to be honest. And you know, I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but the women ran a really smart race last year. I think all the top 10 women, top 15 or more, and just really lit their bodies and managed the heat well.
Yeah. Beth, I had the opportunity to connect with your coach the other day, Mr. Martin Cox, a mountain running legend from the UK. Is, I guess, here in your place this year, and was lucky enough to get a spot in the Western States race. Did you give him any words of advice or encouragement before his first 100-mile race?
I don't think he needed any advice from me, to be honest. He knows what he's doing, and he's been out on the course before. I think he was going to pace. It might have been Ricky Glick in the day. But I think he didn't quite get to pace. I don't think the guy he was pacing showed up in Forest Hill. But he knows the course well, and he's obviously has a lot of experience. So I think he'll do really well.
Yep. And last year's second place finisher, the runner-up behind you, Ruth Croft, finds herself in the lead. And we think they're running just around course record pace through mile 38, Dusty Corners. Corinne and I were trying to remember back, thinking you were on about the same pace last year. Do you happen to know that off the top of your head, how your splits are comparing to the front of the women's race right now?
No, I don't know. I mean, I had no awareness of the splits when I was running, and I had record splits either last year. So, I mean, yeah, by all accounts, they're running really fast, and it's really exciting. And I think, you know, all the top women, well, Ruth, Emily, Keeley, for example, they are experienced on the course, and yeah, it'll be really exciting to see what happens as they're running.
Yeah. From here on out, is there any section of the course that you view as really important, or sections where we might see some separation occur in the top 10 women's field? Because right now, at least in my memory of being exposed to this race, which has been 12 years at this point, I can't remember it ever being this close, this late in the race between the top 10 women. Is there any section that you look forward to where you think might be kind of a crux section that might favor one athlete over another, or that might create more separation within the field?
I think after Forest Hill and the river, things are likely to change. Thinking about the girls at the top, they can all run downhill, they can all run uphill, and I think it'll be after Forest Hill where it really starts to become apparent how well they're dealing with the heat and if fatigue is setting in. I think that'll be really interesting.
Yeah. Well, Beth, thank you so much for coming on the live stream. Corinne, did you have any questions for our reigning champion here?
I guess if there's anything that you think we should be thinking about as far as like tactical moves that people could be getting ready to make. We heard from Hayden's coach that Jim told him to start pushing in the canyons. Is there anything that you were thinking about during this section along those lines, or was it just a beautiful wire-to-wire run for you?
Yeah, I'm not really a one for having tactics. I just like to, listen to body and in myself for the whole race. So I'm definitely not someone to think about a move at a certain point. I sometimes be dangerous if you have a plan to do that. That's just my personal style, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I think we're all waiting with bated breath. We'll be checking back in to see what's happening further up the field.
Yeah. Well, Beth, thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Corinne and myself and every other trail runner in the world, we hope your progress returning from injury continues to be on a positive trajectory. I don't want to ask you what's next because I don't want to put any pressure on you, but whatever is next, I think I speak for everybody in saying that we can't wait to see you line up again. So thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, and thank you both for putting on a fantastic performance from Auburn. And you're doing an awesome job, and it's really transforming the spectating experience for people who are on the other world like me.
Well, we appreciate that so much, Beth. I hope you continue to rest up. Don't go to sleep because there's sure to be fireworks now. I know it's afternoon or evening where you are, but a lot of action ahead. Take care of yourself, and I'll hope to connect with you again soon.
Cool. Cheers.
Bye, Beth. Okay, so
that was great. I just have to say, what a lovely person.
We love Beth.
I wish she was here.
I wish she was here too, and I totally understand. I went through a very similar injury that cost me my entire 2021 season. So we've been chatting a little bit and kind of giving each other some encouragement. And I think me getting to race again this spring, I think, has been encouraging for her as well. But it's a pretty frustrating diagnosis to navigate, and you do have to be really cautious. So we hope that Beth is back running very fast later this year. And I also found out recently that she has a sister who is also scary fast.
Really?
Named Fiona. And they've got the same coach now, and Beth is concerned that Fiona might be even faster than she is.
Uh-oh, and is she getting into the trails?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, there's Pascal sisters, and you gotta be scared about that. So I think
you've got some updates for us, Corinne.
We do.
Action from Last Chance.
Last Chance updates. I'm gonna refresh real quick just to make sure we didn't miss anyone else coming through there, but it looks like we have 8 through Last Chance officially. Hayden Hawks is leading through Last Chance. That is mile 43.3. The next place I think we'll be able to see them, which is our current camera angle, I believe, is Devil's Thumb, which is bonkers that we have footage from Devil's Thumb. So Hayden Hawks leading at Last Chance at mile 43.3. It looks like he's got about a 5-minute lead over Tim Tollefson.
So Tim has moved into second place, surpassing fellow Hoka teammate Ludovic Pomeray, who's still very much in contact.
Yeah, it looks like Ludo and Tim are together at mile 43.3 at Last Chance, followed by a pack of 3 of Adam Peterman, Jared Hazen, and Seb, all about a minute behind them. 2 minutes later is Arlen Glick. Arlen's Darlings are going to be really happy to hear that Arlen Glick is in 7th, about a minute out of what is 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then Vincent Viette is also in that group. Basically, he's about 4 minutes back from Arlen, sitting in 8th. We do not yet have splits from 9, 10, 11, which are going to be Drew Holman, Jonathan Ray, and Tyler Green. Cole Watson is also kind of moving up towards that group as well, which we are super excited to see. So we do have those men through that point. Oh, here we're looking at our climb, actually. This is the Devil's Thumb climb. Those switchbacks both downhill and then uphill, back up the Devil's Thumb climb. Devil's Thumb burned and is completely open. You get a lot of sun exposure on it to bring you all the way up to the aid station where our camera is currently set up.
Yep. probably the most notorious climb on the course, from the swinging bridge up to Devil's Thumb, sort of the symbolic halfway point of the race, 3.92 miles on the descent, and then the ensuing ascent, 2,000 feet of climbing from bottom to top. Really a tough climb. And yeah, I think that the higher you get, or the closer you get to the top, the more you get into this exposed, burnt out section.
You can see the burn, and so what happens is that when you have that nice long downhill, it's switchbacks for forever, and then you cross swinging bridge. And at the bottom there, not directly on the course, you kind of have to step off the course, but you can actually fully submerge yourself in a pretty good, decent-sized body of water right there, which some people will choose to do and some people will choose not to do. I personally always got off trail there and fully just jumped into it, and then got back on trail and could make up that time again on the Devil's Thumb climb. But then as you make your way up the switchbacks, you run into this burn, and it is fully exposed, bright sunlight. This is where Casey Lichtag sang to me, because she was listening to music and I wasn't, and she wanted me to be part of her experience. So, and then when you get to the top here, Devil's Thumb is known for having like popsicles, like Otter Pops, and shots of pickle juice. So things await you at the top once you get here, which can be really refreshing.
So here we are at the top of the Devil's Thumb climb. If you wanted to share my screen, if you have that capability, we can take a look at this, because it is really a cruxy moment of the Western States race. Like I said, kind of the symbolic halfway point. It sits about mile 47, but you start to feel like you're about halfway there. Yep, and here we go, looking at the elevation profile of the Western States 100. The last update we got, where Hayden Hawks was in the lead ahead of Tim Tollefson, came from this aid station called Last Chance. Named, of course, because it's your last chance to get aid before you drop into the three canyons here. First and foremost, the Deadwood Canyon at the very bottom here is what's known as Swinging Bridge. Corinne, I think you mentioned before that you've gone out of your way to, instead of going across the bridge, to duck down to the water to soak a little bit.
Yeah, I go across the bridge, make a quick right off a course, hop off a rock into the water, and then clamber back onto course.
There's also a beautiful spring
just above that. Yep.
So there's a spring, and so if anybody comes out to do some training on the course, there's a nice, beautiful natural spring that near the bottom of the Devil's Thumb climb that I've drank out of many times. I don't know if that's necessarily safe, but a nice place to soak yourself or get yourself wet. And then you have this steep, steep, steep climb up to Devil's Thumb, where our camera is stationed now. So,
and with the men being about 25 minutes or so, we think, behind course record pace, I'm hoping they close a little bit on that. They've just gone out a little bit conservatively. We're going to tee ourselves up for a little bit of a break, and then we'll hopefully be joining you back at Devil's Thumb. With the car alarm still going off in the background.
Anyway, we may or may not be taking a break.
We'll see what happens. If not, we're waiting for the rest of our top 10 men to come through that great location at Last Chance. And we'll be waiting for our first women to also make their way there as well. I'm curious to know how much daylight Hayden can put on the rest of these guys in this canyon push, and if that sticks. You know, if he can run a good 90 miles versus a good 100 miles. That question is what comes back up for me, I think.
Okay, terrific. So I think we're going to take a quick break here. Looks like, oh.
Perfect.
Running is all over our relationship. That's how it came about. I think we both have qualities where both of us are also attracted to. Like, he's very strong-minded, he's kind, he's genuine, he's funny. We just click because he has so many positive characteristics to him.
I saw Maida. She looks strong, beautiful on the trails. She's been a huge help, not only like training for ultras, but just for life. It makes me happy seeing how happy she is. Growing up as a kid, I stayed out in the streets a lot, using drugs, partying, and it was like a vicious cycle. I lived every day like my last day as well. I'm either gonna go to jail tonight for the rest of my life, or I don't know, something bad's gonna happen. You know, I went to a recovery house, and then that's where the process of recovery happened for me.
Growing up, I was overweight. I played varsity softball. I told my coach, hey, you know, I think I'm gonna join the cross-country team. And I started losing more and more weight to the point where it was unhealthy. I was anorexic for about 2.5 years. My coaches were one to thank because they were on point with me. My teammates were watching me all the time, and then my mom made sure like I ate. My name is Myra Lopez, and I am a local Hoka flyer. The last 12 years, 13 years of my life, I've always been in social services. So as my friends like to call me, I'm a community servant.
My name is Jerry Garcia, and I'm an ultra trail runner. I've been working for the United States Forest Service for over 15 years. Not only I get to protect the forest, but I get to trail run in the forest, and I get to share that with Myra as well.
I don't think I would be here today without running. I probably wouldn't have met Jerry. I probably wouldn't have met the people that I call my family who are also runners. Running has taken me to places that I probably wouldn't have gone on my own.
Running saved my life. Just going through the training and finishing races gave me that boost of confidence and be the son that my mom wanted me to be. Someone strong, a leader, and with Myra by my side, just ready for anything.
Okay, folks, welcome back to the 2022 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. We are stationed at the top of the Devil's Thumb climb, roughly mile 47 here. Can't tell if there's some body language happening, but
people seem ready is what's happening at this aid station right now.
It would be pretty quick for Hazen to get from Last Chance up there to Devil's Thumb, but we should see him pretty soon. Just coming off that little Hoka spot is a good time to give a shout out to Hoka and the Hoka athletes. We do seem to have 4 Hoka athletes near the front of the men's race. Hayden Hawks, Tim Tollefson, Ludovic Pomeray, and Adam Peterman, the top 4 athletes, all represented by race sponsor Hoka. And we should expect to see Hayden Hawks emerge from this first canyon as the race leader not too long from now. In the meantime, let's give everybody an update as to what is happening. We have 8 men now through Last Chance. That's roughly mile 43.3. Again, Hayden Hawks in the lead, 5 minutes ahead of the duo of Tim Tollefson, Ludovic Pomeray, 6 minutes ahead of Adam Peterman and Jared Hazen, Sebastian Spaler. Looks like all 3 of those guys are running together. That's quite a powerful train there in 4th through 6th. 7th, we had Arlen Glick. Looks like 8 minutes behind Hayden Hawks. And then Vincent Viet in 8th, 12 minutes back.
Yep, and we've got Drew Holman in 9th. Has come through Last Chance along with Jonathan Ray in 10th, Tyler Green in 11th, and Cole Watson in 12th.
Nice.
Drew Holman and Jonathan Ray and Tyler Green, they're all separated. It's like a minute between each of them type of thing. So they're all running solo, but hopefully some of them will come back together in some of these long downhills or long uphills where someone might be moving a little bit better than someone else out there. And it'll just be a matter of time as that plays out. I did find that when running this, I felt like things accordioned periodically based on this section of the course because there are long downhills followed by long uphills as opposed to some of the earlier miles that are very rolling. This section, all of a sudden, you can very clearly tell who's feeling best descending versus who's feeling best ascending, and all of a sudden it'll kind of, I felt like you could very much yo-yo in this a little bit, where you might, get dropped a little bit on a downhill and then come right back on an uphill, etc. So we'll see what's going on out there when they get to Devil's Thumb, which honestly shouldn't be that much longer before we see Mr. Hayden Hawks make his way up there. It seems like we've lost a little bit of footage out at Devil's Thumb, but as soon as we get that back up, we'll bring you back out there onto course.
Either way, it's
stuck
just,
with
I
us
think,
for now.
worth mentioning that this is an incredibly tight race in both the men's and women's races. I think all the usual suspects or the cast of characters that we would expect to be in contention are still in contention. We haven't seen any attrition really from the front of either of the professional races. We have all the race favorites still up near the front battling it out, which means there is sure to be a lot of drama ahead.
Yep, and for those of you, we had some questions about Lucy in the field. I have been told that she has left Robinson Flat, but that it looked like she had taken a fall and spent a little bit of time in that aid station, like probably close to 20 minutes or so, 20, 25 minutes to kind of regroup out there. So that's kind of the word that I'm hearing out on course, is that Lucy's having a little bit of a low patch, maybe took a fall before Robinson Flat, but is moving down the course, has left Robinson Flat as of about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So Lucy is still moving on course. She's rounding out kind of that top 25 group right now. She's got some company that are kind of on both sides of her, so hopefully she can find someone to tag on with to make things a little bit easier for her out there. But for those of you, our Australian fans, our Lucy fans in the audience, that seems to be what's going on out on course right now. And we'll be waiting for our first splits from our women's leaders probably to come through last chance as well. So we'll be keeping an eye at Devil's Thumb. We'll be keeping an eye on the camera at Devil's Thumb. We'll be keeping an eye on the live timers at Last Chance, as our men and women's top 10 kind of start to be split between two distinct aid stations. The aid stations get closer together as you get further into the race, and so all of a sudden we're going to be getting more and more splits for you as we try to follow and stay on top of both the top in front of our men's race and the top in front of our women's race.
So here we are, almost 7 hours elapsed into this year's Western States 100, the top of the Devil's Thumb climb on a hot blue sky day here in California, typical of Western States environmental conditions, expecting about 100 degrees where Corinne and I sit in Auburn, California. They said about 90 to 91 degrees, I think, in Forest Hill, which is, about 4,000 feet in elevation, I believe, where we are at about 1,000 feet in elevation. So
a little warmer down here.
Quite hot up there at Forest Hill.
Yep. Yeah, it's hot for the elevation. You get more sun exposure the higher up you get, and that definitely plays it like, I feel like 70 degrees or 80 degrees up there feels hotter than it might down here at lower elevation.
And this is Michigan Bluff here, which will be the next major aid station after Last Chance. One of those short stretches where runners actually do have to run on pavement for a short period of time. Michigan Bluff, an iconic little trail town, more like just a neighborhood, effectively, sitting on the Western States course. It'll be fun to see our athletes come through there in a couple of hours. But we are awaiting the men's leaders here at the top of the Devil's Thumb climb. Should be emerging from Deadwood Canyon very soon. We don't have any audio, I don't think, piping, at least into my headphones here, but we'll keep our ears out for telltale signs of cheering.
Yeah,
give us an indication.
Or the wild clamoring of volunteers there, which we will definitely see. We're kind of keeping an eye on some other people in the field that people are asking about. Someone like Casey Lichtig. She has not, it seems, made it to Robinson Flat yet. She's coming back from a major hamstring surgery, like a major hamstring surgery. Getting to the start line for her was a big win for today's race. So we're hoping that she is moving steadily down the course at this point. Let's see here, Devil's Thumb, course calculator. Looks like from folks in the chat, we're probably a good 10 minutes out from seeing Hayden based on kind of predicted times for him, based on how he's made it through the last couple of aid stations. We'll try to keep our cameras operational as much as possible at that location, but we'll probably lose footage out there periodically just because we don't have steady service in any of these locations. We're using kind of our ability to boost signal where possible to bring you footage, which is really hard with video. It's one thing to get a text out. It's a lot harder to get video of any quality out of some of those distant locations.
It is a miracle, quite frankly, that we have any coverage coming out of this section of the course. We think the closer these runners get to Auburn, the easier it's going to be to get everybody some fantastic footage as we cut back to Michigan Bluff here. I mentioned this a second ago, but we do also expect to have Skylar Hall as our race course correspondent that we'll be able to go get some really detailed information from, get his interpretation of how athletes are looking, how they're feeling, talk to some crew members, maybe some other characters along the course. So stick around with us. We think Skylar Hall is going to provide a lot of great color to today's race as we get further and further along the course into better and better cell reception. In this town, Michigan Bluff here, that you see there briefly before we cut to it, again, just sits down the road from Forest Hill, which is the most famous aid station on the Western States course. It truly is a sight for sore eyes when you come into Michigan Bluff about 100 kilometers into the race. You're not going to want to miss that. Always action-packed, always electric atmosphere there. Friends, family, crews, spectators come from all over, descend upon the tiny foothill town of Forest Hill to enjoy Western States in person.
But it does look like it looks like as of 5 or 6 minutes ago, both Casey Glick and Megan Canfield have made it through Robinson Flat. So that looks like that was about 5 minutes ago for Casey Glick into Robinson Flat, which means she'll be hopefully seeing her crew and then getting out back on course. And Megan Canfield, again, she's 61 years old, trying to go for that 50-plus Masters record, as well as, I think, take down the men's record in that kind of the overall record for that course time. She has also come through Robinson Flat as of about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So both those ladies moving well down the course. Erica Hoagland, another woman that we'll be following a little bit today on the race, who is one of the pregnancy deferrals. She is kind of sandwiched in between Casey Glick and Megan Canfield, which honestly, not a bad sandwich to be in.
Who coaches Erica Hoagland?
I coach Erica Hoagland.
Pretty cool.
That was a leading question.
That was a leading question. Erica lives in Marin County, California. She and Carl publish Ultra Running magazine. Carl is on the board of the Western States 100. Again, Western States is a family affair. Feels like everybody knows everybody. Once you've hung around the race a couple of years, it's hard not to make a whole bunch of new best friends. And what a privilege it is to be here hosting the live stream here today. If you're just joining us, we are over 7 hours deep at this point, making our way close to halfway, at least in the men's race. And it has been drama and action-packed so far. The women's race has never been this close through 40 or 45 miles. We should start to get updates from the women coming through Last Chance, I would expect fairly soon. And as we cut back to the top of Devil's Thumb, we should expect to see men's leader, who we expect to be Hayden Hawks, coming through this aid station roughly 10 minutes or so.
Yep, we're looking for Hayden Hawks, followed by Tim Tollefson, followed by who would be followed by Tim Tollefson?
Adam Peterman.
Oh yeah, the Hoko
yeah.
quartet is what's going off the front.
Yep. Important to note, I mean, Ludo was off the front early. Doesn't seem like he's really fading significantly. He's still...
I feel like he's moving consistently, and
Yep.
Hayden is pushing, is maybe what's happening, where that split is happening a little bit.
And I just have to say also, I saw Ludo race in person in October at the Diagonal des Fous. It was the most oppressively hot day that I have ever tried to exercise in. Ludo won the race as a 45-year-old, tying with Danny Jung, an Italian athlete. They crossed the line with arms holding each other's hands in solidarity. But my point is that Ludo Pomeray can handle this heat. I've seen it with my own eyes. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to maintain contact with all those Hoka teammates and continue to vie for one of those podium positions.
Yeah, I'm just very curious to see how this continues to play out as we make our way further into the course, right? Where does experience play in? Age and experience play in. Where does course knowledge play in? Where does raw leg speed play in today? Where does the ability just to tolerate the heat? I think all these guys, Hazen, I know, sounds pretty confident about the heat. He lives in Utah. Cedar City isn't exactly cool. Grew up in St. George, also not super cool. So I feel like he's kind of made for that dry heat. And, hopefully that's playing into his favor today.
Corinne, one of the other things that I thought is really interesting about this race, and I'll pull it up so that I can be 100% accurate. But in the last 10 years, so since 2012, there's been 9 runnings of the race. There have been only 5 men's champions in those 9 years. Timothy Olsen, Rob Krar, Andrew Miller, Ryan Sands, and Jim Walmsley. 5 champions in those 9 years. Meanwhile, in the women's side of the race, we've had a different champion each of the past 9 runnings of this race. There have been no repeat winners here. I think just a fun thing to sort of look at in the historical record. The frequency at which men repeat as champions doesn't happen as much on the women's side. Of course, this is one of those rare years where we don't have either champion returning, so we will be crowning new champions in both the men's and women's races. And what an achievement that is going to be for our champions.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Cougar to find new homes this year. That to me is very, very exciting. As we mentioned, Casey Lichtag is the only, outside of Jim Howard, we can't forget Jim Howard. Those are the returning champions that are currently in the race today. But we believe the Cougar will be going home to brand new homes this year. And in my mind, that is incredibly exciting to be able to crown a brand new Western States champion this year.
Apparently the police have been dispatched to deal with a car alarm that's been going off here at the finish line for hours. So apparently it's the silver Honda Odyssey. If you are the owner of a silver Honda Odyssey, I don't believe you're being robbed at this point, but your car alarm has been going off for hours and hours here at the finish line.
Which is super fun.
Yep. We've been able to roll with the punches. That's our nature. We're trail runners.
We're having a great time. So we'll be looking for our lead men to be coming towards Devil's Thumb here while we wait for our lead women to come through. Last Chance. That's a new variety of car alarm now, I believe. So that is fun and exciting. We'll see what happens. Never a dull moment. Last year, honestly, kind of around this time, I'm pretty sure we had a giant meltdown of a lot of our internet equipment. So yep. I think otherwise we're staying a lot cooler than we did last year when we had a massive malfunction with our own personal technology.
Looking down the trail here, waiting for Hayden Hawks to emerge from Deadwood Canyon. It'll be interesting to see how he's looking here in the heat of the day in a fairly exposed section of this trail. It's actually fairly steep. It's difficult to judge the pitch of this trail just from the camera's angle, but be interesting to see if he's jogging versus hiking, how far back his competitors are, if he is indeed adhering to the Jim Walmsley philosophy or the advice to push it in the canyons to try and gain some separation. Of course, it's a dangerous endeavor, but it takes risky business in order to win this race. So we are waiting on Hayden Hawks, currently looking at somebody's iPhone screen.
At Devil's Thumb, and honestly, based on those course record splits.
I love to do this thing. I love to run, I love to move my body, I love to be outside so much. When that is taken away from me, there's this grief. We have to learn how to re-walk and run again? But what am I supposed to do? The first thing that I thought to myself was that I don't know if I could do this again. Green Mountain has been this integral piece to my recovery and my return to trail running.
You will get your actual blood test results. Now, for the ultimate test, that's going to be 43 biomarkers, including a complete blood count. You're going to also see where these numbers fall within your optimized zone, the trend lines over time, and a full list of food and different lifestyle recommendations to help you improve these scores. So if you want to see it in action, let's use vitamin D as my example. As you'll see, my levels actually went up 5 points from July to October, which still is putting me in what they're calling the optimized range. And in case you're wondering, this optimized range is actually unique to me. Their algorithm is based on a handful of different factors, things like age, gender, ethnicity, where you live, all that stuff. Now on the right-hand side of the graph, you'll actually find a whole host of different food recommendations to help keep your levels in check. So for me, it included things like sockeye salmon and maitake mushrooms. Luckily, I love both of those things, and I'm gonna show you how to practically implement and schedule these things through their app in just a sec. But before we do, let's talk about the science here, because each category actually has its own dedicated science tab, which includes a video explanation and a blog post. I personally found this to be super helpful, especially when it comes to understanding the what and then the why behind some of these lesser known biomarkers like ALT or GGT. Those are liver enzyme groups, by the way.
Oh, and perfect timing because we have Hayden Hawks at Devil's Thumb. Oh my goodness, that was wild. Hayden Hawks making his way through Devil's Thumb, getting some ice packed in there.
From Cedar City, Utah, Hayden Hawks here for the second time after finishing 8th place here last year. This gentleman has been a force on the scene ever since exploding into the world of ultra running at the Speed Goat 50K, I think back in 2015. He has been a Lavaredo champion, a CCC champion. He's getting that ice.
Yeah, he's been kind of skunked by the 100-mile distance thus far, though. He's been a really solid 100K runner, 120K runner, but not quite that full 160K.
Yeah, he dropped out at UTMB one time. Had a very painful 8th place finish here at Western States last year. And ever since that finish, I know he's been determined to come back and race to his potential here. In our pre-race interviews, Hayden emphasized that he will continue to keep coming back until he gets it figured out. He has no doubts in himself, that in his ability to figure out the 100-mile distance. Somebody with supreme self-confidence. Hayden Hawks making it clear that he is here to win.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
there's Craig Thornley.
He made it clear that he was here to win, that he wasn't here to race for second, he was here to race for the win, and that is incredibly impressive. He's leaving in just over 7 hours and 12 minutes. The split to that 8 station based on Jim's course record pace, again, we're just going to kind of keep an eye on this. They are well off that at this point. We're talking 30 plus minutes. So we'll be kind of doing our own, kind of keeping an eye on where that leads to. But as someone I heard say recently is that they'd rather have the win than the course record.
Yep.
And honestly, I totally get that. And I think that's smart.
Being 30 minutes off a Jim Walmsley record here at Western
Still
State
puts you under 15 hours, which is pretty darn good.
Sick. And also it should be noted that Jim's record was set in a historically cool year back in 2019, I believe it was, that he and Jared had that battle. Yeah, it was 2019 when Jim ran 14:09. I think it topped out only in like the mid-70s here in Auburn that year. So Hayden Hawks being 30 minutes back of that course record split here halfway through the Western States 100 is not unusual.
And I think that gives me more confidence in what he's going to try to pull off today over if he was pushing that pace higher, right? Closer to those course record splits. I'd be more worried about can he do it versus right now. We're still early in the race. We're getting towards that kind of halfway point, but I think for me it's that idea that this must be really him running within himself and pacing it very well.
Great point, Corinne, and it was great to see him take that time there at the at the Devil's Thumb aid station, getting that ice. I know earlier we had observed that it seemed that he was going in and out of aid stations maybe a little bit too quickly, maybe not getting enough cooling, but he seemed to take a minute there at Devil's Thumb, getting his buff, his bandana stuffed with ice to keep him cool, as he now has about, what, 1.5 miles, 2 miles of rolling terrain before the huge, long, biggest descent of the day down into El Dorado Canyon. So this is something we joked about yesterday. The 3 canyons that the athletes have here are Deadwood, El Dorado, and Volcano Canyon. 3 ominously named landmarks on the course. Ominously and appropriately named, in my opinion, because each packs their own punch. Each feels hotter than the next, and all 3 deserve respect from each and every athlete on the course. I made a note of Hazen's split here. I think it was roughly 7 hours, 12 minutes, 25 seconds. So we're about a little more than 2.5 minutes now elapsed since Hazen exited this aid station. Last we heard, Tim Tollefson was 5 minutes back at last chance. Let's see if that gap is growing. If it is, Corinne, I think Hazen is hitting the gas pedal, making his move, putting his mark on the race.
It sounds like it's exactly what Jim told him to do. So that wouldn't be that surprising, I think, if that was in fact his strategy going into this race.
So did you get
something that he wasn't 100% forthcoming with in our interview, but you know what? We'll let the man keep some secrets, right?
Yep. He did go out of his way to keep that secret from us, but I think now that they're on the course, we're not divulging any information that would put his competitors at an advantage. So happy to reveal that inside info here. Trying to do my best to be a trail running reporter.
Trying to remain
breaking news,
relatively unbiased. We'll keep trying to go back to Devil's Thumb as we have service, as we know people are coming in. Tim Tollefson would be the next person we're looking for, and we believe that he's about 5 minutes or so behind Hazen. I'm not sure what that would transpire to on that last section, of course. Tim runs downhill very well.
Very well.
And so I wonder, if his tactic's going to be that Kyle Pietari tactic in which you manage the uphills and run hard on the downhills or push it on the downhills, and that will serve him well up to this point, but also in the next kind of 2 big descents as well.
Yes, very good point, and I think something to expand upon. Each one of these athletes has a strength. Some people are better climbers, some people are better descenders like Tim Tollefson you just mentioned. Some people are great on the flat terrain like Camille Herron and Arlen Glick, who we've spoken about at length. Some people excel in the heat like Jim Walmsley, somebody who has an anomalous ability to deal with ridiculously high temperatures. So each one of these athletes has to play their cards, play their strengths, protect their weaknesses, and therefore hopefully perform at the best.
We're going to kind of keep refreshing things. I think our women have likely come through last chance at this point, and we're just not getting a split coming through.
The women?
Yes, 100%. I believe that they have likely come through last chance. And that's not populating, and then eventually it's going to populate. It's going to be very delayed, because my guess is they came through almost 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
So we're waiting for splits back to last chance for our women's lead group, but we're not yet receiving those splits. But we believe they likely came through there probably 20 minutes ago. And as soon as those things are updated, we'll kind of update back on the course while we wait for our next men to come through this Devil's Thumb climb. Hopefully they took a moment to get soaked down at the creek and are now making their way back up. I think we're doing what everyone else is doing, which is just a mad refresh. We'll also be getting updates from I Run Far, likely around the Deadwood Cemetery area at mile 49.5, but it seems like someone is coming up the climb here. I just saw movement from Craig Thornley, the race director, on our camera at Devil's Thumb. If that is the case, we should be looking for hopefully Tim Tollefson to be making his way up into this aid station.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because Tim, last we saw, was with Ludovic Pomeray at last chance. So it'll be interesting to see if there's now separation between Tim and Ludo. The universal body language of an approaching runner here. Who is this, folks? Is this Jared Hazen? Come on.
Yes.
Jared Hazen and Adam Peterman together in second and third.
So we do not have a Tim Tollefson. We have Jared Hazen and Adam Peterman. making their way up the climb. Though I think that's been kind of the thing. I think that happened to Tim coming into Robinson Flat as well, that he's been kind of leapfrogging with these guys. And so Jared Hazen and Adam Peterman making good work of that trail between Last Chance and the top of Devil's Thumb.
Unbelievable. Big shout out to all these volunteers here helping both Jared and Adam make the most efficient aid station transition possible. Not sure where this audio is coming from. Maybe from the aid. Let's try and listen. Difficult to hear, a little herky-jerky here, doing the best we can, but that is Jared Hazen, the second fastest male to ever run the Western States 100. And this is the section of the course that I think he really excels on. Jared, an incredible climber, so coming up that, look at it, we got a drone shot here, it looks like. Oh no. Maybe, yeah, I think that's a drone
shot of that.
The high, the upper part of the climb?
Yeah, 100% through that burn. See how it's exposed there? And you get that just like direct sun exposure through that kind of new growth that's come out of that burn. It's brutal.
I have to say, Corinne, I am mega impressed with the maturity here of Adam Peterman. One of the most talented runners that we've ever potentially had come into the sport, only 26 years old, racing like a savvy veteran. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but hanging in the back pocket of Jared Hazen here, only 1 year.
That's a great spot to be, I think.
Only 1 year his senior. Jared only 27, Adam only 26. Hayden Hawks, I believe, is 29 or 30. But this trio at the front of the race today, three of the most talented men in our sport, Hayden Hawks, Jared Hazen, Adam Peterman, and I have to say here, we are now 9 minutes elapsed since Hayden left the aid station.
I think that's Tim Tollefson climbing up that. We got that drone shot of Tim Tollefson, that smaller screen.
That's Ludo.
That's Ludo. Okay, so we don't have Tim yet. I wonder if Tim's sitting in the bottom of that canyon just hanging out in that water for a second.
Come on, Tim. Ludovic Pomeray marching up Devil's Thumb as we see Adam Peterman exiting here. And like I just mentioned, they have...
Did he go out before Jared? Did we see?
Couldn't tell. My guess is Jared's right behind him. Otherwise, we'd see him out front. Either way, those two guys should work together, honestly.
There he goes. Jared's leading right behind him, and honestly, I bet he stopped to get some ice in that hat. He seems like he's putting together a really smart run.
Yep.
Would be super excited to see someone like Jared Hazen hold on to a podium finish here. I think we've been waiting for it since that brilliant performance.
Yeah, I mean, or better. This kid is desperate for a Cougar. Important to note that they left about 9.5 minutes behind race leader Hayden Hawks.
Who's putting time into the entire men's field right now in a pretty prominent way.
When Jim Walmsley tells you to push in the canyons, you push in the canyons.
So I was right. Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland came through Last Chance 24 minutes ago. So we now are getting Last Chance updates from our women, and right now Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland are out front. They came through there just before noon, which I think is kind of spot on what we were anticipating. Let me just double check here. So they're 2 minutes they're 2 minutes behind Ellie Greenwood's Last Chance split, so they're running pretty even with those splits through there. So Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland have made it through Last Chance aid station, that 43.3 mile aid station in just before the noon hour here, 2 minutes off of Ellie Greenwood's really brilliant course record, which we believe is kind of what happened with Beth Pascal last year, kind of yo-yoing with Ellie Greenwood's course record for much of the middle portion of the race, but happy to see that teammates Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft are still running together at mile 43.3. Okay, no, we've got a whole bunch of updates now. Here we go. Okay.
Go.
So Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft are 1-2 running together. They came through there just before noon. 3 minutes behind them was Keely Henninger. A minute behind Keely Henninger was Dominika Stelmach. That's in 4. Elsa McDonald and Katie Asmuth are still running together. Another minute behind her, followed by Camille Herron, 4 minutes back, followed by Marianne Hogan and Louisa Bueller. They're another 2 and 3 minutes behind Camille Herron. So our top 9 women are through Last Chance, and it's about I I mean, now it's up to a 17-minute spread between 1 and 2 running together and our 9th place female.
Okay, thanks so much for those updates, Corinne. And we are back here with Ludovic Pomeray, now in the Devil's Thumb aid station. Here in 4th place, our early race leader from France. Now 12 minutes back of race leader Hayden Hawks' exit, so he's further back than that by the time he gets out of this aid station. Ludovic Pomeray here in 4th place, still running very well. A man who can deal with the heat, a man who knows how to run 100 miles, still very much in contention for the podium and/or a very strong top 10 performance here. We also had a cool drone shot a second ago of what looked like Drew Holman, and I couldn't tell who he was with coming up. Who's this? Arlen Glick here in 5th place. Arlen's darlings going wild in the chat here. Arlen Glick looking composed.
You are ultra. This is what he looked like the entirety of Javelina, by the way. Like, his crew was smart. His crew was efficient. They took good care of him. He looked composed the entire time. And honestly, Arlen looks like that right now. They're taking care of him. Clearly, he was getting wet down in the canyon. He still has some moisture on him. That or he's very, very sweaty. Maybe a bit of both. Looks like he's taking a seat here for a second.
And we've got Vincent Viette and Drew Holman there on the right-hand side of our screen here.
Excellent.
With the drone shot, Vincent Viette, Frenchman, Drew Holman just in his back pocket there. They may be in 6th and 7th position here at last chance. Both those guys looking good, although difficult to interpret from a drone shot, but looked like those guys were making quick work of this climb.
Yeah, if Arlen can get out of here not that far behind Ludo, that would be a great position for him to be in, someone he can maybe tag onto. The person we have not seen yet is Tim Tollefson, which I think is a little bit concerning for all the Tim fans here and in the viewing audience to kind of figure out where Tim is. I do think this is probably a hard section for Tim if he's getting a little warm, so we'll see if he can get back into a good headspace and make his way up this climb. And just kind of an update on the overall standings. Ruth Croft, Emily Hoagland, and Keely Henninger are running in 19th, 20th, and 21st overall. And they came through last chance approximately like 10 minutes or so behind Adam Kimball and Alex Nichols. So we can kind of estimate them arriving in Devil's Thumb, about 10 minutes behind them.
Who is this on our left here, Corinne? White shirt, blue pack?
I don't know. We keep having pack changes.
Is that Tyler, maybe? Did Tyler put a... That might be Tyler.
Tyler Green with the pack on?
That's got to be Tyler. Tyler Green, your returning 2nd place finisher. It looks like coming up towards the top of the Devil's Thumb climb. One little piece of historical data that I think might be interesting as we see Jared Hazen running in the top 3. Of course, he's from Flagstaff, Arizona, especially on the men's side of the race. We've had so much success coming out of Flagstaff, Arizona, here at the Western States 100, going back to 2014. So I guess in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runnings of the race.
It looks like we've got Jonathan Ray coming through the aid station there, bib number 23. Not a bad place for Jonathan Ray. So he is in that Drew Holman, Tyler Green sandwich.
So that this could be the person, that white shirt, blue pack. This is probably who we just saw on the drone.
That's
Jonathan Ray.
Yep, Jonathan Ray. Get that bib number. Thank you, cameraman.
So quickly, just to finish my thought, I was just going to say, going back to the Flagstaff point.
That's Tyler Green.
The last 7 runnings of the race. Well, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the last 7 runnings of the race, 6 of them have been won by somebody from Flagstaff on the men's side. Rob Crar, Andrew Miller, and then Ryan Sands being the exception, and then, of course, the Jim Walmsley three-peat. So Jared Hazen, I think, hopefully trying to bring another Cougar back to Flag.
Is that Seb? Have we seen Seb come through?
Ooh, another good point.
That might be Seb and not Tyler Green. If that's the case, we're waiting on Seb, Tyler Green, and Tim Tollefson. We still need a Tim Tollefson to make his way up to Devil's Thumb.
That's definitely Seb.
This is a long, grindy climb. It does not feel good at all.
I mean,
I have
it pains me to say this, but something has gone wrong for Tim Tollefson because he was 5 minutes back of Hayden Hawks at last chance. It's only 4 miles ago he was 5 minutes back of Hayden Hawks. Hayden has now left this aid station.
Having moved up in the field. So something is either, somehow we totally missed him, or he has not yet come through here. And I don't think we missed him, which gives me a lot of fear. And our live tracker is not updated at Devil's Thumb. We will get an iRunFar update about 2 miles down the trail from Devil's Thumb, which will be helpful for all of us at Deadwood Cemetery. But we are waiting for confirmation of where Tim Tollefson is.
Yeah, we should get that iRunFar update from Deadwood Cemetery of Hayden Hawks coming through here any minute. Is that Tim right there on our left-hand side here, Corinne?
That's
think
him.
so.
Yeah.
Come on, Tim. Body language does not look good.
That is not a promising walk from Tim Tollefson there. The head is down.
Tim has battled through rough patches here. We all know the story last year. We had a great interview with Tim where he described sitting in the aid station at Cal 2 last year, wanting to drop out, being coached out of the chair by a kind volunteer.
The way
whose
he's
name was,
holding his water bottle just doesn't look good.
On the right-hand side, Drew Holman seems to be all smiles, looking cool, calm, and collected, getting that ice bandana going.
Yeah, we'll kind of keep an update here on Tim Tollefson, but his body language and the way he's moving up that climb just leaves me wondering what's gone wrong. If he's overheated, if he rolled an ankle, I'm not exactly sure, but it's not looking like a mentally happy and primed Tim Tollefson.
No Tyler Green yet either, although this could be him on the right-hand side. Yeah, that looks like Tyler there.
In that aid station
white
with
shirt,
Vincent.
White shirt, white hat on the right-hand side, coming up towards the top.
Okay, so also making that march happen. Looks like it's a little bit more determined to make that march happen. He just pointed at the drone.
That's good body language there. Tyler Green. He's looking like Ian Sharman, just ripping that climb.
Hiking with purpose is what's going on right there.
So I guess just to catch us up here, we are close to 20 minutes since the departure of race leader Hayden Hawks here from Devil's Thumb. Can't quite remember how many men we've had come through, but probably, what do you think, Corinne? 8 or 9 at this point? Again, we will refresh and try and get that.
We can figure that out here in a second, but I can almost... I think we've had 10. Tyler Green and Tim Tollefson will be like 9 and 10, I believe. We'll be looking for Cole Watson as well in that group to be coming through. I have not seen the tank top, the Hoka tank top of Cole Watson yet, but if he can make his way into the top 10, that would be a great day.
Yep.
I think for Cole Watson to kind of prove himself at the 100-mile distance. He had a great run at Javelina, had a sponsor spot, I believe, into this race, and so it'd be really nice to see him earn his ticket back in next year in a really real way by getting one of those M bibs.
Corinne, I'm concerned you may not be hydrating enough. I feel like I've blasted through like 5 water bottles up here on stage this morning. Are you hydrated, caffeinated?
I'm probably
full
not.
Of electrolytes?
I'm probably not fueled, hydrated, or caffeinated nearly enough. But you know, we're working through the kinks up here, and we're doing okay.
Here's Tim. Here's Tim coming in. Okay, this is going to be important, folks watching at home. Does Tim sit here, regroup? If he is indeed struggling, as it appears he is. Tim Tollefson, a fan favorite from Mammoth Lakes, California, a good friend of both myself and Corinne. An absolute gentleman. Getting the assistance of a volunteer. Handing those bottles off.
You know, he's not immediately taking a seat. He gave someone his bottles. Tyler Green's right there behind him. Maybe Tyler can give him a word or two. Let's see. Oh, we're sitting on the ground, Tim.
Safe to say something has gone wrong here for Tim Tollefson today.
Tyler Green's going to get some ice, maybe a popsicle, and hopefully get back out of there. You know, that is, I think, very, very important for him to try to do expeditiously.
Tyler Green still very much running a Tyler Green race. I was expecting him to be a little bit further up at this point. There is still a lot of room to run for this returning second place finisher here.
Yeah, I feel like there's more yo-yoing going on, I think, in this men's top 10 group so far than maybe we're even used to seeing at this point in the race. Like I feel like Tyler's moved up and back a little bit. He was running ahead of Drew, now he's running behind Drew. A lot goes on out there, but you know, you gotta kind of hold on through these tough sections, because the likelihood is that it will turn around at some point. Maybe you don't feel great right now, but all of a sudden the legs could come back to you in just a little bit. He's being smart. He handed off his bottles, and now he's going to go find some food. He needs something. He's looking for something specific there.
I mean, he doesn't look like he's suffering at all. You know, it looks like he's got a plan.
Controlled. He looks really controlled, for sure. He doesn't look like he's kind of woe is me or upset with where he's at right now. And honestly, he was further back going into Forest Hill last year than he is right now, and still ran a brilliant race. So I don't think he's sitting there too worried about it.
It looks like he's exiting here right now out of Devil's Thumb, running with Joe Yuhan on his left-hand side. Exiting, it looks like 23 minutes back of Hayden Hawks. Tyler Green right where he wants to be. Back half of the top 10 here. Hit and refresh on the iRunFar Twitter feed. See if we can get an update on Hayden Hawks, who's definitely well on his way down into El Dorado Canyon right now. And I just have to state again for the record how freaking cool this is that we have cameras at Devil's Thumb in addition to all these other places on the course. Big thanks to those volunteers out there, not only at the aid station, but those carrying the cameras for us, bringing us all this great footage to wherever you are enjoying this race. Now over 7,000 people watching on YouTube right now. Here's Tim Tollefson. He's smiling.
They've got some food for him, eating some watermelon, eating some pretzels. He does have a good bond with aid station volunteers. He spent a lot of time with some aid station volunteers last year, but there's a lot of head shaking going on there. That might be a shot of pickle juice.
Yeah, I got to say, I've spent 20 or 30 minutes at this aid station back in 2015 after absolutely imploding further up the trail. This aid station is tough to get to. It's also tough to get out of. If you exit this aid station,
have to keep moving.
You got to go to Michigan Bluff, which is, you know, as walking will take you 4 hours pretty much.
Yep. That climb, that final climb into Michigan Bluff through all that Manzanita just goes for forever. There's like a trail stretching troll out there, I swear. Like it gets longer every time I run it.
Still here with Tim Tollefson here. Really curious what happened, Corinne. He seemed to be sort of running his race, moving from sort of top 5 position into second position behind Hayden Hawks. He's getting up.
You know, Tim's tough. Tim spent some time in aid stations last year. He pulled it back together. He got out of his funk and was able to keep moving. He seems to have been in a really good place mentally going into this race, and I'm hoping he can pull on some of that and just keep moving down the trail. He'll get to see his crew in Michigan Bluff, maybe, but definitely Forest Hill. So if he can get there, that can give him a chance to kind of reset, check things out with some people, and kind of make a decision from there.
Okay, Hayden Hawks through Deadwood Cemetery, 7:27 a lap. So 10 minutes ago, he is through Deadwood Cemetery. That means he is probably a mile and a half down into the El Dorado Canyon descent. A beautiful piece of trail, a super, super fun descent down to the oasis of an aid station at El Dorado Creek.
That place is brilliant. It's like the tiniest table, but they still somehow have a bunch of ice, and they are so helpful down there. It is, you get there and you're so happy to see them.
It looks like Tim is rallying a little bit. Here he is with race director Craig Thornley marching out of the aid station. Let's hope Tim can rally here. Sometimes it's good to just take a little walk break.
Yeah.
Leaving here refueled.
He likes a good downhill. He's got a good downhill. Heading out of here, he just needs to let it flow for a little bit and see what happens. You can feel just so miserable on that Devil's Thumb climb that he just needs to keep moving and see what happens down the trail.
All right, let's go back to the women over at Last Chance. Doesn't look like we have any further updates.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting for Ellie Pell was taking her time at that last aid station, so I wouldn't be surprised if it takes Ellie Pell and Taylor Nowlin and Camille Bruas a little bit of time to get there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a shakeup in that order getting there too, just given kind of what people looked like coming into that aid station, then we'd be looking for Brittany Peterson, Allison Baca, Anne-Marie Madden, Leah Yingling. So, you know, a good mix of women all the way back, you know, into that 21st, 25th position. People are going to be slowly moving their way up in the back part of that field. I don't know that many wheels are going to come off in the women's race, but, you know, there's always a chance.
Yep. So just going back to the women, race leaders Emily Hoagland, Ruth Croft still running together. They went through last chance, what is that, about 43 minutes ago. So we would probably expect to see them here at Devil's Thumb soon. 10, 15 minutes, you think, Corinne?
Yeah, I think the women came through about 10 minutes behind. Who was it? They came through that aid station 10 minutes behind. They came through last chance 10 minutes behind, like, Adam Kimball and Alex Nichols. So once we see those gentlemen, we'll probably be, you know, 8 to 12 minutes out from those women is my guess. We've got some talk about pickle juice or pickles in the chat, and I think a lot of people think that it's for the sodium, that's for the salt, but really it's the vinegar of pickle juice that is so good for you. A pickle itself, I think, is really refreshing, and that's why we lean into it. But it's the vinegar of the pickle juice that can help to kind of get you out of a cramping state from a neuromuscular perspective, which is pretty interesting, and it's spurred a whole host of products that have been developed around that notion. But pickle juice is pretty cheap, and apparently they can pull it into little shot glasses for you, and it goes down okay.
The elixir of champions, pickle juice. So just going back to the men's splits, just to repeat something we talked about earlier, way back at last chance, mile 43 and change, Hazen only had a 5-minute lead. Then at Devil's Thumb, only 4 miles later, he had extended that to an 8-minute lead. So Hayden Hawks clearly trying to put his mark on this race, trying to take control, trying to put some distance between himself and the chase pack. Right now, second and third place running together. Two scary people to have chasing you, Mr. Jared Hazen, 27 years old from Flagstaff, Arizona. Adam Peterman, the young buck, 26-year-old absolute beast from Missoula, Montana. So we've got Utah, Arizona, Montana, and France. Rounding out our top 4, of course, referencing Ludovic in 4th place at Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, which I think is special. The women's race saw a lot of international women in the top 10 last year with Beth Pascal, Ruth Croft, Ragna DeBoss kind of rounding out that women's podium positions, all international athletes. The men's field didn't really see that last year. And so I think it's pretty exciting to have a few more international men in the men's race for 2022. I think part of that was due to the pandemic. But excited to see those international runners mix it up with everyone else.
Yeah, great point, Corinne. The international athletes on the men's side, mostly French-dominated. Vincent Viette, Ludovic Pomeray, and Sebastian Spaler. All 4 of those Frenchmen in the top 10 right now. Like I was saying earlier, the depth of the French talent in this sport right now is truly impressive. Again, top 5 men at UTMB last year, all Frenchmen. And outside of Pau Capel, I think almost like the last 10 years at UTMB have been won by Frenchmen.
Yeah, they're supremely talented. It sounds like we're going to take a quick break, a quick commercial break while we wait for our first women to approach Devil's Thumb.
I actually became complacent, and it was the worst. Actually, my age changed in the wrong direction after that because I was relaxed and not worried about the future. But then I got serious, and I actually, according to the Inside Tracker algorithm, got my age down from 58 to 31 in a matter of months. So that was a big drop, and I've been getting steadily younger over the last 10 years, according to that measurement, the blood test.
And welcome back to the 2022 Western States 100. We are just about halfway through for our professional men. Corinne's got some updates of the top 10 men here through Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, we are going to kind of rattle them off, though I'm noticing on my end that Arlen Glick, who we know has come through, is not yet showing up in that lineup, so bear with us while we try to figure that out. That is Alex Nichols on your screen right now, M10 from last year, but we know that Hayden Hawks came through impressively 8 minutes ahead of the next chasing man, which was Adam Peterman, leading with Jared Hazen. Not that far behind them was Ludo Pomeray. Interestingly, he's followed by my dark horse pick in Jonathan Ray of Boulder. They left almost together. I think Ludo left a little bit ahead of Jonathan. 6 was Vincent Villa, another Frenchman, having a really, really good run. Drew Holman was in there. Arlen Glick is in that puzzle there too. He's not showing up on the live tracker for some reason, but Arlen Glick was in that group, followed by Sebastian Spaler of France. Tyler Green and Tim Tollefson did get out of that aid station. So next men we're looking for, it looks like Alex Nichols is coming through. I'm assuming Cole Watson and Adam Kimball are going to be in that mix, and in about 10 minutes, we believe, we'll be getting our first women into the Devil's Thumb aid station.
And this is going to be exciting action, folks. Again, we expect about 10 minutes. So if you need to grab a drink of water, if you need to use the bathroom real quick, you're going to want to do that now, because once the women start coming through this aid station, it's going to be quick. And here we have Scotty Trayer. We just had a question
and
in
Adam
the chat.
Kimball.
Oh, yes. We just had a question in the chat. Wondering where Shake and Bake Scotty Trayer is. Run Fasta from Arizona by way of New England. Scotty Trayer. Rocking the patented button-down shirt. Adam Kimball here, wearing the rabbit kit, the local guy.
Jason Coop was just reminding me that actually Jonathan Rea came to a CTS camp back in the day. I think he won like a spot to come to it and made it there. And we had kind of an incline challenge day, and Coop bet anyone that they couldn't go sub 30. And if they went sub 30, he'd give them $100. And Jonathan almost got sub 30 that day. It was like a matter of seconds, and Coop would have been out some money. So he's got some wheels on him as well.
That was the call of the day so far by you, Corinne. We don't want to jinx anything, but I would not be surprised to see Jonathan Ray rip through into the top 5, maybe even onto the podium here today. Kind of a Tyler Green or Drew Holman type character in the field this year. Again, every year there's new surprises, new characters that come out of the woodwork, people you don't expect, who ultimately have the race of their dreams here on the world's biggest stage at the Western States 100.
Yep, and then I think just a reminder to people, right, we are doing our very, very best to have things kind of, you know, to get as much footage for you all over course as possible. But remember, we're in the middle of nowhere. We're not. We're on a track at the high school. But our cameras are in the middle of nowhere. To get drone footage from Devil's Thumb, to get in-camera footage from Devil's Thumb is absolutely insane. So bear with us when we lose a little bit of video quality. We're doing our very best to get all the video we possibly can to you as another train goes by us here at the Placer High School track.
Trains and car alarms here at
drone
Placer High.
It drones out the car alarm kind of nice.
Scotty Trayer exiting Devil's Thumb here. Iced up and iced down. We see Cody Lind walking slowly up the hill here. Come on, Cody.
Yeah, that exposure is absolutely brutal, and it's fairly steep at the top.
Cody Lind, one of the stories of the race last year, running so well to capture a 4th place here, the race of his life, no doubt. Back again to try and improve. Again, he's got a superstar team. Jeff Browning and Luke Nelson are due to pace him later on today, 2 stars of the sport, savvy veterans. And we are awaiting the women's leaders. I would not be surprised to see just behind Cody Lind any combination of Emily Hoggood, Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger. It looks like Tyler Fox there behind Cody Lind. And a big thank you again to our drone operators. This is so cool, Corinne. It's like, I was telling people before the race, like, I don't want to say too much, but I think the coverage is going to be better this year. I think the live stream is going to be better. This is absolutely blowing my mind. And here's Jeff Colt in the aid station here. Jeff Colt representing On Running from Carbondale, Colorado. Earned his ticket at Black Canyon, like Corinne said earlier. Oh, rocking those free trail sleeves. Earned his ticket at Black Canyon early in the year. Came down with COVID 2 weeks ago. One of those runners who could easily sweep up some carnage, laying in the top 10 here at his first Western States.
Yep, yeah, he just stopped testing positive earlier this week in order to make the trip. And said his lungs were still feeling a little bit iffy, but I said, as long as you make it through the high country, man, like, you might be okay. So, seemingly, might be okay, moving well, and is making it out of the high country, hopefully feeling a little bit better, a little bit lower down.
So, man, any minute now, we're going to start to see our women emerge from the canyon here. This is Cody Lind, it looks like to me. Still making his way up towards the top. Come on, Cody. Such a good kid. Been in the sport a long time. Still only 27 years old. His partner, Brittany Peterson, also in the women's race. Two people very passionate about this race, about this course. Family history here. Multi-generational exposure and contributions to this fantastic event.
It sounds like Adam Peterman is officially through Deadwood. It looks like pretty even, like nothing really changed there. Maybe Hayden's put on potentially 45 or so seconds on him. It looks like he's about 8:50 back. Technically, I think they came into the aid station about 8 minutes apart, but that split comes when they enter the aid station. So if the difference gets split all over the place, but it sounds like at least Hayden at the very least is maintaining that lead, if not increasing it a little bit over Adam Peterman.
You know what's going to be interesting too is when we get the update from iRun Far about Jared Hazen. Oftentimes, as you know, Corinne, the separation happens at the aid station. We saw Adam Peterman leave Devil's Thumb just before Jared Hazen. If Adam Peterman used that as his opportunity to gain separation from Jared Hazen, it could be interesting. We could also have an update.
Yep, it sounds like Jared Hazen is moving well, and he's 9.5 minutes behind the leader, so it sounds like he's about 40 seconds or so behind Adam Peterman. So a little bit of separation there. Probably a little bit more separation than when they immediately left the aid station.
Goodness, it couldn't be more exciting. These top three men are all just absolute savages. Three of the most talented people in our sport that are going to be duking it out over the next 50 miles to where we sit here. I hope each one of them can hold it together so that they can get the most out of each other. But this is shaping up to be one for the books, folks. You do not want to miss the second half of this race. Cancel your calendar, clear your calendar, I should say. Stick with us because this is only just getting started. As they say, the race doesn't even start till Forest Hill, and we're still probably an hour away from that.
Yeah, and we are just so excited. So we should be seeing our lead women. I'm wondering if our drone is going to start to pick them up on this climb. We are looking for Emily Hawgood, Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger, Dominika Stelmach. They're going to be, I think, more than likely our women's lead is going to come from one of those women right now, and that is who we are keeping our eyes out for. A slew of Adidas runners and Keely running for Ultra. We're going to be trying to pick out those kits as they make their way up the climb. Our drone pilot doing a good job trying to find those gals on the climb. Who is this coming to the aid station?
Cody. Hoka Heavy in the men's race at the front. Adidas Heavy in the women's race. A big thank you again to Hoka for making this race possible, for making our live stream possible as Cody Lind comes into the aid station here. Okay, so Arlen Glick now in fourth place, 14-17 back from Hayden Hawks. Arlen Glick.
You know, we said if he got to the runnable stuff, feeling good and in a good position, he was a person to watch out for, and that's what's happening right now.
I'm gonna stick your bandana.
Arlen Glick, so many people singing his praises, so
Like
many
I said,
people.
look at his ultra sign up. I think what's his slowest 100-mile time?
Yeah, so I'm just going back through his history here, and it looks like, bear with me here just a second.
Because I swear his slowest 100-mile time is like 15:20.
Okay, so since 2019, he's run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 milers.
Your bottle's full?
Let's see how many of those he's won.
I've got 2 people coming into screen on the drone footage, and I think that looks like Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland.
Jogging it out like it's no big deal.
How much better do they look than the men that came in right in front of them?
Unbelievable. This is something to behold. Only 27 years old, Emily Hoagland, originally from Zimbabwe, leading New Zealand's own Ruth Croft, returning second place finisher, jogging up the Devil's Thumb climb. Your lead 2 women's here at Western States, having an absolute duel. I don't think we've ever seen 2 women come through Devil's Thumb together ever in the history of the race.
Not in the lead for sure. I think we definitely have groups of women behind the lead, but I don't know the last time I saw 2 women running 1 and 2 step for step up the Devil's Thumb climb.
Working together, steel sharpens steel, and honestly, this is an advantage. Of course, it could turn into one or both of them overcooking it a little bit, but it's also a useful tool to separate themselves from the women behind them to work together, especially up a climb like this.
This would be, it's absolutely bonkers. We've got someone hiking coming into view here. Try to identify this athlete in the drone footage. Switching back over to a run. We expect Keely Henninger to be, within striking distance, within contact really of the lead 2 there as well. We'll get an idea of what's happening as they come into this aid station. We'll get some better footage of them coming in here.
Okay, so going back along the course, back to the I Run Far updates from Deadwood Cemetery. Last I told you, Arlen Glick was 14. Is that
Keely?
That might have been Keely in the lead.
If that's the case, okay, we don't know what's happening anymore, but we are very excited to find out. It's possible that was Keely wearing a pack and a hat over an ultra top.
Okay, hang tight. Let me finish this thought while we wait to get confirmation as to who's in the lead of the women's race. Arlen Glick, like I said, is in 4th place, 14:17 back of Hayden Hawks. Frenchman Ludovic Pomeray, 15:09 back in 5th. Looks hot, he said. Uh-oh. Looks like whoever's reporting from Iron Far asked Ludovic how he's doing, and he just shook his head. So that's not a good indication. Cutting back now to the left-hand side of our screen, who we believe to be our leaders in the women's race, Emily Hoagland.
I'm really... We both had that exact same instinct at the exact same time of like, is that Keely? And I think we got that side profile shot, and it really looked like her. But it's so hard to tell. So it's possible that Keely Henninger is leading the Adidas Terex duo of Ruth Croft and Emily Hoagland. But we'll know as soon as we get some footage from our aid station camera of those runners of those runners coming in to aid there.
Either way, this duo here is a powerful duo. Emily Hoagland, Ruth Croft. Ruth I've known for a long time. Emily, a new name sort of on my radar as of last year, but what a seemingly special person she is. It was so fun to have her on the show.
Delightful. I don't know that you'll meet, I mean, Camille Herron's a pretty happy individual too, but Emily Hoagland is I don't know. I don't like to say people are full of rainbows, but man, she is something special.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We will have confirmation as to who's in the lead of the women's race here very soon.
I can't tell who that is in front of them. I feel like we just got a shot for a second of that runner, and I don't know who it is. I haven't seen Tyler Fox.
Yeah, we saw Tyler.
We did see Tyler Fox. Okay.
So back to I Run Far very quickly. Again, Ludovic apparently is not looking good in 5th place. Jonathan Ray in 6th. So your guy, Corinne, could be moving into 5th place here pretty soon, followed closely by Vincent Viette, who's 18 minutes back of the lead in 7th.
And people are about to hear us freak out as soon as we get confirmation of what's actually going on in the women's race, because we are so, so excited. We cannot quite see what's happening. Who is that? That's the person that we were thinking about, right? I can't tell.
Oh, yeah, not Keeley, but I think that was who we were looking at.
Okay, so if that's the case, we do believe that Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft are our women's leaders. We say women's leaders because they are together, okay?
36. Oh, that's Rod Farvar.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So he's actually moved up on them. He passed them, I think, on that last section.
There's Keeley. There's Keeley now in third place. Tough to tell how far back we'll get a split once the lead two women come through. Keeley Henninger power hiking up this climb, breaking into a jog. What a battle this is.
Yeah, and I think, I can't remember, Ruth and Emily are wearing different colored shorts. I think Ruth's in black shorts and Emily is in red shorts, but we'll get confirmation of that. They've got very similar colored tops on, but we should be seeing them in our big aid station feed here momentarily. And if that's the case, we will have our race leaders approaching the aid station here in just a minute or two, followed closely by Keeley Henninger in third. We are so happy to have some drone footage this year. This is huge for us for this race, for live coverage in this area of the country. I'm going back to, it looks like they've fallen off, Ellie Greenwood's splits a little bit. Her splits through Devil's Thumb was 12:55.
Body language. Here they are, folks. Emily Hoagland out front.
Emily Hoagland in the red shorts out front, followed closely by teammate wearing that F2 bib, Ruth Croft, in black shorts. This is how we're going to tell them apart for the rest of the race if they keep running together.
Okay, folks, remember what I just said. Sometimes the separation happens at the aid station. Could it be?
But Emily blazed out of dusty corners ahead of Ruth, and they've come back together. So
good point. Yep.
It's possible that there's going to be there's bouncing around. And it's possible too that Emily wants to hang out with her a little bit too. So this is huge. Getting to have a teammate to run with, getting to have someone that you really trust, that you've run on the course with.
Look at this shot right here. You guys look awesome.
That is amazing.
Yes! What's up, Keeley?
Yes!
Oh my gosh! No way!
The top three women are together at Devil's Thumb. This has never happened in the lead of the Western States 100. The podium battle here in 2022 is going to be one for the ages.
Losing my mind. This is so great.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. It sounds like Tony on the camera here. I'm not sure if it is, but it's great.
Ruth out first.
Ruth is leaving first. Okay. Ruth Croft, your women's F2 from last year, has left the aid station in first, but will be closely followed by teammate Emily Hoagland wearing the F7 bib, and our dear friend Keeley Henninger wearing the F9 bib will be leaving that aid station as well in hot pursuit. Emily Hoagland is out of the aid station. I imagine Keeley will be out just behind her. This is exceptional.
I mean, you can't even put it in words, honestly, without saying that anything other than this is unprecedented. In a 49-year history, this has never happened, at least to my knowledge, this close to the front of the race. Three women halfway through the Western States 100, duking it out, and we would expect 4th through 10th to be streaming in here momentarily, so don't go anywhere. Absolutely ridiculous racing in the women's race.
Yeah, given our splits, we expect to see Dominika Stelmach coming through here very shortly. She was about a minute behind Keeley Henninger at the last aid station. Curious to know how she's feeling in the heat, you know, approaching that nearly 50-mile mark. We'll get some color commentary from I Run Far, which I think will be really nice, because they've got a good way of being like, someone looks good, someone looks medium okay, and kind of sussing out how the runners are feeling in some of those tweets, and we'll hear from them shortly. It looks, who is this coming up the hill here, trying to make an ID?
Oh, it's Reed Coolset.
137, Reed Coolset of Canada, Canadian Olympian.
2:10 marathoner, Reed Coolset. He's been dipping his toes in the trail running world.
Is this Reed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reed, cool set. Remember, he's got like a 2:10 marathon PR. That's pretty darn fast. We're pretty sure he's got the fastest marathon PR in the field, running his first 100-mile race. Once again, I think he's only been doing ultras for about 10 or 11 months, and he has a really good attitude about what may or may not happen out there today, which I think is really pleasant.
I would guess we'll see Hayden Hawk split through Deadwood. I'm sorry, El Dorado. If not now, soon. Yeah, he's through El Dorado. Okay, folks, Hayden Hawks is through El Dorado Creek. Only one male so far updated on ultralive.net. Hayden Hawks went through 9 minutes ago at 12:55 p.m. That's 7:55 elapsed. Hayden Hawks still out in front with Camille Herron coming in 4th place.
Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Camille Herron is moving up in the field. She was, I think, back in 7th at last chance. So she has passed Dominika Stalmach, Elsa McDonald, and Katie Asmuth to make her way into Devil's Thumb in 4th place. If she can keep this up, she will be within striking distance in the back third of this race, and I would not want to be any of those women.
No question about it, Corinne. Camille Herron is doing what we all knew she could do on this
asked
course.
us to believe in her. Yes. Remember that? She said, please believe in me, guys. And we said, we do believe in you, Camille. Huge shout out to Camille Herron running a really strong first half of Western States, making it through what is the harder terrain for her. And we cannot wait to see what happens in the next half of her race.
Did you get this bottle?
Unbelievable, folks. Unbelievable.
This is very, very exciting.
Somebody fill this bottle for her, please.
So we are 8:05 elapsed. Corinne, did you happen to get a split of those top 3 exiting? I think it was probably 8:01 and change. So
yeah,
maybe 4 minutes
they were probably 4 or 5 minutes back from Ellie Greenwood's split, so that would make sense for them leaving. So my guess is that Camille has made some moves, though, because at that last split, at last chance, she was about, I mean, she was 9 minutes down on Emily and Ruth, and she was 6 minutes down on Keely. So Keely has made up maybe a little bit of time to Emily and Ruth, and Camille's made a little bit of time up on all of them, which is saying something. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Clearly, no one's collapsing, no one's slowing down like crazy. So
they're moving really, really well.
Just getting the best out of one another. Camille Herron here at Western States for the 4th time, finally putting together the race that she knew she could do here. Exiting in 4th place, not far back of the trio race leaders in the aid station together. Emily Hoagland, Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger. Unbelievable. So now, as I mentioned before, they will have about 1.5 miles, 2 miles sort of rolling along the top of this ridge before they drop into El Dorado Canyon, the longest, most sustained downhill of the canyon section of the course.
Yeah.
So next update we'll get from the women is from Iron Farr.
Here's Elsa McDonald. I would imagine Katie Asmuth should be near.
Way to go, Elsa. Katie Asmuth!
Then Katie Asmuth, there we go.
Madness.
This is such a good race. Anything could happen. 3 minutes with 50 miles to go means absolutely nothing. Like literally, it means nothing. Anyone can fall apart. Anyone can move up. This is a very, very close women's race.
Ice.
And it's so exciting to have it this close going into the halfway point, right? Because this is what elicits those amazing performances, is keeping the top 10 as close together as possible so that we can create that movement later in the race.
Oh my goodness. This is going to go down in history if it continues to manifest in the way that it has through halfway here.
It seems like we've got 3 men through El Dorado Creek now. Adam Peterman has closed a little bit. He's down. He's now only 6 minutes behind. Hayden
That's
Hawks.
actually fairly significant.
Yep.
That's probably 45 seconds a mile down that descent. Of course, Adam Peterman, my size, representing the tall guys in the race, the long legs cruising down that.
The long legs guy. And then you have the opposite of Adam Peterman. You have Jared Hazen.
Yep.
A little shorter on the legs, but just as fast, making moves as well. He's only 3 minutes behind Adam Peterman. He's 9 minutes down on Hayden Hawk. So that men's top 3 is actually kind of not necessarily coming back together, but that's not enough daylight for anyone to be comfortable.
Yeah, I really wish I knew if those splits were entering or exiting that aid station there at Eldorado Creek.
Eldorado Creek is hardly an aid station, so I don't think
Yeah,
that
but you can spend
matters.
time there. You can spend
You
time
shouldn't
there.
spend time there.
That's true.
Let's say you shouldn't.
I have.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say just hands down, you shouldn't spend time there if you can avoid it. You know, you want to get to your crew. You want to get to Michigan Bluff if you're gonna spend some time. You want to get to Forest Hill if you're gonna spend some time. That being said, it's in a good location. It's definitely an oasis. They definitely have ice, so you want to take advantage of some of those amenities. If aid stations are allowed to have amenities, but then man, you got to get out of there. They don't have a ton of shade down there. You got to keep moving at that point.
Yep. Very well said, Corinne. And I think one of the other things that we'll be looking out for from that aid station at the bottom of Eldorado Creek is what's happening with Ludovic Pomeray. Again, that update we had from Iron Far recently indicated that Ludo wasn't necessarily looking good. He shook his head when Iron Far asked him how he was doing. So if Ludovic starts losing ground, he could get gobbled up by the likes of Jonathan Ray, of Drew Holman, of Seb Spaler, Tyler Green, all these, Arlen Glick, of course, all these guys ripping through, running really strong, intelligent races.
Yeah, it is really, really impressive. And as the race goes on, right, we're going to have cameras that are going to go back to previous aid stations because we have still cameras out there at a place like Michigan Bluff, at a place like Forest Hill. So if you are looking for a mid-pack runner or a back-a-pack runner, because all those finishes are important, your best places to see them are going to be later in our coverage, looking at those Michigan Bluff, Forest Hill, the river crossing, and then when they make it to the finish coming over Roby Point. So we'll be keeping our eyes out for those runners at that point in time. But for right now, our cameras are going to be bouncing a lot because they've got to be moving in between aid stations to try to catch our top 10 men and our top 10 women.
Right-hand side of the screen here, Corinne, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but this is at the top of the climb up to Michigan Bluff. You see the famous trail sign there at the intersection of this dirt road and a single track. You can probably barely make out the single track. That trail sign is filled with bullet holes to give it some character, and this is where Hayden Hawks will be emerging from El Dorado Canyon. Hard to say exactly when that will be. I think from memory, it's about a 35-minute climb for the lead men. Hayden is now 16 minutes into that climb, but they are, what do you think, Corinne, 2.5 minutes from the aid station, so 10 minutes or so till we see Hayden, I would guess, coming out of the canyon as we await the back half of the top 10 women on the left-hand side of our screen at Devil's Thumb. This is one for the record books. Corinne and myself sitting here on the track, starting to get pretty darn warm. I have ripped through probably half a gallon of water, 2.5 cups of coffee. I've barely had anything to eat today.
I don't think I've had anything to eat today. We're going to slowly fade into oblivion on stage in front of your eyes. But you know, we're gonna make do. Things are gonna start to be getting exciting over in the Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill area. We're gonna try to track down our on-field correspondent here in a little bit, hopefully, to see what the energy is like in Michigan Bluff. Again, that's Skylar Hall that's out there for us. So we'll see. We're gonna talk to our team and see if we can find him at Michigan Bluff to get a preview of the energy that should be mounting in the tiny town of Michigan Bluff, California, just down the road from Forest Hill.
Going to our chat here, Corinne, Greg Wood asks, what is the female Western States course record? We were talking about this earlier, but it's worth repeating. That female course record was set 10 years ago today by the great and legendary Ellie Greenwood.
In 2012.
From Scotland by way of Canada. And she ran, what was it, 16:47?
And change, yeah.
And then last year, Beth Pascal is the only woman to come within 30 minutes of Ellie Greenwood's time, finishing 17:10. So still 23-minute gap between Ellie Greenwood's time and Beth Pascal's time. though it should be noted, Ellie Greenwood's time was set in a record cool year here at Western States in 2012. Tim Olson also broke the men's course record that year, which has since been broken a couple of times by the great Jim Walmsley. I don't think Ellie Greenwood's record is going to be in danger here today, but that doesn't take anything away from the drama in the women's race. We could still see these women push each other to historic performances here at Western States.
So it sounds like from our on-course correspondent that our cameras are super worried. There comes Dominika making her way. She's getting spritzed down on her way into this. She is our fifth place female coming into this aid station. Curious to kind of see what she's going to do here to reset. She's grabbing some ginger ale. That's a good call. Try to settle the stomach down a little bit. It's when you get warm like that, it's really hard to put calories in because your stomach is revolting. You don't have any blood flow going to your stomach at that point. And so trying to get that under control is going to matter in the back third of this race because it's hard to run when you don't have any energy in the body.
Yep. Dominika Stelmach looking like she's overheating a bit. Has clearly lost time on the women ahead of her.
It looks like through El Dorado Creek we have Arlen, Glick, and Ludo Pomeray in together. So I'm not sure who is having a better run. Ludo descends really, really well, so it's very possible that any gap that Arlen could open up would be chomped back down by Ludo. He descends exceptionally well. We imagine that Arlen will do even better on the very back third of the race where things get really, really fast and very runnable. So they came through El Dorado Creek together, and they're about 5 minutes back on Jared Hazen, so kind of hanging out there. The next person we're looking for will be Jonathan Ray, who should be moving up a little bit at this point to kind of maybe close down on Ludo and Arlen, and that would be a great trio of men to kind of push together in that pursuit maybe of Jared Hazen at that point.
Yeah. Not this time. Ludo Pomeray is clearly not fading, at least dramatically. Such a tough guy, the Frenchman, the 46-year-old, still in his prime, seemingly. Here competing at Western States, holding it together. Our early leader now about 14 minutes back of race leader Hayden Hawks of Cedar City, Utah. Hayden Hawks, of course, one of the greats in the sport over the last 7 or 8 years. If it weren't for Jim Walmsley, I think Hayden Hawks, his name would probably be even more, famous than it currently is. Hayden Hawks comes from a very prestigious road and track running background. I think he said he's run under 28 minutes for 10K. Very, very fast athlete here, translating that talent to the trails. Here's Kyle Curtin exiting Devil's Thumb, last year's 8th place finisher, Tahoe 200-mile winner a couple of years ago. Kyle Curtin from Durango, Colorado, cruising through Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, and we expect Hayden Hawks to be coming into Michigan Bluff fairly soon, I would think. I'm not sure what the predictive time is there, but we're currently looking at about 26 minutes behind course record pace for the men, and I think we've been hanging out in that 30-ish minute record pace back from Jim. And so if that is truly the case and Hayden is continuing to move well, we should be seeing Hayden and Adam Peterman, my guess is in the next 5 to 8 minutes.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they either entered or exited El Dorado Creek 22 minutes ago.
And that was what, a 30?
I think I remember it being a 30 to 35 minute climb, although I've never been the caliber of Hayden Hawks or Adam Peterman. So it could be much faster for athletes of this caliber. And it's going to be very interesting to see if Adam Peterman has continued to gobble up some time on Hayden Hawks. Again, he has made up about 2 minutes from the time they went through this aid station, Devil's Thumb, that we're looking at here. On that big, long descent, Adam Peterman used those long legs, made up a couple minutes on Hayden Hawks, but Hayden is a phenomenal climber. We've seen him win races like Speed Goat that are incredibly mountainous. We've seen him win CCC. You see him just tiptoe up even the steepest climbs, and that climb up to Devil's Thumb as we see Lucia Bueller here.
That's really, so that puts her in what, 6th place?
I think a little deeper than that now, but she's definitely.
Oh yeah, because we had Elsa McDonald and we had Katie Asmuth come through. Yep. So you're right. That would be 5th, 6th, 7th place maybe for Elsa or for Louisa. That's not a bad place for her to be. She's moving up steadily in that top 10 group if that is the case.
The Swiss runner.
Because we haven't seen Marianne Hogan. I think that would be someone we're looking for in that group, and I don't remember seeing her come through. Although Elsa McDonald, Marianne Hogan, and
Marianne Hogan went through in 8th place. We missed Marianne Hogan. Went through in 8th place. It looks like 5 minutes behind Camille.
Okay.
So, but Camille, I wonder, this might not be accurate unless Camille spent more time in the aid station than we saw Camille leave the aid station.
Yeah.
She was in 4th place. Yeah, so these splits on ultralive.net are a little inaccurate. It also has Dominika Stelmach in 4th place. That's inaccurate. So, but we do, I mean, either way, it seems that Marianne Hogan probably has gone through because her chip has registered that she has gone through.
And it sounds like we're going to be heading back over to Michigan Bluff, that we have that camera rolling. It sounds like it is really hot in Michigan Bluff, and so it sounds like our cameras are having a tendency to overheat over there, which does not surprise me. We dealt with this all last year. They keep covering the cameras with things to try to keep the solar off of it, so our camera's going to be a bit rocky here. The heat is playing a major factor for our technology out in the field, but we are expecting Hayden Hawks and Adam Peterman to be coming through Michigan Bluff in the not-too-distant future.
Excuse me, Corinne, I want to retract everything I just said. I'm still looking at the splits back at last chance from the women's race. We still have not gotten any updates through Devil's Thumb, and maybe it is that ultralive.net, it does not have any timing mats there at...
we should. I just think they're very delayed.
Yeah,
I think that they've been up to 20-minute delayed on those things coming through, just because it's hard to get stuff out there. We've got a lot of people lining up.
Body
right here.
language, folks.
Body language says.
Body language
runner
alert.
approaching is my guess, or they're just making us really excited. We're going to tell them to knock it off because we can't handle it. Perfect. I love when we get to hear a little bit of audio from out on the trail.
Yeah.
I think it's really nice to kind of get to soak in what's happening at those aid stations, because you can start to feel the energy. The audio from Forest Hill is unreal.
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
A little bit better view of this famous trail sign here. You can see at the top of that sign, it even says Western States Trail. Just in case anybody's confused.
So my question is going to be, what are our splits for these guys coming through Michigan Bluff and then coming through for both the men and the women, right? Like, a lot happens. Like, the climb into Michigan Bluff is fairly brutal. That's where we started to see some of the big cracks form for people last year. Addie Bracey was having a rough spot through this zone last year. It's those canyons are brutal. Those climbs are really, really difficult. And then you've got a ton of really runnable kind of Forest Service road, fire road stuff between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill that, man, if you're not feeling good, you're walking here and there, and you can really turn and burn on that terrain, which is going to play into a lot of hands, honestly, but I'm trying to be like, oh, who's the best on that terrain? But even out of those top 4 women, for example, they're all really good on that terrain.
Yep.
So someone's going to have to start showing some weakness or start falling apart, having a bad stomach moment or something, I think, to really create more of a gap or more distinction between that group of 4 that are at the front of the women's race.
So true. And yeah, it also is worth mentioning that once they emerge from this climb into Michigan Bluff, the third and final canyon, Volcano Canyon, is the smallest of the 3.
It does not feel like the smallest of the 3, though.
Yeah. And the last mile coming up Bath Road, you're just like, where's Forest Hill Road? I want to take the hard left and start absorbing the vibe, the electric atmosphere of the Forest Hill aid station.
The really nice thing about that is when you come up onto Bath Road, you can have crew meet you there. They're allowed to crew you basically from there all the way down Cal Street, and so it's kind of nice. You get a little boost. You haven't picked up a pacer yet. If you're gonna pick up a pacer, and all of a sudden you get a friend there, someone to talk to you, someone to be like, you're doing great, someone to get you up that hill, because you do climb that hill on the pavement before you take that left to head towards Forest Hill, and it's nice to have some company there.
Yep. So what's the course record split here through Michigan Bluff? It's got to be under 8 hours, right?
I think so. For men?
Yeah.
For men, Michigan Bluff is, like 33 minutes ago. It sounds like we have our cameras operational with our on-field correspondent, Kyler Schultz. So we're going to throw over to Skylar Hall on the Michigan Bluff side of things.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we're out here at Michigan Bluff, and everything you said earlier is still true. It is hot. You can see behind me at the aid station a slight breeze coming. That is not helping people at all. I literally threw grass up. It just hit me back in the face. So as they come out of El Dorado up here, they will still be scorching. All of the crews are literally hiding under trees, down the road, anywhere they can find shade so they can protect themselves. So the runners can expect to have the absolute minutes. I've talked to a couple of crews up here, the Adidas crew. They're super excited. They love where Ruth is currently at the moment. Alex Varner getting ready to pick from Forest Hill. He's been stretching. He knows he's going to have to be moving down Cal Street. And everybody else is just hanging out with popsicles. Talk to Arlen's crew. They're taking care of themselves. They're hydrating. They're focused on making sure that Arlen is taken care of, but they know what they need to do to take care of themselves. They're hiding. They're bundled up. It's crazy. Anybody who is wearing a bucket hat has taken it off and moved to a much larger brim. That's how rough this is. I got somebody back here with the full like Sunday church hat going on. That's how bad it is up here. So the energy is high. The aid station folks are already getting people ready with the cowbells. It's going to be just absolute mayhem here in a couple of minutes. So get excited. The excitement you guys are feeling in the studio also being felt out here. So keep up the great coverage, guys, and we'll try to snipe up some interviews here in a moment, but I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Skylar.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Skylar. How great is this, folks? A big thank you to everybody behind the scenes of this live stream operation. So great to have Skylar Hall, a.k.a. Skizzle Fresh, down there in Michigan Bluff, awaiting our race leader, Hayden Hawks, who we expect to be emerging from the shadows of El Dorado Canyon any minute now. And we will see what is happening behind him, if he's still looking as strong and comfortable, if he's still employing the Jim Walmsley strategy that he instructed him to do. Push it in the canyons, young man. Hayden Hawks should be in our frame any minute.
Yeah, and someone in the chat threw in that they thought that Hayden came through Michigan Bluff in 8:22 elapsed time last year. So just a few minutes potentially off of that, which I think is a good indicator for Hayden that he's doing his own thing. I don't think it's an indicator that he's not as fit as last year. I think it's an indicator of him coming into this race with a little bit more experience, a little bit more maturity, and ready to hopefully set himself up well to have a really good mile 70 to 100.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting going back into one of the storylines that we talked about a little bit ago to see if some of the kind of historic men's attrition and carnage in last year's race was due to the presence of Jim Walmsley and the aggressive racing strategy that he often employs. Jim Walmsley's absence may make it so that Hayden Hawks can race to his own strategy so he doesn't have to be pulled along the course trying to keep up with the best who's ever run this race. If Hayden Hawks is a little bit behind his splits from last year, that's probably an indication that he's racing a much more controlled and intelligent race. We are now almost 8.5 hours elapsed into the 2022 Western States 100. It is starting to get quite hot here on the track at Placer High School in Auburn, California. No cloud cover, no rest for the weary. Going into the hot heat of the day, it's about to start getting extremely exciting here, as if it hasn't been already. And soon we should start to be getting updates from the iRun Far stage there outside Deadwood Cemetery. Here we go. Yep, refreshed here. Ruth Croft leads the Western States 100 at Deadwood Cemetery, mile 49.5 in 8:17 elapsed, 7 minutes back of the course record. Ruth Croft appearing to be in the lead alone right now. Again, we did see her exit Devil's Thumb in the lead, just ahead of Emily Hawgood and Keely Henninger. We've got a body language alert on our screen here. Maybe just a photographer getting in range, getting in position. I'm going to continue to hit refresh on iRun Far until we see Hayden Hawks to see where Emily Hawgood and Keely Henninger are.
Yeah, we expect them to not be that far behind Ruth Croft, but again, when they get this information, they have to then send it to someone in the iRun Far kind of mobile office, and then they put it up on Twitter. So everything's a couple minutes delayed, but they'll give us time back from They'll give us elapsed time and time back from the leader, and that will be really critical for us to understand what's going on in the women's field. But Ruth Croft looking in control out there. Maybe Emily found a new friend, and now she and Keely are sharing some miles out there. I think that she would enjoy that quite a lot. Once again, we're kind of refreshing everything here. Ultra sign up wall. We do have Devil's Thumb updates now coming through. They're still incredibly delayed. But we do have, confirmation there that we had Emily Hoagland, Keely Henninger, and Ruth Croft basically all in there together. We know that Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft came in front of Keely, but they have them all listed as coming through at the exact same time. Camille Herron was about 4 minutes back. 2 minutes behind her was Elsa McDonald. A minute behind her was Katie Asmith. We saw Dominika Stelmach come through looking warm, another 5 or so minutes back from her. And then Marianne Hogan and Louisa Bueller have also come through there.
Okay, so we await Hayden Hawks at the top of the El Dorado Creek climb into Michigan Bluff. What I estimated to be a 30 to 35 minute climb. We are now 34 minutes elapsed from the time Hayden either entered or exited the El Dorado Creek aid station.
Here
and
we
there
come.
it is, 35 minutes. 35 minutes, Hayden Hawks tiptoeing up the climb.
Yeah, Hayden.
Nice work. It sounds like he's making up time on his own splits from last year. He started quite a bit behind his splits, which makes sense. He wasn't chasing Jim Walmsley and is now kind of eating his way back towards those splits, having run the first bit more conservatively than what he went out for last year. He'll tell you that the first 30 or 40 miles was a real, full out brawl for him, and then I think it was kind of a sustainment thing for another 40 miles, and then it was a death march. So excited to see what he can put together running a more conservative and precise race.
So I wrote down an estimated split of 8:29:40-ish of Hayden coming through this famous trail junction here. He's got about 2 minutes or so on this dirt road before he gets into Michigan Bluff proper. Not sure if we're going to get a camera down in the aid station itself, but we'll rely on Skylar Hall to get some intel from us down there as we await who we expect to be second place. Yes, all right, here we are in Michigan Bluff. Race leader Hayden Hawks
and we
should be here any second.
Yep, and we should have Adam Peterman in second. Honestly, not that far back.
How about
We'll
this
see.
split screen here, Corinne, in Michigan Bluff, while we look at the trail junction to see our second and third place runners who we expect to be Adam Peterman and Jared Hazen to be emerging from El Dorado Creek Canyon here any second.
Yeah, very, very exciting. I don't know, I love Michigan Bluff. It's a pretty cute little place to run through. And then you get the big aid station feels when you get to Forest Hill. So this is kind of a nice little appetizer. You still have to make it another 5 or 6 miles, but this feels pretty good to be here.
All right, let's check out the body language on race leader Hayden Hawks coming in shirtless.
Gonna see his crew, it looks like. Yep, running right over to them.
Like Skylar said, all the crews are crouched and huddled in any piece of shade they can find as the Mercury climbs here in the midday heat of Michigan Bluff. We'll rely on Skylar to get a little bit more of a front row view of this aid station transition. Be interesting to see his interpretation of Hayden's body language. See what he gets in terms of support from his crew, how quickly he gets in and out.
Yeah, things are looking good at the moment. They're doing a full cleanup on the legs. Looks like we're doing a clearing out of the shoes. Shirts off. He's moving quick. He's tying his own shoes. They're giving him some sunblock. Very important. Dunking the
Sorry, guys, we're in and out with our on-course correspondent, Skylar Hall, but he was giving us at least a little intel. It sounds like Hayden Hawks is executing a little bit of a shoe change. Of course, Hayden Hawks runs for Hoka, the company that is responsible for bringing you the race today, not only Western States as a whole, but also our live stream operation. We'll see if we can figure out what kind of Hoka shoes Hayden is running on, what he's changing into. He's probably looking for something maybe a little bit quicker as we go into this back half of the course, which is well known for being runnable, though obviously oppressively hot.
Yeah, and it does sound like we've had more women come through. Yep, we've got a number of women that have come through Deadwood Cemetery. So again, Ruth Croft is your leader. About, what do they say, 50 seconds back is Emily Hoagland. So virtually together, teammates going 1-2. It sounds like maybe 25 seconds back from Emily Hoagland is Keely Henninger running in third, followed by a very happy-looking Camille Herron in fourth. She is 4:50 back from Ruth, so
oh my
about
goodness,
the same amount of time.
Okay, we are 4 minutes since Hayden has come through this exact same section. Adam Peterman is making up time on race leader Hayden Hawks.
Yeah.
Look out, folks. Adam
That
Peterman,
is exciting.
26-year-old from Missoula, Montana, went from 8 minutes back to 4 minutes back. He could be our race leader by the time they get to Forest Hill in 6 miles time.
It's very, very possible. If not, it could be very, very close.
Could be in the aid station together.
Yep, so it sounds like, once again, just to repeat what's happening at Deadwood Cemetery in the women's race, Camille Herron's about 4:50 back from the leaders, so she's lost about a minute. She's 3.5 minutes or so behind third, Keely Henninger. Not a bad place to be. Still very, very, very close. Another minute behind Camille is Elsa McDonald, having a really good run. She's about 7 minutes behind the leaders, let's say she's about 2 minutes behind Camille Herron. Very chatty, according to iRunFar. So Elsa McDonald making waves, currently running in 5th position. We imagine that Katie Asmuth will be not far behind her, but it does sound like that means that they've overtaken Dominica in that last section, and even just like the last 2 miles since that aid station.
So Dominica looks like fading a little bit. Have we heard about Tim Tollefson's progress yet? Speaking of
to El Dorado,
people who seem to be struggling, we'll look into that. Again, just to reemphasize, Hayden Hawks in the lead here, mile 55 at Michigan Bluff, but his lead is shrinking. The great young champion, Adam Peterman from Missoula, Montana, is actually taking fairly significant chunks out of Hayden Hawks' lead, now down to about 4 minutes by my estimate, as they emerge from El Dorado Creek and make their way into Michigan Bluff proper.
I haven't had any interest on doing that.
Yep, it sounds like iRunFar. If you guys are not following iRunFar or supporting iRunFar, you can support them and all the coverage that they do through their website. Otherwise, follow them on Twitter. They are doing race updates all over the course, and it sounds like they have some pretty good photos of Hayden Hawks climbing into Michigan Bluff. Let me see what's going on here.
A little bit of a frozen screen, a little herky-jerky.
It does sound like Wall. Let's see what our splits were at El Dorado Creek to see what we don't want to miss our next men coming through here. It sounds like Jared Hazen, Ludo, and Arlen. At least Jared Hazen should be kind of in this mix if he's climbing okay. So let's see if we can get Jared Hazen coming in to Michigan Bluff, or at least coming up off the trail into Michigan Bluff. We might have a special guest waiting in the wings, so we're just going to try to time it out right so that we can get everyone involved here in just a second. Sounds like we've got more updates from El Dorado Creek. Yep, all the way through like 13th. It looks like Tim Tollefson falling back out of that group, assuming those updates are right. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but we have, again, Jonathan Ray's also come through El Dorado Creek. He's 2 minutes back of Ludo and Arlen Glick. With him is Vincent Viet. So Jonathan Ray and Vincent Viet are running together in 6th and 7th. Tyler Green in 8th, 2 minutes behind them, running with Drew Holman. So like I said, Drew Holman and Tyler Green have been going back and forth. I feel like yo-yoing a little bit within this men's field. I imagine that someone's feeling better on a downhill and someone's feeling better on an uphill. Yep. And we're kind of splitting the difference here a little bit. So they were in 8th and 9th, followed by Seb in 10th. He's about 2 minutes back from them. And then it seems like there's a huge gap back to Alex Nichols and Scott Schreier of almost 13 minutes. And they are virtually running together. Tim Tollefson does not yet have a split through El Dorado Creek. So it does seem like the top 10 men and top 10 women are really starting to separate themselves from the rest of the men's and women's pack a little bit. We're seeing more separation kind of falling into that 9th, 10th, 11th spot position in both fields. So interesting to see how that plays out. We definitely know that heat generally impacts kind of the back part of the top 10 the most, it seems, back from the leader. So we will, be tracking that as the race goes on. It does seem to be statistically significant anyway. We'll see if we can get an update from the women's side as well.
Important to note, it seems like Tyler Green is making his move, or at least moving through the field in the way that we would expect him to. I think he was in 11th at Devil's Thumb, so I think he's made up at least a little bit of time. I know he was at least a couple minutes back of his friend Drew Holman, the gentleman he had a nice battle with here at the 2021 version of this race. Tyler Green, Drew Holman back together in 8th and 9th position, very much setting themselves up for another amazing battle to get the most out of each other here. And now we've got a bit of a gap back to Jared Hazen. It's actually fairly significant. Hayden is now a little less than 10 minutes through.
Having some other people kind of come up out of Michigan. Bluff Trail, having been down near the water in that Manzanita.
So Jared and Adam Peterman left Devil's Thumb together. Adam Peterman now has at least a 6-minute lead on him. So Jared Hazen could be struggling with this climb out of El Dorado Canyon, or at least losing a little bit of time on the 2 men in front of him. Very excited to hear Skylar Hall's interpretation of the two aid station transitions.
Yeah, wondering how rapid one was versus how modest the other one might have been. I've never spent that much time in Michigan Bluff. I've always just sent my crew to Forest Hill. And so I've kind of meandered out of there. Yeah, I got in some ice, kind of maybe changed a bottle out, but boogied pretty quickly through there. And so interesting to see them do a big change up there. Really make a move to utilize all those crewable sections.
Yep.
Which makes sense, right? It's definitely, I think it definitely can be an advantage.
You guys mind chatting with Courtney real quick, getting her thoughts on the day?
Oh, here's Jared Hazen here emerging from the canyon. We're going to get to a very special guest here in just a minute. But first, before we do, let's watch Jared Hazen. Looking no worse for wear, maybe losing time, but looking solid. Could be that he stopped down at the aid station at El Dorado Creek to keep himself nice and cool. It seems that he has been taking his time in all the aid stations to get very wet, to fill up with abundant amounts of ice. Jared Hazen looking solid. Okay, amazing. So, without further delay, I think we have a very special guest on the line here. Let's see if we can cue her up. What?
Hello.
The great
Hey,
Courtney
guys.
DeWalter joins us. Where are you calling in from?
Coming in from Leadville, Colorado.
Is it 100 degrees and sunny in Leadville? Because that's what it's like here.
It is not 100 degrees, but I have been thoroughly enjoying your guys' coverage and loving watching these runners cover 100 miles today.
Well, Courtney, we know you're getting ready for the Hard Rock 100 coming up here in a couple of weeks. How's training going there at high altitude as you prepare for that iconic 100-miler?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I feel really lucky that I get to try Hard Rock 100 again this year. So, Debo, please send me any tips and tricks that you can to have a day like you had last year.
Yes, I would love another opportunity to do that with you one day, Courtney. It was a great day, but I would just say try and hang on to Francois Dain and you should be fine cruising through the San Juans. So tell us, what are your thoughts so far on the race as it's materialized? The women's race is one for the ages. What do you think?
Oh my gosh, this is so cool. And it's such an amazing part of the course right here. So getting through that canyon section, and they're about to get to Forest Hill and just get blasted with energy and ice before they get into that last section. this is super exciting, and I love that everything's so close.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this the point in the race? Was it 2018 that you won the race? Wasn't it coming into Michigan Bluff where you finally took the lead from Lucy Bartholomew and held it all the way to the finish line?
Yeah, I got to see Lucy on the climb up to Michigan Bluff, and we shared a couple switchbacks together. And then, yeah, I was just trying to cruise as best I could after that to get to that track in Auburn.
Yeah, I think you said something really wonderful about like you tried to be comfortable to the river or something, or comfortable to Forest Hill and then uncomfortable for every step thereafter. And I'm wondering, how hard is it to maintain being uncomfortable for 20 or 30 miles?
That's what we sign up for. I love that part where you get to get uncomfortable. I think that's when you just have to remember that you've already come this far and you've already worked this hard and you've already made it hurt this much. So why not just dig a little bit deeper?
Courtney, I don't think you can see this probably. I think you might be connected via Zoom, but we're watching Jared Hazen cruise through Michigan Bluff, your
Jason Coop.
Solomon teammate with Jason Coop here. Any comments? Can you see what we're looking at here, Courtney?
Oh, no.
Oh, we
so awesome. I got to spend some of the Solomon training camp with him this spring, and we shared a lot of miles, a lot of meals, a lot of jokes, and I am definitely rooting for him to have a good day. He looks super strong still, super smooth.
Yeah, sure does, sure does. Running very strong in third place. Courtney, you started your season, I think it was the beginning of your season, was in Madeira for the Madeira Island Ultra Trail. You managed to win that one again for the second time, I think. Tell us about that race and how it fit in your preparation to Hard Rock.
Madeira is so beautiful. If anyone gets a chance to go visit there, whether you're doing the race or not, go check it out. It's an island off the coast of Portugal, and it was a perfect kickoff for a season full of climbing. So using your poles and just getting a ton of vert in a race like that was key in my prep for Hard Rock.
Did I hear a rumor that you might be doing Diagonal des Fous at the end of the season too?
I didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe I told him.
I've heard Madeira is like the Grand Raid Junior is what people have said. So I think a good performance there at Madeira probably sets you up not only for a good race at Hard Rock, but also at the end of the year. Of course, take nothing for granted, but a very, very hard, hot race.
Yeah, I watched your film of it, and that's what made me want to sign up.
That's saying something, because you made it look miserable.
Yes, really a special event. And men's champion Ludovic Pomeray here, now running another very solid 100-mile race at Western States here. Courtney, what are some of your favorite memories from Western States? Of course, I think you've only run it once, but it was a fantastic victory, a historically fast time. What was the highlight?
I ran it once and finished, and I ran it second time and dropped out at
Oh,
Green
right.
Gate.
Yeah, when you had the hip issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think my favorite memories with it are the ones with crew and pacers. It's such a cool course to share with your friends and family, and to get to those aid stations in the middle of nowhere and have this enthusiastic out there dumping ice water on you, and then to roll through places like Forest Hill where you get to see all of your friends and miles. For sure, those are always my favorite memories.
Incredible. And I think we just saw Jonathan Ray come through in
That's
fourth
what it
place.
looked like. Yeah, Boulder guy, Jonathan
Unbelievable.
Ray,
Corinne's dark horse, the call of the day. Jonathan Ray for Boulder, Colorado, cruising into Michigan Bluff in fourth place, moving past Ludo and
Arlen.
And Arlen Glick. Okay.
Exciting.
Fascinating. Courtney, anything else you want to tell us about? How's training going? How's life going there in Leadville, Colorado? Any inspiring words for the audience before we let you go?
No, thanks so much for letting me join you guys. I hope you two are staying hydrated and full of snacks.
Maybe not enough snacks. We'll have to rectify that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Billy bringing the snacks?
Yeah, come on, Billy.
Come on, Billy. Don't starve the talent, man.
He's busy enough. Well, Courtney,
have fun today, you guys. You're doing an absolutely incredible job. Thank you for blowing up ultra running today.
doing our best. Thanks so much for coming on the live stream. All the best with the rest of your training for Hard Rock, and we can't wait to cheer you on in the San Juans. Have a
Thank
great
you.
Saturday. Okay, so we have just seen Jonathan Ray and Arlen Glick coming through 4th and 5th, nearly together, separated by maybe a minute.
Okay.
Action-packed here, top 5 into Michigan Bluff. I'm wondering if we can, since we're now letting Courtney DeWalter go, if we might be able to find our guy Skylar Hall and get some commentary as Vincent.
That's Vincent Viet coming through.
So Ludovic
And
is
this
fading.
This men's race is tight too.
Yep.
Like, yes, Hayden's kind of off the front, but not by a whole lot. Jared's a little bit further back, but there are a lot of places up for grabs. I would argue that all the places are still up for grabs in both races, nearing or going past the halfway point, which I think is spectacular and going to make for a very interesting final 40 miles.
So Jonathan Ray definitely becoming one of the stories of the day, one of the athletes to watch throughout the second half of this race, has been steadily moving up. I'm actually just going to pull up his info here. Looking at his splits, looks like he was 9th to the escarpment, 10th through Lion Ridge and Red Star Ridge, then hovering around 8th and 9th through Duncan Canyon, Robinson, Flat, Miller's Defeat, then back to 10th by Dusty Corners, and now here in 4th place coming into Michigan Bluff. So Jonathan Ray really running a textbook 100-mile race here.
I think that is Oakland Berkeley guy, Elon Liebner right behind him there.
Yep.
He is we got them connected just a matter of like 2 weeks ago because Jonathan needed a pacer and Elon was like, I'm there, I'm on it. Elon had his own race here last year that didn't go to plan, and it's really cool to have him back here this year, putting in a huge pacing duty for someone else who's hopefully going to have a really, really incredible day.
He's got his work cut out for him. Elon Liber there, standing over our 4th place runner. Jonathan Ray doing a footwear transition. Elon Liber, as you said, Corinne, a great runner local to the San Francisco Bay Area. Does a lot of marketing work for Equator Coffee, a great coffee business. As we look at Vincent Viet exiting.
Yeah, Vincent Viet's going to make quick work of this aid station. It's, that matter of making that choice of if you're going to do a lot of crew work here or not. It was something that I never did at Michigan Bluff. I sent my crew from Robinson Flat to Forest Hill, which was a choice that I made. And so it'll be interesting to see what that ends up looking like. He's coming into the aid station here maybe to pick up some fruit or a snack, and then he's going to head down the road. That or he's completely confused as to where he's going. Let's see. Let's get him out of the aid station here. Placing a food order, maybe? We're not exactly sure where Vincent's going.
He wants a Coke.
Oh, Vincent wants a Coke. Okay. Vincent is going to go find a Coke, which is honestly a pretty good idea right now. Get some easy calories in the stomach. That hard climbing in the heat can really, really mess with athletes' stomachs. And it's still pretty early in the race to have your stomach go sideways and be able to maintain good movement in the back half of the race. And so trying to get fuel in is going to be really important. So he just went and grabbed a Coke, taking it on the road with him there.
And there goes Jonathan Ray. Looking solid.
Yeah, it does seem like Tim Tolleson has made it through El Dorado, but they have him coming through there in 16th place now. So he's moving, but he's not moving fast back there.
Okay, Arlen hot on the heels of Jonathan Ray in 4th and 5th place. Vincent Viet should be exiting not far behind these two great runners. Two guys who are definitely part of the conversation, though certainly flying under the radar compared to our top 3 men, Hayden Hawks, Adam Peterman, and Jared Hazen. So great to see our next 3 men coming through, executing fantastic races now. And if any of those top 3 falter, look out. These 3 guys all look very, very solid, controlled, composed, taking care of business.
Yeah, so updates from the course from some early, early race favorites or community favorites. Tim Tollefson is moving. He has gone through Eldorado Creek aid station. That's the bottom of the climb before he climbs up to Michigan Bluff. He's back now in 16th place. He left Devil's Thumb in 10th place. So moving, but maybe not moving as well as he wants to. We'll see what happens when he gets to his crew at Michigan Bluff and or at Forest Hill. Also, we do have confirmation that Tessa Chesser and Lucy Bartholomew have both dropped out of the race per iRunFar. Tessa was coming in with an injury to this race, and it sounds like Lucy might have taken a fall before Robinson Flat and left Robinson Flat, but then maybe returned. So we do have confirmation that both Lucy Bartholomew and Tessa Chesser have dropped out of the race at this point, and they're both part of that iRunFar preview.
And here's Ludovic Pomeray in 7th place. In and out, still looking solid.
Yeah, he's looking solid. It's just a matter of, I think, you might not be slowing down, but people around you might be surging. And so
this is just his style, man. He's like just tough. He's just tough.
Yeah.
The early leader in today's race, fading back to 7th right now, but still clearly like making a day of it, still pushing, still getting the most out of himself.
Still pushing, and the thing is that lots of change can and will happen between now and the finish line. So it'll be so interesting to see what happens. But I think, man, if Arlen, Glick, and Jonathan Ray can pull off really, really solid top 10 finishes.
Here's Drew.
No one's going to doubt them after this.
All right, this is insane, Corinne. Now we've got like very little separation between Jonathan Ray, Vincent Viette, Arlen Glick, Ludo Pomeray. Here's Drew Holman. We probably expect Tyler Green around the corner any second here.
And it seems like Tyler Green is probably descending better than Drew, and Drew is climbing better than him based on how they've been kind of leapfrogging out on course. So I imagine we'll see Tyler Green here momentarily. So really a very tight, let's call it 4 through 10 or 3 through 10 even. So very, very exciting in that men's top 10 group as well.
I wonder if this turns into a historically close top 10 battle here this year at the 2022 Western States 100. The women's race shaping up to be one for the ages. Men's race highly entertaining here as the top 10 battle is still very much on. Drew Holman here, the returning 3rd place runner from last year from Boulder, Colorado. Great work by his pit crew there, keeping him cool and wet. Exiting here, quick job by Drew Holman. And I do recall, Corinne, remembering back to our interview with Drew and just personal conversations, him saying that the climb up from the river to Green Gate was where he tried to break Tyler, in his words, last year.
And then broke himself.
Yep,
yeah, so he does climb well, but pushes right to the brink maybe.
Yeah, and the point I was going to make is that Tyler's just such a surgical executor that it could be that he just let Drew go on this climb up out of El Dorado Canyon. It looked like they were through that aid station together. Tyler probably hiking most of that climb where Drew may have been tiptoeing. And here's Tyler Green, folks.
He looks good. He looks really, really good. He almost ran into Elon there, but manages to mitigate that near collision and move around Elon. He's got that big old ice collar stuffed down his shirt, trying to stay cool. So we'll see what happens between here and Forest Hill. That will be the next real check-in for our men's field here. And we're waiting for check-ins from El Dorado Creek for our women's field. We've got more women that have come through Devil's Thumb and through Deadwood Cemetery, but really El Dorado Creek will be that next check-in, particularly for that very front part of our women's top 10 where, there's only 2 minutes separating first, second, and third. Camille Herron is only another 3.5 minutes back from them. So very, very tight racing there, and excited to see kind of, is Camille going to be able to close some of that down? Is there going to be any jostling in that top 3 group? So we'll try to get another split of our women's field once we get down to El Dorado Creek, and we'll be waiting for that.
Should be soon.
Yeah, it should be soon, but that delay, we might get a delayed data upload from that aid station just because it is very remote.
So we are already 9 hours deep, Corinne. That means that we should be...
How is that possible?
Yeah, it's crazy. We should be probably less than 6 removed from the arrival of our first place male here on the track. We are now looking live, still looking live, I should say, at mile 55, Michigan Bluff. As our race leader, Hayden Hawks, makes his way towards Forest Hill. We're going to do everything we can to get some information from Skylar Hall, our on-course correspondent, to see if he can get us any info. Boots on the ground, observations from the crews there in Michigan Bluff.
Snacks, thank you, Billy. We can tell everyone we're having snacks. People were worried about us. People are offering to buy us pizza.
Ice cold beverage here. Oh, this looks fantastic.
Yeah, Iron Far says that Tyler and Drew are looking very chill. You know what? They do look really, really chill. So we are waiting for splits from our women out of El Dorado Canyon. That will be, very, very interesting. That's going to be that Emily Hawgood, Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger, Camille Herron group. There might be some reshuffling, restacking of the cards down there, followed, fairly closely by Elsa McDonald and Katie Asmuth, both who look very happy. We've heard from the course that Katie Asmuth is actively asking how far back she is. She's staying very engaged in the race. To me, if you're feeling good and you're hunting, you're asking those questions of how far back I am. You're not in survival mode at that point. So it's really good to hear that Katie Asmuth is sitting in 6th asking how far are those women, because she wants to bridge that gap.
It reminds me of that goosebumps-inducing scene from Unbreakable, the story of the 2010 Western States 100, when Jeff Rose is coming through the Green Gate aid station. He's saying, I need an exact split. Tell me exactly how far back I am from Anton Krupicka and Kilian Jornet at that point in the race. Jeff Rose, of course, making history, running low 15-hour finish here, which really almost set our sport off into this next generation of growth. And now this next generation of runners following in the Jeff Rose footsteps, people like Katie Asmuth doing the same thing. Tell me how far back I am, because I'm on the hunt. Yeah, so it looks like Tyler Green and Drew Holman were together up that climb. It just looks like we didn't see Tyler come into the aid station with Drew, but those guys are working together. Nike teammates, Portland, Oregon, and Boulder, Colorado, respectively, working together in 8th and 9th place.
Yep, so we're waiting for our women's split to El Dorado. Again, we think that Ruth Croft is leading the women's race, followed by Emily Hawgood, teammate, Adidas Terex teammate, followed by Keely Henninger and Camille Herron, a pretty tight group being chased by Elsa McDonald and Katie Asmuth. So really, women's 1 through 6, 1 through 7 are very, very tight. It sounds like 8th, which is Louisa, is about 20 minutes back. So a little bit of separation there, the very back part of the women's top 10, but honestly, you can have a 20-minute sit down and all of a sudden lose a lot of time on this course. We'll be looking for updates from them on the course, and we'll try to get a more finalized kind of top 10 men's group out of Michigan Bluff as we work our way towards Forest Hill.
Just looking back at some of these posts from iRun Far as the runners made their way up the final bit of the climb into Michigan Bluff. They're saying that Jared Hazen actually looks really strong and relaxed and focused.
He's being coached by Jason Coop. The advice Coop has given me at Michigan Bluff is, you're not racing yet. He's not my coach. He's definitely my boss, though, generally speaking.
Yep.
And I was jockeying back and forth with Casey Lichtag and Camila Mayfield, and he said, hey, you're not racing yet. You're in a really good spot. Just hold steady. And so I think that might be some of the advice that Jared's getting. Hey, you're in a really good spot. Let's just keep cruising. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about those guys yet.
Yep.
Like, you've got miles to burn still.
Yep. Jared Hazen running in 3rd place right now. He was about 11 minutes back of race leader Hayden Hawks. Hayden Hawks is now, I think, about 31 minutes from when we saw him emerge from the canyon, so we would probably expect to see him getting into Forest Hill in, I would say, about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit less.
So we'll kind of keep refreshing things here. We'll keep waiting for our footage to update out of Michigan Bluff as we try to get more exact splits of our men's top 10 and wait for splits out of El Dorado. Creek of our women's Our women's top 4 or 5 more than likely going to be updated pretty shortly. Eldorado Creek split for Ellie Greenwood is 1:33. The women were about 5 or 6 minutes back of her split at Devil's Thumb. So my guess is that the women have come through Eldorado Creek, but we've been having about a 20-minute delay on some of the ultralive.net updates for live timing. And so my guess is that the women have probably come through there, and we're just waiting to get that formal update from the basin that is Eldorado Creek aid station at mile 52.9.
Okay, bear with us, folks. Can't imagine any cameras working in the heat of the day in Michigan Bluff. We're doing the best we can here.
Yeah, the elements are hard on the runners and are hard on our technology. So working to kind of keep the footage up and running, and also working to keep our live updates up and running. Remember that there is no active live tracker. We're not getting a spot. There's no spot beacons on these athletes. They're individually scanned in at aid stations or manually entered at aid stations. And so it takes a little bit to get some of that information out, both onto the internet and then from us out to you as well. Oftentimes you guys see those updates even before we do, so keep that in mind. While some things seem really high tech, we're working with what we got out there.
More applause for a runner coming into Michigan Bluff. Let's see who this is. Oh, he's starting to look for Sebastian Spaler, Alex Nichols, Scotty Trayer.
Sounds like Seb is at Michigan Bluff based on iRunFar update.
Okay.
Suffering from some stomach problems, but running for a finish at this point is kind of the update that he's given to iRunFar based on our live chat going on our YouTube channel.
Good for Sebastian. Somebody who I viewed as a potential contender here today. Stomach problems are not unusual here at the Western States 100.
Yeah, there's a photo of him coming up into Michigan Bluff.
Wait, here we are at Forest Hill. So we don't expect there's actually a runner here yet, but we are here. We can get
that is
sense
quite
of the vibe.
The Hoka setup.
Yeah.
Massive setup there. So yeah, Seb was rounding out our top 10 men at Michigan Bluff. He's about half an hour off the lead at mile 55. And they asked what the objective now is to finish the race. He's battling some stomach issues out there, and we hope that he can help resolve those at the coming aid stations by getting some more ice on him and hopefully getting some liquid calories in that are a bit easier on the stomach.
Thank you for that update, iRunFar. And we are here at Forest Hill. So again, we don't expect Hayden Hawks to arrive here for a little bit, probably 15 or 20 minutes, but this is the biggest, most iconic aid station on the Western States 100 course. We just cut back to Michigan Bluff. We'll talk more about Forest Hill a little later on, but it's great to just get a quick preview of the energy and atmosphere there. 100 Ks along the course here. As a lot of fans are congregating, crews are starting to find their patches of shade, find their strategic locations to lay out the blanket, get the coolers ready to greet their runners.
Yeah, we talk a lot about cougars on here. We've gotten some chat about that in the live chat as well. The cougar is the trophy. There is a trophy shaped like a cougar. You can see it in our logo on the right-hand corner of your screen. That is the Western States Cougar. So the male and female winner of the race both take home a really proud-looking cougar statue. It's kind of, I feel like there's definitely a bunch of honor of that in our sport. And then belt buckles. So belt buckles, silver belt buckles for sub 24-hour finish are also highly, highly sought after, as well as a belt buckle for a 30-hour finish, sub 30-hour finish. Looks like we do have Eldorado splits. Thank you, Riley Tift. For the women's, Eldorado splits are finally up and loaded on, top 6, which seems about right to me, with Dominica maybe fading a little bit.
OMG, we've got the duo back together here.
They've got, it sounds like Emily Hoagland and Ruth Croft came through Eldorado Creek aid station about 20 minutes ago. There seems to be a standard 20-minute delay on these updates together at 1:46 p.m. 4 minutes back, Keely Henninger, so she's lost a little bit of time in that section on that downhill. She came through 4 minutes back from them, and only 1 minute behind Keely is Camille Herron. So Camille's time is staying about the same or losing a little bit of time on the lead, but she's closing to Keely in third. Maybe they can work together climbing out of this Eldorado Creek aid station to Michigan Bluff, but I think the Michigan Bluff aid station will be telling as far as who's moving well at that point. Elsa McDonald is in 5th, 4 minutes behind Camille Herron, and then 4 minutes back of her is Katie Asmuth in 6th. We do not yet have a split on Dominica, Marie-Ann Hogan, or Louisa Bueller. Taylor Nolan has moved up into 10th as of Devil's Thumb, followed by Ellie Pell. But there's a 10-minute gap right now between Taylor Nolan in 10th and Ellie Pell in 11th, with Camille Brujas back in 12th.
Still pretty remarkable to have the top 4 runners separated by only 5 minutes now. Corinne, more than 50 miles into today's race. Emily Hoggood, Ruth Croft, Keely Henninger, Camille Herron separated by only 5 minutes. As we see Scotty Trayer here tiptoeing his way up the hill before he drops into Michigan Bluff. Scotty Trayer from Arizona has been pretty solidly consistent in that sort of 15 to 20th position here. And since those women did leave 20 minutes ago from the bottom of the canyon, my guess is we'll start to see them emerge from the canyon here in 15 to 20 minutes. So don't go anywhere here. We've got more action coming at you. We expect to see probably Hayden Hawks and Adam Peterman, along with our other men's leaders, including Jared Hazen, coming through Forest Hill in not too long. We should also see the women's leaders coming into Michigan Bluff at roughly the same time. So
yeah, we'll have lots of split screen action, I think, coming up with the men hitting Forest Hill and the women hitting Michigan Bluff at nearly the same time, we think.
Wait a sec. So we've got Skylar here in our little group chat saying that when they told Adam he was 90 seconds back of Hayden, which probably means that Adam made quicker work of the aid station at Michigan Bluff. Skylar says when they told Adam he was 90 seconds back, he responded, "That's what I'm talking about. It was 5 minutes at the bottom." So Adam Peterman is now officially on the hunt, folks. 90 seconds back of Hayden Hawks leaving Michigan Bluff. That is all according to our on-course correspondent, Skylar Hall. Skylar, thank you for that intelligence. Jeez, I would not want Adam Peterman chasing me down here. But Hayden Hawks, the champion that he is, the competitor that he is, the man with the confidence and self-belief, knowing that he has what it takes to win today's race, he will certainly not go down without a fight, no matter who is chasing him. As we see Cole Watson coming up the hill here into Michigan Bluff. Cole Watson, I think, lives in the Folsom area, not far from home here.
Yep, and remember, we saw most of those guys come through Michigan Bluff. We had a camera on them that whole time. Behind Adam Peterman was Jared Hazen, looking really calm, cool, collected. Jonathan Ray, Arlen Glick, Vincent Viet were all making really good work together, very, very tight, followed closely by Ludo Pomeray in 7th. Drew Holman and Tyler Green went up that climb together in 8th and 9th, followed by Seb in 10th, who, again, according to Iron Farr, is having stomach troubles going up that hill. We've since also seen Alex Nichols come by in 11th, Scott Trayer in 12th, Jeffrey Colt of the on-running group in 13th, and Cole Watson just came across our screen in 14th. Interestingly enough, you know, our top women are running in 20th through 23rd right now. Literally 20, 21, 22, 23 are all women, so they will be making their way up the hill in not too much more time. My guess is they're still about 10 minutes or so out, though. And then I think we've got splits maybe for people to come through Forest Hill, but I think this might be a good time to tee up a little bit of a break before we have action happening again in Forest Hill and in Michigan Bluff.
Okay, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. We will be right back here in studio.
Okay, we are back. We're looking at Forest Hill. This is that big Forest Hill road that runners will have to come up Bath Road, turn left onto Forest Hill Road, and then run kind of alongside the roadway all the way in to meet their crew at Forest Hill. This zone, though, is kind of cool because you can have accompaniment from anyone in your crew from the bottom of Bath Road into Forest Hill and then through that aid station all the way down what is called Cal Street. You run down a long section of road before you turn off of it. So we'll be expecting our first men to come through here in not all that long. Looking at historical splits for Forest Hill, looks to be about 1:41 p.m. Again, right, we've been running about 25 to 30 minutes off of those splits, so we should be expecting Hayden Hawks to come through, and honestly not all that long. He's kind of been closing down on his splits from last year after starting a little bit more conservatively than he did last year chasing Jim Walmsley. So very excited to see him come through Forest Hill. We'll start to do a split screen there so that we can get, once we know that the men are coming, we'll have a split screen going to Forest Hill for our lead men coming through while we try to also find our lead women coming into Michigan Bluff. This is an exciting part of the race because there's a lot going on, but it's also a little bit of a stressful part of the race because we're going to be trying to find both our lead women and our lead men at the same time concurrently.
Yes, it is about to become even more entertaining as we bounce back and forth between Forest Hill and Michigan Bluff, the two most iconic aid stations on the course, both representing real progress being made. Michigan Bluff, of course, over the halfway mark, 55 miles into the race, and then Forest Hill, the electric atmosphere, 100 kilometers, 61 or 62 miles. Into the Western States course, a time that every runner who has the privilege of doing this race looks forward to, just seeing their crew, of absorbing that energy there at Michigan Bluff before running what Corinne just mentioned, the infamous Cal Street section all the way down to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. And we are anxiously awaiting our lead female runners to emerge from the canyon here into Michigan Bluff. Looks like we've got Adam Kimball. Yeah, Adam Kimball coming through here. The Truckee local boy. Probably in about 15th position or so at this point. Adam Kimball, our early leader up over the top of the escarpment. He actually joined us in studio for a fun interview last year. He is sponsored by Buff, one of our great supporters here of the live stream. Adam Kimball, really nice guy. He's been in a great headspace. We got to bump into him and chat with him a little bit yesterday. Seemed like he was really excited to have his opportunity to race here today.
Yeah, I think he was really thrilled to get to be on this start line. He's been talking about it for basically a year. I think as he's known for a long time that he was going to get a spot into this race. He's a Buff athlete, Buff being one of the title sponsors, getting a sponsorship spot into this race. But to be able to run on virtually a home trail, to be in a new phase of life, being a relatively new dad, I think it's got to be really exciting for him to be able to show up on a really big stage and try to put his best foot forward.
So this will be interesting now, Corinne. Adam Kimball left El Dorado Creek, it looks like, with Tim Tollefson, so this might give us an idea of how Tim is faring. Of course, Tim is clearly not having the day that he wanted or expected here at Western States, so we will see how Tim looks as he comes out of the canyon here. My hope is he's able to rally, get into Michigan Bluff, see the crew, take care of himself, and keep moving towards that finish line. Like we've talked about a couple of times, Tim did struggle on Cal Street last year, though he did ultimately finish a very proud 5th place. He was here to, I think, contend for the victory here today, or at least a podium position. It's going to be tough for him to salvage that type of performance here. But let's hope to see Tim Tollefson as we look at this Strava segment from the swinging bridge all the way up the climb, then down into El Dorado Canyon, El Dorado Creek Aid Station, before this climb up to Michigan Bluff.
They make that look so pleasant.
I know, don't they?
So rough.
It truly is very pleasant when you run it like in the spring.
When you run it fresh and not in 100+ degree temperatures, I bet it feels great.
A big thank you to Strava, of course, also for their sponsorship of our live coverage today. That section of the course truly is a beauty. For those who ever get to come out and train on the Western States course, you can feel the vibe and energy that is evident and inherent with this race. But come on out. You can park your car at Michigan Bluff, run backwards, do an out and back along the course, and experience that section of trail that our Strava animation just exhibited here.
To be fair, when people ask, you know, I can go run on the Western States course, what should I run? I say go park at Michigan Bluff and run backwards to Swinging Bridge and do an out and back. And I was like, that's going to give you a great taste of the Western States course, and it's pretty easy to get to, particularly if you can't do a point-to-point car drop. Based on body language here, I think we might be expecting our top females to be emerging out of this climb into the Michigan Bluff aid station. We would love that to be the case, and we would love to see, you know, ideally Ruth Croft. That's not
Cody Lind.
That's Cody Lind coming up.
So Cody has now overtaken Tim Tollefson.
What were their splits back to him at El Dorado is my question. So
Splits back to who?
So Cody Lind came through El Dorado Creek about 7 minutes ahead of Ruth Croft and Emily Hawgood. So that was our split at the bottom of the creek there. Question is who's climbing better maybe on that. So we'd expect our lead women in the next 5 to 8 minutes. Maybe. Like I think that's a safe bet there is to see them, to see Ruth Croft, Emily Hawgood, Keely Henninger, Camille Herron making their way out of the bottom of El Dorado Creek up into Michigan Bluff in the next 5 to 7 minutes or so. We should be looking for Tyler Fox and Rod Farvard as well. We saw both of them at the Devil's Thumb aid station just ahead of our lead women. So we'll be keeping our eyes out for them as well, emerging from this climb on Michigan Bluff. The smaller video that you're seeing is looking, you know, kind of back through the aid station at Forest Hill, kind of out towards, you know, what is called Bath Road. So waiting for our lead men to be coming, probably storming through Forest Hill in
Corinne,
not that long.
Prediction, who comes into Forest Hill first, Hayden Hawks or Adam Peterman? Again, according to Skylar Hall, we think the gap was about 90 seconds, the two of them leaving Michigan Bluff.
I'm going to throw a wrench into your questioning and just say I want them to come in together.
Yes, wouldn't that be fantastic, especially if Emily Hawgood and Ruth Croft come through Michigan Bluff together also?
Yep, 100%. So
I guess, you know, if you're just joining us, it's important to mention that we are witnessing history, at least in the women's race. This has been one for the ages, one of the most dramatic, closely contested races that I can remember in Western States history. On the women's side, we had 3 of our top contenders in the Devil's Thumb aid station at the same time. That's 48 miles into the race, still doing battle, still very closely contested, and it seems that we still have 2 of them running together, that being Emily Hawgood, originally from Zimbabwe, now living here in California, running together with her teammate Ruth Croft from New Zealand, and we expect to see them here any minute on the left-hand side of our screen.
who do you think we're going to see first? Our top women coming out onto this, our top women, let's say, because in my head they're both running together, still coming up into the Michigan Bluff aid station, or our men's duo potentially coming up into Forest Hill. This is Rod Farvard making good work into Michigan Bluff. I would not be surprised if we see our duo of Ruth Croft and Emily Hawgood before we see Tim Tollefson here, based on movement patterns. So I think that's who we are looking for to probably emerge.
There's Tyler Fox.
Tyler Fox. Okay, so next I think should be our women's duo more than likely.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We are about to get a great glimpse into the pointy end of the women's race here at the Western States 100. It'll be interesting to see, much like in cycling, it's usually the climbs where the separation happens. So if Ruth and Emily started that climb together, it'll be especially interesting to see who comes out in front, or if they still manage to be running the same pace. Because if somebody did get separation here on the climb to Michigan Bluff, it could be their opportunity to hit that gas pedal a little bit, accelerate down the trail, make their move, and try and take control of this race, because there is precious little meaningful climbing remaining on the course. I'm just looking. Oh, here we have Ruth Croft, folks. Everyone here on the left-hand side of our screen. Ruth Croft.
Blitzing past our camera, Ruth Croft, your women's leader. That means Emily Hoagland should be the next person emerging. That was about, what, 14, let's call it 14 or 24:20, 9:24:20.
Blink and you would miss the Kiwi sensation, the person that most people identified as the favorite in the women's race here today. Ruth Croft, last year's second place finisher, the 5th fastest woman to ever run this course. Ruth Croft, so strong, so consistent, such a high performer across every distance, across every terrain.
Opened up some daylight on teammate Emily Hoagland, as far as we can tell at this point. Nearly 30 seconds or more elapsed since we saw Ruth emerge from the Manzanita Trail right there. It's beautiful to run up through that Manzanita. So we're waiting for our second place female, who we believe is going to be Emily Hoagland, to emerge.
Quick update from my wife, a text message coming through. Hazen through. My guess is she is a little bit east of Forest Hill. She says he'll be in Forest Hill in 30 seconds. So again, that's an estimate from my wife, Harmony, out on the course in Forest Hill. A big thank you for that as we await 2 very exciting updates, one on our right-hand side of our screen to see our men's leaders, and then on the left with our women's leaders. I think if we could keep the split screen.
Keep the split screen with maybe the small one being Michigan Bluff. We do not want to miss Emily Hoagland coming through Michigan Bluff. If possible, from our media team, to keep a split screen to Michigan Bluff would be amazing. There we go. We've got the Michigan Bluff up on the right-hand side. Thank you.
And Ruth has definitely opened up a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, it's going to be 90 seconds.
And we've got a body language alert on the left-hand side of our screen here.
Yeah, cameras are coming out.
Okay, everybody, this is a landmark on the Western States course. This is a very important moment in the race. It can't be emphasized enough. This Forest Hill aid station pretty much marks the end of the canyon section of the course that we've talked about and begins the final section.
Like I think we're calling it the foothills section. I'm not sure where that came from.
It's still a 40-mile section.
It is it's not like a little section. It's like a miserable 40 miles. Okay, it's not miserable, but it's kind of, it's one of those things where you feel good. It's kind of fun because you're reeling people in. If you don't feel good, it can be a long march from there. I think I saw a little bit of movement out of Michigan Bluff. We need to try to keep that split screen, if possible, to Michigan Bluff.
Oh. Okay, so Hazen is in the aid station. It must be.
Yep, and we're trying to follow him down Cal Street. I would imagine we can generally get some pretty good footage through this section, and we're going to try to get a time back to Adam Peterman as well. And Emily Hoagland is also going into Michigan Bluff. We just caught a little glimpse of Emily Hoagland emerging out of the Manzanita. We barely saw her come through there. So Emily Hoagland is working her way.
There's Hazen on the left-hand side of our screen here, coming into the aid station proper. They'll do a quick loop through the parking lot of the Forest Hill School, and then he'll probably continue on and find his crew along Forest Hill Road. This is a section of the race where you have more than a mile basically to set up your crew aid station wherever it is you want. That's Levi Hawks, Hayden's younger brother, running with him there in one of those bucket hats. It's a family affair here for the Hawks family. Hazen Hawks still in the lead, so he has managed to sustain that gap from Adam Peterman. We thought it was about 90 seconds leaving Michigan Bluff. I have a text out to my wife, Harmony, to get an accurate split for us if she can. We've got a bit of a frozen screen here. Bear with us.
Yeah, we've got hot equipment out all over the course, so we'll do our best to try to get that up and running just as fast as possible, but we're also going to rely on getting some splits from the course to try to keep that as updated as possible.
Okay, text from my wife here. Adam incoming, I'd say 90 to 110 seconds behind Hazen, a very precise split from Harmony. She said, I just overheard Adam telling his pacer he felt sick from altitude at the top of the escarpment, but he looks so good now. A big thank you for that report from the field. As we try and get these cameras working here, should see Adam Peterman now any second.
Yep, and this is a big, this aid station is really interesting because you can crew for quite a long time, so you can kind of do a moving crew if you want. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of, tight tight together. You're going to sit down for a second. You're going to change shoes, all that kind of stuff. It can be a bit rushed. People can feel a bit frazzled in here for sure. But on your big screen right now is Adam Peterman coming into the Forest Hill aid station.
Adam Peterman again here for his first 100-mile race, bagging his ticket at the Canyons 100K when he absolutely destroyed the course record, running on these same trails, though in the opposite direction just 6 weeks ago. Adam Peterman from Missoula, Montana, ran collegiately at the University of Colorado, one of the nation's top programs, Division I athlete here, cruising in. As we, I think, cut back to Hazen here. Tough to tell. Bear with us.
Yep,
yeah, here's Hazen
Hazen.
Hawks. So they're basically in the aid station together here, Corinne. I can't remember this ever happening either. I remember one year Timothy Olson, this is 2015, when Tim Olson won the race for the second time. No, sorry, 2013. Rob Carr, Mike Morton came through here together in second or third-ish, but still were not able to bridge the gap to Tim Olson. And now Robbie Britton, Hazen Hawks' coach, exiting the aid station to be his pacer along Cal Street. They're chit-chatting with one another. I wonder if Hazen has heard the cheers behind him, if he feels Adam breathing down his neck here. Hazen's still looking super strong, running a solid race, doesn't seem to be overextending himself, doesn't seem to be, you know, like you said earlier, Corinne, he mentioned that he left here with only one bottle last year, and he called that his critical mistake. Here he is with 2 bottles entering the legendary California Street section of the Western States course. Looking back on our right-hand side of our screen here, expecting to see Keely Henninger come out of the canyon here in a little bit. Keely Henninger, we expect to still be in 3rd place in this legendary women's race. Adam Peterman now exiting Forest Hill. Still a minute, 90 seconds back probably.
So someone asked about a mandatory medical check. So they do that in the Tevis Cup, and they used to do a mandatory medical check at Forest Hill in the running edition of the Western States race as well. But they no longer do that because they realized it caused more harm than good. People were over drinking to try to make weight, and it caused a bunch of hyponatremia. So there's no mandatory medical check during the Western States 100 anymore. That has long since been phased out of the race because they found that it was actually detrimental to the health of the runners. Camille Herron in the right-hand side of your screen
so she
is
might
now
be third.
coming through.
Could it be that she has passed Keely?
That is what I am wondering. It is possible that we missed Keely during that delay.
Yep.
Of getting the women's camera back up and running in Michigan Bluff that I know is having problems in the heat, or Camille Herron has overtaken Keely Henninger, making her way into 3rd. We'll get a formal split from Michigan Bluff in a little bit, and that will help us sort some of this out. But as far as we know, Camille Herron, Keely Henninger, they're either 3rd and 4th or 4th and 3rd. We'll find out in just a little bit.
Yep. Camille was only a minute back of Keely at the bottom there at El Dorado Creek, so
it's very possible there could have been a shakeup in the women's order there with Camille overtaking Keely, but we'll find out in just a little bit.
Yep.
We'll see if we are able to get an accurate split there from Michigan Bluff.
I have to say, Corinne, I am just extremely impressed with young Adam Peterman, seemingly to just like taking care of himself really, really well here. As Reed Coolset comes in to Michigan Bluff.
And he was behind Keely and Camille as well, so curious to know if that's changed. What did you just miss?
I couldn't tell. It looked like Arlen Glick there for a second, but there's no chance that could have happened.
That would be a big move by Arlen Glick. I don't think our 3rd male has come through Forest Hill yet.
No way.
Because we'd be looking for Jared Hazen, followed by that Chase pack.
It was 11 minutes back to Hazen, so there's no way that anybody could make that time up in just that 6-mile section. But what I was saying, Adam Peterman, man, these aid transitions, someone of his talent level, of his relative, inexperience, he could kind of feel the pressure to continue down the trail knowing that he's making up that time on Hazen, overextend himself, rush through the aid stations, but he seems to be very intentional, really methodical, mature more than anything in his aid station transitions. Looks like he's still, 90 seconds, 2 minutes, maybe maximum 3 minutes behind race leader Hayden Hawks, still very much in contention to win this race as we see Camille Herron now cruising through the aid station here at Michigan Bluff.
Yeah, so I'm very curious to know if we missed Keely in here or if Keely is behind Camille at this point. But Camille is getting into comfortable territory now. She's really off much, if not all, the technical stuff. There's some downhills, I think, leaving the very top part of the Cal Street downhills once you hit the trail. There's some rocks and stuff in there, but it's really not very technical. So she's getting into very, very comfy territory now.
We just saw Adam Peterman exit the Forest Hill crew station, actually taking a left on California Street, which then dumps you onto the trail, which is also known as California Street or Cal Street for short. And then there are 3 very welcome aid stations along California Street known as Cal 1, Cal 2, and Cal 3 before you get to the Rucky Chucky River crossing, roughly 17 miles down the trail for both Hayden Hawks and Adam Peterman at this point. Very unlikely we'll get any footage from the next 17 miles of those gentlemen, but we will definitely be getting updates from all 3 of those Cal Street aid stations, and we'll hope to get some visuals of those athletes once they hit the legendary.
We got a message from Harmony Bowman. Harmony being our update goddess. It says, Hazen, Jared incoming. So looks like Jared is incoming into Forest Hill. Do you know what your split was there? Has he made up any time on that group? He was 11 minutes back at Michigan Bluff.
I would say it's roughly the same. If not, he may have gobbled up a minute or 2. It looked like to me like Peterman, of course, this is just a rough estimate based on the exit times. It seems like Hayden's going in and out of the aid stations quicker than Adam. So my estimate is that Hayden probably has 3 minutes on Adam now exiting Forest Hill. And so we'll get an idea, hopefully, of how far back Jared Hazen is.
Yeah, we've got an update from Skylar Hall, who's over in Forest Hill, feeding us some updates. Sounds like Jared Hazen is 1 minute out from the Forest Hill aid station, so Jared is moving well. He's about 7-ish back from Adam, where he passed Harmony. So potentially closing, but seeing how fast he moves to the aid station here, that can make a big difference as far as getting what you need while also being as efficient as possible.
Jared Hazen back here, trying to avenge his DNF from last year when he came in as one of the race favorites, hoping to improve upon his 2nd place finish in 2019. Ultimately succumbed to a DNF last year in very difficult conditions. Tried very hard to earn a golden ticket back into the race, failed to do so at Black Canyon earlier in the year, and then was able to accomplish it at the Canyons 100K back in April, finishing 3rd place. Not far back from Adam Peterman, the gentleman who leads him through Forest Hill in 2nd place. So Jared Hazen back for the 5th time here at Western States, still very much in contention to win.
Yeah, I mean, really, anyone, I think, in the top 5 or 6 in the women's field could win this thing. I think anyone.
Looks like Iron Farr has confirmed that Camille is in 3rd place, which means Keely Henninger may be fading a little bit. We'll hope to see Keely coming in here to Michigan Bluff here any second.
It sounds like Camille Herron ran most of the tough final climb towards Michigan Bluff. Bluff Street, that's at around mile 55, and was just 8 minutes off the lead in 3rd. That's a really hard climb to be running on. So interesting to see if that will help close the gap or if that will cause some fatigue later. But Camille is relatively unfatigable at times, it feels like.
Yep.
Those 24-hour records. Here's Jared Hazen on our screen now.
Jared Hazen here knows this course, knows this race. Been here a number of times. The 27-year-old is already a wily veteran. His 5th start here, going for his 4th finish. He's been 14th, he's been 2nd, he's been 3rd. He really wants that 1st place to round out the podium trifecta. Jared Hazen from Flagstaff, Arizona, originally from Pennsylvania. Kid has been in the sport forever, it seems like, and he's still so young with such a big future ahead. We've mentioned a couple of times that Jared now is being coached by Jason Koop after many years of being self-coached, kind of a high-volume, high-mileage guy. I think after his DNF here last year, he sought the guidance of a coach, a very mature move, maybe indicative of him growing into himself as a 27-year-old veteran now. Jared Hazen, there's Jason Koop with him right now.
Yep, going to run him down Cal Street because you can have accompaniment basically until you take that turn. Question is, does Jared Hazen have a pacer? And who is that pacer going to be? Koop, while he crews a lot, is unlikely to pace in a moment like this unless someone really, really needed it, like all their pacers bailed or something. So wondering if Jared Hazen is picking up a pacer here to help take him to the river. It is definitely advantageous to have that person kind of pull you along.
Yep. Absolutely. And you'll see, oh, here's Keeley. Here's Keeley in Michigan Bluff.
Okay, so officially Keeley in fourth in Michigan Bluff, getting worked over by her crew here a little bit, going to get some ice on her and hopefully get her back out and down
Here's
the trail.
Tim Tollefson into Michigan Bluff. Our guy, the icon from Mammoth Lakes, California. Tim Tollefson, the fan favorite, the two-time UTMB podium performer, also a podium finisher at CCC, probably the best American ever performer at UTMB, the other most important 100-miler in the world. Tim Tollefson having a rough day here at the 2022 Western States 100. It's a bummer to see. I know this guy had huge hopes, huge ambitions this year.
Oh, it sounds like from Tina Hart in our live chat, Keeley does have problems with her ankles, and it sounds like Keeley might have rolled her ankle. So we'll see kind of what's going on there with her crew, if that's a day ender or if it's something that they can manage.
No,
they're not, but Keeley has had some major ankle issues over the past couple seasons, so I'm curious to know if that's a little bobble or if that was a big ankle roll for her, because that could make a big difference of her continuing or not, because that might not be something that is worth running on.
Yeah. The ankles are complicated joints. I know all too well. I've suffered 2 hideous ankle injuries myself, one on each foot. Keeley, somebody who always does the little stuff, always does the rehab, always gets in the gym, a true professional. But those ankle joints are tricky. Let's hope it's not a serious ankle roll. She can walk it off, start building momentum again. Jared Hazen on the left-hand side. Tim Frericks there coaching him up, crewing him up. There with Coach Jason Koop. Jared Hazen, man. Corinne,
He's having a solid run.
Yes, I mean, I think absolutely he still is in contact. You know, you could absolutely see Hayden and or Adam Peterman falter ahead of him. He's clearly got the most experience in the field. Like Kyle Pietari reminded us, he's got the biggest PR on this course by more than 90 minutes of all of his competitors.
Yeah,
Jared Hazen.
The only guy in the field to have gone sub 16 hours on this course at this point. So, you know, running, I think, a very, very mature race.
And also
appearance here.
Important to remember that this is where typically the vast majority of the carnage happens,
100%.
is leaving this aid station the next 17 miles of this course. When people blow up, they almost always blow up between Forest Hill and the Rucky Chucky River crossing.
100%. And what we're getting off of Twitter, which was kind of confirmed in the chat group here, is that Keeley told Iron Farr that she has rolled her ankle pretty badly. So we'll see what that means. We'll see if they get her up and going from Michigan Bluff or if they have to make a decision to pull out at that point. Kind of a live to fight another day thing. So she'll get looked over there by her crew, and she'll have to make that decision. Maybe she goes to Forest Hill on it to see how it feels and then makes a decision there.
So Corinne and I try not to bring our personal friendships into this, but seeing both Tim Tollefson and Keeley Henninger in Michigan Bluff at the same time, both having tough days, is tough for us to see. Let's hope they can salvage meaningful experiences here. I mean, Keeley's still very much in contention. Sometimes those ankles, you can just kind of walk it off. We saw Kyle Pietari finish in the top 10 on a terribly sprained ankle one year. Not to say that's an intelligent decision, but we trust these athletes to make the right calls for themselves, as we see Kim and Topher Gaylord there with Mario Fraioli, hanging with Tim Tollefson.
Elsa McDonald might be moving her way up into that 4th position. She's currently in 5th, 14.5 minutes behind the lead, looking really good, it seems. So that's a really, really great sign for her there. Curious to know what that ends up meaning with Keely's ankle, if that's going to make a big change in that standing all of a sudden.
Yeah, Ailsa McDonald, one of those runners who's just very strong.
Loves the heat.
Yeah.
Loves the heat, too.
We're reminded she's one of the few people ever to beat the great Courtney Dauwalter, which she did at the Black Canyon 100K, I think 3 or 4 years ago now. That was when she first punched her ticket here to Western States. Can't remember exactly how she performed in her first running, Ailsa McDonald. We'll look into that. But I think, Ailsa McDonald exiting. So it looks like Ailsa McDonald has now moved into 4th place, chasing the leading trifecta of Ruth Croft, followed by Emily Hoagland and then Camille Herron. And here's Kyle Curtin now exiting. Look at his shirt. He looks like he has ice in his... Oh, he must have his shirt tucked in with the ice in it.
Yep, that's what Jim did last year. Jim wore his naked band and then tucked his shirt into it and was shoveling ice down his shirt. So that makes a ton of sense. It's not a bad way to keep ice on your body. If you're not going to wear a pack, he's going to, just dropped a big ice bandana. Going to put that on and get out of there, hopefully pretty efficiently. But it does seem that Ailsa McDonald has probably overtaken Keely Henninger at the Michigan Bluff aid station. We don't have confirmation that Keely has left there, and that's kind of the big question mark, I think, on my mind. Has she gotten out of there or not? And we'll try to keep you posted. But
dropping a note to our guy Skyler here to see if he can let us know if Keely is left.
And it sounds like we've got 2 more guys readily on their way towards the aid station, and I believe they are going to be Vincent Viette and Jonathan Ray are together, and they are probably 3 minutes out of Forest Hill aid. So moving pretty darn well. That's Vincent Viette from France and Jonathan Ray of Boulder, Colorado, making good moves. Behind them, we'd be looking for Arlen Glick, I believe, to be kind of that next guy chasing with Drew Holman and Tyler Green just beyond that.
So looking at the official splits through Forest Hill in the men's race, looked like Hayden Hawks had just over 3 minutes on Adam Peterman. To me, that feels like the exit split. Could be wrong about that with Jared Hazen, then 8 minutes behind Adam Peterman for a total of 11 minutes behind the lead. So not much has changed in the men's top 3 between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. And now they enter what is a very important crux moment of the race where all mistakes are amplified, that being Cal Street.
Yep, and then just down below that on our smaller image on the screen, we just did see Katie Asmuth go through there. So she is behind Ailsa McDonald, potentially moving into 5th, pending Keely's ankle. So I guess we'll find out soon. We'll get official splits in just a little bit.
Katie Asmuth from Mammoth Lakes, California, a nurse practitioner, a mother of 2. One of the stories of last year's race, finishing 5th overall, nearly landing on the podium in a legendary women's race here at the Western States 100. And I did get a text from Harmony that 4th place is incoming into Forest Hill. My guess is it's Jonathan Ray. Harmony says that the 5th runner, who we expect to be Vincent Viette, is 1 minute behind. So still a very tight race for the top 5 here. Jonathan Ray pulling a Katie Asmuth this year, coming out of nowhere, battling for these top 5 spots and still very much in podium contention, but with a few savvy racers still coming behind him, thinking of Drew Holman and Tyler Green still, plus Alex Nichols. Very, very interesting racing still to occur here. I'm wondering if maybe, we should split screen back to Forest Hill on our left-hand side.
I think we should put Forest Hill on the big screen and keep the non-frozen camera at Michigan Bluff, which is the one by the Michigan Bluff trail sign, up on our right-hand side. If our media crew can try to pull up our Forest Hill feed, if that one's coming through well in the heat, we'd love to get the Forest Hill feed with Jonathan Ray and Vincent Viet hopefully coming into Forest Hill any moment now.
We are working on getting that split screen back up to you all. Here we go. If we could actually split screen it back to Forest Hill. We're still in Michigan Bluff here.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what we
Vincent
want.
Viet. So it could be Vincent's now in 4th place, maybe overtaking Jonathan Ray, or we miss Jonathan Ray coming into the aid station here. My goodness, time is flying, Corinne. We are now almost 10 hours into our live stream here today. Our shift is nearly halfway done, but if you are just joining us, welcome. We are so happy to have you. This is one of the most important days in trail running, the 2022 Western States 100, presented by Hoka. We have been live streaming since 4:15 a.m. this morning. I'm Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. And we still have, 22 more hours to go of our live stream, going all the way through the final finisher here, the 30-hour cutoff at Western States.
Yep, we're trying to get our split screen back up to try to catch some of our kind of the other top 10 women coming through Michigan Bluff while keeping our Forest Hill footage open. We'll see if we can do both at the same time. We've got a lot of hot camera gear out there in the field, but according to iRunFar, we have Vincent Viet and Jonathan Ray basically together at Forest Hill. We're getting anything from a 10-second split to a 1-minute split between them. So we're going to say Jonathan Ray and Vincent Viet came into Forest Hill together. That is very exciting. It'll be interesting to see how and when and where they crew. You can crew pre that aid station. You can run through that aid station and then crew after that aid station, kind of depending on where your crew wants to be in the hubbub of everything. Where the sun is, if there's any shade out there, before you run down Cal Street to turn onto the Cal Street trail and make your way down towards the river.
Got a text from Topher Gaylord saying Keely rolled her ankle and is getting taped at Michigan Bluff.
Okay, good.
So that's going to definitely swallow some time, but could be a sacrifice worth making here. Looking at the iRunFar Twitter feed, there's some great photographs here of our lead men and women, men coming through Forest Hill, women going through Michigan Bluff.
Vincent Viet with a kid maybe helping him get some mashed potatoes in, it looks like, or maybe some rice pudding or something. There's a smoothie on the ground there. He seems to have a good array of food. That's Vincent Viet getting some love from his crew in Forest Hill. I am really happy to hear that Keely Henninger is getting her ankle taped, and then we'll hopefully be on the move. I think that is a really, really great sign that she will be making her way out of that aid station, but I think stopping to get it taped is a really good idea to try to keep that ankle safe and operational, and so that she doesn't do anything bad to it, moving into the next section of the course.
Yeah, and it's indicative that she's not giving up. Keely Henninger having an awesome, oh, look at her here, Corinne, on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
There we go, Keely.
Let's go. Let's
go. Oh, that's
Katie Asmuth.
Excuse me.
Yep, that's Katie Asmuth there.
Okay.
Katie Asmuth leaving, having gotten some love for her career. She's got ice on her. Keely, I think, is still getting taped up, and then we'll be leaving. That means that Camille, Elsa, and Elsa McDonald and Katie Asmuth all move up one place, and Keely shifts back a couple places. But you know what? She's taking care of what she needs to do to hopefully stay in this race, hopefully fight for a top 10 position, and I think that's really, really important. And honestly, based on the spread for the rest of the women's field, I think as long as the rest of her body feels okay and that ankle feels stable with some tape on it, she can move really well and definitely stay in that top 10.
The important thing is not to tweak it again. There's still 45 miles separating Keely from the finish line here. So getting that ankle taped up, especially as somebody who has a history with ankle problems, Keely, I'm sure, is just trying to be
really cautious. She's
Yeah.
had some really, really horrible ankle issues in the past, and she's being very, very cautious on that.
Okay, so we are going to be making a split here to our new feed. So the page will reload here for you if you're watching us live on YouTube. You don't have to do anything. You're going to be automatically placed in the new stream. If anything goes wrong, you can just find the stream here on the main channel. If you search Western States 100 on YouTube, you'll be able to find it. I think it's WSER 100 is the name of the channel. So bear with us here. We are about to execute this switch over. It's something that has to happen in order for us to maintain the integrity of this stream. So bear with us. It should be automatic.
Yep, so that'll be coming up in 5 or 6 minutes, essentially. So you will be okay. If you get bumped out for some reason, you'll be able to find us again really quickly. Here is Arlen Glick coming through Forest Hill, picking up a pacer. It looks like, honestly, he looks really happy and smooth.
According to Iron Far, that's exactly what he looks like, too.
Arlen's darlings, looking good.
It says, Iron Far said, he's running so well and calmly.
I watched him run Javelina in October. I was there at the race, and he looked so calm, cool, and collected the entire time. I was crewing right next to his crew, and they were like, oh, yeah, that's just how Arlen runs. And that's what we're seeing here. He's getting help from his crew there. They're all wearing their UR Ultra shirts. The family is out there giving him a hand, getting some ice on him. Maybe it looks like doing a shoe change here.
It bears repeating. Arlen, he lives in Ohio, isn't that right?
Yep,
Corinne?
yep, Midwesterner.
He came out. Oh, here we have the Tyler Green patented cold blankie. Tyler Green continues to run a textbook race. He's got his ice vest on. You can see it underneath that orange blanket. His wife, Rachel Drake, stuffing food in his pockets. Jordan Carey in the blue shirt, his longtime crew chief and good friend from Portland, Oregon. Jordan Carey has accompanied Tyler on so many of his fantastic performances throughout his career. And Yassine DeBoon there with the white hat on is going to accompany him as his pacer down Cal Street. Yassine DeBoon, a past top 10 finisher here. One of the wily, grizzled veterans of ultra running living in Portland, Oregon, and one of the truly special people in this sport. Tyler has got the crew, a real solid pit crew here, taking care of him. Looks like he's probably in 7th now, unless Drew Holman's in there with him. They've been running together through Michigan Bluff.
Someone said Tyler Green blanket fort. We could not agree more. The patented cold blankie. I think it legitimately is. I don't think it's a towel. That looks like a blanket to me. Rachel Drake, his wife there, helping to crew him.
Just saw Keeley walk out of the aid station at Michigan Bluff. Shout out to Keeley. I just got a text also from Topher Gaylord, who is with Tim Tollefson's crew there at Michigan Bluff, saying that Tim
Walking
is
out
laying.
with JT there.
Yes, go
giving her a little bit of love before he sends her off down the trail here so she can make that trek over to Forest Hill by herself, where she will get to see JT and her crew again in only about 6 miles.
Yep. Going back to what I was just saying, text from Topher Gaylord saying that Tim Tollefson's going to lay down with the med team for a little bit at Michigan Bluff, trying to regroup. Seems to be dehydrated and has been cramping everywhere, trying his best to dig out of a hole. Thanks for that update.
Based on the pickle juice shots we heard him, well, we didn't hear him. We saw him taking at Devil's Thumb. That tracks. He looked dehydrated coming through there. That is Marianne Hogan on your screen now, making her way through Forest Hill. Or not through Forest Hill, through Michigan Bluff. What would be interesting is if she can pick up Keeley there. Do you think Keeley can just tuck in with her and kind of get a little bit of an emotional tow into Forest Hill, kind of shake off that ankle roll and start to feel good again? That would not be a bad person to work with as they make their way towards Forest Hill.
Yeah. Really great point, Corinne. And we are now approaching 35 minutes since we saw women's race leader Ruth Croft exiting the Michigan Bluff aid station where our camera sits now. We would expect Ruth Croft to probably be in Forest Hill roughly an hour after that, maybe a little bit less. So we should see Ruth Croft coming into Forest Hill in 20 to 25 minutes as we see Drew Holman with our good friend Fernando. These two fantastic people, human beings and athletes running through Forest Hill. Drew Holman now either just ahead of or just behind Tyler Green, Those two guys really simulating their battle from last year as well. Corinne running textbook races again here at Western States.
Yep, and we're continuing to monitor kind of updates from the field. We haven't gotten updated splits really from Michigan Bluff.
Okay.
But we'll do an update here in just a little bit. Once we do our screen shift, our feed shift, we'll give you an update of what we know about the women's race back through about 15th or so. So just give us a moment while we do a little bit of a shift over to our new feed that needs to happen here to keep us on air.